Rebirth of Hong Kong in 1978, I became a billionaire. Previously, he was a useless person who only knew how to pick up girls. I saw through the loopholes in the Nine-Dragon warehouse with my backhand. Teaching father, snake swallows elephant, shocked Hong Kong. Li Ka-shing's opportunity? The status of the charter ship king? I want everything. I want trillions of dollars in wealth. As for beauty, from a destitute heiress to a screen goddess, I will cherish the charm of this era. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. The Innocent Body. In early 1978, Kong Tiancheng slowly opened his eyes. Damn it, my head hurts like it's been hammered. Where am I? He shook his head vigorously before realizing that he was lying in an extremely luxurious mansion. I Reborn? Kong Tiancheng's heart trembled, suddenly realizing that there seemed to be a large number of unfamiliar memory fragments in his consciousness. In my previous life, I came from an ordinary family but excelled academically. I attended prestigious universities all the way and eventually achieved excellent grades before being admitted to top universities. Afterwards, life could not be considered a reversal of fate, but rather a smooth sailing. Until the wedding was approaching, the girlfriend's entire family demanded a dowry of 2 million yuan. 2 million? Do you think I'm a money printer? I can still get some profit by reselling myself later. Kong Tiancheng originally wanted to keep the relationship, but unexpectedly the other party suddenly increased the price without any intention of backing down. It's okay, I won't serve anymore. Is it true that you have inlaid gold and jade? Since we can't reach an agreement, let's just snap it apart. Later, Kong Tiancheng discovered that after breaking free from the constraints of marriage, life became more relaxed and his career flourished. I also have my own standalone villa in the Magic City. When his ex-girlfriend turned around to seek a reunion, he was already surrounded by flocks of birds and swallows, with countless beauties. At the last moment before crossing over, he still remembers spending happy time with a third or fourth-tier celebrity, and then sleeping trough. Kong Tiancheng couldn't help but curse softly. Could it be that the wind died immediately? If this is really the way to die, it would be a loss of face. My name is Kong Tiancheng. It's now Hong Kong in 1978. A brand new memory flooded into my mind, the past life of this body. Father Kong Yang, a native of Xiangjiang, is the current chairman of Sunshine Group. It covers multiple fields such as investment, real estate, and manufacturing, with assets of over 1 billion yuan. Holy crap, when Kong Tiancheng saw this background, he couldn't help but be stunned. With a net worth of over 1 billion yuan, even with all my efforts in my past life, I barely managed to reach the threshold of 5.4 billion yuan. Now this beginning has surpassed the endpoint of his half-life struggle. More importantly, it is now 1978. At that time, there were billions, and Li Ka-shing was no exception. And the true hegemon of Xiangjiang at present is still that ship king level figure. If the family operates properly, it may not necessarily be unable to join the 4 major families in the future. After sorting out his thoughts, Kong Tiancheng quickly accepted reality. Although not from a top-tier wealthy family background, they can still be considered as the wealthy second generation standing at the top of the pyramid. Looking around, the room is elegantly decorated and filled with a strong European-style atmosphere. This should be a mansion in Repulse Bay. The existence that could only be looked up to in the past life has now become the starting point of life. Kong Tiancheng felt a sense of illusion in his heart. He once devoted all his energy to pursuing wealth, but now it seems that he can easily enjoy everything that was difficult to reach in his past life without any effort. In my previous life, I only achieved some success at the age of 40, but my physical and mental strength have declined significantly. And now, he clearly felt that his body was filled with qi and blood, and his energy was surging, as if it would never be exhausted. The days of the wealthy are indeed free to do as they please. Having read too many online novels, he is not unfamiliar with the plot of time travel and accepts it very quickly. After all, no matter how wealthy one was in their past life, they cannot compare to today. Moreover, in his previous life, his parents had already passed away when he achieved great success and fame, and in this time and space, they probably haven't met and gotten married yet. Opening the thin quilt covering his body, Kong Tiancheng stood up and walked to the mirror, looking at the person in the mirror. His face couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Damn it, this is too handsome. With a tall and straight figure of 1.8 meters, his muscles were well proportioned and firm, and his contours were distinct. The facial features are upright, and the facial lines are as sharp and resolute as carving. How to put it? It's that kind of unforgettable tough temperament. At this moment, new memories are constantly merging into his consciousness. The original owner of this body not only goes to school, but also constantly trains. Their physical fitness is extremely excellent, and their learning ability is amazing. Their physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. I rely on. Soon, Kong Tian realized why his body was so self-disciplined. The reason was that there were too many women around him, and without a strong physique, it would be impossible to cope. What's even more outrageous is that this guy is much more promiscuous than he was in his past life. He is 18 years old this year, but 16 years old in reality. As for personal experience, sorry, they have already achieved the achievement of killing 100 people. Sleeping trough. What is the situation? I just crossed over and unexpectedly stood on a peak that was difficult to reach in my past life. February 1978. The second oil crisis has not yet fully erupted, and Li Ka-shing has not yet begun to acquire Heiresses Whampoa. The opportunity has come. As a reborn being, Kong Tiancheng thought to himself that he could never be inferior to the original owner of this body. Since he has completed the execution of 100 people, he must move towards the execution of 1,000 or 10,000 people. Kong Tiancheng stretched his muscles and then walked to the nearby private gym to start exercising. Whether it's him from his past life or the original owner of this body, Kong Tiancheng has a habit of sticking to fitness. There is even an independent fitness space at home. He is already proficient in exercise, but this time it was slightly different. Just a slight exercise made him clearly feel the increase in physical fitness. The sense of progress is extremely obvious, as if every time I practice, my physical strength really improves by 1 point. It's like upgrading a game. An hour later, Kong Tiancheng sat at the dining table, with his father and mother sitting across from him. My father Kong Yangyang is over 40, and my mother is only 38. To describe it in 4 words, it is young and strong. Although his father is already wealthy, he is almost unknown in later history and has never been known as the Kong family among the 4 major clans. This is also normal. After all, not everyone can become a top-tier powerhouse. Those who can truly grasp the pulse of the times are ultimately rare. Not to mention anything else. Now Lao Li has already been to the capital, while his own father has not yet had the opportunity to set foot there. The charter ship king has already entered the core circle. My father did indeed start from scratch. At the age of 12, he began secretly transporting penicillin to the mainland, risking his life for smuggling. At the age of 14, I transitioned into a contract manufacturing business, accumulated the first bucket of gold at the age of 17. Until 1967, when his father was 29 years old, the Hong Kong real estate market plummeted. He invested all his money in real estate and turned the tide, officially transforming into a real estate businessman. Nowadays, my father's net worth has reached over $1 billion yuan. If nothing unexpected happens, in 35 years, he will have assets worth billions of yuan. Although there is currently no authoritative ranking of the wealthy, its strength is by no means inferior to that of Li Ka-shing. Unfortunately, my father's fate came to an end here. If there were more opportunities and courage, it may not be impossible to surpass Li Ka-shing. And the mother, who is the daughter of a gang leader, fell in love with her father at first glance. My father was half-hearted at the time. After all, my mother was truly stunningly beautiful. Over the years, that club has gradually undergone a transformation and whitewashing. Kong Tiancheng suddenly remembered that when Li Ka-shing acquired Heiresses Whampoa, he did not spend a huge amount of money, only snake-swallowing elephant, with $20 million, and took over a giant enterprise valued at over $1 billion in one fell swoop. Since Li Ka-shing can achieve it, and his current strength is by no means weaker than that of him at that time, then Heiresses Whampoa may not be unable to keep it in his pocket. However, everything still needs to start from Wharf. Dad, Kong Tiancheng suddenly spoke up. How's business been lately? Hee. Kong Yang looked at his son with a hint of surprise and said, the sun has risen in the west today? You actually care about our family's business. I'm already 18. Kong Tiancheng shrugged. Can't we get a little involved in our family's affairs? Business is pretty good. Kong Yang didn't want to pour cold water on his son. After all, Kong Tiancheng rarely cares about the family's livelihood. He smiled and said, do you know what's the hottest thing in Hong Kong now? Real estate. Kong Tiancheng blurted out. Kong Yang suddenly became interested and continued with a smile. There's also the manufacturing industry. I still represent semiconductor radios from island countries, and that thing has a particularly good market demand. Almost every household in Xinjiang wants to buy 1 foot. I don't quite agree. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and said calmly. From the current situation, the land prices in Xinjiang are high, and labor costs will rise sooner or later. Unless we master the core and irreplaceable technology, it will be difficult to sustain us sooner or later. In my opinion, the manufacturing industry will eventually shift to the mainland. Kong Yang was taken aback and said in surprise, but how is it possible for the mainland? They are now. The mainland's policies will change sooner or later. Kong Tiancheng smiled calmly. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. However, Dad, do you admit that the land in Xinjiang is extremely valuable now? Kong Yang nodded and said, that's right. Kong Tiancheng slowly said, Dad, have you paid attention to the stock price of Jelongkang Group? I haven't paid much attention. Kong Yang's eyes flickered slightly. Son, do you know the market? Currently, the stock price of Jelongkang is 11.8 yuan. Kong Tiancheng smiled and said slowly, do you think this price is too high or too low? Kong Yang's body trembled. Kong Tiancheng continued, in my opinion, this price is clearly low. You should know that the land price in Hong Kong has not only not fallen, but has also skyrocketed, especially in prime locations like Tsim Sha Tsui waterfront, where every inch of land is precious. Against this backdrop, the stock price of Wharf should not be so low. Who is Kong Yang? Kong Tiancheng, a self-made businessman, immediately realized the weight of the matter with a few words of encouragement. I believe that as long as Wharf can make good use of its land resources, it is entirely possible to maintain an average annual growth rate of 20 in the next 10 years. However, the stock price is currently so low. If we can acquire Wharf shares now, whether it is controlling operations or selling them, we can make steady profits without losses. Snap! Kong Yang suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, "Prepare the car. I need to go to the company right away." His mother Zhong Hong was also stunned. "Are we leaving now? Don't miss the opportunity. Time won't come again." Kong Yang spoke quickly. "Let's go now." Looking at the figures of his father and mother rushing away, Kong Tiancheng's lips slightly curled up, but his heart had already started to calculate a beauty from Hong Kong and Taiwan. It didn't matter at first thought, but suddenly I realized that those women were all youthful, beautiful, and had outstanding looks, and were more likely to still be innocent. Let my dad earn the money. I'll just inherit the family business and enjoy playing with women. This life is truly beautiful. Of course, one still needs to strive. Isn't life just a journey towards greater wealth and prosperity? Chapter 2. The Key Figures. For Kong Tiancheng, the pursuit of wealth is hardly a concern. What truly matters at present is to savor life in all its splendor. The fierce competition at Kowloon Warehouse, the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa, the oil crisis of 78, the Jining case of 81, the Hong Kong dollar turmoil of 83, the Plaza Accord of 85, and the economic collapse of the island nation in the 90s. Each upheaval conceals a golden opportunity for affluence. Following that, the mainland's meteoric rise beckons. When he reflects on his current age of 18 in reckoning and 16 in reality, he realizes that even by 2008, he would merely be 36. With a slight mental calculation, Kong Tiancheng feels that beyond wealth, the enchanting maidens of the mainland are also irresistible. Moreover, with his own advantageous circumstances, beauty, and riches, it seems almost effortless to achieve success. Should he consider dropping out of school? Kong Tiancheng muses, for education holds little significance for him. The knowledge he yearns for is not imparted within the confines of academia, and his presence there merely serves to obtain a diploma. Yet, cannot such matters be resolved with money? Furthermore, the original owner of this body was never one to abide by the rules of scholarly pursuit, indulging lavishly in every desire. It is often said that the offspring of the affluent are exceptionally cultured, having received elite education, excelling academically, possessing broad perspectives and rich experiences, thereby wielding power more adeptly than the impoverished. In truth, however, this is but a facade. What nonsense! They lack the most basic sense of empathy. Should they seize power, they would likely deem those who cannot afford to fly as unworthy of existence. Victoria College. Kong Tiancheng stifled a yawn as he descended from the car. Almost immediately, a student approached him with a beaming smile. Young Master Chung. Kong Tiancheng recognized him as Zhou Jun, his devoted follower, well-versed in running errands, charming the ladies, and leveraging connections. Zhou Jun's family relies heavily on the dwindling power of his father, and having been steeped in such an environment since childhood, he has naturally developed a subservient demeanor. Jun. Kong Tiancheng cast a sidelong glance at him. His tone is indifferent as ever, neither cold nor warm. Zhou Jun, sensing the moment, eagerly replied, "Young Master Chung, Su Rongrong wishes to speak with you." "Oh." A smirk crept onto Kong Tiancheng's lips. "Did you manage to arrange it?" Su Rongrong was a long-coveted prize of the original owner of this body. Exquisitely beautiful, with a figure that seemed to embody elegance, her skin smooth as cream. Yet she had always eluded his grasp. Coming from a well-off family, it was no surprise that someone attending a noble academy would be either rich or of high standing. Hee. Zhou Jun quickly responded, "I got it. Not long ago, her family suffered heavy losses in the stock market, and I just learned yesterday that they are drowning in debt." Her father, still not disheartened, went to the gambling city to try to recover his losses and ended up losing everything. Kong Tiancheng paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. "All that glitters is not gold." Right. Zhou Jun clapped in agreement. Only young Master Chung has such cultured expressions. Kong Tiancheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fellow had truly honed his flattery skills to perfection. He cast a languid glance at Zhou Jun and said, "Get to the point. 2 days ago, her father committed suicide by jumping into the sea, and yesterday, her mother was pressured by the gang to repay debts and met the same fate." Zhou Jun spoke rapidly. "Now, Su Rongrong is left all alone, and the gang hasn't let up, forcing her into a life of servitude to repay her family's debts. Goodness, that is truly tragic." Kong Tiancheng exclaimed involuntarily. "So, I told her that if she wishes to live peacefully, she can only rely on you, young Master Chung." Zhou Jun grinned. "Did she agree?" Kong Tiancheng inquired. How could she possibly refuse? Zhou Jun's eyes widened. Only by aligning with young Master Chung can she escape the gang's clutches. In such circumstances, She wouldn't dare to utter a word of dissent. How did you gather such detailed information about her family? Kong Tiancheng regarded him with mild surprise. Zhou Jun chuckled. Young Master Chung, while I may lack in other areas, your affairs are my top priority. You wouldn't personally investigate such trivial matters. So it is only right for me to handle them for you. Goodness. Kong Tiancheng couldn't help but exclaim, sizing Zhou Jun up, internally marveling. Truly, a devoted lackey. Bring her to me. A smile spread across Kong Tiancheng's face. In his memories, this was a woman that the original owner had pursued tirelessly. Yet now she seemed to be delivered to him on a silver platter. A delectable opportunity like this should not go unseized. At this moment, Kong Tiancheng felt that in his past life, he had been far too impoverished. Had he possessed such wealth back then, he would undoubtedly have had a devoted follower like Zhou Jun by his side, managing everything seamlessly without needing to lift a finger. He suddenly realized how resourceful Zhou Jun truly was. In another corner of the campus, Su Rongrong had quietly appeared. Her exquisite features and delicate beauty were reminiscent of a flower in bloom, tender and inviting, stirring a flutter in the heart of anyone who beheld her. Why, young Master Chung? Upon catching sight of Kong Tiancheng, Su Rongrong gently lowered her gaze. She was acutely aware of her present predicament. Her father's disastrous stock investments had left them destitute, and he remained unrepentantly engrossed in gambling, drawing the ire of the gang. With both parents now deceased, she found herself utterly alone and vulnerable. Most frightening of all, the gang would certainly not let her off easily. What options did she have left? It was then that Zhou Jun had approached her. Since Kong Tiancheng had shown interest, aligning herself with him seemed a wise decision. He hailed from a prominent family, possessing substantial wealth, and would surely provide her with protection. Having made up her mind, Su Rongrong no longer hesitated. Being desired by one was certainly preferable to being pursued by a multitude of desperate rogues. Moreover, this Zhou Yang not only had an illustrious background, but was also remarkably handsome. Even if it cost her several years of youth, it wouldn't be a loss. In truth, the so-called Victoria College, while bearing the name of nobility, is a veritable melting pot, lacking any genuine stratification. Strictly speaking, aside from the elite institutions established by the Eagle Country, the so-called noble schools for Chinese in Hong Kong lack clear boundaries. Wealthy offspring like Kong Tiancheng can attend, while those from families with assets under $1 million, like Su Rongrong, can also gain entry. The reason is simple. In the eyes of the Eagle countrymen, the Chinese can never stand on equal footing with them. At least in Hong Kong, they have never been regarded as equals, let alone compared to the white aristocrats. For the powerful Chinese families, the preferred route remains to send their children to study in the Eagle country. Kong Tiancheng had also been sent there, only to return 2 years later, unable to even speak English fluently, crying to go back home. In contrast, Li Ka-shing's eldest son, Li Zeju, is still struggling in the Eagle country, with plans to further his studies at McGill University. Overall, while 1978 saw the rise of Chinese capital, it was still insufficient to shake the foundations of Eagle country capital. The true turning point would only become apparent after the Iron Lady was awakened by the steel mill director. However, some astute Chinese capitalists had already sensed the changing winds. For instance, the ship king had quietly begun selling off his fleet, preparing to enter and acquire Eagle country assets. Of course, there were those who, despite recognizing the intentions of the mainland, doubted its strength. A single moment of hesitation results in a cascade of setbacks. Su Rongrong slightly tilted her head and glanced at Zhou Jun. He immediately understood and quickly exited the small grove. Rongrong. Kong Tiancheng approached with a smile, a gentle expression gracing his face. Have you made up your mind? Su Rongrong shyly met his gaze, softly replying, from now on, I will rely entirely on young Master Cheng's care. Glad to hear it. Kong Tiancheng let out a hearty laugh, wrapping his arm around her slender waist with a tone of unwavering conviction. Stay by my side, and I shall ensure you never endure any grievances. Thank you, young Master Chung, Su Rongrong replied softly. How much does your father owe? Kong Tiancheng suddenly inquired. About 300,000. Though it might have swelled to 500,000 by now, her voice trembled slightly. 500,000. Kong Tiancheng expressed mild astonishment. Presently, a typical worker in Xianjiang earns merely around $900 a month. 2,000 to 3,000 is considered a high salary. 500,000 is tantamount to the income of an ordinary person for 5 years, without a single morsel to eat. Moreover, this is a debt from loan sharks, an obligation that may never be repaid. To lose everything in stock trading and then gamble to recoup losses? Is this not foolishness incarnate? Kong Tiancheng could not help but chuckle. Young Master Chung, Su Rongrong timidly ventured, would you kiss me? With a raised eyebrow and a smile, Kong Tiancheng replied. This sum is trivial. Thank you, young Master Chung. Su Rongrong, with a determined bite of her lip, encircled his neck and initiated a kiss. The sweetness lingered between their lips, akin to honey. This year, she was 18 by Chinese reckoning, while Su Rongrong had already celebrated her 18th birthday. Jun. Kong Tiancheng suddenly called out. Zhou Jun promptly emerged from the crowd, bowing respectfully. Young Master Chung, how may I assist you? Prepare the car and book us a hotel. Kong Tiancheng shrugged, speaking in a calm tone. Go take care of it. Zhou Jun immediately broke into a smile. Understood, young Master Chung. Sunshine Group. Such a low price? Kong Yang gazed at the documents handed to him by his assistant, Tang Ning, his expression revealing astonishment. Just as Kong Tiancheng had indicated. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse was not merely low, it was absurdly undervalued. If one were to act decisively now, it could almost be deemed a guaranteed profit. Lighting a cigarette, he suddenly asked, what is the amount of capital we can mobilize at present? Currently, we have a total of 100 million Hong Kong dollars. If we operate at full capacity, we could gather up to 120 million. However, this would necessitate temporarily shelving several ongoing projects. Tang Ning quickly responded. Kong Yang meticulously perused the documents in his hands, then extinguished his cigarette with force, speaking slowly, set aside 20 million for working capital. The remaining 100 million should be used to acquire Kowloon Warehouse stocks in the form of retail investors. Also, arrange a meeting with Mr. Shenbai from HSBC as soon as possible. At that moment, a bold idea ignited within Kong Yang's mind. He envisioned a grand maneuver, aspiring to elevate the stake to 51%. Gaining control of Kowloon Warehouse would signify a remarkable comeback, turning the tables against all odds. Tang Ning nodded quickly, understood. However, merely 100 million in funds was evidently insufficient to achieve the goal. Kong Yang needed to find a way to secure additional support from HSBC. Fortunately, he had established a rapport with the esteemed Shenbai. If he could successfully secure a loan, he would be able to take the plunge. If financing fell through, he could still walk away with a substantial profit and be satisfied. As a businessman, particularly one who had clawed his way up from the grassroots, Kong Yang's life was perpetually intertwined with risk. Now nearing 40, the adventurous spirit within him had yet to wane. Even if failure were to ensue, the foundation of Sunshine Group remained intact. Could the situation possibly be worse than during the days of smuggling? Rubbing his cheeks, he was lost in thought when his mother, Su Linghong, entered with a cup of hot tea. Take a sip of tea and rest a while. Kong Yang accepted the cup of Longjing tea and took a gentle sip. Su Linghong inquired with concern, you've been busy since morning. How is the investigation progressing? Chung was right. Kong Yang inhaled deeply, smiling as he spoke. I never anticipated the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse to be so ridiculously low. Now is indeed the optimal moment for our involvement. It's astonishing that a century-old firm like Jardine Matheson could commit such a fundamental oversight. Su Linghong smiled faintly. A century-old enterprise often becomes rigid in its thinking. They pride themselves on being capital from the Eagle Nation and a seasoned giant, never imagining that anyone would dare to make a move against them. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution in our actions and ensure that not a whisper of our plans escapes. Su Linghong, with her background in the society, was both tenacious and capable, yet she remained steadfastly loyal to her husband, becoming an indispensable ally to Kong Yang. She had not only self-studied business management, but also combined practical experience, emerging as a seasoned expert in management. She was not merely a figurehead relying on connections, but a core individual with genuine capability. Chapter 3. What can you do to me? You are right. At this point, Kong Yang could not help but clench his fists, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. If this deal succeeds, when we meet the shipping king, we will be equals. Although, in the eyes of the Eagle Nation, the differences among Chinese tycoons were minimal, there existed a hierarchy within their circle. The shipping king undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. In fact, Kong Yang took a sip of tea, pondering thoughtfully, what surprises me most is Chung. This child has never shown interest in the family's business. Why has he suddenly taken such an interest? Moreover, he pinpointed the issues with Kowloon Warehouse at a glance. Su Linghong nodded, smiling in response. I too am quite surprised. I never expected Chung to see this layer of insight. He was indeed a bit mischievous and unrefined in the past, but it seems he has had a sudden epiphany. Kong Yang, upon hearing this, turned abruptly to Tang Ning, asking, Ning, how did Chung fare at school today? Tang Ning hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat reluctant. Kong Yang, slightly taken aback, inquired, what happened? Young master did not attend class today. Instead, he went to a hotel with a girl named Su Rongrong. Tang Ning reported truthfully, revealing that Su Rongrong was his senior. Kong Yang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, this rascal truly cannot change his nature. How could he be so much like his father? Who cannot change their nature? Su Linghong immediately shot him a glare, her maternal instincts surging at the mention of her son. Kong Yang's authority diminished slightly. I am merely concerned for Yang. He is still young. I think it's quite good. Su Linghong dismissed his worries. Understanding human affairs at such a young age will surely ensure the prosperity of our Kong family. Kong Yang had no choice but to fall silent. secretly envious that his son was doing what he had once fantasized about, but never dared to pursue, surrounded by beauty. He too longed for such experiences, but lacked the courage to act. Ultimately, it depended on whether Su Linghong would approve, given her connections to the society. Victoria Harbor, nestled between Xiangjiang and Kowloon Peninsula, is one of the world's 3 great natural harbors. With its expansive waters and suitable depth, it is renowned as the Pearl of the Orient and boasts one of the world's 3 magnificent night views. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel, located by Victoria Harbor, offers guests an unparalleled view of the scenic coastlines. The hotel is dedicated to creating a warm, comfortable, and elegant experience for its guests, consistently upholding the principle of service above all. However, these ideals held little significance for Kong Tiancheng. What truly mattered to him was that this had been a favored venue for the original owner to engage intimately with various beauties. The previous proprietor could almost be considered a regular here. Reflecting on this, Kong Tiancheng could not help but marvel. The original owner had only just begun to explore this skill last year, yet had already achieved a record of 100 partners this year, an astonishing efficiency of 1 partner every 3 days. This rascal certainly lived a life of indulgence. Yet now, all of this was under his stewardship. The 101st encounter would be nothing short of perfect. Su Rongrong was indeed exceptional, living up to the original owner's long-held admiration. At merely 18 years of age, her grace and beauty would only mature over time, brimming with potential worthy of long-term investment. After stretching lazily, Kong Tiancheng picked up the phone and dialed his butler, Fong Zhong. Uncle Fong, yes, 500,000. He grasped the microphone, savoring the delight brought forth by Su Rongrong, and remarked, regarding the finances, please mention it to my father. Just tell him I wish to advance next month's living expenses. At present, Kong Tiancheng's monthly allowance amounted to over 300,000. Oh, wait. After a brief contemplation, he chuckled and continued, send over a few more bodyguards. I am at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Very well, that will do. Hearing this, Su Rongrong, who was attentively attending to him, felt a warmth blossom within her heart. At the very least, he genuinely cared for her safety. Consequently, she dedicated herself even more meticulously to his care. Suddenly, Kong Tiancheng pressed down on Su Rongrong's head. Would you like some coffee? He inquired, gazing at her as she brushed her teeth. Su Rongrong gently shook her head. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and leisurely continued to sip his coffee, while his mind was already strategizing the layout of the second oil crisis. He had already divulged key intelligence regarding Kowloon Warehouse to his father. Given his father's nature, he would never remain idle. In this buy-sell transaction, earning several hundred million would be effortless. The current challenge lay in how to amass even greater wealth. Kong Tiancheng had long envisioned a grand commercial blueprint in his mind. Without substantial financial backing, all would be mere talk. In his past life, he possessed a fortune of merely a few hundred million, yet in this life, not only did he come from a well-off family, but he also held the advantage of rebirth with insider information, making his ascent imminent. If he were to forge an empire, he would require vast amounts of capital, hundreds of millions, billions, even trillions. Moreover, the currency must be in dollars. Kowloon Warehouse was merely a starting point. The real main event awaited within the oil crisis. However, at present, the stock market in Hong Kong could not operate futures, and it would only be after the merger of the 4 major exchanges that a mature futures market could be established. Therefore, to position himself advantageously, he would need to travel to the UK or the USA. Kong Tiancheng quietly calculated that the enormous profits brought by the second oil crisis, if executed properly, would allow his capital to surpass the total wealth of the entire Chinese community in Hong Kong. The efforts of the shipping magnates over decades could hardly compare to the gains he anticipated from this venture. With this thought, Kong Tiancheng felt a surge of exhilaration. In his mind, he had already made the decision to drop out of school. Whether he continued his studies was now of little consequence. The knowledge he needed was already well understood, and remaining in the campus was merely a formality. More importantly, he needed his father to allocate a sum of startup capital for him. He intended to personally navigate this oil storm. With such plans firmly in his mind, Kong Tiancheng felt a sense of certainty. The foremost task was to persuade his father to agree to his leaving school and to secure at least 100 million in discretionary funds. Of course, the prerequisite for this was to first achieve a resounding victory in the Kowloon Warehouse matter, and the subsequent key would be to take down Hutchison Whampoa, ensuring that Li Ka-shing did not easily gain the upper hand. As he pondered, Su Rongrong stepped out of the bathroom, appearing somewhat anxious, her steps faltering. Observing her bashful demeanor, a smile crept upon Kong Tiancheng's lips. Does it hurt? Su Rongrong lowered her head, her cheeks flushed as she nodded slightly, a bit. But I'll gradually get used to it. I'll need to adapt often in the future. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Su Rongrong's face reddened further, as if it could bleed. At that moment, the phone in the room rang. Kong Tiancheng picked up the receiver. Hello, this is Kong Tiancheng. The call was from the hotel front desk. Mr. Kong, there is a Mr. Tang Shanhai outside, who says you summoned him. All right, I understand, Kong Tiancheng replied. Then turned to Su Rongrong with a smile. Let us go. I'll take you to settle the debt. Su Rongrong nodded gently. Thank you, young Master Chung. But just as she took a few steps, she winced in pain. Observing this, Kong Tiancheng let out a hearty laugh, suddenly bending down to scoop her up. Let us go? Su Rongrong shivered slightly, yet a profound sense of security surged within her. Tang Ming and Tang Shanhai were siblings, both nurtured under Kong Yong's guidance. Tang Ming's tuition was always covered by Kong Yong, and after graduation, she was retained as a personal assistant. As for Tang Shanhai, being older, he had missed the opportunity for further studies and turned to martial arts, with solid skills and formidable practical experience. Kong Tiancheng had learned a few techniques from him, but only scratched the surface, merely for fitness and vitality. He primarily relied on equipment training for his major muscle groups, supplemented by specific breathing techniques to enhance his physique. As Tang Shanhai often said, martial arts essentially serve as a means of killing. Kong Tiancheng had no need to master such skills. Furthermore, Tang Shanhai was responsible for the overall security affairs of the Kong family. He had already established his own family, and as long as his loyalty remained unwavering, his wife and children would be under the protection of the Kong family. At this moment, held in Kong Tiancheng's embrace, Su Rongrong could not help but feel a wave of shyness. Upon seeing Tang Shanhai, Kong Tiancheng greeted him with a smile. Uncle Shanhai, what brings you here personally? Just a little idle time, Tang Shanhai replied succinctly. Kong Tiancheng chuckled and said, Then let us be on our way. Accompanied by 12 bodyguards, who remained discreetly in the shadows, ensuring Kong Tiancheng's daily activities were undisturbed, they proceeded toward Causeway Bay. The debtor belonged to a gang under the Li family, known as Chao Yi-yong. Tang Shanhai calmly introduced, a minor player, nicknamed Brother Ji, originally named Jiao Jizai, has recently opened a bar named Chongguang, where he has set up an underground casino, also dabbling in usury, with about a dozen subordinates. Only a dozen? Kong Tiancheng expressed mild surprise. In that case, their numbers are almost equivalent to my bodyguard team. In truth, the entire Chao Yi-yong comprised merely over 100 individuals, classified as a lower-tier organization within the gang. To be precise, they were affiliated with He Sheng He, yet He Sheng He had many factions with a loose structure, most operating independently. Apart from a few dominant branches, the rest were essentially on the fringes. Chao Yi-yong had not been absorbed due to the backing of the Li family. The Li family was one of the 4 prominent families deeply entrenched in Hong Kong. With a solid foundation, they rose to prominence through opium trade and have a history spanning over half a century. Their influence so powerful that even the Kong family was somewhat overshadowed. It was precisely because the Li family tacitly allowed Chao Yi-yong to operate and take a cut that Chao Yi-yong was able to establish its foothold. Of course, the Li family had gradually laundered its identity, publicly distancing itself from underworld disputes, yet behind the scenes, it still relied on certain gangs to handle inconvenient matters. Just like the Kong family, when his father successfully extricated himself and his mother from the gray areas, they still could not escape the need for gang power when genuine troubles arose. Let us go? Kong Tiancheng wrapped his arm around Su Rongrong's shoulders and strode through the entrance of the Chongguang bar. Tang Shanhai followed closely behind, carrying a leather suitcase, while the 12 bodyguards swiftly dispersed around, their vigilant eyes scanning the entire venue. Moments later, the trio reached the 3rd floor of the bar. A guard stood at the staircase, and upon seeing the newcomers, warily inquired, What do you want? Kong Tiancheng glanced sideways at Tang Shanhai, who raised the suitcase in his hand and replied nonchalantly, Here, to collect a debt. The thug appraised the 3 of them and then stepped aside. You may enter. Inside the office, the lighting was dim, and the air was thick with a pungent odor. Soon, Kong Tiancheng laid eyes on Jizai. The nickname suited him well. He resembled a combative rooster, his demeanor flamboyant, yet his gaze concealed a hint of malice and hostility. Su Rongrong instinctively moved closer to Kong Tiancheng, trembling slightly. In Kong Tiancheng's eyes, the man appeared ludicrous, but in her heart, he was the demon who had taken her parents' lives. Kong Tiancheng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he leisurely addressed him. Brother Ji? The chick nodded slightly, gazing directly at him as he asked, It's me. Who are you? What do you want? Uncle Shanhai, Kong Tiancheng called out softly. Tang Shanhai responded by opening the suitcase, revealing a stack of colorful banknotes that immediately caught the chick's eye, which were then pushed in front of him. The chick was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Su Rongrong, and a disingenuous smile appeared on his face. Have you found a scapegoat? Kong Tiancheng replied with a calm smile. Brother chick, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Here are 500,000, and we are square. I also hope you will no longer harass Su Rongrong. Is that agreeable? What if I refuse? The chick crossed his legs, and immediately several of his underlings closed in around him, the atmosphere turning tense. He chuckled coldly. 500,000? Kid. She owes me 1 million, do you understand? 1 million. Kong Tiancheng simply pulled out a chair and sat down, maintaining his smile. So there is nothing to discuss? Discuss? What can you do to me? Bang. A gunshot suddenly erupted, and the chick trembled violently, followed by a heart-wrenching scream as one of his ears was shot off by Tiancheng Hai. Chapter 4. The Family. The entire room was in shock. No one expected Tiancheng Hai would dare to draw a gun on the spot. Kong Tiancheng couldn't help but glance at him, cursing inwardly. This bastard keeps saying that martial arts are for killing, and now, 7 steps away, the gun is fast, within 7 steps. It is equally accurate and ruthless. The chick clutched his bleeding head, roaring madly, catch them, kill them, get rid of them. Bang. One of the rushing underlings was shot in the knee and fell to the ground, howling in agony. The others froze, exchanging glances, none daring to take a step forward. The chick attempted to flee but was shot in the buttocks by Tiancheng Hai. Ouch! He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling in pain and screaming incessantly. Seeing that the situation was completely under control, Kong Tiancheng finally approached the chick with a smile, squatting down to ask, Brother Chick, can you now tell me how much I owe you? I owe nothing. Truly, I owe nothing. At this moment, the chick was utterly terrified, no longer daring to utter a word of dissent. He finally understood that the 3 individuals before him were not ordinary characters. Don't do that. Kong Tiancheng suddenly pressed down on the chick's still bleeding ear. Ah! The chick let out a heart-rending scream, the pain nearly suffocating him as he instinctively flailed his arms toward Kong Tiancheng, attempting to break free. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking. Tiancheng Hai snapped the chick's arms right then and there. The excruciating pain made the chick's vision darken, nearly causing him to faint. A wave of regret surged in his heart. Had he known this would happen, he should have simply taken the 500,000. He truly shouldn't have been captivated by Su Rongrong's beauty. Trembling, he pleaded, spare me please. I was wrong. Brother, I beg you, let me live. Kong Tiancheng slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the chick and then to the group of underlings beside him, speaking in a calm and unhurried tone. Listen carefully. I am Kong Tiancheng. My father is Kong Yang of the Sunshine Group. If you truly wish to oppose me, feel free to try. The group of underlings exchanged terrified glances. Though they were at the bottom of society, they understood that true power was far beyond their reach. While they may not have heard of the Sunshine Group, the atmosphere and presence before them were enough to instill fear. One underling hastily stammered, we wouldn't dare. Young master, we had no idea it was you. Otherwise we certainly wouldn't have. Enough. Kong Tiancheng looked at the man, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked, how much do you earn in a month? 1,000. 1,000. Kong Tiancheng feigned surprise, his tone laced with sarcasm. Look at our brother Chick here, lending out 300,000 and collecting 500,000, a net gain of 200,000. The underling was momentarily stunned, as were the others, their minds racing. Upon careful consideration, it indeed seemed to be the case. How about this? Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly, casually tapping the stack of 50,000 cash on the table. Whoever kills this chick, this money will belong to them. Thud. The underlings in the office froze. Out of that 50,000, 30,000 originally belonged to Chow Yong, while the remaining 20,000 could genuinely end up in their pockets. With a monthly salary of 1,000, they would earn a mere 12,000 a year without spending a dime. Calculating it out, this was almost equivalent to 20 years of total income. The temptation of money far outweighed any notion of brotherhood, and the hesitation in the eyes of the thugs was swiftly replaced by greed. Suddenly, one person seized a nearby chair and swung it violently at the chick's head. Tiger. I curse your mother. The chick barely managed to utter half a sentence before his forehead took a heavy blow, blood spurting forth as he immediately fell into a bloody mess. The others, seeing this, no longer hesitated and rushed forward. As long as they killed the chick, they would at least get 20,000. The chick, already severely injured, had no strength left to defend himself against the attack from his former subordinates. Su Rongrong stood in the corner, her heart racing as she couldn't help but glance at Kong Tiancheng. However, he gently pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to rest her head against his chest, softly reassuring her, don't be afraid, it's all right, don't be scared. Su Rongrong's heart trembled, and she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Moments later, she heard Kong Tiancheng's voice beside her. Tell me, what does loyalty mean? What? Su Rongrong was taken aback. Loyalty means I am the lamb. Kong Tiancheng laughed, pointing at the chick who was being beaten, teasing, you see, this is what true loyalty looks like. Tiancheng Hai couldn't help but glance at Kong Tiancheng, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. I am the lamb. Loyalty has always been about the upper sheep and the lower me. Indeed, he continued, however, in ancient oracle bone inscriptions through the spring and autumn and warring states periods. It originally referred to a weapon, denoting a sharp and formidable tool. The sheep symbolizes purity and nobility, as ancient sages and deities often embodied themselves as sheep. Therefore, The true meaning of loyalty is to possess the strength to defend justice, not to be a weakling waiting to be slaughtered. In ancient Chinese civilization, the sheep was placed above oneself, practicing the principle of sacrificing a lamb, with the lamb representing loyalty. The chick's breath gradually weakened, almost ceasing. Several thugs, drenched in blood, appeared particularly vicious and horrifying. Who dealt the fatal blow? Kong Tiancheng asked with a light chuckle. The thugs exchanged glances, and after a moment, Kong Tiancheng leisurely spoke. All right, you can divide this money among yourselves. He casually tossed the 50,000 in cash. He then turned with Tang Shanhai and walked away. At this moment, Su Rongrong was still somewhat dazed, but soon she realized one thing. Kong Tiancheng was avenging her entire family. Although she had no deep emotional ties with her father, that gambling addict had long disappointed her, leaving her with no attachments. Yet her mother was driven to despair by this very chick. However, such a so-called big brother was effortlessly sent to his demise by Kong Tiancheng's words. What a bunch of nonsense about brotherhood, merely a deceptive illusion from films. Insincere sentiments were the norm, even if there had been genuine intentions in the past. After years of navigating the underworld, they had all become shrewd and seasoned, who would still genuinely believe in those cliches. Interests were the sole criterion. The so-called loyalty was merely due to the cost of betrayal not being high enough. Within the confines of the Chongwang bar, the news of the chick's demise spread like wildfire. Chao Yong swiftly traced the matter back to Kong Tiancheng. However, the investigation came to an abrupt halt at this juncture. Although the Kong family may not possess the deep-rooted foundation of the Li family, they have emerged as a prominent new clan, not easily provoked by a mere Chao Yong. To truly shake the Kong family, it would require the personal intervention of the Li family. But would the Li family risk offending the ascendant Kong family over something as trivial as a chick? Further inquiry revealed a truth that left one speechless. The individual in question had merely come to repay a debt. Not only did they willingly repay the exorbitant interest, but they also offered an additional 500,000, yet you insisted on demanding 1 million. Did you truly believe the Kong family would disregard their reputation? In such a scenario, the fate of being struck down could only be seen as self-inflicted. After enjoying a warm bath at Su Rongrong's residence, Kong Tiancheng left her with a parting remark. Focus on your studies. I will cover your tuition fees from now on. Should any issues arise, come directly to me. Su Rongrong felt a warm surge of affection, overwhelmed by an indescribable happiness. At Qianchuan, the opulent residence of the Kong family, as soon as Kong Tiancheng entered, he noticed that his father was still awake, poring over documents with a grave expression. Dad. Kong Tiancheng approached, his face instantly brightening with a smile. Haven't you gone to bed yet? With you causing such a huge mess, how could I possibly sleep? Kong Yang closed the file, his tone stern. You are still young. You must learn to exercise restraint. Hee, I understand. Kong Tiancheng grinned widely. The indulgence of his parents needed no further elaboration. When he struggled to articulate even a simple sentence during his studies in the UK, they had not hindered him, instead offering their unwavering support. Dad, Kong Tiancheng suddenly inquired. Have you seen the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse? With the conversation now shifted to serious matters, Kong Yang straightened his posture, speaking rapidly. I have. Your instincts are sharp this time. I've already begun to strategize. As he rubbed his hands together, he added, this needs to be executed swiftly, precisely, and decisively. Kong Tiancheng pressed further. Do we have enough liquidity? Barely, Kong Yang replied. I can scrape together around 120 million if necessary. However, I plan to secure a loan from HSBC to bolster our funds, allowing us to acquire Kowloon Warehouse in one fell swoop. Dad, Kong Tiancheng locked eyes with his father. Do you think Shunbai would grant us a loan? Hard to say, Kong Yang shook his head. I'm currently preparing some gifts. What kind of gifts? Kong Tiancheng asked, intrigued. Some jewelry, a few trinkets. Kong Yang waved his hand impatiently. Enough questions, stay out of this. Dad, Kong Tiancheng asserted firmly. You must first tell me, how much are these items worth? Kong Yang paused slightly before responding. Approximately several 100,000, less than 1 million. Dad, Kong Tiancheng spoke in a low tone. Have you ever heard the saying, you cannot catch a wolf without parting with your child? What does that mean? Kong Yang's face flickered with confusion. Think carefully. How much assets do we currently possess? Your fortune is conservatively estimated to begin at several billion. Kong Tiancheng stated evenly. If you only present him with less than 1 million in gifts, do you think it will make a significant impact? Kong Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Kong Tiancheng continued at a measured pace. 1 million is certainly insufficient. In my opinion, we need at least this amount. As he slowly raised a finger. 10 million? Kong Yang ventured cautiously. 1 billion. Kong Tiancheng responded without hesitation. What? Kong Yang gasped, staring at his son in shock. You want me to present 1 billion to Xinbai? Our total liquidity is merely 120 million. But that is irrelevant. Kong Tiancheng replied coolly. If we dare to invest 1 billion, Our financing capacity could leverage at least 10 billion, if not 15 or 20 billion. This is a highly advantageous calculation for us. With ample cash flow and accessible loan channels, our operational space will expand greatly. Kong Tiancheng smiled. Dad, we should not be fixated on a mere 1 or 2 billion. What truly matters is that we require more credit support. As he spoke, he spread his hands, increasing his pace. If we can truly acquire Kowloon Warehouse, it would be akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. The profits involved will far exceed 2 to 3 billion, potentially reaching 30 to 40 billion. And it's not an exaggeration to say that 80 to 90 billion is within the realm of possibility. Dad, is it realistic to expect to devour such enormous profits in one bite? Kong Yang sank into deep contemplation. So, you suggest we offer Shun by a substantial benefit up front? Of course. Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile. Unless we completely dazzle him, how can we expect him to readily agree? Investing 1 billion will surely stir his interest. In the original course of history, Li Ka-shing had successfully executed a reverse takeover of the entire Heiresses with a mere 20 million. His acquisition battle has been hailed as a classic case study in the business world. However, in Kong Tiancheng's view, this was overly idealistic. He firmly believed that there must have been clandestine dealings between Li Ka-shing and Shunbai. Later, when Shunbai stepped down from his position at HSBC, Li Ka-shing personally gifted him a model of HSBC crafted from pure gold. Either don't act, or act to the fullest extent. 1 billion, just throw it in. Kong Yang inhaled deeply and hesitantly asked, but what if we cannot repay the principal and interest in the future? In America, there is a family known as the Donald family. Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly, nonchalantly continuing, they have been in the real estate business for generations. But when the industry faced a downturn, they amassed a significant debt to the banks, $10 billion, perhaps? If you were the leader of this family, what would you do? Chapter 5, Covering Risks. First, assess the assets. Kong Yang pondered briefly before responding slowly. Then, do your utmost to raise funds to repay the debts. You are mistaken. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. In fact, that patriarch did something quite the opposite. He actively sought to increase his loans. He directly told the bank, I cannot repay the current loan. Rather than returning it, why not lend me another sum to complete the project, and I will repay you then? What do you think happened? Kong Tiancheng asked with a grin. Did the bank really lend him more money? Kong Yang countered. Indeed. Of course, the process was fraught with challenges, but the key lies in this. Kong Tiancheng said with a slight smile. His tone somber, yet forceful. As long as we owe the bank a substantial amount, enough to reach a critical threshold, the ones most fearful of our downfall would ironically be the banks themselves. Because once we collapse completely, that colossal debt will become unpayable. Kong Yang fell silent for a long time, his expression dazed. In that moment, he seemed to awaken, his mind clearing. Listening to your words is worth more than a decade of study. Kong Yang had clawed his way up from the lowest rungs of society. This was both his strength and his fatal flaw. His strength lay in his meticulousness, as he understood the importance of leaving room for retreat even when taking bold risks. Possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to danger. Yet, this was also his limitation, his reluctance to invest heavily. After all, their family fortune was hard-earned, and thus, at critical moments, a hint of stinginess and hesitation would inevitably surface. Kong Tiancheng, on the other hand, was determined to transform his father's way of thinking. No longer could they afford to be so overly cautious. Kong Yang remained enveloped in silence, and after a prolonged pause, he looked at his son and asked, Son, in your opinion, how much should we borrow to be appropriate? How much do we need to secure the entire Kowloon warehouse? Kong Tiancheng clenched his fists, his smile deepening. 1 billion. I am confident that this amount will be more than sufficient. The public focus would be on Kowloon warehouse, while the true aim would be directed at Hutchison Whampoa. Naturally, Kong Tiancheng did not reveal the entirety of his grand strategy. The pressing matter at hand is to first alter my father's perspective, persuading him to embrace the idea of borrowing, so that he willingly bestows upon Shun by an unprecedentedly generous gift. Kong Yang rose and grasped the telephone on the table. Tang Ning. Hold off on preparing the gift for now. He then sat back down, turning to Kong Tiancheng. Son, what do you think would be most appropriate to give? Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly and replied deliberately, it need not be overly complex. Prepare gold, as much as possible. Ideally, it should be fashioned into the form of a book resembling the Analects. Kong Yang was taken aback, staring at his son, unable to restrain his curiosity. Fashioned into the Analects? Kong Tiancheng nodded, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Precisely. Confucius is, after all, our ancestor. Crafting a book in the shape of the Analects from gold, with a check tucked within, would suffice. Just that simple? Kong Yang inhaled quietly. Otherwise, Kong Tiancheng shrugged, smiling. The crux of the matter lies in his willingness to accept it. Once he does, our objective will be accomplished. Very well. I will arrange for someone to handle it immediately. Kong Yang narrowed his eyes, his mind racing through countless details. To achieve great things, one must employ extraordinary means. One cannot hesitate if one wishes to ensnare the wolf. Kong Yang made his decision on the spot. Dad. Kong Tiancheng, sitting before his father, smiled and said, "There's another matter I wish to discuss with you, if you would permit." "What is it?" Kong Yang inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I wish to temporarily forego my studies and stay by your side to assist you with various matters. What do you think?" Kong Tiancheng stated lightly. Kong Yang's brows furrowed immediately, exclaiming, "No. You must continue your education. Son, I have suffered due to my lack of culture." Kong Tiancheng chuckled, then effortlessly spoke a stream of fluent English. Kong Yang was momentarily stunned, understanding some but bewildered by much. Gazing at his son in astonishment. "When did you learn so much English? Dad, do you truly believe that during my time in Britain, I learned nothing?" Kong Tiancheng replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "My decision to forego school stems from my belief that those courses hold no practical significance for me. If I were to study, it would only be for more specialized knowledge. However, neither Hong Kong nor Britain can provide the professional training I genuinely require. It would be more beneficial for me to assist you, familiarizing myself with the operations of the company, which is also a form of training, don't you think?" Kong Tiancheng continued with a smile. "By remaining by your side, you can also guide me more effectively, which is surely for the better." Kong Yang was still contemplating when Kong Tiancheng added, "Please help me apply for a leave of absence from school. It won't be long, just a year. If I perform well during this year, you will allow me to withdraw from school. If not, you can send me back. How does that sound?" "All right." After a lengthy pause, Kong Yang finally nodded. "But you must clarify what constitutes performing well." Kong Tiancheng raised 3 fingers. Kong Yang was taken aback, asking in surprise, "What do you mean?" "I will help you earn a net profit of 300 million. As long as I can generate an actual additional profit of 300 million for you, I will have met your expectations. How about that?" Kong Tiancheng said with a smile. "The 300 million I speak of excludes the 100 million principal invested in Xinbai. Disregarding bank liabilities and fixed assets like real estate, it is purely an additional profit." "Good. You said it." Kong Yang immediately became enthusiastic. "Of course." Kong Tiancheng maintained his smile, his words sincere. "However, there are certain decisions for which you must heed my arrangements. Moreover, once that 300 million is secured, 100 million must be entrusted to me for management." Kong Yang pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Fine. As long as you can truly help me earn that 300 million, you can manage that 100 million. A father is a father, and oneself is oneself. The two must not be conflated. Requesting funds from a father and reallocating resources from one's own enterprise are entirely separate matters. The Hong Kong Jockey Club, a non-profit organization, is dedicated to the operation of horse racing and the Mark VI lottery, providing sports and gaming entertainment services. The club has been authorized by the Hong Kong government to exclusively manage local horse racing affairs and is also a significant charitable organization, with annual donations ranking just below Tonghua Group of hospitals and the Community Chest. Furthermore, it offers dining, leisure, and social services to approximately 20,000 members. A statistic from 2023. In 1978, however, the total membership was fewer than 3,000, with Chinese members being particularly scarce. Yet, given the status and prestige of the Kong family, entry into this club posed no obstacles. Kong Tiancheng remained closely by his father's side, keenly observing and quietly assimilating the unique rules of this era. Though he was a reborn individual with wealth, this was still the Hong Kong of 1978, an environment starkly different from the future. At present, Xunbai is 51 years old, having just been appointed chairman of HSBC last year, a position he will hold until his retirement in 1987. Under his leadership, HSBC has seen rapid profit growth and an expansion of its business landscape to historic heights. This year, Xunbai coincidentally turns 51. Since taking office, he has indeed propelled the comprehensive expansion of HSBC's business, with a critical aspect being his open attitude towards Chinese capital. In his view, the core value is encapsulated in 2 words, profit. Whether it is Chinese capital or British-backed enterprises, as long as they can yield substantial returns for HSBC, they are worthy partners. In practical terms, Xunbai has objectively accelerated the rise of Chinese consortiums. In 1979, he sold all ordinary shares of the British-backed Hutchison Whampoa held by HSBC for 20 million Hong Kong dollars. In 1980, he utilized 2 billion Hong Kong dollars to assist the king of chartering in seizing control of the Kowloon warehouse, subsequently inviting Chinese elites such as Li Ka-shing and Deng Lianru into the HSBC boardroom. Last year, shortly after taking office, Xunbai began engaging with numerous Chinese business figures. Thus, when Kong Yang extended an olive branch, he did not refuse. Aside from watching horse races, the group gathered to enjoy light refreshments and casual conversation. This Western elder spoke Mandarin quite fluently. As everyone settled into converse, Kong Yang produced a booklet crafted entirely of pure gold, smiling as he presented it. Mr. Shun. A token of my esteem. Gold. Shunbai's eyelids twitched, just from Kong Yang's solemn demeanor. He could tell that this item was of extraordinary value and evidently cost a significant amount. He feigned reluctance, saying, Mr. Kong, such a precious gift, I truly cannot accept. Uncle Shun. Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly, speaking slowly in English. Indiana, our Chinese culture, there is an old saying. Within books lie the beauty of a jade-like visage. And within books lie houses of gold. What my father presents to you is not merely gold itself, but a form of spiritual encouragement and self-motivation. This phrase was deliberately translated into English to ensure that this Western elder grasped its deeper significance. Oh, Shinbai looked at Kong Tiancheng with mild surprise. What kind of spiritual encouragement? To read more. Kong Tiancheng smiled, explaining, this book is titled Analects. I trust Mr. Shun is not unfamiliar with it. Our surname is Kong, and our ancestor is Confucius. This Analects embodies the wisdom of our sages. If there is an opportunity, we sincerely hope Mr. Shun will delve into this classic text. The Analects consists of 20 chapters and 492 sections, totaling approximately 16,000 words. Due to the time constraints, imprinting the entire content onto the booklet proved challenging. As such, only the chapter Shui Air was included. However, even that single chapter is already more than sufficient. Shinbai's interest was piqued. As he reached out to take the booklet, he noticed its considerable weight. This book, indeed, felt rather substantial. He then opened the Analects and casually flipped through a few pages, his pupils suddenly constricting as he discovered a check concealed within. The moment his gaze fell upon that slip of paper, he could not help but swallow hard. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. A staggering 100 million. A check issued by a Swiss bank. In an instant, Shinbai was nearly overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation as though struck by a heavy blow. With trembling hands, he gently closed the book's pages, suppressing his excitement, and smiled as he remarked, this gift is indeed precious. I am most satisfied. He had only assumed the role of chairman at HSBC the previous year. To be candid, numerous Chinese capitalists had crossed his path, and the stream of gift givers was incessant. Yet most were utterly inconsequential in his eyes. They simply lacked the stature to present him with offerings. Conversely, those of true stature had never been so lavish. He had enjoyed a deep friendship with the shipping magnate for many years. Even the gifts from Li Ka-shing had never exceeded the 10 million mark. Who would have thought that Kong Yang would make such a remarkable gesture? 100 million. This friend must be cultivated deeply. At that moment, Shinbai shifted his tone and directly broached the subject. Yang, do you require a loan? As the words left his lips, Kong Yang immediately straightened his posture and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Mr. Shun. My current project urgently requires a substantial amount of funding, and I hope to secure a loan from HSBC. How much? Shinbai inquired. 1.5 billion. Kong Yang declared without hesitation. 1.5 billion. When applying for a loan from the bank, one must not speak recklessly. In Kong Yang's case, a gift of 100 million was acceptable, but requesting a loan of 3 billion would be absurd, considering his own assets. Should he abscond with the funds, the consequences would be dire. If trouble were to arise, Shinbai's position would be at risk, and that 100 million might never be truly secured. Thus, the loan amount must be reasonable. 1.5 billion roughly corresponded to Kong Yang's current net worth. Years ago, Li Ka-shing had managed to acquire Heiresses Whampoa at a bargain price because he had previously triumphed in the Kowloon warehouse battle, which had showcased his formidable profitability, leading Shinbai to believe that he could revitalize Heiresses Whampoa, inflate its stock price, and yield profits for HSBC. As for why he readily approved 20 billion for the shipping magnate, it was due to their long-standing friendship and the fact that the shipping magnate's wealth had indeed surpassed 100 billion, even 20 billion, let alone 50 billion, would adequately cover the risks involved. Chapter 6, Profitable Ventures. 1.5 billion is impossible. I can approve 1 billion, Shinbai replied decisively. Very well. Then 1 billion it is. Kong Yang accepted immediately, offering no further contention. Shinbai smiled and added, regarding interest rates, I will arrange a low-interest loan for you, with a term of 5 years. Excellent. Kong Yang nodded swiftly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Shun. No need for thanks. We are merely supporting one another. Shinbai said with a smile as he shook hands with Kong Yang, then added meaningfully, I truly enjoy this book. Beside them, Kong Tiancheng chimed in with a grin. The Analects encompasses far more than just this section. What you currently hold is merely the chapter on Shui Air. The entire work consists of 20 chapters and 492 sections. In addition to classics such as the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, the Book of Rites, the Book of Music, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. If Uncle Shun is interested, we shall gradually present the complete set of classics. I eagerly anticipate it, Shinbai replied. fully understanding the implications of Kong Tiancheng's words. From this point forward, their exchanges would undoubtedly become increasingly frequent. After spending some time, the two parties finalized the cooperation details with HSBC, focusing on the core elements of loan amount, interest rate, and term. Shin Bai's reliability in this regard was commendable. Once he accepted the funds, he would undoubtedly honor his commitments. With Kong Tiancheng's assistance, Kong Yang began to eagerly and swiftly acquire shares in Kowloon Warehouse. His original plan involved utilizing 100 million in funds for a self-acquisition or borrowing 300 million from HSBC to gradually increase his stake, hoping to eventually secure Kowloon Warehouse. However, now, with 10 billion in capital at his disposal, Kong Yang's confidence and chances of success had significantly increased. Of course, this was merely Kong Yang's optimistic estimation. Kong Tiancheng was acutely aware that attempting to fully acquire Kowloon Warehouse with just 10 billion was nearly impossible. The shipping magnate had prepared over 40 billion in funds to seize Kowloon Warehouse. Especially in the final heated stages, he had even borrowed 20 billion directly from HSBC. In comparison, their own 10 billion was hardly a match. While initially, it might have been feasible to quietly accumulate shares, once the decisive confrontation arrived, their financial power would be insufficient. Moreover, there was the disruptor Li Ka-shing to consider. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse was destined to soar. At present, it seemed possible to acquire it, but once the stock price surged to $100 per share, it would become impossible to take over. Achieving a 20% stake would already be the limit. At that point, selling to the shipping magnate would yield a profit of at least 3 to 5 billion. They could then emulate Li Ka-shing's approach, launching a full-scale assault to acquire Hutchison Whampoa. As for whether Li Ka-shing could rise to prominence, that was his own affair. For now, the Kong family needed to demonstrate their own profitability. Sunshine Group, Kong Yang's office. Boss, as of now, we hold 6 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse. Tang Ning reported swiftly. Shall we continue to increase our holdings? What is the current stock price? Kong Yang inquired. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse has risen to $132 per share. Tang Ning immediately responded. It is expected to rise further today. Kong Yang furrowed his brow and could not help but ask. Yesterday it was still 118. How did it rise so quickly? Dad. Kong Tiancheng interjected. We purchased 5 million shares, and the market is not foolish. Fluctuations are entirely normal. If there were no reaction, that would be unusual. Kong Yang remained somewhat concerned. I wonder if our funds can withstand this. I think we should pause for a moment and wait for the market to cool down before taking action. Dad. Kong Tiancheng smiled. His tone relaxed. I believe we cannot stop. We must continue. I am now even more worried about another issue. What issue? Kong Yang asked, taken aback. Kong Tiancheng's expression became serious. The stock price of Kowloon Warehouse is severely misaligned with its market position. We can see this issue, and you can see it too. However, we cannot be certain if there are others who have also noticed this. Kong Yang instantly understood, frowning as he said. Are you suggesting that other capital might already be eyeing Kowloon Warehouse? They might be quietly acquiring shares, which is driving up the stock price. It is entirely possible. Kong Tiancheng nodded. That is why we must not stop. The more we are in this situation, the more we must accelerate our acquisitions. Then, Kong Yang hesitated. Are we not at a disadvantage? We would be chasing after inflated prices? Dad, there is no need to worry at all. Kong Tiancheng smiled, regardless of the outcome. We will not incur losses. Even if we cannot secure Kowloon Warehouse, we can still make a profit by selling the shares we hold. Moreover, I firmly believe that there will be larger capital willing to take over Kowloon Warehouse. In any case, the more shares we hold in Kowloon Warehouse, the better. Kong Tiancheng turned to Tang Ning. Assistant Tang, continue to monitor closely. If the stock price continues to rise tomorrow, we must be prepared for a large-scale increase in holdings. Tang Ning paused for a moment, glancing at Kong Yang. Kong Yang slowly nodded. Listen to Ah Chung. Prepare for a substantial acquisition. 5 million shares. This was no small sum. The Kong family's holdings in Kowloon Warehouse had now reached 9%. Having secured nearly 10% of the shares without triggering a substantial increase in stock price, the Kong family's operation could be deemed extremely prudent and discreet. Yet even so, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price still experienced slight, but noticeable fluctuations. Kong Tiancheng's greatest concern was that Li Ka-shing might also intervene in this competition. Undoubtedly, once he entered the fray, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse would be swiftly driven upward. If that moment truly arrives, we must make a decisive and immediate move to engage in a large-scale purchasing spree. There can be no hesitation. In comparison to his father, Kong Tiancheng possesses the prophetic advantage bestowed by his rebirth. He is acutely aware that with the current billion in family funds, it is utterly impossible to absorb the entire wharf holdings. Only with a capital of 5 billion can such an endeavor be feasible. Should the second oil crisis erupt, the operation would become significantly simpler, merely requiring the manipulation of futures and leverage, allowing the family assets to multiply several times over, even into the hundreds. However, the most pressing issue at hand is that the second oil crisis has yet to occur. With the limited funds at their disposal, a complete acquisition seems nearly impossible. Though Kong Yang harbors a glimmer of hope, Kong Tiancheng deems such fantasies utterly futile. If it cannot be secured, it simply cannot be secured. Even covert actions would be of no avail. Moreover, there is still the ever-watchful Li Ka-shing lurking outside. The stock price of Wharf Holdings continues to ascend, now reaching $15 per share. Nevertheless, Jardine Matheson has yet to garner sufficient attention. To date, while the stock price has risen, it remains significantly below the company's actual valuation, merely fluctuating by a few dollars. Yet, to Kong Tiancheng, this surge appears alarmingly rapid. He promptly concludes, without a doubt, Li Ka-shing has entered the fray to stir up trouble. Henceforth, Wharf Holdings stock price is bound to witness a dramatic surge. Boss, shall we continue to buy tomorrow? Tang Ning inquires, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Kong Tiancheng. She has long sensed that, despite Kong Yang ostensibly being at the helm, Kong Tiancheng's voice carries equal weight. Buy? Kong Tiancheng commands decisively, do not hesitate. The current stock price is $15 a share, which is still far below Wharf Holdings' true value. Father, do not waver. Let us invest all available funds. Buy? Kong Yang concurs. Regardless, this investment will not incur losses. After Tang Ning departs the office, Kong Tiancheng slowly speaks. Father, we must prepare for contingencies. Kong Yang looks at his son. Speak. First, if we can successfully acquire Wharf Holdings, that would be ideal. However, I believe the likelihood is exceedingly low. I anticipate that other capital will undoubtedly enter to disrupt our efforts. Once the stock price exceeds $50, we must resolutely abandon the acquisition plan. Kong Yang nods. Understood. Second, we should proactively seek potential buyers. Even if we ultimately fail in our acquisition, we will still hold a substantial amount of shares. These equities can be liquidated at a premium. We need to identify a willing buyer with significant capital. I believe the shipping magnate is the most suitable candidate, though others may also be considered. Kong Yang nods again, agreed. Third, we must have a fallback plan. Kong Tiancheng smiles slightly, speaking with calm assurance. Once we have turned a profit, we will send a copy of the Analects to Shunbai and negotiate for the shares of Hutchison Whampoa held by HSBC, thereby acquiring Jardine Matheson. Kong Yang is momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, acquire Jardine Matheson? Yes. We must negotiate at the lowest possible price. I am confident that Shunbai will be amenable to our proposal. Kong Tiancheng smiles nonchalantly. We are businessmen, pursuing profit and return. Even if we lose Wharf Holdings, we have alternative paths to explore. Although Jardine Matheson faced a collapse, it still holds immense potential for appreciation, making it entirely worth our while. Kong Yang inhales deeply, finding his son somewhat unfamiliar. Such profound strategizing is remarkably perceptive. He gazes at Kong Tiancheng, solemnly stating, understood. 2 days later, the stock price of Wharf Holdings suddenly leaps to $18 per share and continues to rise. CK Hutchison Holdings. What? Li Ka-shing's gaze sharpens as he stares at the documents on the table, incredulity washing over him. Is someone else acquiring shares of Wharf Holdings? Indeed. His secretary, Hong Xiaolian, promptly responds. It appears that Sunlight Group is taking action. Li Ka-shing falls silent for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly assesses the situation. He then decisively commands, continue buying. In truth, Li Ka-shing has long recognized the intrinsic value of Wharf Holdings. However, when it comes to executing his strategy, he requires time to mobilize funds. Previously, he had allocated a substantial amount of liquid assets across multiple projects and now finds himself in a cash-strapped predicament. In contrast, the Kong family enjoys ample cash flow and swift action. By the time Li Ka-shing secures his financing, Kong Yang has already made significant inroads, seizing the advantage. At this juncture, the Kong family controls 7 million shares of Wharf Holdings, amounting to a 12.6 stake, while Li Ka-shing has just begun to accumulate steadily. Even so, he remains confident. The current stock price is still low and does not reflect Wharf Holdings' true value. Entering the market now presents a stable opportunity for profit. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Kong family would not only enter the fray, but would do so with such rapidity, clearly intent on securing their goal. It is no longer realistic to monopolize Wharf Holdings, but as the stock price rises, even a final sale of their holdings would yield substantial profits. Li Ka-shing looks up at Hong Xiaolian, swiftly instructing, contact Mr. Kong Yang immediately. Hong Xiaolian nods in agreement. Understood. Wait. Li Ka-shing suddenly raises his hand to halt her, his tone shifting to calm. Do not make contact just yet. Let us observe the situation a while longer. As the future wealthiest individual in Asia, he quickly clarifies his thoughts. He seeks profit, and the Kong family likely shares the same objective. Collaborating is indeed a wise strategy. However, he is also aware that his current leverage is limited, and he lacks sufficient bargaining power. It would be more prudent to continue increasing his holdings to enhance his negotiating position. Should the situation become unfavorable, he could easily sell his shares to the Kong family at a premium. Thus, as the Kong family continues to buy in, Li Ka-shing also follows suit. If the Kong family were to remain inactive, Li Ka-shing would not rashly enter the market in large quantities. He would simply seek to quietly accumulate during the low-price phase to avoid alerting Jardine Matheson. Nevertheless, the situation ultimately raises alarm bells at Jardine Matheson. On one side is the Kong family, and on the other is Li Ka-shing, with their combined holdings nearing 20%. Consequently, the stock price of Wharf Holdings surges dramatically, skyrocketing from $18 to $28. Even if Jardine Matheson reacts slowly, they quickly realize that someone is covertly targeting Wharf Holdings. Their senior executive, Newbie, promptly mobilizes capital and urgently initiates a defensive strategy. In a single night, the stock price of Wharf Holdings is driven up to $38 per share. Sunlight Group. Tang Ning reports the latest developments with a grave expression, prompting Kong Yang to take a deep breath and respond solemnly, "I understand." He then turns to his son. "Kong Tiancheng, what are your thoughts?" "Continue buying." Kong Tiancheng replies without hesitation. "Invest as much as possible. There is no need for hesitation." Even if the price rises to $38, it remains far below Wharf Holdings' actual value. Chapter 7. Acquiring Wharf Holdings. Kong Yang nods. Then turns to Tang Ning. "Proceed as he suggests. Invest all available funds." Tang Ning swiftly acknowledges and departs to execute the order. Kong Tiancheng looks at his father and then asks, "Dad, have we made contact with the shipping magnate?" "We have reached out and scheduled a meeting. However, he is currently in the UK and cannot return to Hong Kong at the moment." Kong Yang smiles slightly, stating, "In my view, we need not rush. Currently, we hold only 18% of Wharf Holdings, which is still a long way from our target." Kong Tiancheng licks his lips and replies with a smile, "What did Shunbai say?" "I have arranged to meet him at the racetrack. We chatted briefly, and I mentioned our interest in acquiring Hutchison." Shunbai did not respond directly, only stating that everything must be determined by our capabilities. Kong Yang continued, "I suspect he is also worried that if the Kong family incurs losses and HSBC cannot recover its loans, he himself will be held accountable, jeopardizing his position. He is not in a rush. His primary concern now is how much profit we can actually make." Kong Tiancheng nodded in agreement and added with a smile, "Let us just focus on stabilizing our discussions for now. As for the second edition of the Analects, it must be crafted with greater finesse. Avoiding the heaviness of the last version, the emphasis should be on quality rather than gold." I understand. Kong Yang laughed heartily. At that moment, Tang Ning gently tapped on the office door and politely announced, "Boss, young Master Chung, Li Ka-shing wishes to meet with you." "He wants to see me?" Kong Yang replied, slightly surprised. Kong Tiancheng, however, perked up with curiosity. "Li Ka-shing? This could be interesting. Father, it wouldn't hurt to meet him." After all, this was his first time encountering Li Ka-shing in person. In his previous life, although Kong Tiancheng had seen him numerous times in videos, face-to-face interaction was a novel experience. Unlike the lean figure he would see decades later, the current Li Ka-shing was in his prime at 50 years old. Remarkably, Kong's father appeared a decade younger. The two parties agreed to meet at the Jockey Club, where after some pleasantries, Kong Yang addressed Li Ka-shing with a smile. "What brings you to seek my company so suddenly?" Li Ka-shing responded with a calm smile, leisurely stating, "Mr. Kong, your recent maneuvers have been quite impressive. Particularly your acquisition of the Wharf Holdings, which is indeed remarkable. Coincidentally, I have a business matter I wish to discuss with you in detail." "Oh, what would that be?" Kong Yang inquired, lifting his teacup and watching Li Ka-shing with a smile. Despite being 10 years younger than Li Ka-shing, Kong Yang's experiences were no less substantial. Since the age of 12, he had been embroiled in the smuggling of penicillin, navigating through numerous trials and tribulations, which had equipped him with considerable acumen. "I currently hold 5% of Wharf Holdings," Li Ka-shing stated slowly, "and I wonder if Mr. Kong would be interested in acquiring it." 5% of Wharf Holdings? Kong Tiancheng's eyelids twitched at this revelation. This moment diverged from the original historical trajectory, according to the previous timeline. Li Ka-shing should have already controlled at least 15% of the shares by now. However, in this temporal context, he had not had the opportunity to amass such a large stake. After all, Kong Yang had been well prepared, mobilizing 10 billion in funds to swiftly enter the market and acquire a substantial amount of shares. By the time Li Ka-shing intended to intervene, he found that the stock price had already been significantly inflated by Kong Yang, leaving him unable to secure more shares. Given this situation, it would be prudent to take what he could get. Selling this 5% would not lead to a loss. Originally, he had intended to sell to the shipping magnate, but such a small stake might not even catch the latter's interest. It would be far more secure and advantageous to sell it to Kong Yang. Thus, the scenario in which Li Ka-shing sold to the shipping magnate for a profit of hundreds of millions could not be replicated in this timeline. The shares in his possession were too few. The real power had already been absorbed by Kong Yang. Should this 5% ultimately fall into the hands of Sunshine Group, their stake in Wharf Holdings would rise to 23%, whereas Jardine Matheson would hold merely 33%, leaving only a 10% gap between them. With sufficient capital, surpassing Jardine was not a far-fetched dream. At this moment, Li Ka-shing could not help but wonder, from where did Kong Yang muster such formidable capital to acquire such a vast quantity of shares? Until he could discern the details of Kong Yang's operations, he found it difficult to ascertain whether this move was aimed at inflating stock prices for short-term profit or if there were genuine ambitions to take over Wharf Holdings. After all, it seemed the Kong family indeed possessed such capability. This negotiation was essentially a test of waters. Li Ka-shing opened with an exorbitant price, demanding a staggering $200 million for the 5% stake in Wharf Holdings. Naturally, Kong Yang could not accept such terms. That is utterly preposterous, he exclaimed. $200 million is out of the question. I am willing to offer a maximum of $100 million. Thus, both parties found themselves at an impasse. For Li Ka-shing, even if they settled at $100 million, the profit margin would be minimal, perhaps only $20 to $30 million at best. The price could only be incrementally negotiated upwards, starting from $100 million. Ultimately, the final transaction price was agreed upon at $150 million. The negotiations concluded, and Kong Yang and Li Ka-shing swiftly signed the agreement. Kong Tiancheng merely observed the proceedings quietly. His father was far more experienced than he, and there was no need for him to intervene. He glanced at Li Ka-shing once more, feeling satisfied. However, Kong Yang shook his head gently. The current stock price of Wharf Holdings stood at 56 yuan per share, but in reality, it would later soar to 108 yuan. The competition between the shipping magnate and Jardine Matheson had reached a fever pitch. At that time, this 5% stake held by Li Ka-shing would undoubtedly be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Not to mention $200 million. Even $300 million would likely be eagerly accepted by the other party. Unfortunately, the old Li was still too hasty. Otherwise, he could have earned nearly an additional $100 million in profit. Immediately following this, Kong Yang announced to the media that Sunshine Group had acquired 23% of Wharf Holdings and boldly proclaimed their intention to take control. Once the news broke, the discourse in Hong Kong erupted in a frenzy. Individuals from all walks of life were astonished. After all, Wharf Holdings was a cornerstone of Jardine Matheson. Kong Yang's acquisition marked the first time Chinese capital had directly challenged the dominance of British financial conglomerates. Jardine Matheson swiftly retaliated, increasing their stock buyback efforts. The market value of Wharf Holdings skyrocketed overnight. For Jardine, they had never anticipated that anyone would dare to shake their century-old foundation. They were Jardine Matheson, a name synonymous with history. Century implied that they had established themselves in the Far East while the Qing dynasty still existed. Having weathered countless storms and faced numerous challenges, they had never been pushed to the brink as they were today by Chinese capital. Such a scenario had been unthinkable before World War II and deemed impossible after it. Yet, here was someone standing up, brazenly challenging Jardine, and targeting control of Wharf Holdings. At this moment, the stock price had surged to 60 yuan per share and continued to climb. Niu Bijiang's face flushed red as he vowed repeatedly at the board meeting to defend Wharf Holdings at all costs, vowing to protect it against the encroachment of Chinese capital. Meanwhile, Kong Yang displayed an unprecedented determination. We must completely consume Wharf Holdings. In response to reporters' inquiries, Kong Yang calmly stated, I fail to understand why my acquisition of Wharf Holdings is deemed an act of hubris. Is it merely because I am Chinese? Because you believe my strength is insufficient? On the contrary, I assert that the issue lies within Jardine Matheson itself. Why did they fail to recognize that Wharf Holdings stock price was consistently undervalued? Why did they not realize their own strategic missteps in a timely manner? Weakness and ignorance are not the greatest threats to survival. The true enemy is arrogance. We will continue to increase our investments. Victory is imperative. While addressing the media, Kong Yang did not pause in his actions, swiftly increasing his stake in Wharf Holdings to 25%. Jardine Matheson was equally resolute, ramping up their purchases. The stock price of Wharf Holdings steadily rose, reaching 78 yuan per share. In fact, the Kong family's funds were nearly depleted. Of the 10 billion borrowed from HSBC, 9 billion had already been invested in the battle, leaving Kong Yang with just 1 billion available. It could be said that the Kong family had essentially lost the capacity to continue acquiring shares. Meanwhile, Shunbai personally sought out Kong Yang. The Jardine Matheson Group ultimately approached Shunbai, hoping he could persuade Kong Yang to abandon his acquisition plans for the Kowloon warehouse. Having just assumed the position of chairman of HSBC last year, Shunbai's influence was still burgeoning. Thus he felt compelled to engage in a detailed discussion with Kong Yang. However, Kong Tiancheng's objectives had already been achieved. The Kowloon warehouse was of substantial size, and they were simply unable to take over the entirety of it. However, Divesting their shares at a premium was quite without question. The Ship King had also returned to Hong Kong and formally extended an invitation to the father and son. The Ship King and Li Ka-shing did not belong to the same faction. The Ship King hailed from the Ningbo gang, with origins in Ningbo. While Li Ka-shing was a native of Chaos Han, their backgrounds starkly different. The delineation of their respective powers was clear-cut, with no allegiance to one another. As for the Kong family, their ancestral roots lay in Shandong. Although they shared a bloodline with Confucius, by this generation, that aura had long since faded. Yet, should one truly consider it, once wealth and status reached their zenith, that identity could again become a rare symbol of capital. In contrast, the Ship King appeared to exude more of a prosperous demeanor than Li Ka-shing. Ayong, please take a seat. The Ship King gestured with a hand, his face radiant with a smile. You have been quite the sensation lately, aiming to swallow the Kowloon warehouse whole. The entire Jardine Matheson group is in turmoil because of you. If you can keep the foreigners awake at night, then I am thoroughly satisfied. Kong Yang smiled serenely, locking eyes with the Ship King. In business, one must speak of business. I have a transaction I wish to discuss with you. The Ship King's gaze flickered with interest. Oh, what business do you have, Ayong? Nothing other than the Kowloon warehouse, Kong Yang began slowly. I intend to transfer all the shares I hold in the Kowloon warehouse to you. Might I inquire if the Ship King has any interest in taking over? I currently control 25% of the equity in the Kowloon warehouse. I wonder if this stake is sufficient to pique your interest? Upon hearing this, the Ship King's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but whisper, you truly dare to let go. In the 1970s, the Kowloon Warehouse Group successively acquired Harbor Enterprises Limited, Hong Kong Tramways Limited, and Star Ferry Limited. Additionally, the Kowloon Warehouse itself possessed vast dock assets, and with the support of the Hong Kong government. The original first pier was transformed into a 4-story maritime building, becoming a rare composite structure that integrated a commercial center with a cruise terminal. In 1965, part of the dock land was developed into the Marco Polo Hong Kong Hotel and the Maritime Theater. Entering the 1970s, with the opening of the Kwai Chung Container Terminal, the Kowloon Warehouse gradually lost its dominant position, leading to the demolition and redevelopment of its original site into the Harbor City complex encompassing office buildings, hotels, and shopping centers. It can be said that the actual value of the Kowloon Warehouse had long surpassed 10 billion. For the Ship King, what attracted him even more was its future strategic potential. I am well aware of my limitations and cannot single-handedly acquire the Kowloon Warehouse, Kong Yang smiled. I simply wonder if the Ship King would be willing to take on this endeavor. Chapter 8. This time it's another billion. The Ship King scrutinized him. Then name your price. Kong Yang chuckled softly and replied, based on current market valuations, I could demand 23 billion. Pausing for effect, he continued, however, if the Ship King takes over, I am willing to settle for 20 billion. Upon hearing this, the Ship King's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of amusement as he replied leisurely, Ayong, do you not think your asking price is rather steep? I am merely estimating according to market conditions. Kong Yang maintained his smile. Ship King, 20 billion is already a fair market price. However, the Ship King's tone darkened. The current stock price of the Kowloon Warehouse is the result of your collusion with Jardine Matheson to inflate it. The capital you used for the acquisition was likely no more than 10 billion, and you are already seeking to double your profits. This seems rather excessive, does it not? Furthermore, he adjusted his posture, reclining languidly against the chair. Why must I be compelled to acquire the Kowloon Warehouse? Kong Yang's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing subtly. Just as he was about to respond, Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Ship King, if you speak in such a manner, we are quite indifferent. Regarding the Kowloon Warehouse Group, we have only two paths to pursue. Either make a substantial profit or earn a slightly lesser amount. At this juncture, Kong Tiancheng spread his hands, his demeanor unflustered. Should the Ship King decline, we still have options. One is to liquidate our holdings. The other is to sell to Jardine Matheson. The Ship King narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. If substantial profits are unattainable, then I shall settle for minor gains. Kong Tiancheng spoke methodically. The optimal strategy is merely to partially liquidate and partially transfer to the Kowloon Warehouse. However, once the Kowloon Warehouse falls into the hands of Jardine Matheson, it will be exceedingly difficult for the Ship King to stake a claim. The Ship King's gaze bore heavily upon Kong Tiancheng's face. Are you so certain that I am intent on acquiring the Kowloon Warehouse Group? Kong Tiancheng merely responded with a smile. Ship King, I dare say your shipping business has not been thriving of late, has it? The Ship King looked at him, somewhat surprised, while Kong Tiancheng continued unhurriedly. Since 1973, global oil prices have skyrocketed, and transportation costs have surged. From my perspective, your profits have likely diminished significantly. The times have changed, Kong Tiancheng stated slowly. The Kowloon Wharf is capable of handling vast quantities of cargo solely due to its unique geographical positioning. However, I believe it won't be long before policies on the mainland undergo a seismic transformation. One day, The mainland will replace Hong Kong as the shipping hub. At that time, Ship King, will you still be able to maintain your status? The Ship King fell silent. This was precisely the question he had been contemplating for some time. Not long ago, he had personally traveled to the capital. He understood full well that the rise of his shipping empire was predicated on Hong Kong's unique role during a particular historical phase. Asia required such a transshipment hub. However, once the mainland fully opened up, the historical luster of Hong Kong would inevitably fade. Deep down, the Ship King had already begun to entertain thoughts of abandoning the ship for land. Kong Tiancheng continued, the risks you face are considerable. First, no one can ascertain whether oil prices will soar again. Second, the replacement of Hong Kong's shipping by the mainland is merely a matter of time. At this moment, I believe the Ship King's most prudent course of action would be to decisively transition to land. The Ship King regarded Kong Tiancheng with keen interest. Then, in your opinion, how should I proceed? The Kowloon warehouse is the perfect stepping stone. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly. The opportunity is right before you. I truly cannot fathom why the Ship King would refuse. This line of reasoning was entirely from the Ship King's perspective. For us, it is merely a question of earning more or less, Kong Tiancheng remarked nonchalantly. But for the Ship King, this represents a crucial step in transformation. How to choose? The Ship King may weigh on his own. 20 billion is beyond my means. The Ship King mused for a moment before speaking. I can only offer 18 billion. 18 billion? This figure exceeded the psychological expectations of both father and son. In reality, neither Kong Tiancheng nor Kong Yang had anticipated anything beyond 15 billion. 18 billion. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Kong Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Agreed. But I recall that the Ship King still holds a portion of shares in Hutchison Whampoa. 18 billion. Plus this shareholding. How does that sound? The Ship King pondered briefly, then decisively nodded. Very well, it is settled. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Kong Tiancheng, then smiled. Ah Yang, your son is truly remarkable. Too kind, too kind. Kong Yang feigned modesty, yet the pride in his gaze towards his son was unmistakable. Having such a son certainly alleviated much of his worries. This time, they netted 18 billion. Having initially invested only 9 billion. The rate of return soared to an astounding 200%. Recalling earlier conversations, Kong Tiancheng had once mentioned that as long as he earned 300 million, he could drop out of school. Now, not only had he achieved that goal, but he had also secured an impressive 18 billion, along with shares in Hutchison Whampoa from the shipping magnate. The profits were at least 3 times the original target. Such an accomplishment would surely fill any father with pride. And it was inconceivable that his own father would feel otherwise. As a few individuals gathered to savor tea, Kong Tiancheng found himself less engaged in the discussions. His mind was solely preoccupied with the urgent task of acquiring shares in Hutchison Whampoa from HSBC. Historically, Li Ka-shing had managed to take control of Hutchison Whampoa, valued at nearly 60 to 70 billion, with a mere 20 million. In any case, he could not allow his father to fall behind Li Ka-shing. As dinner concluded, Kong Yang spoke with enthusiasm. Son, it's finally done. 18 billion, no. 800 million Hong Kong dollars secured. What a substantial profit. I beg to differ, Kong Tiancheng replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he glanced at his father. In my view, we are still far from our goal. Far from it. Kong Yang looked at him in confusion. Kong Tiancheng shrugged and chuckled. Compared to the shipping magnate's vision, we are still lacking. If we had sufficient funds, we could easily swallow up the Kowloon Warehouse Group, a colossal entity worth over 100 billion. Kong Yang sighed lightly. If only we had a decade's head start. I would be no less than the shipping magnate. Opportunities abound. Kong Tiancheng asserted confidently, looking at his father. Dad, I believe the policies in mainland China will inevitably change, and the tide of American capital will recede. This is our opportunity. If we seize it, we will truly become titans in Hong Kong. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Kong Yang's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a pivotal moment for the rise of Chinese capital. The immediate task is to discuss matters with Shun Bai once more. Kong Tiancheng's thoughts were clear. Dad, with this 800 million in hand, let us not squander it. We should directly allocate 100 million to Shun Bai. Give it to Shun Bai? Kong Yang inhaled deeply, feeling a pang in his heart, yet resolute. He nodded. The second copy of the Analects is ready. When shall we set off? The sooner, the better. After a brief moment of contemplation, Kong Tiancheng smiled and suggested, how about tomorrow? Kong Yang agreed. All right, tomorrow it is. At the Jockey Club, Shun Bai was engrossed in perusing the Analects in his hands. This second volume, on governance, expounded upon the wisdom of statecraft. He softly recited, governance through virtue is like the North Star, which dwells in its place while all other stars revolve around it. Beside him, Kong Tiancheng smiled and explained, it means that governing with virtue is akin to the North Star at the center, with all other stars naturally orbiting around it. Oh, Shun Bai looked up with a smile, intrigued. Did Confucius know about the North Star in his time? This truly illustrates the profound depth of Chinese culture. Kong Tiancheng responded with a smile. Uncle Shun, do you enjoy this book? Shin Bai's gaze fell upon the check tucked within the pages, the long string of zeros causing him to swallow hard. Goodness, this is exceedingly generous. Last time it was 100 million, and now another 100 million. He exhaled slowly and inquired, did you sell the Kowloon Warehouse shares to the shipping magnate? Knowing when to withdraw, Kong Yang chuckled lightly. We lacked the strength to fully acquire the Kowloon Warehouse, so passing it on to the shipping magnate was the wisest choice. We made a considerable profit. But our primary focus remains on acquiring shares in Hutchison Whampoa. Shin Bai quickly weighed his options. Another 100 million was on the way. Clearly, Kong Yang had garnered substantial profits this round. To be frank, his greatest concern was that the money invested would lead to significant losses, leaving Kong Yang unable to repay HSBC, which would directly impact his own standing. Yet, within just 2 or 3 months, the profits had surged so rapidly, alleviating many of his worries about their earning potential. Shun Bai had his priorities. First, to ensure the stability of HSBC's operations. Second, to secure a share of the profits while the bank expanded. Many coveted the shares held by HSBC, including Li Ka-shing, although Li had offered considerable benefits. Kong Yang's recent 200 million showed far more sincerity. In a matter of months, they had reaped 800 million in profits, coupled with the Kong family's existing foundation. Shin Bai was confident that a partnership with the Kong family would not only propel HSBC's industry further, but also accumulate a substantial fortune for himself. Why not? Here was 100 million, and there was another 100 million. Who could delineate which was honest and which was not? Shin Bai chuckled lightly, extending his hand to Kong Yang with a smile. HSBC firmly believes that the Yang Group will undoubtedly rejuvenate Hutchison Whampoa. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Shun. Kong Yang grasped his hand, his tone sincere. At this juncture, the situation was set. A smile graced Kong Tiancheng's face, clearly pleased with the efficacy of this financial maneuver. After all, 200 million had been invested. The specific terms of cooperation would require detailed discussions. But the overarching principle was clear. The price for acquiring Hutchison Whampoa must not exceed historical precedents. According to the original trajectory, Li Ka-shing had purchased it for $24 million, and they could not exceed that threshold. After Kong Yang and Shun Bai reached a preliminary agreement, the next step was for both teams to engage in in-depth negotiations. Kong Tiancheng would personally participate in the entire negotiation process, treating it as an opportunity to familiarize himself with the commercial rules of this era. Dad, here is our contract. Please review it. If there are no issues, we shall prepare to transfer the funds. Kong Tiancheng chuckled, casually handing the contract to his father. 71 Hong Kong dollars per share? Kong Yang gasped in astonishment. Is this price not exceedingly low? Kong Tiancheng shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. Currently, we need to pay $24 million for the first phase. But we only need to pay 20% upfront, which amounts to $480,000, roughly 60 million Hong Kong dollars. Thereafter, we will repay HSBC a portion of the principal and interest annually. Overall, this first expenditure is merely this amount. As he spoke, he pushed the contract back towards Kong Yang, smiling. Dad, sign it, and Hutchison Whampoa will truly belong to us. Kong Yang still found it hard to believe. I still feel as though this is all a dream. Despite his words, he quickly took the pen and signed his name on the contract. Chapter 9. Timing, Location, and Human Harmony. Kong Tiancheng leisurely sipped his tea before speaking. Dad, we must understand that now is the time when timing, location, and human harmony are all aligned. The timing is due to Shun Bai's current focus on acquiring shares in the American Marine Midland Bank. The location is advantageous for us, allowing us priority access. As for human harmony, it pertains to our relationship with Shun Bai. After all, investing 200 million has forged a bond that is anything but ordinary. Kong Yang sighed lightly, shaking his head with a smile. The events of the past 2 months have been truly extraordinary. I never anticipated that Shun Bai would so readily relinquish Hutchison Whampoa. Dad, it's time to update your perspective. As Kong Tiancheng spoke, he lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. Company interests belong to the company, while personal interests belong to the individual. Kong Yang paused in confusion. What do you mean by that? Kong Tiancheng set down his teacup, smiling slightly. Guess what? Does Wei Li, the current manager of Hutchison Whampoa, wish to take control of Hutchison Whampoa for himself? He is a renowned professional manager in Hong Kong, often referred to as the corporate doctor, having saved numerous companies on the brink of collapse. When Hutchison Whampoa was deep in debt, it was Wei Li who restructured its framework, leading to the company we see today. Given the right timing, this company has the full capacity to rise from the ashes. Kong Yang pondered for a moment. During this period, he consulted numerous materials and learned that the debts of Hutchison Whampoa had been largely resolved, and the redundancies caused by Chi Deshun's reckless expansion over the years had been gradually stripped away. Those non-performing assets that needed to be sold were sold, and those that needed to be closed were closed. Since the stock market crash of 1973, after 5 years of restructuring, Hutchison Whampoa has indeed laid a solid foundation for a resurgence. However, let us not forget, Kong Tiancheng shifted his tone, that at present, Hutchison Whampoa merely appears to possess potential for recovery. To HSBC, it has become a mere trifle. Moreover, the interests of the company belong to the company, while personal interests belong to the individual. No matter how much profit Hutchison Whampoa generates, how much does it truly relate to Shun by himself? The company's funds ultimately do not reside in his own pockets. Kong Yang, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the distinction. The company is the company, and the individual is the individual. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. For Shun Bai, under normal circumstances, he would wish for HSBC to continuously grow and prosper, as his position would thus become more secure and his personal interests would naturally rise with the tide. Therefore, he would certainly prioritize the expansion and strengthening of HSBC. Yet, once the interests of the company conflict with his personal interests, he would undoubtedly prioritize his own preservation. This is precisely our forthcoming strategy. Kong Tiancheng continued with a smile, suggesting that we could cultivate relationships with certain officials from the Hong Kong government, acquire land, and take on various projects. Kong Yang nodded. I understand. However, the Independent Commission Against Corruption is no mere decorative entity. While it was manageable in previous years, the scrutiny has intensified recently, leading to considerable complications. Kong Tiancheng laughed heartily, lightly tapping his temple, and calmly stated, Father, as long as one is willing to think creatively, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. At present, the most crucial task is to acquire as many shares of Hutchison as possible, ideally securing absolute control. I am aware of that. We still have ample funds at our disposal, Kong Yang responded with a nod. Shortly thereafter, HSBC and Sunshine Group jointly announced. Sunshine Group has officially acquired Hutchison Whampoa. Once this news broke, it stirred up a tremendous wave in Hong Kong. Li Ka-shing immediately felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. After painstakingly planning for so long, he had neither earned much in real profit, nor could he bear to watch Hutchison Whampoa slip into the hands of others. His long-standing desire for Hutchison Whampoa was no secret. Over the years, he had invested considerable effort into cultivating ties with Shun Bai, paving the way with money and favors. Yet now, this scene left him utterly bewildered. After all his hard work, he ended up empty-handed. In the blink of an eye, Hutchison Whampoa had been seamlessly absorbed by the Kong family. Reflecting on it, Li Ka-shing suddenly realized the Kong family has consistently kept him one step behind. He had gained no profit, and even the project he was determined to secure had been snatched away. Initially, he thought Shun Bai's attitude was beginning to soften. Leaning towards him, little did he know, it was indeed softening. But the recipient was not Li Ka-shing, but rather the Kong family. In that instant, Li Ka-shing felt a pang of pain in his chest, his emotions a turbulent mix. The entire Hong Kong was subsequently shaken to its core. This announcement was akin to a heavy bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, creating towering waves. Major media outlets rushed to report this event with headlines such as a monumental shift and capital storm. This marked the first large-scale acquisition of British enterprises by Chinese capital, bearing profound significance. Apart from Li Ka-shing, the most discontented were the senior executives within Hutchison, especially the company advisor, Wei Li. To him, it seemed that after 5 years of painstaking effort to gradually divest Hutchison Whampoa of its loss-making ventures, concentrate land resources, and optimize asset structures, he had finally pulled the company out of the mire. Yet at the critical moment of imminent takeoff, it was shockingly sold to Kong Yang by a mere agreement. Was this not a mockery? Facing the multitude of reporters' cameras, Wei Li expressed his outrage. I fail to comprehend. What is the reason behind this? In my view, Hutchison Whampoa is valued at no less than $1 billion. Yet this foolish and shameless group at HSBC has recklessly disposed of it for a mere $24 million. Is this not absurd? I must question whether there exists an undisclosed transaction between Sunshine Group and HSBC. At Repulse Bay, the Kong residence, Kong Tiancheng perused the newspaper in hand, slightly lifting his eyelids to gaze at his father. Father, what is your perspective? Just an outburst of uncontrolled emotions. Kong Yang replied with a faint smile, his tone slow and composed. Let them shout. Eventually, they will come to accept it. So what should our next course of action be? Kong Tiancheng inquired further. Do we even need to discuss it? First, we must stabilize the emotions of Hutchison's management, allowing them to gradually accept the reality. Then, we will strategically place our own people within. Kong Yang smiled gently, his tone serene. The road is still long. There is no need to rush. Kong Tiancheng's lips curled slightly. Though his father could be somewhat pedantic at times, in terms of overall perspective and strategy, he undoubtedly possessed considerable acumen. He was not worried about his father's capabilities. Since Li Ka-shing could revitalize Hutchison, His own father would surely excel even further. Father, accounting for borrowed funds, how much cash can we still utilize? Could you estimate how much we need to prepare to acquire approximately 51% of the shares? Kong Tiancheng inquired. We have 17 billion remaining. Shunbai has promised to introduce me to a few shareholders of Hutchison Whampoa. As it stands, Hutchison's performance has been mediocre. An investment of around 1 billion should suffice. Kong Yang smiled slightly, continuing. Calculating this way, we should have around 7 billion left over. According to our previous agreement. Kong Tiancheng also smiled, speaking with an air of composure. For every 3 billion earned, you owe me 2 billion. Now, after deducting loans, you are netting 7 billion. Shouldn't you give me 2 billion? What do you need so much money for? Kong Yang, surprisingly, became somewhat curious. To spend, of course. Kong Tiancheng pouted, responding with a smile. Dad, regarding our agreement, you shouldn't pry into what you ought not to know. Kong Yang pondered briefly before nodding. All right, no problem. The profits I have today are undoubtedly tied to my son's strategic planning. With 7 billion in profit on hand, giving 2 billion to my son seems quite reasonable. Father, would you like to hear my suggestions on how to utilize the remaining funds? Kong Tiancheng's lips curved into a smile. Let's hear them. Kong Yang was instantly intrigued. Let's not think about anything else for now. Let's continue increasing our holdings in Wharf Holdings. I predict that in the near future, a fierce competition will erupt between Jardine Matheson and the king of chartering for Wharf Holdings, and both sides will continuously raise their bids. Kong Tiancheng stated slowly, his expression resolute. By persistently purchasing shares in Wharf Holdings, I estimate we will see results by next year at the latest. With the 5 billion you currently have, doubling or tripling it will not be a challenge. Kong Yang took a deep breath. Are you suggesting we dive back in later? Of course. It would be foolish to leave money on the table. Our goal is not to control Wharf Holdings, but to profit from it. Kong Tiancheng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling. However, I do not recommend investing all 5 billion at once. Starting with 3 billion is sufficient. And we can take our time with the remaining 2 billion. Kong Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Despite Wei Li publicly issuing a provocative challenge, Kong Yang did not immediately retaliate. He made no personnel adjustments within Hutchison's senior management team. However, behind the scenes, he had quietly acquired a substantial amount of company shares, aiming to secure absolute control. A new ruler brings new subjects. For such a large enterprise as Hutchison, it ultimately needs to be steered by someone trustworthy. While the Kong family may not excel in every aspect, its talent pool and management is indeed quite sufficient. Overall, Kong Yang's strategy was to maintain stability among the upper management while gradually replacing mid-level personnel. Kong Tiancheng fully endorsed his father's approach. After all, having navigated the vicissitudes of the business world for several decades, his father's discerning vision, broad perspective, and adept strategies are not to be underestimated. He hardly requires excessive guidance. Concurrently, Kong Tiancheng has officially completed the procedures to withdraw from Victoria's Noble Academy. Furthermore, armed with 200 million yuan provided by his father, he has established a brand new enterprise, Bright Technology Company, Limited, primarily concentrating on technological research and development. He has procured an extensive collection of specialized technical literature, intended both for self-study enhancement and for the establishment of his own laboratory. In this new life, Kong Tiancheng's physical capabilities have been comprehensively augmented. More significantly, his cerebral potential has been significantly unleashed, endowing him with exceptional learning abilities, rapid comprehension speeds, and cognitive responses that far exceed the norm. Consequently, he has begun to earnestly contemplate whether he should delve into and master a broader array of cutting-edge knowledge, with aspirations to build a laboratory focused on chip development. In his mind, he has already started to strategize the next product to launch, a portable music player. This includes a complete technological evolution pathway from MP3s and MP4s to smartphones. Additionally, he envisions product lines encompassing computers and laptops, while also embarking on relevant technological explorations within the telecommunications industry. However, Kong Tiancheng finds himself grappling with the challenge of locating suitable engineering and technology talent in Hong Kong, where specialized polytechnic institutions are markedly absent. Taking the University of Hong Kong as an example, its academic offerings are predominantly centered around economics, finance, accounting, biomedicine, dentistry, education, humanities, law, linguistics, political science, and social sciences. It was not until 1991 that the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology was officially established, at a time when there was a pronounced scarcity of professionals adept in core technologies. Kong Tiancheng ponders privately. If he cannot find suitable candidates locally, he must consider recruiting from the mainland. Alternatively, he might explore talent in Taiwan. Beyond the realm of technology, his conglomerate is also engaged in investment, finance, and security sectors, which are currently operating smoothly and do not provoke concern. Nevertheless, these are merely auxiliary industries. The future focus must remain firmly on technological advancement. Chapter 10. Acquire land whenever possible. Moreover, Kong Tiancheng needs to gradually convert his Hong Kong dollars into US dollars as a crucial step in preparing for the impending second oil crisis, necessitating his personal visit to the United States for investigation. Although Hong Kong has long possessed a stock market, it has yet to establish a mature futures trading system. To genuinely engage in the international energy market, one must either shift to the UK or venture to the US. Weighing his options, Kong Tiancheng leans towards the United States, hoping to unearth more exceptional talent there. Su Rongrong snuggles close to Kong Yang, her face radiating joy as she gently produces an admission letter. Chung Xiao. She leans against Kong Tiancheng, her voice brimming with excitement. I've been accepted into university. Kong Tiancheng is momentarily taken aback and softly inquires, which one? The DSE examination system in Hong Kong differs from the mainland's Gaokao, as the latter categorizes subjects into arts and sciences, with varying content and difficulty levels. In contrast, Hong Kong's DSE is divided into 3 categories: A, B, and C, with Category A encompassing 24 high school courses, including 4 core subjects: Chinese, English, mathematics, and general education, alongside 20 elective subjects such as biology, chemistry, physics, economics, history, physical education, information and communication technology, and more. With a hint of apprehension, Su Rongrong replies, "It's the University of Hong Kong." "That's excellent," Kong Tiancheng affirms with a smile. "Go ahead and study diligently. You needn't worry about tuition, I will cover it." Instantaneously, her heart swells with warmth, and she excitedly plants a kiss on his lips. "Thank you, Chung Xiao." Although she anticipated that he would not refuse, the affirmation at that moment filled her with comfort. She has always excelled academically and possesses a clear vision for her future. Even amidst life's upheavals, she still yearns to step onto a university campus. Her greatest fear is to be left at his side, reduced to mere amusement. Now, it seems that Kong Tiancheng has no such intention. Kong Tiancheng laughs heartily, returning her kiss, and jests, "Of course, when you return after your studies, you shall serve as my secretary." "As your secretary?" Su Rongrong responds with delight. "All right." Thinking of it this way, their future life indeed feels as blissful as that of celestial lovers. After an indulgent interlude, Kong Tiancheng steps out of the hotel, invigorated. To be honest, he increasingly believes that Su Rongrong is indeed an exceptionally suitable candidate for the role of secretary. Whether dealing with overt affairs or clandestine arrangements, she seems to possess insight into both realms. Such a companion is truly worthy of trust. At the Kong family villa in Repulse Bay, Kong Tiancheng peruses the documents handed to him by his father. "Seungkwano, the government intends to advance development projects here?" he remarks with a smile. "Father, are you interested in participating in the bidding?" Seungkwano was once colloquially known as Hanging Neck Ridge. It is said that a retired Canadian civil servant, who invested in a flour mill there, faced insurmountable costs and poor product quality, ultimately declaring bankruptcy in April 1908. On April 14th of the same year, he took his own life. Some claim he drowned himself in the waters of Lake Yumun, 3 kilometers from the factory, while others assert he hanged himself within the factory premises, thus giving rise to the name Hanging Neck Ridge. "We have been monitoring this project," Kong Yang replies nonchalantly. "With Hong Kong's prime locations nearly all claimed, our family finds it difficult to penetrate. We must seek opportunities in these peripheral areas. I perceive significant potential in this location." Kong Tiancheng responds with a light chuckle, aware that this area will eventually evolve into a film city in Seungkwano. However, he believes that this diminutive territory of Hong Kong can hardly be compared to the mainland. Even if 100 film cities were constructed here, they would likely pale in comparison to the scale and influence of Hongdian World Studios. What if we establish a residential community here, not only attracting Hong Kong residents to relocate, but also consider planning a farmer's market? We could even attempt to persuade the Hong Kong Education Bureau to establish a new school in Seungkwano. Kong Tiancheng articulates his vision slowly. "First, let us enhance the surrounding infrastructure, such as a vegetable market, shopping center, and school. Additionally, could we not also pursue some industrial land?" "Father, aren't you still involved in producing semiconductor radios? We could create employment opportunities here." Kong Yang is momentarily taken aback. He had merely mentioned it in passing. Yet he did not anticipate that Kong Tiancheng would possess such a clear-cut plan. "If we can gather a population in this area, providing ample employment opportunities and living amenities, I firmly believe that property values and land prices will inevitably soar." Kong Tiancheng lightly taps the map in his hand, smiling as he states, "Father, I believe we must broaden our vision and be bolder. Let us acquire as much land as we can." "It may not be so straightforward," Kong Yang muses, deep in thought before murmuring, "Numerous Chinese family capitals are also eyeing this piece of land. We may not hold the upper hand. Can we not communicate with officials from the relevant government departments? If necessary, We could even present them with a few copies of the Analects. Kong Tiancheng leisurely suggests. Nonsense. Kong Yang scolds, furrowing his brow. With the ICAC cracking down so severely now, how could they dare accept gifts so easily? Father. Kong Tiancheng chuckles softly. Have you heard the saying? Above there are policies, below there are countermeasures. Kong Yang frowns, and Kong Tiancheng continues. In truth, the operation is quite simple. These officials can remain above board while in office, refusing any bribes. But what about after retirement? As he spoke, a smile crept upon his lips, and he leisurely began. Once they depart from public office, we can certainly employ them as consultants for our company. The question arose, what remuneration should be offered to them as consultants? Kong Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered this perspective. $1 million in annual salary? 10 million? Even 100 million? This is all within the purview of corporate discretion, with no one to intervene. Kong Tiancheng's smile deepened, his tone steady. While they are in office, they serve us. And once they retire, we shall provide them with generous compensation. This is the revolving door mechanism between politics and business. How many unconventional ideas do you have in that head of yours? Kong Yang exclaimed in astonishment. This isn't my own concoction, Kong Tiancheng replied with a grin. The Anglo-American world has long mastered this model. If necessary, we could also initially hire their spouses, children, or relatives. In any case, there are always more solutions than difficulties. I refuse to believe that those foreign officials are impervious to financial temptations and indifferent to our interests. Taking a deep breath, Kong Yang slowly nodded. All right. I shall gauge their sentiments. Kong Tiancheng smiled calmly and said, rest assured, there will be no incriminating evidence left behind. Even if the ICAC investigates, they won't uncover a trace of wrongdoing. We can earn our profits with peace of mind. Gradually, Kong Yang realized that his son consistently brought forth unexpected insights. Whether regarding the holistic approach to developing Tu Kung Lung or the so-called revolving door between politics and business. What kind of mind does this child possess? How can he conceive so many ideas that others overlook? Please, continue. Kong Yang urged, intrigued. At that moment, he finally understood that his son was continually surprising him and opening new doors of opportunity. So, this is how capitalism operates. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Kong Tiancheng continued, my suggestion is to establish a fund. This fund should ideally appear to have no connection to us. Then, in the name of the fund, we can hire them, paying salaries and benefits. Kong Yang nodded, eager not to miss any details. Quickly taking out paper and pen to jot down notes. Speak. I am listening. Additionally, we can assist them in starting businesses and engaging in commercial relations with these enterprises. After all, they are retired and free. If they wish to establish a consulting firm or run a small business, we cannot interfere, can we? Honestly, all of this is well within legal bounds. Furthermore, we must provide differentiated benefits based on different levels and positions. In summary, our operations must be conducted with greater discretion. Moreover, we need to cultivate our own political representatives, ensuring that there is always a group of people to voice our interests and speak on our behalf. In my view, the British cannot sustain their rule in Hong Kong for much longer. It will eventually have to be led by us, the Chinese. To prepare for the future, we must support a group of individuals who will stand for us, assisting them in entering politics and helping them to stand out. Nearby, his mother, Su Linghong, couldn't help but exclaim, son, if you had been born 2 or 3 decades earlier, I dare say those like Lei Luo would never have had a chance to rise. Every era has its own ways of playing the game. Kong Tiancheng chuckled, mother, don't tease me. Before the establishment of the ICAC, Lei Luo's straightforward and crude methods indeed worked. But now, our opponents have evolved, and we must adapt accordingly. Su Linghong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kong Tiancheng's thoughts flowed freely, and he spoke whatever came to mind. However, the finer details still required careful contemplation. After all, many ideas stem from future experiences, which may not be entirely applicable in the present age. The straightforward method of simply handing out money has become nearly impossible since the establishment of the ICAC, necessitating a shift in strategy and subtler approaches. Secondly, there is the overall planning direction. Kong Tiancheng's mind was clear, driving the construction of surrounding infrastructure, developing school district housing, commercial buildings, and consequently elevating land prices. Once Tu Kung Lung flourished, would there be any concern about selling properties? Even if it is difficult to sell now, in a few years, there will surely be opportunities for appreciation. Ultimately, we must have confidence in the future economic development of Hong Kong. He had even begun to consider demolishing the old houses near Tu Kung Lung to acquire land for constructing taller buildings, thereby increasing the number of properties for sale. If immediate development is not feasible, the land could be held until the economy takes off before initiating new projects. Nevertheless, these plans are inextricably linked to the cooperation of the Hong Kong government. Son, why don't you take the lead on this Tu Kung Lung project? Kong Yang suddenly suggested. I believe you are quite suited for it, and it would be a great opportunity for you to hone your skills. After a moment of consideration, Kong Tiancheng noted that the second oil crisis would not occur until the end of the year, making this an ideal time to test the waters. He promptly replied, "Very well. Once the funds are in place and cooperation commences, profits will naturally follow." In contrast, the vast tracts of land that Kong Yang acquired in Kowloon and Tiancheng did not attract much media attention. Compared to the bustling core areas of Hong Kong, Kowloon had always been relatively overlooked. This acquisition, when compared to the high-profile purchase of Hutchison Whampoa, hardly constituted newsworthy material and thus did not spark public debate. Moreover, it did not draw the attention of the ICAC upon scrutiny. The entire transaction process was legal and compliant, devoid of any signs of illicit activity. However, the scale of land acquired by the Kong family did seem somewhat substantial. Chapter 11, 650 hectares. A total of 650 hectares, whereas the entire Tiancheng new town covers merely about 790 hectares. This 650 hectares almost encompasses the most desirable residential areas. Furthermore, at that time, the population of Tiancheng was sparse, barely exceeding 10,000. Kong Tiancheng calculated in his heart, "This time, we must invest real capital to genuinely develop Tiancheng. In due course, this place will effectively become the Kong family's independent kingdom." Currently, Kong Tiancheng's most pressing first step is the demolition. The lands in Kowloon serve diverse purposes, including industrial, commercial, and residential. All purchasable plots have been secured. However, as part of a flagship project, aside from ordinary residential units, Sunshine Group also needs to undertake a certain number of public housing projects. In simple terms, these public housing units consist of small studios measuring around 30 to 40 square meters. They lack bathroom facilities, independent toilets, and cooking spaces, serving only as places to sleep and rest. Such housing is extremely affordable, primarily aimed at the lower-income residents of Hong Kong. If one wishes to cook, they must set up a stove in the corridor. Bathing requires a trip to a public bathhouse, and using the toilet relies on shared facilities. That said, the disposal of waste has become a lucrative business. There are still many farmers in Hong Kong who have considerable demand for such resources. What Kong Tiancheng truly contemplated was how to comprehensively develop Tiancheng, not merely constructing a few residential buildings. His ambition was grand, aiming to systematically plan the entire region, at least transforming it into a significant landmark area in Hong Kong. In his previous life, although he did not directly participate in construction projects, he had seen enough to understand the workings. His life motto had always been, "If you do something, do it to the utmost." There was no need to build too many simple public housing units. Constructing a few would suffice as a facade for the Hong Kong government. Yet, Kong Tiancheng intended to build more. Once the area became bustling with activity, he could gradually demolish and reconstruct. Without foot traffic, how could Tiancheng thrive? Demolition. The issue of demolition also exists in Hong Kong. Typically, there are two approaches. One is to exchange houses, and the other is to provide direct cash compensation. However, in this capitalist-dominated society, it is impossible to rely on government subsidies as in the mainland. Here, competition is fiercer, and the means employed must be more ruthless. When necessary, one must act decisively. Inform the residents of Kowloon. Kong Tiancheng casually crossed his legs and convened a brief meeting, presenting two options. First, an exchange of housing area calculated at 15 times the current value. For instance, if you reside in a 100 square meter apartment, you can swap it for a new one of 150 square meters from me. Secondly, Kong Tiancheng raised his index finger, a slight smirk on his lips. Offering cash, I will buy you out at 15 times the market value. A chung, Su Weidong, who stood beside him, could not help but interject. Your conditions are exceedingly generous. 15 times? Isn't that allowing them to dream with smiles? Su Weidong frowned, suggesting instead to adhere to the original price to avoid fostering bad habits. Take it or leave it. If they refuse, they can leave. Dare to resist, and I will see to it that they are dealt with. Su Weidong is affiliated with his mother, Su Linghong. Although the Su family has cleaned up their image over the years and ostensibly turned legitimate, their core still bears a gang-like demeanor, with a cadre of underlings ready to respond to a single command. Weidong, Kong Tiancheng smiled, maintaining a calm tone. I am a businessman, not a gang leader. If we can avoid confrontation, we shall. In addition to housing exchanges or cash compensation, let us add another point. We plan to establish an electronics factory here and welcome them to apply for jobs. We will address the employment issue together. Su Weidong remained somewhat discontent. I fear these people will become increasingly demanding. That is of no concern. Kong Tiancheng smiled nonchalantly. The first bird gets shot. A dong. Right now they are fragile porcelain, and we are the ones holding them. If we can avoid violence, we should. Su Weidong furrowed his brow. Despite being 4 years younger than Kong Tiancheng, he found it difficult to continue arguing at this moment. Before coming here, He had received instructions. All actions should follow Kong Tiancheng's lead. Besides, he had heard how Kong Tiancheng had earned several billion for the Kong family in a short span, a feat that was beyond his reach, leaving him with no choice but to follow humbly. Chung. Su Weidong changed his tone. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. If there are any matters, I will handle them for you. No problem. Kong Tiancheng nodded with a smile, then turned to Su Rongrong, instructing her to disseminate the news and clarify our sincerity. Ideally, I still hope to see them relocate voluntarily. Once the news was released, it immediately stirred a ripple among the citizens of Tiu Konglong. What was their reaction? In a word, Kong Tiancheng is truly benevolent. Indeed, it is benevolence. While others resort to gang intimidation, indifferent to your fate, offering the original price is already an act of great compassion. If one were to anger the powers that be, enduring injury would be the only option. After all, gangs seek profit. The less compensation they provide, the more they gain. Now, looking at Kong Tiancheng's 15-fold compensation standard, this treatment is indeed remarkably generous. The vast majority of Tiu Konglong residents willingly signed the relocation agreement. Prior to the formal demolition, Kong Tiancheng would first construct public housing to provide them with temporary shelter. Either they could take the cash and leave, or they could move in once the new houses were completed. However, matters did not proceed smoothly. Man Village. Kong Tiancheng took the document from Su Rongrong. They refused to move. There are over 800 people in the entire Man Village. Su Rongrong spoke rapidly. They believe our proposed compensation amount is too low and are demanding a significant increase. Kong Tiancheng lowered his head to review the materials. Man Village consists of 800 households, 2/3 of which are young and able-bodied. This group, led by the village chief Lu Jinghui, has openly refused to relocate. They have asserted that if they wish to proceed with the demolition smoothly, they must be paid a sufficiently generous compensation. Otherwise, the matter is off the table. Damn it. These scoundrels. Su Weidong could not help but curse, truly taking advantage of the situation. He turned to Kong Tiancheng, his tone slightly reproachful. Chung, I warned you. You are too lenient and kind-hearted. Look, now these people have begun to overstep. Kong Tiancheng continued reviewing the documents. Although it is called Man Village, there is no such place in the official administrative divisions of Hong Kong. This Lu Jinghui came to Hong Kong from Chaos Han years ago, now 56, and once mingled with the Chung-E society. After leaving the Underworld, he settled a group of fellow townsmen in Tiu Konglong. Those who rely on him are mostly fellow villagers, banding together for warmth and mutual support. Lu Jinghui may not have established a large gang, but he has built this Man Village, wielding considerable influence locally. Anyone needing assistance must pay their respects to him. If someone is bullied, he will step in to mediate. Young people seeking work must periodically offer him tributes. Typically, as long as the matters are not overly complicated, Lu Jinghui can indeed maintain order. Kong Tiancheng glanced at the materials and chuckled. This Lu Jinghui seems quite resistant to the demolition. Once the demolition is complete and a modern community is established, Lu Jinghui's authority will cease to exist. Who will continue to offer him gifts? Who will heed his commands? Naturally, he will do everything in his power to obstruct it. Just a glance, and Kong Tiancheng had already discerned his inner calculations. Either receive a one-time hefty sum sufficient for a comfortable retirement, or maintain the ongoing stream of benefits he currently enjoys. Chung, why don't I take action? Su Weidong clenched his fists. I guarantee he won't see the light of day tomorrow. Kong Tiancheng glanced at him, then smiled. Let me ask you, how many people do you think we need to bring into Man Village to thoroughly resolve Lu Jinghui? Su Weidong was taken aback. This. Kong Tiancheng calmly replied. If we bring in too few people, the 800 villagers will unite against us, and our people will be beaten to death. If we bring in too many, once a conflict erupts, do you think the reporters in Hong Kong won't swarm in? If the media reports extensively, claiming our Kong family still originates from the Underworld, then the hard-earned reputation we've worked to cleanse will be utterly destroyed. What is the most feared outcome? A large-scale riot. At that point, do you think the Hong Kong police will stand by our side or on the side of Man Village? Let us not escalate matters. If it truly gets out of hand, the situation will be impossible to control. Su Weidong gritted his teeth. Should we just endure this? No need to rush. Kong Tiancheng smiled, casually drawing 3 cards, and said calmly, treating, decapitating, or appropriating. Which path do you think we should choose? Decapitation. Su Weidong blurted out. Weidong, your approach of resolving issues through violence is outdated. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly, picking up one of the cards, his gaze gentle yet resolute. The next step is treating. Treating? Su Weidong found it hard to believe. They are so arrogant, and we still want to invite them to dinner? The Underworld is not merely about violence. It is about human relationships and social interactions. Kong Tiancheng stated with a smile. By treating, I grant him a chance to indulge, as well as an opportunity to bow down and concede. If he fails to seize it, I have plenty of methods to make him wish he were dead. Su Weidong remained silent. Kong Tiancheng turned to Su Rongrong beside him. Rongrong. Su Rongrong immediately responded, Boss, please assess the housing areas of these 800 households and keep a detailed record. Kong Tiancheng spoke in a calm tone, slowly explaining that the primary goal is to calculate the total area and how much compensation we should provide them. Su Rongrong nodded, understood. Additionally, get in touch with this Lu Jinghui. Kong Tiancheng added with a slight smile, leisurely stating, inform him that I would like to meet him to discuss the compensation matters in person. Su Rongrong nodded again. Understood. What about the time and place? Before entering university, Su Rongrong has already taken on the role of an intern secretary beside Kong Tiancheng. She has learned the most crucial lesson, never to question any decision made by Kong Tiancheng. Her focus lies solely on executing tasks and finding more efficient ways to accomplish them. Additionally, she is responsible for reminding Kong Tiancheng of certain details. The time is set for tomorrow evening, and the hotel arrangements are in your hands. Just ensure it is of a higher standard. Su Rongrong nodded swiftly, understood. Mr. Lu, please have a seat. Kong Tiancheng politely invited Lu Jinghui to take a seat. Only Lu Jinghui and his son came this time. The village head, Lu Jinghui, nearing 60, has a slightly plump figure, and his son is nearly 40. After they settled down, Kong Tiancheng smiled at Lu Jinghui and said, Village head Lu, I believe you understand the purpose of today's meeting, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. We are planning a demolition, and I sincerely hope you will not hinder our efforts. Of course, I am willing to offer you some additional benefits. Lu Jinghui looked up at Kong Tiancheng, a smile that did not reach his eyes, and said, Mr. Kong, I understand your intentions. At my age, my demands are not high. How about this? If you give me 10 million, I will not obstruct your project. How does that sound? 30 million? Upon hearing this, Kong Tiancheng burst into laughter. 30 million? Mr. Lu, you certainly have quite the appetite. It's not that I am greedy. Lu Jinghui replied leisurely. I believe that for a business of Mr. Kong's scale, 30 million is merely a trifle. Is 30 million too steep? We are talking about 800 households. Chapter 12. Unwilling to be a dog. Kong Tiancheng gazed at him, smiling faintly. Village head Lu, you should be aware that Man Village does not fall within the official administrative jurisdiction of Xiangjiang. In other words, the Xiangjiang government does not recognize this place at all. Lu Jinghui stared at Kong Tiancheng. Mr. Kong, are you threatening me? I am merely helping you calculate the numbers. Kong Tiancheng maintained his calm demeanor. Man Village was initially formed by the immigrants from Chaos Han whom you sheltered. Upon arriving in Xiangjiang, they indeed received your care, and they pay you a certain tribute every year. I roughly estimate that after deducting expenses, your net income is about 300,000 annually. You are 62 this year. If I consider your age to be 60, wishing you longevity to 100 years, you can still receive tribute for another 40 years. 40 years times 300,000 amounts to 12 million. I am willing to offer 2 million to settle this matter. Mr. Kong. Lu Jinghui shook his head, chuckling. This calculation is not quite right. I have a son and grandchildren, many descendants. Even if I am no longer here, my son can continue to collect. And my grandchildren will as well. Damn your ancestors. Suddenly, Su Weidong slammed the table angrily. Don't overstep your bounds. Adong. Kong Tiancheng cast a calm glance at him, and Su Weidong sat down in frustration. Lu Jinghui coldly looked at Kong Tiancheng and remarked, Mr. Kong, how can you not even manage your own subordinates? Such rudeness is quite unbecoming. 30 million. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly, speaking at a leisurely pace. It seems that this 30 million is not really for the 800 villagers. Is it? What you truly aim to pocket, village head Lu, is for yourself, isn't it? Indeed. Lu Jinghui nodded candidly. 30 million is yours. Kong Tiancheng smiled nonchalantly, his tone steady. So, village head Lu, how do you plan to ensure the smooth progress of the demolition for me? Lu Jinghui's spirit immediately lifted, responding eagerly, Mr. Kong, you need not worry about that. I have plenty of ways to deal with them. If anyone is uncooperative, I will break their legs. If they remain obstinate, I will set their houses ablaze. I have done such things more than once. Then do elaborate. Kong Tiancheng smiled. I am quite interested. Lu Jinghui began to boast, with his son chiming in. Kong Tiancheng quietly listened, gesturing for his subordinates to pour them drinks. Su Weidong, feeling somewhat displeased, simply stood up and left. After several rounds of drinks and the dishes dwindled, Kong Tiancheng wiped his mouth with a napkin and said with a smile, Village head Lu, I have grasped the general situation. I believe you indeed have the capability to accomplish this task. Lu Jinghui fixed his gaze on Kong Tiancheng, his eyes glinting with unabashed greed. Mr. Kong, what about the 30 million? Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. I am still young. I need to discuss major matters with my father before making decisions. I cannot decide this now. However, I will faithfully report today as situation to him. Rest assured, as long as my father gives the nod, I will transfer the funds immediately. Then I shall await your good news, Mr. Kong. Lu Jinghui laughed heartily. Kong Tiancheng gently raised his hand, saying coolly, see them out. Once Lu Jinghui and his son departed, Su Rongrong promptly took out the recording device she had prepared. Kong Tiancheng inquired, is everything recorded? Su Rongrong nodded. Not a word was missed. It's all recorded. Excellent. Make several copies for the archives, Kong Tiancheng remarked coldly. If they refuse to behave, then we shall simply eliminate them. Kong Tiancheng has always despised being threatened, in this life and the last. Before marriage, when the woman demanded 2 million as a bride price, he turned around and went to the casino, casually wagering that 2 million, ensuring he entered with a clear mind and left with a firm grip on his waist. Does one truly believe oneself to be encrusted with diamonds? Even if one were a treasure of gold and jade, it would not be worth such a price. At this moment, Su Rongrong handed over another document, quickly stating, this is the statistical report of the 800 households in Man Village. Please review it, boss. The 800 households roughly total around 1,400 residents. Most are still unmarried, primarily migrant workers seeking a livelihood in Xinjiang. The overall living area is about 40,000 square meters, averaging around 50 square meters per person. However, there are exceptions. For instance, Lu Jinghui's own property occupies at least 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. As the village head, he earns an annual income of 300,000, which is no small amount. If he had any foresight and invested this sum in today's era, it would be easy for assets to multiply 10-fold, 20-fold, or even 100-fold. Yet, this man would rather keep his money in the bank or hide it away than use it for investment. With such narrow vision and limited scope, he is simply a feudal-style local tyrant. Such a person is easiest to manipulate. Tomorrow, arrange for our people to post notices at the village entrance, Kong Tiancheng began slowly, stating that our demolition covers a total area of 40,000 square meters, and according to our distribution rules, we will provide a total of 60,000 square meters of resettlement housing. Now, whoever is willing to sign the contract first will have their work and living arrangements taken care of, with 3 times the compensation for the original 50 square meters, amounting to 150 square meters. However, the longer one delays, the less housing will be available. The 60,000 square meters are first come, first served, and once allocated, there will be no more. Su Rongrong was taken aback and exclaimed, boss, are you aiming to divide and conquer? Let us focus on doing our work earnestly. Kong Tiancheng laughed heartily, giving Su Rongrong a playful pat on the back. The first 100 will enjoy 3 times the compensation, the next will receive double, and after that, it will be 15 times, and finally, there will be no additional compensation at all. Once it's gone, it's gone. Su Rongrong nodded, understood. Having followed Kong Tiancheng for a long time, she was well aware of his thoughts and methods. Though he is 2 years younger, his cunning is unfathomable. In dealing with the chick, Kong Tiancheng did not directly take a life, but rather had the henchman beat him into a state of ruin. Now, the villagers are all rushing to sign. The early birds reap the greatest rewards, while the latecomers will receive increasingly less. Once the majority have signed, those few stubborn individuals who refuse to yield will become the minority. At that point, Kong Tiancheng will have his way with them. Moreover, he holds the incriminating audio evidence against Lu Jinghui. If he truly wishes to eliminate Lu Jinghui, it would be but a trivial task for him. What? The villagers are all in shock. A total of 60,000 square meters is to be allocated, with the first 100 people enjoying a tripled allocation standard. One villager could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, is this true or merely a deception? I doubt it's false. The crucial point is that the later you sign, the less you receive. Another villager, eyeing the staff of Sunshine Group, urgently inquired, if we don't sign, will there be no compensation at all? Even if we sign later, will we receive nothing? Indeed, the staff member replied with a smile. Our boss has stated that there are only 60,000 square meters. You must weigh your options. Bah, I refuse to sign such a thing. One villager retorted angrily. What nonsense is this, forcing us to sign? Yes, I won't sign either. We, the Chaos Han people, value unity above all. Ladies and gentlemen, the staff member of Sunshine Group raised his voice, announcing, this is merely our allocation plan. Ultimately, the decision to sign rests with you. I am simply notifying those who wish to sign to hurry to the contract point. Look, it's right over there. As he spoke, he pointed to a printed map. In short, first come, first served. Those who support Sunshine Group will certainly be generously rewarded. The villagers exchanged glances, momentarily immobilized. However, by the afternoon, one villager exclaimed, damn, Li Hanmin, is that you here? He recognized Li Hanmin, the very person who had just been proclaiming the unity of the Chaos Han people. Hee. Li Hanmin grinned, shaking the contract in his hand, and proudly declared, triple compensation. If I don't seize it, who will? The villager was taken aback, then burst into laughter, promptly pulling out a pen to sign his name. The news spread like wildfire throughout the village. In the blink of an eye, villagers flocked to the signing location, fearful that a delay might cost them all benefits. In just one afternoon, over 300 people completed the signing. Soon, all over 1,000 villagers had caught wind of it, with only 60,000 square meters available. Those who arrived late would end up with nothing. Before long, Lu Jinghui also received the news. He was instantly thrown into a fit of despair. Erupting with venomous curses, Kong Tiancheng, you wretched bastard. Sunshine Group Headquarters. Auntie, a Chung is simply too naive. Su Weidong could no longer remain seated. Rushing to complain to Su Linghong. This kid is far too soft-hearted. Did you hear what he said? He intends to compensate the villagers of Tiancheng? Compensate for what? We should send our people over to make an example out of them. Isn't that more straightforward? Su Linghong gently pushed a cup of tea towards Su Weidong. Smiling as she inquired, "What's the matter? Has a Chung encountered a dilemma?" Su Weidong took the tea, sipped, and sighed. It's quite troublesome. There's a village where the headman, Lu Jinghui, is making outrageous demands, asking a Chung for 30 million. He paused. Taking another sip, I sense that a Chung actually intends to come up with 30 million to pacify this matter. A Chung wanting to cough up 30 million? The company will never agree to that. Su Linghong chuckled lightly, unhurriedly replying, "You don't trust me, but do you not trust your uncle?" "I don't distrust you. I'm merely concerned for a Chung. I admit, this kid has a knack for making money," but still Su Weidong frowned. Continuing, "Some matters are not as simple as he imagines. The more polite he is, the more others will dare to trample on him. Thus, he must personally experience this and understand that principle." Meanwhile, Kong Yang smiled slightly, calmly stating, "Adong, do you know why I insisted that a Chung handle this matter?" Su Weidong was taken aback. "I fear a Chung is somewhat of a bookworm. I have faith in his abilities, but he has never truly engaged in practical work. Now is the time for him to take action and hone his skills. Rest assured, the overarching direction is still under our control, for now. It is merely a matter of training." Su Weidong suddenly understood. "So that's it. I see now." As they conversed, Kong Yang's secretary, Tang Ning, hurriedly entered. Speaking rapidly, "Boss, there's new information." "What is going on?" Kong Yang raised an eyebrow. "It's regarding President Kong." Tang Ning reported swiftly. "The situation in the village has been resolved. Currently, approximately 1,400 people in the village have signed the demolition agreement, with 800 already completed. The remaining 600 are in negotiation, and most have agreed to our terms." Chapter 13, Creating a Rift from Within. "What?" Su Weidong was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is going on?" Tang Ning immediately explained. President Kong announced that the total demolition area is 60,000 square meters, with first come, first served. And those arriving early will receive more. As a result, the villagers are all rushing to sign, and a large portion consented on the spot. Divide and conquer. Kong Yang was momentarily stunned, then smiled, quickly grasping the ruthless brilliance of Kong Tiancheng's strategy. "You all claim to be united, do you? Then I shall create a rift from within. As long as the majority stand with me, what storm can the remaining few stir?" The village, once a cohesive unit, now finds that when faced with self-interest, who still speaks of loyalty? At the signing location, "Ladies and gentlemen," Kong Tiancheng, holding a loudspeaker, called out, "The demolition plan has long been established. Even if you come to protest now, I am powerless to intervene." "Mr. Kong," someone shouted angrily, "don't you owe us an explanation? Why is the demolition not happening now?" "I'm not asking for much, just the previous compensation standard of 15 times. "Yes, let it be 15 times. Mr. Kong." Everyone quiet. Kong Tiancheng raised his voice. "I am also powerless in this matter, for the lion's share has already been taken. What more can I do?" "The lion's share?" Among the crowd, a planted informant immediately responded. "Mr. Kong, what do you mean by the lion's share? Indeed. Is there some hidden agenda we are unaware of?" Another informant loudly questioned. "Good." Kong Tiancheng nodded, signaling to his bodyguard. The bodyguard promptly produced a tape recorder and powered it on, as Kong Tiancheng directed the loudspeaker toward the recording device. Soon, the villagers heard a clear dialogue recording. "I am here to do business. I can provide the funds. However, I require a reassuring outcome. I wish to know how Mr. Lu intends to deal with these villagers. I can't possibly pay 30 million and still adhere to the 15 times compensation. Rest assured, Mr. Kong, I have people in place. Anyone who disobeys will have their legs broken. If they still don't listen, their houses will be burned down. I have done this more than once." As the recording concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. 30 million? That scoundrel Lu Jinghui has embezzled 30 million of the demolition funds, which has resulted in them receiving nothing. Is he even human? He is nothing but a beast. Lu Jinghui, damn you. Lu Jinghui, I curse your very existence. I have honored you so much each month, and this is how you repay me? Meanwhile, Kong Tiancheng seized the loudspeaker, proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed villagers, you have all heard it. It is not that I am unwilling to pay, but that the 30 million in demolition compensation has all been taken by Lu Jinghui. I too am powerless in this situation." Amidst the crowd, a voice erupted in fury, and without hesitation, an individual turned and charged towards the village, making a beeline for Lu Jinghui's residence. At that moment, a man in his 30s within the throng suddenly became agitated. Do not believe that recording. It is all a fabrication. You cannot deceive me. His laughter rang hollow. It is all a lie. With a swift motion, an irate villager struck him across the face. Lu Hongqiao, do you know the truth? Stunned by the blow, Lu Hongqiao regained his composure only to find himself the target of piercing gazes that felt as sharp as daggers, as if the crowd wished to rend him limb from limb. In an instant, fear coursed through him, and he broke into a cold sweat. Turning on his heel to flee, hot on his heels, a throng of enraged villagers pursued him, united in their charge towards Lu Jinghui's home. Inside the Lu household, Lu Jinghui seethed. That little scoundrel, Kong Tiancheng, has no intention of joining forces with us? Very well, he shall not develop this land. With gritted teeth, he declared. From tomorrow, let all villagers mobilize and demolish his construction site. As he paced the room, contemplating his strategy, he commanded, notify every household. We must act tomorrow without fail. No one must be left out. Lu Jinghui understood that if he allowed Kong Tiancheng to proceed unchallenged, he would soon find himself isolated, betrayed by those he once counted as allies. Seizing the moment while he still possessed some influence, he resolved to retaliate fiercely and secure his own interests. Just then, Lu Hongqiao, breathless and panicked, rushed to his father. Dad. Dad. Taken aback, Lu Jinghui furrowed his brow and asked, what is it? Why are you in such a state? Run. We must flee. Lu Hongqiao gasped. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Lu Jinghui, however, regained his composure. What is the rush? Explain yourself. Tears threatened to spill from Lu Hongqiao's eyes as he shouted. That scoundrel Kong Tiancheng recorded our conversation. Now he is playing it for the villagers, claiming that because he gave us 30 million, he won to tear down our homes. What? Lu Jinghui sprang to his feet. Repeat that. With a quivering voice, Lu Hongqiao pleaded. Father, we must escape. It's too late. The villagers have surrounded us, demanding we return the money. Let us go. Gather our things. Lu Jinghui finally panicked, his mind fixated solely on the thought of survival. What is there to gather? Our lives are at stake. Lu Hongqiao cried out desperately, run. In that moment of delay, the entrance to Lu Jinghui's home was completely encircled. A young man stood at the forefront, shouting with authority, Lu Jinghui, get out here this instant. Come out. The crowd echoed his demand, their voices rising in a deafening chorus, as if thunder had struck. Lu Jinghui stood frozen, eyes wide, trembling as he asked, what do you want? Are you planning a revolt? Who gave you the audacity? Lu Jinghui, I ask you just one thing. Where's the 30 million that Boss Kong provided? Yes. Today, you must give us an explanation. How much of that money did you pocket? We received nothing. Did you greedily take it all for yourself? Lu Jinghui, provide an explanation. You must. The crowd was ablaze with indignation, their voices a tempest. Lu Jinghui felt as though he might crumble to the ground in despair. In that moment, he realized that the reputation he had painstakingly built over 20 years had disintegrated. The eyes of those before him glared with the intensity of vengeance, as if he were the enemy who had slain their kin. To rob someone of their wealth is akin to murdering their family. Such hatred was not unexpected. The 30 million, Kong Tiancheng had never handed it over to me. Lu Jinghui shouted defiantly, that money has nothing to do with me. You lie? A voice retorted. When Jimmy didn't pay you tribute, you had his legs broken. Is that not true? And regarding the fire at the Chiu family's home, did you not order your subordinates to set it ablaze? Lu Jinghui, you are no better than a beast. We trusted you, and yet you plotted against us in secret. If you do not return the money today, do not expect to leave here alive. At that moment, Lu Jinghui's own fury ignited as he surveyed his loyal subordinates nearby, commanding fiercely, let anyone who dares approach meet their end. A tense silence enveloped the scene. Lu Jinghui's subordinates had been with him for years, accustomed to receiving their share of the spoils, and they were known for their ruthless aggression. Several young men swiftly drew their daggers, adopting defensive stances. Yet, in an unexpected turn, someone in the crowd suddenly seized a stone and hurled it with force at Lu Jinghui's head. With a resounding thud, Lu Jinghui cried out in pain, blood streaming from his forehead. The onlookers exchanged glances, and soon, a multitude began to bend down to pick up stones, launching them at Lu Jinghui and his men with fervor. Even the fiercest of Lu Jinghui's subordinates, outnumbered by the enraged villagers, could not withstand the barrage. They would not engage in close combat. The relentless onslaught of stones would eventually break their spirit. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jinghui's followers were scattering, clutching their heads in panic. Amidst the chaos, a voice erupted from the crowd. Charge! Beat them to death! Beat them to death! The throng surged forward. Lu Jinghui, his head still ringing, felt the darkness closing in, only to be met with a solid punch squarely to his nose. With a resounding crack, he felt the world tilt, blood gushing from his nostrils. Before he could process the pain, another blow struck his temple. The cacophony around him exploded into a blur, his consciousness fading. Then, a third punch landed hard against his abdomen, sending him crumpling to the ground. The wrathful crowd swarmed him like a tidal wave, poised to beat him to death. In that moment, no one spoke of camaraderie or kinship. Each person understood that their very interests had been trampled upon. Modern society had already begun to erode familial ties. But more crucially, they had all come to see Lu Jinghui as the villain who sought to harm his own people through broken legs and arson. Such actions could not be tolerated. Who among them could swallow such an affront? To infringe upon one's interests was tantamount to taking their life. To harm one's foundation was akin to murdering their family. With blood feuds ignited, there could be no mercy. If Lu Jinghui was not dealt with today, it would be a disgrace to their very selves. Ultimately, Lu Jinghui lay lifeless, along with his two sons, brought down by a flurry of fists, sprawled in a pool of blood. Do you see? Kong Tiancheng observed from a distance, binoculars in hand, surveying the chaos below. He then casually handed the binoculars to Su Weidong beside him, and so, the matter is resolved. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Su Weidong inquired, "But aren't we still seizing more land?" "My dear brother Weidong," Kong Tiancheng shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. "Tell me, how much more do you think we need to pay?" Su Weidong paused, taken aback. "What?" Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. "Just 2 million, nothing more." Had Lu Jinghui shown some restraint, I would have willingly offered him that amount. Alas, he chose to be ungrateful, and thus I had to seek other means. Su Weidong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. To Kong Tiancheng, 2 million, or even 30 million, was merely a numerical game. As Kong Yang had stated, this was a means for Kong Tiancheng to hone his skills, a test of his capabilities. However, Kong Tiancheng's performance had clearly exceeded all expectations. He had expertly sowed discord and divided the opposition, wielding the blade of manipulation without ever sullying his own hands. At that moment, Su Weidong finally grasped that Kong Tiancheng's strategies did not rely on brute force, but rather on leveraging minimal costs to provoke internal strife within his adversaries. As long as it leads others to self-destruction, he would never lift a finger himself. Kong Tiancheng was not lacking in ruthlessness. Rather, his ferocity was deeply concealed, and he had already determined life and death without making a sound. Glancing back at Su Rongrong, Kong Tiancheng calmly instructed, "Notify all villagers to continue compensating at the original rate of 15 times. As for those who have already signed the demolition agreements, we shall adhere to the original terms without any alteration." Su Rongrong immediately nodded in compliance. "Must we extend such generous treatment to them?" Su Weidong could not help but ask. "Heiching, are we being too merciful?" Kong Tiancheng merely smiled serenely and replied, "You speak of mercy?" "Precisely. Remember, we are merchants. We are enterprises, not a gang of thugs. We must abide by rules and uphold righteousness. Not a single benefit should be diminished. We ought to ensure that generations to come remember our kindness." Chapter 14. A successor emerges. Su Weidong opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent, inwardly admiring Kong Tiancheng even more. The police, after all, arrived tardily. Faced with such a situation, they were at a loss. With hundreds gathered at the scene, could they possibly detain everyone? Who could definitively state who was responsible for the deaths of the father and son? More critically, everyone unanimously insisted that it was not a beating that led to their demise, but rather a fire at home. The Lu family perished in the flames. Do you have any way to refute this? You are utterly powerless. Who could prove that they were beaten to death? The evidence at the scene clearly indicated only signs of burning. With everyone complicit, naturally, they kept their mouths shut. Even the Hong Kong police adopted a better not stir the pot attitude and chose to handle the matter with indifference. At the headquarters of the Sunshine Group, "Is it completely resolved?" Kong Yang took the document handed to him by Tang Ning, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "No overspending?" "None at all," Tang Ning quickly affirmed. The 2 million expenditure was entirely within budget. At this moment, Kong Yang had a general understanding of the events and could not help but acknowledge that his son had indeed demonstrated remarkable skill, opting for a clever escalation of internal conflicts rather than a hard-line confrontation. Heiching has done splendidly. Kong Yang laughed heartily. A successor indeed, a successor. He suddenly realized that since his son returned from studying in the UK, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, acting with generosity and decisiveness, his thoughts meticulous, his methods seasoned. More importantly, he harbored a wealth of calculations and strategies within him, initially concerned about whether his son could shoulder the family's burdens. It now seemed evident that this child not only had the potential to inherit the family business, but could also elevate the family to new heights. Subsequently, no further incidents transpired. The fate of the Lu family had become a silent warning. You may cause a commotion, feel free to continue, but I, Kong Tiancheng, am utterly unconcerned. Yet remember, I possess 100 ways to ensure you meet the same end as Lu Jinghui. Seung Quan O was not large. with a total population of merely around 10,000. Once development was complete, it was expected to accommodate 500,000 residents. Relocating these individuals posed no challenge. With factories being relocated and infrastructure development underway, Tiancheng was not in a rush. After all, the Hong Kong government was already planning an extension of the subway lines. This area was destined for prosperity, so what was there to worry about in terms of occupancy? At this moment, Tiancheng was gazing at a delicate little girl before him. What is your name? Wen Bixia. The little girl looked at him timidly, her voice quivering. Mr. Kong, would you be willing to take me in? I can do anything. I am very diligent, truly. Anything. Tiancheng surveyed her from head to toe, smiling slightly. You are still too young. I am not small at all. Wen Bixia quickly puffed out her slender chest, fearful of losing the opportunity, and urgently pleaded, Mr. Kong, please take me in, won't you? Wen Bixia was born in the new territories of Hong Kong, in Tiancheng, and was the youngest of 8 siblings. With 4 older brothers and 3 older sisters, the family resided in a mere 40 square meters. Even with the 15-fold compensation standard proposed by Tiancheng, they would only be compensated for 60 square meters. With 10 people crammed into 60 square meters, the per capita living space amounted to a mere 6 square meters. The family's circumstances were exceedingly dire, and when Bixia's mother had contemplated selling her, being the youngest made her the most vulnerable. And her appearance before Tiancheng was not mere coincidence. He had casually mentioned a few inquiries, instructing his subordinates to investigate, knowing that she lived nearby. Upon learning of her mother's intentions to sell her, Tiancheng simply directed his men to act accordingly. Thus, when Bixia was brought to him, the price being a modest sum of less than 20,000. 20,000 to acquire Wen Bixia? Yet at this moment, she showed no resistance to staying by Tiancheng's side. Rather, her eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness. Despite her tender age, children from impoverished families mature quickly, and her mindset had already surpassed that of her peers. Her father, a former nationalist soldier, had been strict with her since childhood, which only fueled her rebellious spirit. Deep down, her greatest wish was to break free from constraints and possess her own space. In an alternate timeline, she became financially independent at 15, moved out to live alone, and began to dabble in the film industry. In 1983, as a newcomer in the film world, she starred alongside Liu Dehua in a romance film titled Unstoppable Love, and her bold performance quickly made her a rising star in the entertainment circle. However, shortly after completing this project, she quietly withdrew from the industry to return to school and continue her education. 3 years later, she re-emerged into the public eye. Overall, she was a remarkably resilient young woman. However, what impressed Tiancheng the most were her roles as Daji in the 2000 adaptation of The Investiture of the Gods, and as Pan Jinlian in Jinping Mei. She was truly a natural beauty. Give us a smile, Tiancheng said with a slight smile at Wen Bixia. She immediately displayed a sweet and charming smile. Indeed, strikingly beautiful, and at such a young age, she already possessed an enchanting allure. Damn, Tiancheng's peripheral vision swept over Su Rongrong, but his thoughts were consumed with the notion that he must vent his frustrations on her tonight. Wen Bixia, born in 1966, was only 12 years old this year, a minor. Such animalistic acts were beyond Tiancheng's moral compass. Moreover, he had little interest in a girl who had not fully matured. Yet that smile had inadvertently sparked his imagination about the grown-up Wen Bixia, especially her portrayal of Daji during the filming of The Investiture of the Gods. Mature and alluring. Tiancheng chuckled lightly and said, "All right, then you shall follow me from now on." "Thank you, young Master Chen." Wen Bixia responded excitedly. Tiancheng turned to Su Rongrong. "Arrange for her accommodation and select a school for her, ensuring she enrolls as soon as possible." Su Rongrong promptly nodded, unable to resist casting another glance at Wen Bixia, inwardly sighing. This little girl will surely grow into a stunning beauty. Is this where the cultivation begins? Yet she understood that with Tiancheng's status, no one would dare question his arrangements for another person. Thus, when Bixia was settled, Tiancheng did not pause in his endeavors, promptly beginning to plan the development of Tiancheng. The scenic beauty of Tiancheng was undeniable, with its bay smooth as a mirror and tranquil waters, which fishermen affectionately referred to as the Mirror Circle. Tiancheng contemplated transforming the area into a leisure and tourism destination, nestled far from the clamor of urban life. This locale possesses immense potential for development into a tourism or entertainment hub, provided that the infrastructure is well established and access to the city is exceedingly convenient. After a moment of contemplation, he reasoned that if progress were to be sluggish, it might be prudent to initially construct a film studio in Tiancheng. By producing films to attract attention and, once a steady flow of visitors is achieved, either dismantling the studio or transforming it into a tourist attraction, or even completely rebuilding it as a large-scale amusement park, he still intended to venture into the film industry, not only for the profit it promised, but also for the opportunity to meet actresses, thereby facilitating his romantic pursuits. With his head tilted thoughtfully, Kong Tiancheng contemplated which individuals he should seek to ally with. Just as this thought circled his mind, he realized that collaborating with big names like Cheng Long or Hung Cambo was simply out of the question at this stage. Perhaps he should consider those with lesser fame? What about the group from New Art City? A few figures suddenly emerged in Kong Tiancheng's mind, all of whom possessed considerable talent and skill and held a respectable reputation within the cultural sphere of Hong Kong. Perhaps it would be wise to attempt to recruit them. Since he had already successfully signed Vivian Wu, it would be advantageous to seek out several other actors of a similar age and caliber. He gently stroked his chin and turned to Su Rongrong, saying, "Let's reach out to someone named Huang Beiming." In truth, the pool of talent to choose from was vast. At this time, Zhou Xingqi had yet to step into the entertainment industry, and although Fat Brother had begun to make a name for himself, he had not yet become a box office guarantee. Lin Zhengying had not yet emerged either. The options were nearly limitless. However, Kong Tiancheng was not in a hurry. The immediate priority was to establish the company. The film company was named Bright Films. "Kong, sir," Huang Beiming observed Kong Tiancheng with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, he had not yet gained fame. It would not be until this year that his screenplay Vortex would first be adapted for the screen, marking his official entry into the film industry as a screenwriter. In 1979, he had co-founded the Struggle Film Company. In 1980, he participated in the establishment of New Art City Film Company, Limited, holding a 9% share. However, at present, New Art City had yet to be born, and Huang Beiming was merely an obscure figure, lacking any sense of presence. In the face of a capital giant like Kong Tiancheng, it was only natural that he displayed a degree of humility and respect. "Please, have a seat." Kong Tiancheng gestured towards the sofa beside him, speaking in a warm tone. "Ming, I have read your television scripts Wang Fei hung in force to the beam, and I found them quite inspired. I have also perused your film script Vortex. Its innovative concept is intriguing." Feeling slightly awkward, Huang Beiming promptly replied, "You flatter me too much, sir." Kong Tiancheng smiled serenely and stated directly, "The purpose of your invitation today is not concealed. I plan to construct a film base in Seongkwan and formally enter the film industry. In my view, your talent is exceptional, and I wonder if you would be interested in joining us." Huang Beiming's eyes widened in surprise. "Me?" Kong Tiancheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you." As he spoke, he casually pulled a contract from his folder and calmly added, "Take a look at this. It is a contract for a 10-year term." Huang Beiming took a deep breath and lowered his head to scrutinize the document, soon astonished to inquire, "You want me to be the director? The company will provide all the equipment?" "Precisely," Kong Tiancheng affirmed. "The filming locations, equipment, and funding will all be covered by the company. Of course, the contract is tiered. I have established 5 levels: D, C, B, A, and S. Level D is the basic contract with a fixed salary. Level C offers a slightly higher salary. Level B allows for participation in advertising and box office profit sharing, capped at 10. Level A can reach up to 30. And S level grants a share between 50 to 70. Moreover, upon reaching S level, I will recommend you establish a personal studio. And future collaborations will be conducted in the form of dealings between the company and your studio." Huang Beiming diligently reviewed the contract details presented by Kong Tiancheng. Overall, Kong Tiancheng's planning was remarkably comprehensive. His company, Bright Films, was structured with 2 subsidiaries, one being Eastern Artists Limited, responsible for talent management, the other, Bright Media Films, primarily focused on film project development. Regardless of whether one is a director, screenwriter, or actor, as long as they meet the corresponding level requirements, they may enjoy profit sharing from projects, particularly box office revenue. In general, Kong Tiancheng had constructed a clear and transparent promotion mechanism that was quite promising. After a brief understanding of the company's system, Huang Beiming could not help but ask, "What level do I belong to?" "As a director, you naturally fall within this 5-tier system. However, I personally hold great confidence in your potential. Your contract will be set at D level, but I shall provisionally grant you B level treatment. Should you excel, that would be splendid. If not, it would merely indicate my misjudgment in talent." Chapter 15, The 7 Oddities of New Art City. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly. "You should have no problem, right?" "No problem. Absolutely no problem," Huang Beiming responded excitedly, assuring that he would give his utmost effort without fail. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly and continued, "Additionally, I do not belong to your circle. However, within this circle, if you have friends whom you believe possess talent, feel free to recommend them to us. I am currently in need of such individuals." Huang Beiming nodded in agreement. "Understood." He then eagerly signed his name on the contract. "Oh, one more thing." Kong Tiancheng smiled, casually retrieving a script from his bag and placing it gently in front of Huang Beiming, speaking in a relaxed tone, "This is a story I penned during my leisure. Take a look and see if it holds any filming value." "A script? Written in your spare time?" Huang Beiming was momentarily taken aback. Then he eagerly accepted the stack of paper. The title Happy Ghost caught his eye, leaving him somewhat astonished. An hour later, Huang Beiming's eyes nearly bulged. Boss, did you really write this? What else could it be? Kong Tiancheng glanced at him, asking, so what do you think? Can it be filmed? I believe this film will surely achieve great success. Huang Beiming replied with conviction. Excellent. Then I shall entrust it to you for execution. Kong Tiancheng stretched leisurely and spoke nonchalantly. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will provide my full support. The company was only established yesterday, and I am also exploring many areas, so you will lead the operations. Huang Beiming felt a sudden pang of unease, as though he had stepped aboard an uncharted vessel. A company established just yesterday? Was this company truly reliable? Huang Beiming felt a measure of pressure. However, upon reflection, he reassured himself that the other party had secured resources from the Kong family of Hutchison Whampoa, which alleviated his concerns somewhat. Setting aside other considerations, as long as Kong Tiancheng was willing to continue investing funds, with his own abilities, success was inevitable. I will initially allocate 30 million to you for assembling a team and recruiting personnel. You will have full authority over all matters. Kong Tiancheng rolled his shoulders and continued. I will only review the financial statements, so do not entertain any dishonest intentions in this regard. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Huang Beiming promptly nodded. Understood. In the meantime, Kong Tiancheng had not only been busy establishing Bright Technology Company, Limited and Bright Films, but had also founded Bright Accounting Firm, Bright Law Firm, and an agency named Bright Investigation Bureau, specifically tasked with overseeing the operations of the companies under his umbrella and investigating any internal corruption. Most of the members of the Investigation Bureau had been recruited at high salaries from the ICAC. These agencies operated independently of any subsidiaries, directly reporting to the headquarters of Bright Group, thus directly following Kong Tiancheng's directives. The accounting firm was responsible for auditing the accounts of the investment companies to ensure that no deception occurred. The legal team handled legal disputes. The investigative department specializes solely in anti-corruption inquiries. As the enterprise expands, it becomes increasingly impractical for Kong Tiancheng to oversee every detail personally. Thus, it is imperative to establish a systematic management framework to ensure that the entire group functions smoothly even in his absence. Subsequently, Huang Beiming swiftly commenced the process of team formation. The first individuals that came to his mind were his close friends, Maijia and Shitian. Originally, they were supposed to co-found the New Art City together in September 1980, under the auspices of Princess Jean Entertainment Company, with the backing of the real estate consortium, Kowloon Construction. However, at present, the company has yet to be established, and both have been recruited by Kong Tiancheng ahead of time. Huang Beiming offered no further explanation and directly welcomed his two dear friends into the fold. To Kong Tiancheng's slight surprise, in addition to the three of them, Suku, Shi Nansheng, Zheng Jiwei, and Teddy Robin also joined, forming a creative team of 7. These individuals would later be referred to as the 7 Wonders of New Art City, often igniting astonishing creativity when gathered together, with nearly all of the early classic works emanating from their collective imagination. Each member brought unique strengths. Maijia had majored in electronic engineering at a prestigious university in the United States, later transitioning to film production at New York University, and had participated as an assistant director in the filming of 3 action films in America. Among the 3 core members of New Art City, Maijia held a 35.28 stake, the highest share, surpassing the combined shares of Shitian and Huang Beiming. This uneven distribution would later sow the seeds of discord within New Art City. By 1986, Maijia shifted his focus to directing the best Lucky Star for Golden Harvest, directly provoking the upper echelons of Princess Jean and ultimately leading to a schism. However, Kong Tiancheng was never one for pretense. All profits were distributed according to project performance. If a project thrived, the dividends would naturally follow. If it faltered, the returns would diminish accordingly. Everything was dictated by merit. A successful box office meant a larger share of the profits. Releasing several blockbuster films could even enhance the dividend ratio. At worst, the owner would simply take a smaller cut. It mattered not. After all, Kong Tiancheng had no expectations of turning a profit from this film company. It was initially established merely for convenience, primarily to pursue film starlets. Yet, now that he was genuinely venturing into film investment, he made time to meet with the 7 individuals. Naturally, they treated this young master with utmost respect. Among them was Zheng Jiwei, whose reputation had always been somewhat tarnished, particularly concerning matters involving Lan Jiaying. Nevertheless, now that he was under Kong Tiancheng's banner, the latter had ample means to manage him. Anyone daring to covet the women Kong Tiancheng had set his sights on would find themselves sworn to a life devoid of female companionship. You may proceed with your filmmaking endeavors, and any creative ideas can be discussed collectively. For the time being, focus solely on producing an excellent film. At this juncture, Kong Tiancheng smiled. his tone calm as he continued. If you require any resources, do not hesitate to express your needs. You are the founding team of the company, and I will ensure you receive dividends. As long as the project is profitable, I will earn my share, and you will not suffer losses. Rest assured, boss. Mai Jiao was the first to respond. It's rare to have your trust in us. We shall not disappoint you. That is the best outcome. Kong Tiancheng nodded with a smile. You should all have reviewed the company regulations, but I must emphasize 3 points. First, no one is to harass the female artists under the company. This is a strict rule, unbreakable by anyone. Second, do not entertain any dishonest thoughts regarding the company's funds. I will ensure you receive every penny owed, but do not even think about touching what is not yours. If you find yourself in debt due to gambling, come forward, and I am willing to assist you. Third, if the company lacks projects, and you wish to take on roles externally, you must report in advance. I will not impede your earnings, but do not treat the company as a charity. As he concluded, he surveyed the group with a smile. You may read the other regulations at your leisure. I shall not elaborate further. This applies not only to you, but to all contracted actors as well. The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Rongrong approached Kong Tiancheng and whispered, Boss, Quan Qilin and Li Saifeng have already contacted us. They will be arriving shortly. Do you wish to meet with them now? All right, I understand. Kong Tiancheng smiled, then rose. You may discuss among yourselves and review the script to see if you can refine it into a better work. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. After Kong Tiancheng left, the future 7 wonders of New Art City exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Mai Jia could not restrain himself from speaking. The company regulations are surprisingly stringent. Huang Beiming took a deep breath and replied quietly, Did you not notice? While there are numerous clauses, most have clear penalties. Yet, those 3 just now did not specify any consequences. Suko furrowed his brow. What does the boss mean by that? What else could it mean? Shi Nanxing interjected slowly. The implication is abundantly clear. Should anyone violate those 3 rules, the boss will resort to measures far harsher than mere regulations. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Shi Tian cautiously added, I've heard the boss has ties to the Underworld, with many subordinates, and is known for his decisiveness. In an instant, a sense of unease washed over them, as if they had boarded a vessel sailing toward an uncertain destination. All right, enough of this. Huang Beiming waved his hand. Didn't we already know about these matters beforehand? Why did we choose to come here? Was it not for the boss's promise of funding, dividends, and favorable conditions? I believe the boss is quite reliable. What if he doesn't deliver? Mai Jia suddenly whispered. Huang Beiming paused, taken aback for a moment before slowly responding. I don't believe he would go back on his word. Our top priority now is to produce our first film. Meanwhile, Kong Tiancheng remained oblivious to the 7 wonders of New Art City, speculating about his intentions. However, one thing was certain in Kong Tiancheng's mind. Once you board my ship, the idea of disembarking is nothing short of a foolish fantasy. At this moment, he was most eager to meet the 2 charming beauties, Quan Qilin and Li Saifeng. Quan Qilin, born in 1962, had just turned 16, while Li Saifeng, born in 1965, was merely 13, just slightly older than Wenbixia. Nevertheless, enlisting them for a film was not a daunting task. After all, The Happy Ghost was simply a low-budget comedy. And Kong Tiancheng originally intended for these 3 girls to make cameo appearances, aiming to lure them into the crew first. Their youth could be gradually cultivated. Hello, Ching Xiao? Upon seeing Kong Tiancheng, Quan Qilin's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, filled with hope for this young tycoon. Her mother, Zhang Bingqian, had been an actress for the Great Wall and Shaw Brothers film companies, while her father, Quan Shan, was a notable figure in the industry, having won the Best Actor award at the 11th Locarno International Film Festival in 1958, becoming the first Chinese person to receive such an honor. Despite this, her family circumstances had not improved significantly. Moreover, the Shaw Brothers company was notoriously stingy, while they managed to maintain a decent standard of living. Quan Qilin had long developed a strong yearning for wealth. To her, only money could bring genuine security. Furthermore, Kong Tiancheng's youth and affluence only served to amplify her attraction. Please, have a seat. Kong Tiancheng regarded the 2 underage girls before him with a moment of hesitation. After all, they were exceedingly young, and he felt it would be inappropriate to pursue any advances. However, this did not hinder him from admiring their beauty. Although they had yet to fully mature, it was already evident that both possessed the potential for stunning beauty, particularly Quan Qilin, whose features exuded a captivating charm. I am here today regarding the contract. Kong Tiancheng smiled faintly and spoke with calm assurance. I would like to invite you to take on the role of the female lead in my new film. Might I inquire if you are interested? Beside him, Li Saifeng nodded gently, though she herself was uncertain why she found herself in this place. A talent scout had approached her, asking if she would be willing to act as the leading lady in a film, and in a daze, she followed him home, only to be brought into this room. At this moment, facing the man before her and learning of his immense wealth, she suddenly felt a wave of nervousness that rendered her almost mute, hesitant to utter a word. In contrast, Guan Zhiling's demeanor appeared far more composed. "What do you like to eat, Ching Xiao?" Guan Zhiling asked, gazing at Kong Tiancheng with bright, sparkling eyes. Chapter 16, Filming begins. "I have quite a few favorites," Kong Tiancheng replied with a light chuckle. "But let us first discuss the matter at hand. This film will be shot during the summer vacation, and once completed, you can return to your studies. As for dining, I shall treat you to some delicacies afterward. How does that sound?" "That sounds wonderful." Guan Zhiling nodded enthusiastically, much like a chick pecking at grains. Kong Tiancheng smiled. "Then take some time to consider whether you would like to sign a contract." As he spoke, he slid the contract before Guan Zhiling. "I wish to sign you for 10 years, with the option to renew after that. The details are all outlined above. Please take a look." After coaxing both young women to sign their names, Kong Tiancheng called for Wen Bixia, and the group proceeded to dine out. Their destination was a luxurious hotel perched high above, offering a breathtaking view of the magnificent nightscape of Victoria Harbor. This scene left the three girls utterly astonished, almost unable to believe their eyes. Among them, while Li Ka-shing perhaps came from the most affluent background, she had never set foot in such opulent surroundings, leaving her feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. In addition to the astonishing dinner, Kong Tiancheng had also provided them with entirely new outfits. Wen Bixia was moved to tears, having never owned a brand new piece of clothing throughout her life. As they grew more familiar with one another, the three girls quickly warmed up, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. During their chat, it became evident that both Guan Zhiling and Wen Bixia were filled with a yearning for wealth. People often covet that which they lack the most. In contrast, while Li Ka-shing had her ambitions, her comparatively stable family background allowed her to maintain a calm demeanor, showing no inclination to ingratiate herself. Kong Tiancheng had no intention of having them film long-term. This was merely a temporary engagement during the summer break. After all, the contract was for 10 years, and the eldest, Guan Zhiling, was only 26. In 10 years, the Kong family's assets would surely multiply tenfold, making it difficult for anyone to rival him. After dinner, Kong Tiancheng personally escorted the three girls to their accommodations. The residence he had purchased spanned over 90 square meters. In addition to their living space, he had also hired a housekeeper to oversee their daily care. They could forget about a villa. He believed in not being overly indulgent, providing benefits incrementally, for offering too much at once could lead to complacency. During this time, aside from the crew from New Art City, Kong Tiancheng was also quietly courting several agents. The current entertainment industry in Hong Kong had yet to truly appreciate the importance of agents. However, as a time traveler, he was acutely aware of their critical role within the entertainment sphere. The company he founded, Oriental Entertainment, operated on an agent-centric model. As for potential candidates, he had already shortlisted a few. One was Chen Shufan, who had personally witnessed the rise and fall of the Hong Kong film industry. A pivotal figure in the industry, she was affectionately referred to as Madame Chun. She had successfully nurtured stars such as Zhang Guorong, Mei Yanfang, and Zhang Xueyou, and had also managed well-known artists like Shun Dianxia and Chen Songling. Another candidate was Chun Jiaying, a highly respected talent manager. To date, she had represented only 3 artists, initially Chen Baikong, followed by Wang Fei, and after Wang Fei's retirement, she signed Chen Yixuan. Chun Jiaying epitomized the archetype of a strong woman, consistently helping her artists reach the pinnacle of their careers while also being meticulous and caring in private, earning her the affectionate title of Mama among her clients. For now, these 2 would be his primary choices. Additionally, Kong Tiancheng was secretly scouting for actors, with a particular focus on Zhou Xingqi. Once located, he intended to sign him immediately. Not long after, Happy Ghost officially commenced filming. This film narrated a tale set in the Qing dynasty. Zhu Jinshan, who repeatedly failed his imperial examinations, suffered the indignity of numerous unsuccessful attempts, ultimately leading to his father's demise and the flight of his wife, culminating in his tragic suicide in a temple. After his death, his spirit, unable to reincarnate, lingered upon the hemp rope he had used to hang himself. Time flowed into the 1980s, where 3 high school students from Hong Kong, Lin Xiaohua, Lin Jingjing, and Yin Ruyu, encountered a torrential downpour during their summer travels and unwittingly stumbled into the ancient temple where Zhu had met his end. After the rain subsided, Lin Jingjing hurriedly brought the rope entwined with the soul back to their room, provoking a chorus of startled screams. As they spent time together, the girls forged a profound friendship with the ancient scholar, gaining direction and courage in their lives through their exchanges. Naturally, their journey was not without its share of humorous mishaps. Originally, this work was one of Huang Beiming's signature pieces, slated for release in 1984. However, Kong Tiancheng had advanced its filming to 1978. He personally provided the script. After his rebirth, his memory had significantly sharpened, enabling him to almost flawlessly replicate films he had seen. Thus, crafting a script was a trivial task for him. It required minimal modification and could be handed directly to Huang Beiming for production. Indeed, if he wished, he could even draft the shot list himself. However, that was unnecessary. Although Kong Tiancheng possessed limited knowledge of film creation, he excelled in management processes. Huang Beiming was responsible for directing, while he concentrated on system construction. From the outset of preparations, he meticulously planned how to efficiently allocate resources, from location scouting to meal distribution on set, ensuring every aspect was accounted for. He also insisted on having a dedicated person record any issues encountered during filming along with their corresponding solutions. While the script could be slightly adjusted and localized changes permitted, the overall structure must remain intact. Responsibilities were clearly delineated, with each person accountable for their tasks. Once all experiences were compiled and archived, future productions would adhere to this standard process, allowing for easy reference should similar challenges arise. In essence, the goal was to pursue unification, standardization, and industrialized operations. Throughout the filming process, Kong Tiancheng intervened very little with the director, actors, lighting, or script supervisors, yet he maintained exceedingly stringent demands regarding logistics, coordination, and progress control. This management model naturally posed an initial challenge for Huang Beiming. However, it was later that he unexpectedly discovered the entire filming process was surprisingly smooth. From prop coordination to meal arrangements for the lead actors, even ensuring that the catering for extras was well organized. He needed only to focus on shot composition, visual presentation, and actor guidance. Of course, as both director and lead actor, he had to take a hands-on approach to these matters. In less than a month, the entire film was remarkably completed. Subsequently, Huang Beiming nervously presented the edited rough cut to Kong Tiancheng for review. During the screening, everyone else was in fits of laughter, while Kong Tiancheng remained impassive, even stifling a yawn in impatience. "Boss, was there something lacking in the filming?" Huang Beiming asked cautiously. "It's fine, quite good." Kong Tiancheng shrugged, responding nonchalantly. "It is satisfactory, quite good." These understated words, however, sent a chill down Huang Beiming's spine. After a moment, he could not help but ask again, "How about it, boss? Could you offer some advice?" "I have no objections, it's rather commendable. Aren't people enjoying it?" Kong Tiancheng shrugged, smiling as he remarked, "As long as you all find it good. Boss, surely you don't actually think it's not funny, do you?" Huang Beiming probed once more. "I am not quite like you," Kong Tiancheng replied, still shrugging. "My sense of humor is rather elevated. Damn it. I must have watched this film at least 54 times in my past life. Now it is merely a rewatch. If I can still find it amusing, that would indeed be extraordinary." Huang Beiming chose not to press further. Kong Tiancheng casually inquired, "When the film is sent to the theaters, one will be Gala and the other Shaw Brothers, correct?" Huang Beiming nodded. "That's right. The mainstream theaters in Hong Kong are primarily Gala, Shaw Brothers, and the soon-to-be-established Golden Princess. The peak number of cinemas in Hong Kong was in 1969, reaching as many as 180. However, following Bruce Lee's death, the film industry faced a comprehensive blow, resulting in a sharp decline in the number of cinemas year by year. By 1977, only 75 cinemas remained in the entire region. Nevertheless, in 1978, 15 new ones were added, bringing the current total to 90. On one hand, new talents like Jackie Chan and Hung Jinbao were emerging. On the other, the economy of Hong Kong was rapidly soaring, rekindling the enthusiasm of audiences to visit cinemas. Presently, Shaw Brothers remains the most powerful, with its theaters spread across various locations, closely followed by Gala. As for Golden Princess, which would later collaborate with Huang Beiming and others, it did not appear out of thin air. It was originally named Li Ka-shing and began with merely 4 theaters, founded by Li Ka-shing. For many years, it was rented out to Gala, essentially functioning as a subsidiary of their theater chain. However, 2 years ago, Li Ka-shing sensed an impending boom in the film industry and decisively severed ties with Gala, opting for independent operations. Li Ka-shing and Kong Tiancheng are entirely different. Kong Tiancheng approached from the angle of film production, while Li Ka-shing directly focused on theater distribution, spending lavishly to connect with small cinemas across the region, aiming to establish a vast screening network capable of competing with Gala and Shaw Brothers. Yet, in Kong Tiancheng's view, Li Ka-shing's pursuit of theater distribution is utterly absurd. Why neglect real estate to dive headfirst in a cinema? While films can indeed be profitable, they pale in comparison to real estate. Although Kong Tiancheng is also involved in filmmaking, he would never center his focus on it. For him, making films is merely one of the means to attract women. More importantly, he is in the process of constructing his own media empire. Media is the true instrument of power, one that must be firmly grasped. Whether it be film stars, print media, television broadcasting, or the potential emergence of the internet, he intends to bring them all under his control. Setting aside other regions, at the very least, in this domain, He must possess absolute authority. Li Ka-shing treats cinema as his lifelong endeavor. In contrast, Kong Tiancheng regards film as a tool to achieve his aims. Once the system is established, he lets it operate on its own, merely steering from behind the scenes. I will communicate thoroughly with these theaters. I believe they will still consider the Kong family's reputation to some extent, Kong Tiancheng said with a slight smile, speaking slowly. Do not rush. Let us first observe the theater's reactions and discuss it after the final box office results are in. Huang Beiming remained somewhat anxious. Initially, he was filled with anticipation for this film, but seeing Kong Tiancheng's unperturbed demeanor made him apprehensive. Could it be that this film truly has no hope at all? Despite Huang Beiming's wavering confidence, Kong Tiancheng remained self-assured. This film was a commercial success in his past life. Moreover, it is merely a low-budget comedy. How much could it possibly lose if it does not turn a profit? The influence of the Kong family still looms large. Neither Shaw brothers nor Gala would dare to treat them lightly. After the negotiations, the arrangement of screenings, and the revenue-sharing ratio with the theaters were nearly settled. Face must still be given. Furthermore, the Kong family is currently acquiring Hutchison Whampoa, boasting substantial capital strength, ensuring ample opportunities for future collaborations. Neither Zhou Wenhui nor Xiao Yifu would wish to offend them lightly. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. The screening rate was set at 30%, with a box office split of 60-40, allowing the theaters only 40%. Chapter 17. Infiltrating Kowloon Development. However, Li Ka-shing declined. Kong Tiancheng looked at the document handed to him by Su Rongrong, raising an eyebrow slightly. What was the reason? Su Rongrong replied. No explicit reason was given. He merely stated that if negotiations were to occur, it must be your father who comes personally. What? Kong Tiancheng widened his eyes, and then let out a cold laugh. My father must go in person to negotiate? I truly cannot fathom when he believed he had the standing to sit at the same table as my father. Su Rongrong placed a document on the table, pushing it towards Kong Tiancheng. Behind Lixing Theater is Kowloon Development providing support. Kowloon Development once competed with us for the development rights of the Tiu Kungling site. We have reason to suspect that this refusal to connect is a retaliatory act regarding the Tiu Kungling project. Kong Tiancheng casually flipped through the document, stating blandly. So this is the crux of the matter. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The scale of Kowloon Development is not actually vast. A rough estimate reveals its total assets to be less than 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Compared to the current Kong family, it pales in significance. And even in relation to the past Kong family, it is still far behind. Kowloon Development, under Li Ka-shing's control, has only two main projects. One is Kowloon Bashi Real Estate, and the other is the Golden Princess Theater chain. If it were Kong Tiancheng himself, with limited funds, he would prioritize investing in real estate and finance, as those are the directions that can truly achieve asset leaps. However, not everyone possesses the foresight of a time traveler as he does. Li Ka-shing keenly sensed the warming trend in the film market. More critically, the film industry is on the brink of entering the era of 10 million box office. What does 10 million signify? It means that the profits of the entire industry could multiply at least tenfold, if not more. One cannot claim that Li Ka-shing's judgment is erroneous. It can only be said that he has yet to realize that the truly lucrative avenues are real estate and finance. Forget it. Kong Tiancheng waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, there is no need to pay them any mind. Shaw brothers and Gala are willing to extend this courtesy to the Kong family, which is sufficient. A mere Li Ka-shing is not worth our concern. After a pause, he looked up at Su Rongrong, call Nanqing to come. Boss. Moments later, Nanqing entered the office, standing before Kong Tiancheng. She is the wife of Su Ku, but more often, she is active in the film industry in her role as a producer. Due to the shortage of personnel around Kong Tiancheng, she was directly promoted to serve as the company's general manager, juggling multiple roles. She not only coordinates daily affairs of the production team, but also handles external cooperation with major theaters. How did the talks go with Shaw brothers and Gala? Kong Tiancheng glanced at the time and inquired. It is the end of June. When do we expect our film to be released? Nanqing took a deep breath, responding. If all goes well, it should be July 12th. So we can still catch the tail end of the summer release? Kong Tiancheng's lips curled into a smile as he eagerly followed up. Nanqing nodded, indeed. Good. Kong Tiancheng nodded slightly, then added. We must ensure that we conduct ample promotion when the time comes. Nanqing replied with a smile. Boss, please rest assured. I have already made the necessary arrangements with the media. As soon as the film is released, I will promptly coordinate with major platforms for coverage. Over the years, shadowing Kong Tiancheng, she has absorbed a wealth of knowledge. She has learned how to communicate with cinema chains, navigate interactions with journalists, and moreover, she must also work on cultivating a capable production team to coordinate the actors' schedules. During this period, Nanqing has been exceedingly busy. To be honest, the time she usually spends with her husband has nearly been consumed by work. Yet, The thought of Kong Tiancheng offering a monthly salary of 50,000, coupled with project commissions and the promise of year-end bonuses once the company turns a profit, invigorates her spirit. Her progress has been remarkably swift. She is now able to take charge independently. After chatting for a while, Kong Tiancheng's thoughts return to the development of Xiangquan. The Film City project must be advanced, especially since there is no telling when the Hengdian project will be completed. In contrast, local production in Hong Kong could initially focus on some low-budget films as a trial. The overall development of Xiangquan is undoubtedly a long-term endeavor, not merely a matter of 1 or 2 years, but rather a 10 or even several decades plan. There is no need to rush. A steady and methodical approach is the way forward. However, at that moment, Li Ka-shing's next move ignited Kong Tiancheng's fury. In an interview, Li Ka-shing publicly announced the renaming of the Li Ka-shing cinema line to the Golden Princess cinema line. Not only that, but he also made it clear that he would fully enter the film industry. During the interview, he did not disguise his derision, stating, Kong Yang actually entrusted such a significant project in Xiangquan to Kong Tiancheng. It's simply child's play. What does a mere child know? Does he have the capability to operate Xiangquan? Absolutely not. Do you understand? Look at what he is doing now. Instead of properly developing the project, he is running off to make movies? A mere boy, trying to juggle film and real estate. Does he really think he can do it all? Upon reading these words in the newspaper, Kong Tiancheng tore the paper to shreds in a fit of rage. The media even joined in the mockery, labeling him as a mere child. Damn it, Kong Tiancheng thought to himself. He prided himself on being restrained, and even during the earlier breakdown of cooperation, he had refrained from resorting to any underhanded tactics against Li Ka-shing. He had already shown considerable grace. But to be publicly called a mere child was simply unacceptable. I have treated you with respect, yet you dare to call me a young whippersnapper? What infuriated him the most was that even the news report had used such a contemptuous term. This was nothing short of an insult. If he could tolerate such indignities, he might as well retreat like a turtle and sit at the children's table for meals. Very well. Today I will show you exactly what this so-called child is capable of. Kong Tiancheng took a deep breath, turned to Su Rongrong, and asked solemnly, how many shares has Kowloon Wharf issued? What is the price per share? What is Li Ka-shing's personal shareholding ratio? Su Rongrong paused for a moment, then quickly responded, understood. I will check right away. Kong Tiancheng exhaled heavily, initially unwilling to cooperate. Now this fellow was audaciously trampling on his dignity. If he did not teach him a severe lesson, what would the outside world think of the Kong family? Did they not care about the family's reputation? Kong Tiancheng was genuinely enraged, and the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. He could not be blamed for his fury. I extended an olive branch. Yet you chose to leap off it. If we cannot cooperate, that is one thing. But to insult me as a mere child in front of everyone? What does that mean? Such arrogance could lead to dire consequences. It must be dealt with properly. With so many eyes on me, if I do not respond, how will Jia and Shaw brothers view the Kong family? Am I truly meant to sit at the children's table? My dignity must not be compromised. In truth, Li Ka-shing's audacity to openly provoke Kong Tiancheng stemmed from his belief that the Kong family could do nothing against him. While Kowloon Wharf was not a giant, it still boasted a market value of 200 million. It was not something that could be easily swayed. Kong Yang had some clout, but at present, all of his focus was on the acquisition of Jia Company, leaving little room for other matters. Li Ka-shing also never considered that even if he offended Kong Tiancheng could retaliate against him. As for the future of Hong Kong, it was a mere jest. How could the entire Hong Kong be dominated by Kong Tiancheng alone? The real estate business was teeming with competitors, and the Kong family was far from powerful enough to stand on equal footing with the shipping magnates. Ultimately, despite the Kong family's considerable influence, it was still insufficient for dominance. At least until the complete integration of Jia and Whampoa, the Kong family's position remained precarious. Li Ka-shing was venting his frustrations, having long set his sights on the development projects in Xiangquan and Tiu Konglong. Although the land was currently unremarkable, its future potential was limitless. Unexpectedly, the Kong family emerged and seized what was rightfully his, which only added to Li Ka-shing's vexation. 3 hours later, Su Rongrong had neatly organized all the information about Kowloon Wharf in front of Kong Tiancheng. At this point, Kowloon Wharf was still a publicly listed company. With a market value of 210 million, Li Ka-shing held a personal shareholding of 24.3%, and the identities and shareholding situations of other major shareholders were also meticulously documented. Furthermore, Kowloon Wharf had issued a total of 100 million shares, with a market price of $2.10 per share. After reviewing the information, Kong Tiancheng suddenly chuckled softly and said leisurely, transfer 100 million in funds over immediately. Begin acquiring shares of Kowloon Wharf at once. Additionally, arrange meetings with these major shareholders. I need to have a thorough discussion with them. After a brief pause, he added, also, contact Mr. Ma Yaozhong of HSBC. I want to apply for a loan under the name of Guangming Group. The Guangming Group belonged to his father, Kong Yang, while Guangming Group was the enterprise he personally controlled. However, Kong Tiancheng needed to leverage his father's influence for the time being. Yet, once he weathered this year, the situation would undoubtedly reverse. By then, when people mentioned Kong Yang, they would likely add, that is Kong Tiancheng's father. Kong Tiancheng's decisiveness and swift action were always evident. On one hand, Guangming Group already had 200 million in funds. On the other hand, HSBC was willing to provide a loan of 150 million. With the capital at his disposal, he could easily swallow Jiulong Jianye whole. Were it not for his plans to further invest in oil, Kong Tiancheng would have had no need to seek external financing. After teaching Kong Tiancheng a lesson, Lei Jukin had been in high spirits for days. A young one needed a little correction now and then. In recent days, he had been lavishly spending, acquiring cinema chains of all sizes, for he foresaw a new wave of explosion in Hong Kong's film industry. At the very least, he aimed to build a cinema empire that could rival Jiahe and Shaw Brothers. Once he controlled the screening channels, film companies would naturally seek cooperation. Just as Lei Jukin was reveling in his plans, his secretary suddenly rushed into the office, looking grave. Mr. Lei, we've just received news that someone is acquiring shares of Jiulong Jianye in large quantities on the stock market. What? Lei Jukin sprang to his feet, urgently asking. Who is acquiring? Who? It's Guangming Group. The secretary quickly replied, it's Kong Tiancheng. Kong Tiancheng? Lei Jukin was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? He would come to acquire Jiulong Jianye? What a joke. Where did he get so much money? The secretary frowned and quickly responded. The specific source is still unclear, but Jiulong Jianye's stock price has already risen from $2.10 to $3. It has risen to $3? Lei Jukin inhaled sharply, an ominous premonition rising within him. Have we contacted the shareholders? Have they liquidated their stocks? The secretary hesitated briefly before replying in a hushed tone. Not yet. Contact them immediately. Lei Jukin barked. In that moment, he felt a wave of panic for the first time. How dare this scoundrel Kong Tiancheng attempt to acquire Jiulong Jianye? How could he possibly make such a decision? Wasn't Kong Yang currently engrossed in the complete takeover of Heiresses development? How could he have the bandwidth to meddle in the acquisition of Jiulong Jianye? For Kong Tiancheng, however, it suddenly dawned on him that this was indeed the opportune moment to seize Jiulong Jianye for himself. Chapter 18. Do not mistake kindness for weakness. In truth, Lei Jukin was preoccupied with acquiring other cinema chains, intent on consolidating them into his own Golden Princess cinemas. What did this require? An abundance of capital. Lei Jukin had already invested all his liquid assets into the cinema acquisitions. How could he muster resources to contend with the unforeseen counter-acquisition battle? Under normal circumstances, no one would be vigilantly watching Lei Jukin's maneuvers, as everyone had their own business agendas, and there was no need to disrupt their rhythm for what seemed like an inconspicuous Jiulong Jianye. After all, conflicts are costly. Yet, Lei Jukin's words and actions had thoroughly enraged Kong Tiancheng. The repeated jabs of little brat were laden with contempt. More critically, the media had taken up this derogatory label and disseminated it widely. Could Kong Tiancheng swallow this insult? If he did, how would the outside world perceive him? How would they view Guangming Group? At Guangming Group headquarters, in Kong Tiancheng's office, Su Rongrong approached respectfully, presenting a document. Boss, here are the latest updates. We currently hold 15% of Jiulong Jianye shares. Additionally, Lei Jukin has initiated a counter-acquisition strategy, aggressively purchasing Jiulong Jianye stocks. Issue a statement immediately, Kong Tiancheng replied calmly. I will acquire Jiulong Jianye stocks at 5 yuan per share, aiming to increase our holding to over 51%. Once achieved, halt the acquisition efforts. Su Rongrong nodded swiftly. Understood. Soon after, Guangming Group's general manager, Cheng Hong, participated in a media interview. Cheng, a university graduate with 4 years of experience in the United States, had previously worked for Heiresses Development before being recruited by Kong Tiancheng to Guangming Group. After thorough discussions and evaluations, Kong Tiancheng had directly promoted him to general manager. Before the cameras, Cheng Hong appeared composed. After announcing the company's next strategic steps, a journalist could not contain their curiosity and asked, Mr. Cheng, is this move a form of retaliation against Mr. Lei Jukin? Indeed, Cheng Hong acknowledged with a steady nod. This is precisely an act of retribution. Our chairman, Mr. Kong Tiancheng, has been publicly belittled by Lei Jukin with the humiliating moniker of Little Brat. This is not only an affront to him personally, but also a provocation to our entire group. We aim to make him understand what true strength is. We want Lei Jukin to experience firsthand who the real Little Brat is. The room erupted in astonished murmurs. How audacious to openly admit this was retaliation. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Kong Tiancheng possessed a staggering capital of 200 million. Even if their previous collaboration had failed, mocking someone as a little brat could invite a fierce counterattack. With the Kong family's resources and resolve, why refrain from retaliation? When Li Ka-shing saw the newspaper report, he was nearly driven to apoplexy. What on earth was happening? He could scarcely believe that this was all Kong Tiancheng's vendetta against him. Was it truly worth his ire over a mere jibe of little brat? Later, when confronted by reporters, Li Ka-shing forced down his fury and coldly retorted, to acquire Kowloon Wharf at nearly double the original price. What else could that be if not the actions of a little brat? Kong Tiancheng is not merely an ill-mannered child. He is an extravagant spendthrift. I cannot believe Mr. Kong Yang would condone such absurd behavior. At that moment, Li Ka-shing's eyes were bloodshot with rage. His cash flow had long been committed to building the Golden Princess cinemas, leaving him incapable of mounting an effective counteroffensive. Moreover, Kong Tiancheng had entered the fray with a hefty offer of 5 yuan per share, a price Li Ka-shing could not hope to match. Kong Tiancheng's financial strength dwarfed his own. And more importantly, the other party had made their intentions crystal clear. Kowloon Wharf was a non-negotiable target. Who would dare lend Li Ka-shing money? Were they not afraid of losing everything? Of course, Li Ka-shing could opt to apply for a bank loan, but he was also weighing the risks. Should Kong Tiancheng succeed in his acquisition, the stock prices would inevitably plummet, delivering a devastating blow to him. At that point, not only would his counteroffensive be futile, but he would also face substantial losses. For now, the only recourse available to Li Ka-shing was to voice his concerns to the media. He hoped that public opinion might exert pressure on Kong Tiancheng, or perhaps Kong Yang would intervene at a crucial moment to rein in his wayward son. Before long, reporters flocked to Kong Yang like bees to nectar, eagerly inquiring about his perspective on the upheaval. Perspective? What perspective could I possibly have? Kong Yang replied nonchalantly. I merely provided my son with a few billion to play around with. He shrugged, his tone indifferent. Even if he loses it all, so what? It's merely childish play. When Li Ka-shing glimpsed this statement in the newspaper, he was consumed with fury, nearly spitting blood. Kong Yang's stance was unambiguous. You, Li Ka-shing, are not even worthy to stand on equal footing with me. To deal with you, sending my son is more than sufficient. After all, who has more wealth than you? My capital far surpasses yours. Moreover, Kong Yang was currently focused on the acquisition of Heiresses development. Such petty squabbles held no significance for him. When did Li Ka-shing begin to believe he could rival Kong Yang? It was nothing but a delusion. Su Rongrong, meanwhile, was gradually acclimating to her role as secretary. Her experiences following Kong Tiancheng had significantly broadened her horizons and insights, growth that years in academia could not provide. She swiftly recalibrated her position, delving into Kong Tiancheng's personality and habits to accurately anticipate his needs. In her professional endeavors, she took the initiative, striving to stay ahead of Kong Tiancheng's business movements. She even entertained the thought that perhaps university was unnecessary, that self-education could suffice. But she could never detach herself from Kong Tiancheng's side. She must excel in her role as his assistant. At this juncture, Li Ka-shing was on the brink of collapse, grappling with the regret of having provoked Kong Tiancheng, who was merely a callow youth. Who could have anticipated the depth of this young man's desire for retribution? Now, Li Ka-shing was compelled to consider divesting all his cinema chains. Initially, he had harbored grand ambitions of entering the film industry, but with his own stronghold now precariously balanced, he had neither the heart nor the mind to contemplate any grand designs. In the office of the Jia headquarters, Mr. Li, it's not that we are unwilling to take over your cinema chain. It's simply that our funds are currently quite tight, Zhou Wenhui remarked, observing the haggard expression of Li Ka-shing with a sense of concealed satisfaction. Li Ka-shing's sudden incursion into the film market had indeed taken him by surprise. In the present landscape of Hong Kong's film industry, it is dominated either by Golden Harvest or Shaw Brothers. And Zhou Wenhui is not particularly pleased to see new competitors emerge. However, this development is already beyond his control, as unexpectedly, Kong Tiancheng has appeared on the scene, directly forcing Li Ka-shing to consider selling the Golden Princess cinema chain. Li Ka-shing had initially invested nearly 40 million to establish this chain. If it could be acquired at a low price, even if it does not yield exorbitant profits, it would be sufficient to secure a commanding advantage for Golden Harvest in the screening sector. Mr. Zhou, 30 million. Li Ka-shing gritted his teeth and finally spoke. For 30 million, I will transfer it to you. 30 million? Zhou Wenhui was momentarily taken aback, feeling a stir in his heart, yet still sought to negotiate a lower price, replying, to be frank, I can only offer a maximum of 25 million. What? Li Ka-shing was taken aback. 25 million? By that calculation, I would incur a loss of 15 million. No way. He shook his head vehemently. I cannot accept such an amount. Then I must express my regrets. Zhou Wenhui sighed lightly and waved his hand. Mr. Li, please reconsider. We have several new films to produce, and we are in urgent need of funds. With actors' salaries rising each year, we are truly at our wits' end. Li Ka-shing clenched his teeth and resolutely turned to leave. Such a price, under no circumstances, could he agree to. Yet, as time ticked away, his heart grew increasingly anxious. At this moment, he could not ascertain how much time he had left, nor did he know the extent of Kong Tiancheng's shareholding. Ultimately, he made up his mind. He must protect his Kowloon Jianya at all costs. If it were to be acquired by Kong Tiancheng, all his life's work would be in vain. However, shortly after making this decision, his secretary rushed into the office. Panic-stricken, Mr. Lei, the board of directors has called an emergency meeting. At that instant, Lei Jukin felt a buzzing in his head. An overwhelming sense of foreboding washing over him. Why convene the board at this time? What could it mean? Before long, Lei Jukin arrived at the boardroom of Kowloon Construction, where he encountered a young man. The individual smiled, and as his gaze fell upon Lei Jukin, it seemed to appraise an item on the verge of changing ownership. Mr. Lei, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly, extending his hand. I am Kong Tiancheng. Faced with the outstretched hand, Lei Jukin felt as if his arm were weighed down with lead, unable to lift it. Yet Kong Tiancheng continued with an affable demeanor, Mr. Lei. Kowloon Construction now belongs to the Kong family. I hope you can recognize the reality and refrain from being ungrateful. Lei Jukin stood frozen for a long while before slowly raising his hand to grasp Kong Tiancheng's palm. Mr. Kong, greetings. Kong Tiancheng took a seat at the head of the table, wearing a gentle smile. Mr. Lei, please see this. My proof of shareholding indicates that my stake has surpassed 51%. Next, we can discuss the disposition of your shares in Kowloon Jianya. As a younger generation, I will offer you a dignified exit. What? Lei Jukin's entire body trembled. You intend to fully acquire Kowloon Jianya? A complete takeover? Kong Tiancheng spread his hands. His expression relaxed. What? Mr. Lei, do you have any objections? Speak freely. I am more than willing to listen. Lei Jukin took a deep breath and quietly said, Mr. Kong, I misspoke earlier. Mr. Lei, I believe you still do not comprehend my intentions, Kong Tiancheng replied calmly. My demand is that you must immediately and completely withdraw from the Kowloon Jianya group, with no room for negotiation. Lei Jukin's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly realized that this young man, whom he had disdainfully referred to as a little kid, was genuinely intent on forcing him into a corner. He clenched his teeth. His voice low, Mr. Kong, I have tried to show you respect. Calling me a little kid to my face is your idea of respect? Kong Tiancheng sneered coldly. His eyes filled with disdain. Do not speak to me of respect. I will say it again. You must completely withdraw from the Kowloon Jianya group. This is a notification, not a discussion. And if I refuse? Lei Jukin glared furiously. I now possess 51% of the controlling shares. I have the final say, Kong Tiancheng smiled. I will transfer all properties and land under Kowloon Jianya to my Guangming group for the price of $1 Hong Kong. Mr. Lei, I advise you to cooperate and not to overstep your bounds. Chapter 19. What gives you the right to challenge me? Burning with rage, Lei Jukin could hardly resist the urge to charge forward and strike him down. Yet, he ultimately felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and could only force out the words, Kong Tiancheng, how much are you prepared to offer? Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly, his demeanor leisurely. We can discuss this slowly. In the end, Kong Tiancheng presented a purchase price of 30 million. Lei Jukin felt a pang in his heart, as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. To be fair, this sum was not insignificant. However, some calculations cannot merely consider the present figures. The future appreciation potential of Kowloon Jianya is immeasurable. Currently, his shares are valued at approximately 30 million, but in another decade or so, they could easily exceed 300 million. Or even 7 or 800 million is not beyond the realm of possibility. At this moment, the deepest regret for Lei Jukin was that he should not have been so indiscreet initially, insisting on referring to Kong Tiancheng as a little kid. Who could have imagined that this youth would indeed take action against Kowloon Jianya, and with such lethal precision? Not only did he act, but he also pressed relentlessly. Watching the despondent figure of Lei Jukin depart, Kong Tiancheng merely smiled faintly. Overall, acquiring Kowloon Jianya had not cost him excessively, totaling less than 180 million. Although the company's market value had reached 200 million, the prices paid to acquire shares from other Kowloon Jianya shareholders were relatively low. As for Lei Jukin's shares, it was impossible to transact at $5 per share. Now holding 75% of the shares, Kong Tiancheng was fully qualified to push for the company's delisting, transforming it into a wholly private asset. Presently, Kowloon Jianya still holds two promising projects, one being Kowloon Bus and the other, the Golden Princess cinema chain that Lei Jukin was in the process of establishing. Strictly speaking, Kowloon Bus is not the foundation of the Lei family's fortune. Yet the Lei family remains its largest shareholder, holding 21.6% of the shares. Kowloon Bus was founded by Deng Xiaoqian, with its origins tracing back to 1928. Thus nearing half a century of history, having weathered 50 years of storms. Deng Xiaoqian has long served as the chairman of the board. After World War II, The company faced financial difficulties, and to weather the storm, he brought in a new investor, Li Rueda, who is none other than Li Ka-shing's father. From this point on, Li Rueda officially entered the core of Kowloon Bus. Although Deng Xiaoqian remained the chairman, the Li family's influence within the company steadily increased. Later, the Hong Kong government intervened. Given that Kowloon Bus fell under the category of public utilities during the period of Sui in 1961, the government mandated it to abandon diversified development and focus on public transportation services. Otherwise, it would not issue additional vehicle licenses and would impose a cap on profitability. Subsequently, Kowloon Bus began to divest non-core businesses. In the same year, its real estate operations were spun off, leading to what would later become Kowloon Jianya. As Deng Xiaoqian did not engage in real estate management, this sector gradually fell under the control of the Li family, ultimately becoming a significant asset of the Li family. To assist Kowloon Jianya in going public and enhancing its valuation, certain shares that originally belonged to Kowloon Bus were wholly transferred to Kowloon Jianya to inflate its book value. Now that Kong Tiancheng has acquired Kowloon Jianya, he has indirectly obtained some rights to Kowloon Bus as well. A cursory glance reveals that Kowloon Bus's operational status remains robust, with acceptable profitability. While it may not yield immediate exorbitant profits, its stability and preservation of value render it a quality asset. Kong Tiancheng was not in a hurry to relinquish his holdings. Even if immediate high returns did not materialize, he could continue to hold on, treating it as a fulfillment of a public responsibility. What truly concerned Kong Tiancheng was the Golden Princess cinema chain in the hands of Boss Li. Overall, although the Li family was not among the top-tier elite, they were nonetheless quite renowned in Hong Kong. Moreover, Li Ka-shing himself was a prominent figure in the annals of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. He established the Golden Princess cinema chain, which shattered the long-standing practice of guaranteed buyouts in Hong Kong cinemas, pioneering a profit-sharing system. This initiative significantly broadened the survival space for filmmakers. As cinemas were no longer compelled to accept subpar films, and independent productions gained new avenues for screening. The rise of the Golden Princess cinema chain compelled both Galaxy and Shaw Brothers to undergo internal reforms. One could assert that the emergence of the Golden Princess cinema chain largely catalyzed the flourishing cinematic golden age of the late 1980s and early 1990s in Hong Kong. Subsequently, the advent of Uniden films even forced the historically adversarial Shaw Brothers and Galaxy to join forces in order to compete. It is worth noting that these two were once bitter rivals, with Shaw Yifu viewing Zhou Wenhui as a traitor, while Zhou considered Shaw Yifu to be ungrateful, demanding high fees while exerting considerable pressure. After a decade of conflict, they ultimately united in the face of the pressure from Uniden, highlighting the urgency of the situation at that time. Of course, it was not merely Uniden itself that was formidable, it was the plethora of choices it introduced. In the past, filmmakers either had to align with Galaxy or submit to Shaw Brothers, with all rules dictated by them. If a film was perceived as a threat, they would reduce its screenings or even force it out of theaters. However, the landscape has changed. Now, screenings are determined not by pedigree, but by quality and market response. High box office means more screenings. Low box office, naturally, means yielding space. Presently, Li Ka-shing has been completely ousted by Kong Tiancheng, who is now ushering in a fully upgraded version of Uniden. From the overall corporate structure to the systematic upgrade of the film industry, the personnel remain the same, yet the institutional reform has been thoroughly propelled by Kong Tiancheng. With the support of the Golden Princess cinema chain, it is indeed an unstoppable force. At this stage, both Shaw Brothers and Galaxy still extend a modicum of respect to Kong Tiancheng. After all, if one were to delineate the hierarchy of Hong Kong's business magnates, the top tier undoubtedly belongs to the likes of the Pak family, the Dong family, the Li family, and the historical Four Great Families. The most notable characteristic of this echelon is its capacity to contend with British financial consortia. For instance, the Pak family once decisively seized a share of profits from Jardine Matheson. In summary, the core hallmark of this level is the ability to confront British financial might head-on. The second tier includes figures such as Kong Yang, Li Ka-shing, and Li Zhaoji, representing the embryonic form of the new Four Great Families. However, Kong Yang has successfully taken the helm at Hutchison Whampoa and has effectively begun to encroach upon the top tier. As long as the situation stabilizes and he gains true control over Hutchison Whampoa, he will undoubtedly ascend to the upper echelons within a few years. As for Boss Li, he remains far from being ranked. His asset scale barely places him in the 4th or 5th tier. Shaw Yifu is roughly positioned in the 3rd tier, while Galaxy barely hovers around the 4th. Shaw Yifu's advantage lies in his control of TVB resources, although he does not have complete ownership, as the major shareholder of TVB is, in fact, the Li family, under the premise of no direct conflict of interest. When the young master of the Kong family releases a film and requests support, neither Shaw nor Galaxy would refuse. Coincidentally, with the summer season winding down, Neither company had any major production scheduled. Thus, Shaw Brothers, Galaxy, and the Golden Princess cinema chain simultaneously premiered Happy Ghost. A total of 90 cinemas across Hong Kong screened this film concurrently. Kong Tiancheng, unrelenting, invested 500,000 in media promotion, with the sole request to promote it vigorously, giving it a 365-degree comprehensive endorsement. As a time traveler, he was well versed in the nuances of public relations. Media relations had to be meticulously managed. Huang Beiming personally visited the cinemas to observe audience reactions. Overall, despite having watched Happy Ghost 5 or 6 times in his previous life and being immune to its comedic elements, for the vast majority of Hong Kong viewers at this time, the film was undoubtedly innovative, packed with humor that was overwhelming. This was a quintessential example of a dimensional assault. While Happy Ghost was categorized as a comedy horror film, in essence, it was a lighthearted comedy centered around youth and campus life. Following Bruce Lee's era, Hong Kong cinema was inundated with a plethora of martial arts films. While these films were not without merit, their overwhelming quantity led to aesthetic fatigue. The action choreography could not match the charm of Bruce Lee, yet many attempted to emulate his style, causing audiences to gradually lose interest. Prior to Chung Long's pioneering of the kung fu comedy genre, traditional martial arts films were indeed lacking in substance. Other genres predominantly consisted of costume martial arts, romantic dramas, and urban fashion comedies. While these works had their merits, they lacked freshness and allure. Although youth and campus films occasionally emerged, they were often confined to romantic or artistic routes, failing to win popular acclaim. It was now 1978, and Hong Kong cinema had yet to experience a genuine explosion. The release of Happy Ghost was akin to a precise strike. It uniquely blended elements of youth, campus life, and comedy, skillfully incorporating supernatural themes. Ghosts, typically associated with terror, took on a wholly different effect when utilized for humor, offering a refreshing experience. Listening to the laughter resonating around him, Huang Beiming finally felt at ease. He watched the film while noting audience reactions, meticulously recording every instance that elicited laughter, marking each comedic moment in detail. This was the director's fundamental skill, a suggestion that Kong Tiancheng repeatedly emphasized. Directors must study, and screenwriters must do the same. No data is more direct or effective than the genuine feedback from live audiences. Of course, Kong Tiancheng had also established a strict rule. The use of crude gags involving bodily functions was strictly prohibited. It was only at this moment that Huang Beiming truly relaxed. Previously, crew members and internal staff had nearly burst into laughter, yet Kong Tiancheng, having watched it 5 or 6 times, maintained a stoic expression, which had left him quite anxious. However, now, seeing the audience's enthusiastic reactions, Huang Beiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the boss simply had a higher threshold for humor. Happy Ghost was screened across the 3 major cinema chains for 3 consecutive sessions, with the first showing achieving an average occupancy rate of 86, and the subsequent 2 sessions were completely sold out. The market, initially nearing the end of the summer season, was suddenly ignited, culminating in a full-blown explosion. The box office on the first day soared to an astonishing figure of 1,800,000. What did this signify? To put it simply, the annual box office champion of 1977 was The Charming Detective, with a total box office of 7,704,064 Hong Kong dollars and a screening period lasting 2 months. Based on the current momentum of Happy Ghost, it could surpass that figure within merely 5 days. However, reality proved even more astonishing. On the following day, the box office for Happy Ghost had already exceeded 3 million. The cumulative box office over 2 days reached 4,800,000. This figure sent shockwaves throughout the film industry. 4,800,000. Was this a harbinger of a 10 million box office within a week? Both Galaxy and Shaw Brothers stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that a film seemingly created as a casual endeavor by a wealthy heir could attain such heights. Breaking 10 million in a week? This would utterly shatter Hong Kong's cinematic box office records. Zhou Wenhui and Xia Yifu instantly felt unprecedented pressure. Originally, they presumed this was merely a whimsical endeavor by a wealthy scion to dabble in filmmaking, a trivial venture at best. However, who could have anticipated that Kong Tiancheng was not merely toying with the idea? This was unequivocally a deeply concealed, explosive revelation. The impact of this release sent shockwaves throughout the Hong Kong film industry. This explosion stirred the entire entertainment realm into tumult. Breaking 10 million within 3 days? What a staggering concept. Last year's box office champion pales in comparison to Happy Ghost, hardly worthy of carrying its shoes. What grounds do you have to challenge me? Chapter 20, a cinematic masterpiece from Hong Kong. Of course, there are several significant reasons behind this phenomenon. Firstly, the 3 major cinema chains premiered the film simultaneously, providing extensive screening support. Secondly, there was a slight increase in ticket prices, but most importantly, the film's quality was undeniably impeccable. Major media outlets in Hong Kong erupted in excitement. Numerous publications hailed Happy Ghost as the savior of the Hong Kong film market. It had been years since such a sensational, phenomenon-level work graced the screens since the era of Bruce Lee. It indeed heralded a new epoch for Hong Kong cinema. Despite the presence of certain media outlets that had been financially incentivized to lavishly praise the film, arguably reaching the pinnacle of insincere flattery, in a certain sense, this work genuinely merited the accolade of being epoch-defining. Originally, this historical mission was meant to be fulfilled by Chen Long's kung fu comedy. Yet it was Happy Ghost that seized the opportunity first. Huang Beiming was exhilarated and immediately set about preparing for Happy Ghost 2. As for the script, it remained the one Kong Tiancheng casually tossed his way. In his previous life, he only recalled having seen the first 2 installments, and how the story would unfold thereafter was entirely up to Huang Beiming's discretion. The other members of the 7 Monsters of New Art City showed no signs of complacency, each commencing plans for new films. They all understood one thing: Kong Tiancheng was exceptionally generous. However, at that moment, Kong Tiancheng was not focusing much on the daily operations of the company. Take a look at this, it's our company's contract. Kong Tiancheng said with a smile, I have great faith in you. Join us at Oriental Entertainment, and I will tailor a series of leading roles for you, designing a unique style that suits your characteristics. Seated across from Kong Tiancheng was Chen Long. This future luminary did not have a straightforward journey. In 1976, he joined the Law Y Film Company as a contracted actor. In March of that year, he starred as the male lead in the action film New Shaolin Temple, mimicking Bruce Lee's iconic performances. In September, he co-starred with Wang Yu in the martial arts film The Duel of the Storms, playing a villain. He also starred in the action film Shaolin Wooden Man Alley, portraying a pure-hearted, kind-hearted mute. In 1977, he played a talented youth from a wealthy family in the action film Sword Flower and Misty Rain in the South, and in March 1978, he starred in the action film Snake Crane 8 Steps, embodying the simple and kind-hearted A Long. However, all of these films, without exception, performed poorly at the box office. Chen Long hardly became a box office talisman until 1978, when Wu Siyuan borrowed him from Law Y to shoot a new film. During that period, Chen Long had just undergone double eyelid surgery, significantly enhancing his overall appearance. In September of the same year, he starred in the kung fu film Snake Style, breaking the traditional tough guy mold of kung fu movies by infusing humor into his action performances, thereby establishing a comedic style in martial arts. In October, he starred in Drunken Master, incorporating substantial comedic elements into the martial arts choreography, and Chen Long redefined the classic character Wang Fei Hung with his innovative portrayal. However, before Wu Siyuan could take action, Kong Tiancheng had already signed Chen Long directly. The contract was for 10 years. And as for the millions in breach of contract compensation owed to Law Y, that was hardly worth mentioning. Following this, if any company wished to poach him with a high salary, apologies, but the breach amount had already been raised by Kong Tiancheng to 100 million. The rights to lead roles, box office shares, and commercial endorsements were all included. For an artist of Chen Long's caliber, Kong Tiancheng granted him a B-level contract treatment. And his agent, Chen Ziqiang, was also poached from Law Y by Kong Tiancheng. Originally, Chen Ziqiang was Chen Long's agent. The core business of Oriental Entertainment was indeed the cultivation and management of artists. Chen Long had no reason to decline this offer, after several film failures. His confidence was severely shaken. Now that Kong Tiancheng was willing to provide an opportunity, he was profoundly moved. During this time, Kong Tiancheng showed no signs of relaxation. He successively recruited Chen Long's fellow disciples. Those capable of acting were arranged for roles, while those unsuited for performance would serve as martial arts instructors. Concurrently, he was establishing a specialized stunt production company. The future renowned Chung family and Hung family teams were essentially incorporated into his system. Although Hung Jinbao did not join, Kong Tiancheng had successfully signed Lin Zhengying, Yuan Biao, and Yuan Heping along with his father Yuan Xiaotian, focusing on action design and research. He also began to pay attention to the potential emergence of computer-generated effects technology. This group was encouraged to brainstorm collectively, with any creative ideas needing to be documented, assessed for feasibility and practicality. Any proposed concept that ultimately found application would earn additional bonuses. All viable plans would be compiled into a manual, serving as a reference standard for future work. The goal was to achieve industrialization and standardization in film production. Kong Tiancheng firmly believed that the success of a film undoubtedly relies on the star's appeal, but it is ultimately dependent on the collaboration and dedication of the entire team. Without the backing of the Chung family team, even Chen Long's most brilliant ideas could not be realized on screen, if conditions permitted. He even contemplated introducing a salary cap system, but for now, he needed to wait until he had sufficient influence to implement such a policy. There was no hurry. Everything must proceed step by step. While several individuals were engaged in conversation, Su Rongrong entered Kong Tiancheng's office. Boss, what's the matter? Kong Tiancheng inquired, turning to her. Su Rongrong glanced at Cheng Long and Chen Ziqiang, both of whom exchanged knowing looks and promptly exited. She quickly stated, Jiahe and Shaw Brothers have simultaneously reduced our screening ratios. How much is the current box office? Kong Tiancheng asked. It has already reached 11 million. Su Rongrong responded swiftly. It has shattered the box office record in Hong Kong. Regardless of whether it was Shaw Brothers or Jiahe, Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and spoke slowly. They cannot possibly allow us to continue this trajectory. We've only been released for 5 days and have already broken the record. Do they expect us to keep climbing higher? Is that realistic? Su Rongrong was acutely aware of this reality, yet she couldn't help but remark, but it's only been 3 days, and they're already drastically reducing our screenings. Not to worry. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly, his expression calm as he replied, the days ahead are still long. I believe there is no need to rush. Whether it was Jiahe or Shaw Brothers, Kong Tiancheng possessed a distinct advantage over them. Not only was he wealthy, but he was exceedingly affluent. Once his capital was fully invested, what he would secure would not merely be the screening rights of a few dozen cinemas. Regardless, the actions of Shaw Brothers and Jiahe ultimately invited public criticism. Initially, the screening situation was tolerable, yet unexpectedly, merely 3 days later, the volume of screenings plummeted. Now, aside from the Golden Princess cinema chain, which maintained a high screening ratio, all other major cinema chains had begun to reduce their showings. Even so, Happy Ghost continued to robustly shatter box office records. From this point onward, Hong Kong-produced films officially entered the million-dollar box office era, an achievement that left countless individuals in awe. The media has spared no effort in showering lavish praise upon Happy Ghost, heralding it as a rare masterpiece, while vehemently criticizing Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest for their narrow-mindedness in reducing screenings of such an exceptional film. This approach is undeniably short-sighted. It is precisely due to the earlier collaboration between Li Ka-shing and Kong Tiancheng that the latter acquired Kowloon Construction, allowing the Golden Princess cinema chain to achieve unprecedented full houses. At the ticket counter, the sister inquired, is Happy Ghost truly that captivating? Our family rarely comes together for a movie, and you have been singing its praises all along. Is it really worth it? Oh, don't worry. My classmates have all seen Happy Ghost, and Dad, you can rest assured. I've heard it's exceptionally funny and a great value. Hello, I would like 8 tickets for the 7 p.m. showing of Happy Ghost, please. Sure. That will be 70 yuan in total. Here as your 30 yuan change. Please keep it. To purchase 8 tickets in one go is already a rarity, yet shortly after, someone astonishingly bought 20 tickets outright, promptly reselling them at a 10 yuan markup. A 10 yuan premium is considered quite reasonable among scalpers, with some even raising the price to 20 yuan per ticket. Many viewers, despite their complaints, were willing to pay 20 yuan to secure a ticket. As the film is indeed remarkable, individuals like Kong Tiancheng, who are accustomed to grand productions, are exceedingly rare. This film, released 5 years ahead of schedule, is truly a gem among gems. Its box office soared, continuing to rise even without the support of Golden Harvest and Shaw Brothers, ultimately surpassing 18 million yuan, eclipsing last year's box office champion by a staggering 25 times. Hong Kong media is nearly elevating Happy Ghost to celestial heights. The box office performance is commendable, however. Kong Tiancheng pondered, what is our progress in the overseas markets? He smiled at Nanxing, who promptly replied, I have already begun arrangements. I have cooperative channels in Taiwan, so that should not pose a problem. However, the Southeast Asian market is rather tricky, as local distributors have long-standing ties with Golden Harvest and Shaw Brothers, and they may be reluctant to collaborate with us. Taiwan is a crucial market, Kong Tiancheng remarked with a smile. My suggestion is to increase investment, proactively reach out, and not be stingy with spending. The more films we can screen in Taiwan, the better. Don't hesitate to spend. Nanxing nodded in agreement. Kong Tiancheng continued. As for Southeast Asia, I still adhere to my original principle. Spend money. Allow local cinema managers to select our films. You must find a way to communicate directly with their top executives. To put it plainly, offer money in exchange for screenings, and ensure they provide ample opportunities for us. At this moment, Nanxing began to understand Kong Tiancheng's straightforward and forceful approach, using money to pave the way. He firmly believed that no one could truly resist the allure of money, whether it be Golden Harvest or Shaw Brothers, unless it is their own direct cinema chain. Any third-party collaboration, no matter how close, ultimately cannot compete with the irresistible attraction of cold, hard cash. It must be said that working under such a boss is indeed refreshing, as there is never a shortage of financial support. His aim is not merely to make quick profits from 1 or 2 films, but to construct a comprehensive film industry chain and establish his own business system. At this moment, Nanxing decisively nodded. Understood, I will take care of it. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and said, some expenditures need not be overly scrutinized. Draft a budget proposal first. Once the relationships are solidified, opportunities for collaboration will abound in the future. By producing quality films, we can earn profits. And they can benefit from the returns as well. What is not to love? Sure, Nanxing nodded in agreement once more. Today, the entirety of Southeast Asia, Taiwan, and indeed almost all of Asia, can be deemed a barren land for artistic creation. Taiwan is constrained by its historical context, while Southeast Asia lacks a cultural foundation altogether. Even the South Korean and island nations offer little of substance, and the mainland is still in its infancy. The true responsibility of cultural export rests solely upon Hong Kong. Regrettably, Hong Kong has gradually stagnated, with its influence waning and ultimately being supplanted by the mainland. Given that he has traversed time and space, possesses the capability, and wields the necessary resources, Kong Tiancheng is certainly unperturbed by shouldering this significant task. Beyond merely producing films, he aims to gradually promote the acceptance of Chinese culture in Southeast Asia. Chapter 21, Celebration Banquet. The ripple effect brought about by films is sufficient to spur sales of merchandise and a series of derivative values. Of course, it is still premature to discuss these matters, as we currently have only Happy Ghost to our name. By the way, Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly, saying, now that the box office has reached 18 million, we ought to host a celebration banquet, lest anyone claim that I, Kong Tiancheng, am stingy. Consequently, Kong Tiancheng grandly organized a lavish celebration banquet. Attendees included not only employees from the company, but also numerous media journalists gathered together. When it comes to promotional endeavors, Kong Tiancheng is undoubtedly a top-tier expert. He understands the necessity of maintaining good interactions with the media, and he invests funds with remarkable finesse. In fact, all journalists present were treated to a separate banquet with designated tables, a gesture that deeply touched those in attendance. When had they ever enjoyed such hospitality? The venue was the prestigious Li Yuan restaurant located in Central, a historic high-end Cantonese dining establishment where the now popular XO sauce was first introduced in 1981. Today, an entire floor of Li Yuan has been reserved by Kong Tiancheng specifically for Huang Beiming's celebration banquet. The Kong family is now advancing toward the pinnacle of high society, and thus cannot afford to appear too frugal. When an individual's status reaches a certain level, certain occasions are not mere displays of ostentation, but rather inevitable actions dictated by one's identity. Chen Long couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As a nameless individual, he had been invited by Kong Tiancheng to attend. Alongside him were his fellow apprentices, Yuan Biao, Yuan Kuei, and Yuan Hua, with nearly the entire 7 little fortunes recruited under Kong Tiancheng's banner. The only one not part of the fold was Hung Jinbao, who has gained some recognition and is a key talent nurtured by Golden Harvest, making him difficult to poach. However, this does not prevent Kong Tiancheng from absorbing other members from Hung's team. Kong Tiancheng's generosity is evident, offering not only handsome salaries, but also comprehensive medical insurance and equipment support for his employees. More importantly, he provides a clear pathway for career advancement. If these individuals were not tempted, it would be utterly impossible. Chen Ziqiang whispered to Cheng Long, along. It's evident that young Master Cheng is gearing up for a major move. You must seize the opportunity. His intentions could not be clearer. You're the next person he intends to promote. Cheng Long nodded silently. In recent times, Kong Tiancheng had offered him several pointers, discussing concepts for action comedies that had opened a new door for his creativity. Apart from the lead role, the rest of the team has been essentially assembled. The next step is to commence filming officially. Cheng Long's heart brimmed with excitement. According to Kong Tiancheng's plan, he would first experiment with works like Laughing Fist and Junior Brother Takes Action to hone his skills before officially launching the Drunken Fist series. Everyone. Kong Tiancheng raised his hand to signal attention, smiling as he said, I feel immensely gratified by today's gathering. Our film has shattered the current box office record in Hong Kong, and I believe this marks the beginning of a new era for Hong Kong cinema. Let us raise our glasses and toast to the future of Hong Kong cinema. Everyone lifted their glasses in unison, echoing their agreement. Kong Tiancheng raised his glass and drained the exquisite wine in one gulp, then smiled and remarked, Today, in addition to our company's contracted artists, agents, directors, and stunt team, we are also graced by the presence of our media friends. Welcome to our celebration banquet. The crowd responded with smiles of agreement. Kong Tiancheng shifted his gaze and called out in a clear voice, Huang Beiming, come over here. Huang Beiming immediately stood up and hurried to the front of the stage, his voice barely containing his excitement. Boss. At this moment, he had already become a record-breaking figure at the box office. His identity and status had undergone a profound transformation. He felt an immense respect for Kong Tiancheng, knowing that without his support, he would not have had the opportunity to shine. Kong Tiancheng lightly snapped his fingers, and 2 bodyguards stepped forward, each carrying a large box and placing it on the stage. He patted Huang Beiming on the shoulder and said with a smile, Open it. Huang Beiming hesitated momentarily, asking, Open it? Yes, open it. Kong Tiancheng's smile deepened as he urged, see what's inside. Huang Beiming swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted the lid of the box. In an instant, he gasped in shock. The box was filled to the brim with Hong Kong dollars, all in cash. Boss, what is this? Huang Beiming stared at Kong Tiancheng in disbelief. Kong Tiancheng smiled calmly. This 1 million Hong Kong dollars is your bonus. You are a B-level contract artist. And according to the standard, the actor's share is 5%, the director's is also 5%, totaling 10%. Additionally, the screenwriter takes 5%. The film's total box office is 18 million, with the cinema taking 50%, leaving 9 million after deducting costs and taxes. You should receive about 700,000. However, since I am the screenwriter, I have decided to forego that 5% share as an additional reward, directly gifting you this amount. Which means you actually receive 1 million Hong Kong dollars. In another timeline, the screenwriter of Happy Ghost was originally Huang Beiming. Now, Kong Tiancheng was merely passing this credit on to him. Moreover, to him, a mere 300,000 or 400,000 was insignificant. Rather than keeping it, it was better to use it to win people's hearts. What could be more delightful? 1 million Hong Kong dollars? The guests were all taken aback, secretly swallowing hard. Mai Jia, Su Ku, Shi Tian, and others wore expressions of deep envy, their gazes towards Huang Beiming becoming fervent. Kong Tiancheng, regardless of anything else, was indeed generous with his hand. Moreover, he was a man of his word, delivering on every promise without hesitation. A full 1 million. Huang Beiming felt his throat tighten, his legs tremble slightly, nearly moved to kneel in gratitude on the spot. What did 1 million mean? He could hardly believe his fortune. The combined shares from acting, directing, and screenwriting totaled 15%, all belonging to one individual. It is worth noting that the maximum share for a single role under a B-level contract is merely 5%. Only top-tier S-level artists are entitled to negotiate a 50-50 split with the company, while A-level artists can achieve no more than 20%. If one were to simultaneously fulfill the roles of director and actor, the maximum share could reach 40%, should they also take on the screenwriting role. It could ascend to 60%. Yet, in reality, few can embody all three roles. Most individuals can only focus on one throughout their lives. Furthermore, if a film features a constellation of stars, Kong Tiancheng would gradually adjust the distribution ratio to ensure that the total shares for the director, screenwriter, and lead actor do not exceed 70%. The remaining 30% must be reserved for the company's operational and profit needs. Huang. Kong Tiancheng looked at Huang Beiming, his tone gentle yet firm. This is just the beginning. I must also announce that your bonus period is 3 years. This means that for the next 5 years, as long as this film is screened in Taiwan and Southeast Asia, all related earnings will still be settled at this ratio. Huang Beiming's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Boss, do you mean that for 3 years, I will continue to receive dividends from every re-release of Happy Ghost? What do you think? Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly and added, however, it will be adjusted to an annual settlement thereafter. Huang Beiming instantly became animated, exclaiming, no problem. No problem at all. Just promise me. Kong Tiancheng gently patted Huang Beiming's shoulder and smiled, saying, with gambling and drugs, we cannot coexist. Huang Beiming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, no problem, absolutely no problem. The crowd erupted in laughter. Following this, Mai Jia, Shi Tian, Zheng Jiwei, and Su Ku began to calculate how Huang Beiming had secured 100,000 right from the start. If the 15% bonus was indeed accurate, and when the box office from Southeast Asia and Taiwan was factored in, the profits could become quite substantial, easily reaching 300,000 to 400,000. Given that the film had already shattered box office records in Hong Kong, breaking records in Taiwan and Southeast Asia would naturally pose no challenge. As long as Kong Tiancheng was willing to invest, anything was possible. This time, Huang Beiming had truly struck it rich. However, Shi Nanqing understood all too well that this was far more than mere earnings. Kong Tiancheng had also utilized Huang Beiming's visage to create a plastic figurine of Zhu Jinshan. This was produced in a factory he had opened in Tiu Konglong, which had employed a number of workers, thereby indirectly addressing some employment issues. These plastic figurines, with their goofy yet endearing designs, were quite popular. Kong Tiancheng placed them at the cinema entrance, selling them to students while claiming, carry this figurine, and Zhu Jinshan will bless you, ensuring your exam results soar like sesame flowers blooming. If you were bullied, Zhu Jinshan would also manifest to teach the bullies a lesson. Such absurd claims surprisingly garnered belief from many, with numerous parents wholeheartedly convinced. With a mere cost of $2 or $3 for these trinkets, Kong Tiancheng sold them for 15, which was outrageously high, even more than a movie ticket. Yet, astonishingly, these figurines flew off the shelves. Even at a price surpassing that of movie tickets, they sold out completely. During the film's success, the merchandise also experienced a sales boom, with total sales reaching over 4 million Hong Kong dollars. and the profit from these items proved to be even more substantial than the box office share. Not long ago, Kong Tiancheng had even coaxed Cheng Long into demonstrating several drunken boxing moves, designing a set of Drunken 8 Immortals boxing models based on Cheng Long's postures, intending to release them immediately upon the film's premiere, specifically to entice students, claiming that those who practiced this boxing would receive the true essence of drunken boxing. Furthermore, he even planned to launch a drunken boxing-themed comic. To genuinely profit from a film, one must not rely solely on box office receipts. Peripheral merchandise is equally crucial. Just like The Wandering Earth 2, which garnered over $1 billion in funding through merchandise alone. Once the peripheral sales exploded, the profits from box office receipts became mere pocket change. This Happy Ghost was merely a trial run, and the results had proven that this path was viable. Moving forward, Kong Tiancheng planned to promote this comprehensively in Taiwan and Southeast Asia. All of this was knowledge he had gleaned from Marvel. One must admit, the American market is indeed a fine teacher. If it proves effective, then one should seize the opportunity. Moreover, Kong Tiancheng was not worried about the marketability of Happy Ghost. After all, there was still Happy Ghost 2 to follow. Nansheng was acutely aware that what Kong Tiancheng truly valued was not merely the immediate box office revenue. She admired his tactics greatly. He not only managed to inspire loyalty and dedication from his team, but also continually generated revenue in the process, achieving a dual benefit. Retaining talented actors and quality works would open up ample opportunities for future profits. The film industry extends far beyond just box office earnings. The development of peripheral products is equally pivotal. Nansheng held profound respect for Kong Tiancheng, for he could ensure unwavering loyalty while simultaneously reaping substantial rewards. Certainly, in the eyes of Kong Tiancheng, these matters are but trifles, mere child's play. Ultimately, what he aspires to construct is a comprehensive and complete industrial chain. The overarching vision is of paramount importance. The Hong Kong film industry is not devoid of potential. On the contrary, it is brimming with it. As time progresses, both art films and commercial productions have exhibited brilliant performances. Chapter 22, The Dawn of a New Era. Unfortunately, as time has elapsed, the creative direction has increasingly deviated, culminating in a near-exclusive focus on police and gangster narratives. The film Tomorrow's War, which Principal Gu painstakingly honed for a decade, appears to be merely a science fiction facade for a police drama. The further it strays, the weaker it becomes. Faced with Hollywood's spectacular blockbusters, Hong Kong films have suffered consecutive defeats. Were it not for the box office support from the mainland market, Hong Kong cinema might have long been consigned to the annals of history. Of course, the reasons behind the decline of Hong Kong films are multifaceted. However, during its heyday, Hong Kong cinema served as a vivid banner of cultural export. Now that Kong Tiancheng has traversed to this point in time, endowed with the necessary capabilities, he naturally hopes to vigorously support the development of this industry. Boss, Huang Beiming exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Kong Tiancheng. Just focus on your creative endeavors. Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile, rest assured, any issues will be fully covered by the company. We will resolve all your concerns. Huang Beiming took a deep breath and replied resolutely, understood. Kong Tiancheng's actions greatly inspired the entire company. What was Huang Beiming's previous status? Merely a novice screenwriter. Yet now, he has taken on the roles of writer, director, and actor, shattering box office records in Hong Kong cinema. And it does not end there. Kong Tiancheng has directly bestowed $1 million as his box office bonus, with additional revenues anticipated from Southeast Asia and Taiwan. If fortune smiles upon him, the final profit could reach as high as $5 million. At that time, Hong Kong had a population of merely 4.66 million, while Taiwan boasted a staggering 17 million. Nearly 3.5 times that of Hong Kong. For a long time, Taiwan has remained one of the most significant box office markets for Hong Kong films. As for the Southeast Asian market, despite the potentially higher share of box office splits, the eventual profits remain substantial. Relying solely on the limited local market, Hong Kong cinema could never hope for a rapid resurgence. Everyone rushed forward to congratulate Huang Beiming. The reporters initially intended to interview Kong Tiancheng, but he retreated into a private room with his core team, allowing Nansheng to represent the company in addressing the media's inquiries. Following this, it was the moment for Guangming film industry to unleash its full potential. Currently, Kong Tiancheng's corporate structure is as follows. At the top is Guangming Group, encompassing Guangming Technology Company, Limited, Guangming Capital, an accounting firm, a law firm, and Guangming Film Industry. At this stage, Kong Tiancheng's primary focus lies on the two major sectors of Guangming Capital and Guangming Film Industry. Guangming Capital is strategically positioning itself to seize opportunities arising from the second oil crisis, while Guangming Film Industry concentrates on the investment and operations of Hong Kong cinema. Guangming Film Industry oversees several subsidiaries. The presidency is held by Nansheng, the wife of Su Ku, who was originally a seasoned producer. Due to a lack of capable associates, Kong Tiancheng promoted her to president. Among its subsidiaries is Dongfang Entertainment Company, Limited, responsible for artist management, signing actors, directors, and screenwriters. Additionally, there is Ryu Film and Television, tasked with the development and production of film and television projects. Furthermore, there is Xinguang Special Effects Company, which gathers a multitude of stunt performers and specializes in visual effects and action design. Kong Tiancheng has recruited key personnel from the Chung family and Hung family, amassing a team of top martial arts directors to be managed under this company. Top martial arts directors can command generous compensation, while also encompassing prop development, shooting preparations, and other supporting services. If necessary, a specialized digital effects team could be established in response to the rise of computer technology and digital effects. Moreover, there exists a company named Kowloon Entertainment, dedicated to producing toys, merchandise, and various film props. Jin Gongmen Cinema has also been independently spun off from Kowloon Construction, evolving into a self-operated cinema chain brand. Although these are all subsidiaries, each possesses a high degree of independence. For instance, Jin Gongmen Cinema must independently determine its screening strategies, prioritizing the release of box office hits, unrestricted by its own productions. If a film from Jiahe is more popular, it should naturally be scheduled for release, with profitability as the core objective. Similarly, Dongfang Entertainment is not constrained to exclusively filming projects for the company. If Jiahe is willing to offer Jackie Chan several million in compensation, why not collaborate? However, a corresponding commission mechanism must still be retained in such partnerships. Even if the counterpart agrees to pay the commission, the internal structure of the company must extract profits according to hierarchy: 30 for B-level projects, 10 for A-level, and a symbolic 1 for S-level. Kong Tiancheng's philosophy remains one of openness. There is no need to constrain oneself too rigidly. A single company cannot ultimately bear the vast demands of the entire industry. The autonomy of each subsidiary is remarkably pronounced, all required to prioritize profitability, which directly impacts the year-end bonuses for the subsidiary management teams, thus making profitability the foremost task for every subsidiary. However, during external negotiations, such as discussions with Taiwan's cinema chains regarding box office splits, a unified front must be presented. When faced with reporters' inquiries, Nanshan quickly found her footing. She spoke with poise and grace, garnering the favor of numerous media representatives. Subsequently, related reports hit the newsstands, immediately stirring a maelstrom within the Hong Kong entertainment circle. Huang Beiming had astonishingly secured 1 million in a single payment, and for the next 3 years, he would continue to reap profits from the box office earnings of the Ghost of Happy series. This was undoubtedly a bombshell. No one had ever operated in such a manner before. What new tricks was Kong Tiancheng attempting? It was simply unbelievable. Even more astonishing was the announcement that Jin Gongju Cinema would officially open its doors to all quality films, scheduling them for release, adopting an open and inclusive stance to collaborate with all film companies, including Jiahe and Shaw Brothers. Additionally, another bombshell followed closely behind. Kong Tiancheng pledged an additional investment of 30 million to further expand the scale of Jin Gongju Cinema. Once this news was released, it immediately captured the keen attention of countless directors, producers, and actors. The media unanimously lauded this move as a groundbreaking innovation, with Guangming film industry poised to usher in a brand new era. This series of actions swiftly sent shockwaves throughout the Hong Kong film industry. In the past, small and medium-sized film companies wishing to distribute their works had to rely on Jiahe or Shaw Brothers. They either had to accept guaranteed box office buyouts, thus rendering their box office fortunes irrelevant, or face minimal participation in revenue sharing. Moreover, the resources for screening were exceedingly limited, often having to yield to the films produced by larger companies. However, the collaboration model proposed by Kong Tiancheng was exceptionally clear and straightforward. A 50-50 revenue split would be implemented, with the sole criterion for evaluation being box office performance. High box office translates to more screenings. Low box office results in fewer screenings. All operations would adhere strictly to market principles. This meant that creators no longer needed to bow to the whims of Shaw Brothers or Jia. They could focus solely on refining the quality of their works. Furthermore, Kong Tiancheng's audacity in investing 30 million to continue expanding the cinema network was remarkable. It is worth noting that this is 1978, and films in Hong Kong that can surpass 10 million at the box office are exceedingly rare. Thus, investing 30 million in building a cinema chain is truly a bold endeavor. The genuine rise of Hong Kong cinema would not occur until the 1980s, when cinemas would spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. At this moment, Kong Tiancheng's actions clearly indicate a premeditated strategy to seize the initiative. He is acutely aware that the Hong Kong film industry is destined to rise, with this land capable of sustaining no less than 240 cinemas. Currently investing 30 million, He even plans to allocate 300 million to further bolster his endeavors once the oil crisis strategy concludes. In Tiancheng, the Guangming Film Industry Center is gradually entering the development phase. At this juncture, Cheng Long is simultaneously preparing 2 films, Snake Cat Claw and Apprentice on the Move, aiming to complete filming within 2 months, while also making numerous adjustments to the overall creative process. This is chiefly attributed to the profound discussions he has had with Kong Tiancheng, who has provided a wealth of innovative ideas. In his previous life, Kong Tiancheng had stumbled upon Cheng Long's documentary on action design while scrolling through Douyin, though it was merely a fleeting glimpse. His extraordinary memory in this second life has allowed him to retain every detail. Now, he generously imparts this experience, aiding Cheng Long in swiftly grasping the essence of action cinema. Following the completion of these 2 films, the production of the Drunken Master series will commence. Although Drunken Master is the work that truly catapulted Cheng Long to fame, Kong Tiancheng harbors a greater affinity for Drunken Master 2, which surpasses its predecessor in terms of fight choreography, dialogue intensity, and narrative scope. Thus, he personally pens the script for Drunken Master 2 and meticulously sketches the storyboard, subsequently instructing the screenwriter to reverse engineer Drunken Master 1, clearly stating his demands. The thematic depth, narrative structure, and character dialogues must all meet the standards of Drunken Master 2. This indeed places the screenwriter in a challenging predicament. However, Kong Tiancheng also makes it clear that if Drunken Master 1 can genuinely achieve a thematic expression comparable to that of Drunken Master 2, the screenwriter will be entitled to 5% of the box office profits. He advocates for a screenwriter-led system, placing the screenwriter at the core of the production process, integrating resources throughout the film industry. In his view, an exceptional screenwriter is the soul of the creative process, possessing the authority to participate in casting, select directors, and assume comprehensive responsibility for all affairs during filming, their influence permeating the entirety of the project. Once the script is finalized, arbitrary changes are prohibited, allowing only minor adjustments to specific details. Compensation for the script must be guaranteed, and as long as the work meets a B-level standard, the screenwriter is entitled to share in the film's profits. This mechanism significantly invigorates the screenwriters, prompting many to eagerly strive to secure B-level contracts at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, Kong Tiancheng is engaged in a team meeting with Zhou Wenhui. Are you hoping to employ Huang Beiming? Kong Tiancheng leisurely sips his tea and then smiles. Boss Zhou, you know my rules. I never restrict my artists from taking roles with other companies. As long as you negotiate favorable terms, and he is available, there is absolutely no problem. After a brief pause, he sets down his teacup and continues. However, I fear it may be difficult. He is currently engrossed in filming Happy Ghost 2, and will likely be unavailable in the short term. Regardless, I still wish to inform Mr. Kong. Zhou Wenhui responds politely. Moreover, I hope to deepen our collaboration. In his words, Zhou Wenhui has begun to refer to him as Mr. Kong, evidently viewing Kong Tiancheng as an equal peer. Kong Tiancheng gently places down his teacup and smiles. Please, go on. The cinema chain Under Golden Harvest is willing to screen films from Guangming Film Industry. Zhou Wenhui remarks with a smile. Let us follow the standards of the Golden Princess cinema chain, splitting the box office revenue 50-50 based on performance. Boss Zhou, your generosity surpasses that of Shaw Brothers by a considerable margin. Kong Tiancheng laughs heartily. Such a proposal, I find I truly have no reason to refuse. Zhou Wenhui also smiles slightly. In truth, Golden Harvest finds itself in a rather precarious position. Over the past decade, only when Bruce Lee was alive could Golden Harvest overshadow Shaw Brothers. However, once Bruce Lee passed, it was immediately overshadowed entirely by Shaw Brothers. Even during Bruce Lee's reign, they could only claim the annual box office championship, while the remaining 9 spots were wholly captured by Shaw Brothers. Chapter 23, Eastern Artist Training Class. This is precisely why, when Cheng Long first emerged, Golden Harvest treated him as a treasure, pouring resources into his support, all in pursuit of a fleeting opportunity to surpass Shaw Brothers. Yet, the current circumstances have shifted. Cheng Long has yet to rise, while Huang Beiming has achieved astonishing results. Zhou Wenhui has indeed contemplated enticing him. But upon hearing that Kong Tiancheng offers $1 million in profit sharing, alongside box office earnings from Southeast Asia and Taiwan, he realizes such an endeavor is futile. Zhou Wenhui can afford to offer $1 million, but he cannot sustain the ongoing distribution of profits. Fortunately, Kong Tiancheng does not reject collaboration, nor does he prevent his artists from working with competitors. Thus, Zhou Wenhui takes the initiative to negotiate a partnership. Naturally, Golden Harvest must also make a corresponding investment. Yet, in his view, such an expenditure is entirely worthwhile. After all, what is it but to open up their cinema chain? Moreover, Kong Tiancheng has a valid point. Businesses ultimately need to be profitable. Cinemas cannot rely solely on their own productions for operation. Zhou Wenhui's mindset thus undergoes a transformation. After all, No company is a charitable institution. The ultimate goal is always profit. The two sides reach a cooperation agreement. Kong Tiancheng smiles slightly. And with the support of the Golden Harvest cinema chain, a box office of over 10 million for Happy Ghost 2 seems inevitable. However, before that, it is prudent to allow Chung Long's two new films to be released and observe the market response. At this moment, Kong Tiancheng is undeniably propelling the Hong Kong film industry towards a new era of prosperity. Chung Long's new film is soon released as scheduled, titled Snake Cat Claw. The plot has undergone significant adjustments compared to the original, primarily stemming from multiple demands set forth by Kong Tiancheng. It must possess thematic depth while incorporating more elements of action comedy. Ultimately, the film's box office soared to 8,320,000. This achievement is bolstered by the robust support from two major cinema chains, Golden Harvest and Golden Princess, working in tandem. With this dual approach, the box office results are indeed remarkable. Had this been 1977, it would have certainly topped the box office charts. However, this year, it is overshadowed by Happy Ghost. Nevertheless, Kong Tiancheng remains unperturbed. Chung Long's ace card is Drunken Master. With Apprentice on the move and Happy Ghost 2 slated for release around Christmas, followed by Drunken Master 1 during the Spring Festival, a brand new era has undoubtedly begun to unfold. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong entertainment industry has quietly stirred with a wave of change. Jia Television has ceased operations. This television station may not have made a mark in the mainland, but it once briefly flourished in Hong Kong. On the evening of September 7, 1975, at 6 o'clock, as the third free television broadcasting institution in Hong Kong, Jia Television officially commenced broadcasting. The opening ceremony was exceedingly simple, featuring speeches from General Manager He Zuoji, Program Department Manager Sun Yubiao, and News Department Manager Pan Zhaoyan, followed by the evening's programming. The highlight of that evening was the song and dance show Jia Shiliang Chen. The program lasted an hour, featuring performances from Su Guangjia, Zhang Jiang, and later, the renowned actress in Japan, Wang Qianyu. Notably, Wang Qianyu's performance occupied 45 minutes, with her entire dance team sourced from Japan. And both the director and assistant director for her segment flew in from Japan specifically for this event. It is said that He Zuoji personally orchestrated this performance, having traveled to Japan 4 times in preparation. As for the reasons for the closure, they are straightforward. When Jia obtained its license, there was a stringent stipulation that required a portion of its airtime to be allocated to educational programming. This became the critical factor that tipped the balance of income and expenditure, ultimately leading to the closure of Jia. Despite its brief existence of merely 3 years, Jia produced an impressive 50 to 60 television dramas, a remarkable output for the 1970s. Among these were several classics, such as the first adaptation of Jin Yang's novel, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, starring Michelle Yeoh, which was indeed a product of Jia. Upon its release, the series created an immediate sensation throughout Hong Kong. Subsequently, Jia went on to produce The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Blood Sword, and The Snow Mountain Flying Fox, among others. Unfortunately, due to its premature closure, many viewers in mainland China remain unaware of these works. Closed down. Kong Tiancheng glanced at Zhou Jun, his brow arching in surprise. When did that happen? Just recently. They have officially shut their doors. Zhou Jun replied swiftly. Young Master Chung, the roster of artists under Dongfang Entertainment is still relatively small. Should we seize this opportunity to make a move? I've met that Michelle Yeoh. She's truly beautiful, and I'm sure you would appreciate her. What are you thinking about? Kong Tiancheng shot him a glance. Am I that kind of person? My pursuit is art. Do you even know what art truly means? Yes, yes. Zhou Jun quickly responded. Of course, I don't understand, but you certainly do, young Master Chung. I will arrange for her to meet with you so you can guide them and enhance their artistic cultivation. Kong Tiancheng looked at Zhou Jun, unable to suppress a smile. You clever little rascal, you certainly know how to get things done. Currently, Zhou Jun serves as the general manager of Dongfang Entertainment. He possesses a remarkable talent for sensing opportunities and always seems to understand his own motives. As a trusted confidant, he attends to every detail with utmost diligence, prompting Kong Tiancheng to entrust him with the management of Dongfang Entertainment. Although this young man is still a student, his academic performance is far from exemplary, consistently ranking among the lowest. His sole strength lies in his sycophancy, which he pursues with unwavering dedication. Consequently, Kong Tiancheng has rewarded him generously. Not only has he ascended to the position of general manager, but he also receives a fixed annual bonus. As for his lack of knowledge in corporate management, that is not an issue. He can learn gradually under Kong Tiancheng's guidance. After all, people must be honed through practice. Upon taking office, his first task was to organize files, categorize them, and specifically identify female artists that matched Kong Tiancheng's aesthetic preferences. He then began to invest money in recruiting talent, scouring for beautiful women. His methods were twofold, either poaching from competitors or deploying talent scouts to cast a wide net. In addition, he emulated TVB's model by establishing an artist training program under Dongfang. If only he had a television station at his disposal. He might even have considered organizing a beauty pageant. As for the company's daily operations, this young man managed to navigate them quite adeptly. With a quick wit, he was able to operate within the framework that Kong Tiancheng had already established, making it appear quite polished. Kong Tiancheng felt a twinge of admiration. What other thoughts do you have? He inquired, looking at Zhou Jun. Aside from Michelle, who else deserves our attention? Zhou Jun promptly replied, young Master Cheng. I believe the team from Jiai possesses considerable practical experience, and keeping them would certainly be advantageous. We might as well accept them in their entirety. Currently, various film companies are approaching us for collaboration, and our pool of actors is somewhat limited. This presents a perfect opportunity to sign a group of promising artists. As for the other behind-the-scenes personnel, I think we should retain some of them. Perhaps we might discover talent suitable for directing or producing. Kong Tiancheng nodded slightly. Continue. Zhou Jun continued. These individuals are experienced and familiar with the production process. With our ongoing projects, we can easily involve them in film shoots and other work. You have a knack for this. Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly. Go and negotiate well. I assure you, young Master Cheng, I will not let you down. Zhou Jun replied with confidence. Go ahead, Kong Tiancheng said nonchalantly. I'll allocate a budget of 10 million. Kong Tiancheng understood well that Zhou Jun was indeed a capable executor, making him a valuable subordinate. Naturally, one should not expect unwavering loyalty from such individuals. Should Kong Tiancheng ever fall from grace or face bankruptcy, this fellow would likely be the first to depart. However, for Kong Tiancheng, he does not require blind allegiance from his subordinates. As long as they fulfill their duties and meet his interests, that is sufficient. In the realm of capital, everyone is merely an employee. Why should one expect an employee to be wholly devoted to their employer? Such expectations are nothing short of folly. In this circle, all issues should be resolved through capital means. Nevertheless, Zhou Jun's displayed abilities left Kong Tiancheng somewhat surprised. This young man had a flexible mindset and a broad vision, particularly regarding the operations of the film industry, which warranted him appropriate responsibilities. The financial realm, however, was a different matter altogether. Zhou Jun acted with remarkable swiftness. The moment Jiai Television announced its bankruptcy, he promptly mobilized funds to recruit talent. On one hand, Kong Tiancheng was financially robust and confident. On the other hand, what truly captivated these individuals was the new contract system that Kong Tiancheng had instituted. Provided one possesses sufficient strength and influence, they can become a B-level contracted artist, continually profiting from past works. Individuals like Michelle Yim need not worry about a lack of roles in the future. After all, she is undoubtedly a pillar of Jiai, having earned the title of Eastern Saintess through her role in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In her heyday, the only competitor she faced in terms of popularity was TVB's sister, Wang Mingchen. During her tenure at Jiai, she starred in numerous classic series such as The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Dream of the Red Chamber, and The Wind and Cloud of Sui and Tang. Even with Jiai's closure, she could seamlessly transition between TVB and ATV for roles without any shortage of work in the short term. However, these are merely transitional circumstances. What truly attracted her was the long-term profit mechanism that Kong Tiancheng offered. Being popular now does not guarantee everlasting fame. The best course of action is to accumulate representative works during one's peak, ensuring a stable income from rebroadcast rights and derivative developments in the future. Kong Tiancheng, with both strength and vision, is entirely capable of absorbing this quality talent. He has even begun to contemplate that once he profits substantially from the second oil crisis, he could strategically acquire ATV, seamlessly integrating this pool of talent. Michelle, please consider this seriously. Zhou Jun urged earnestly as he lifted his coffee. Our sincerity is evident. Michelle remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Will I be able to continue as the leading lady in future projects? Will there be a place for me in film? Of course. Zhou Jun replied with a smile. You are now the Eastern Saintess, and there are plenty of audiences eager to see you in cinemas. We will specifically provide you with scripts and will focus on developing female-centric films. With your talent, it will be absolutely no problem. And what will my contract level be? Michelle asked directly. B-level, just like Huang Baoming. He is also a B-level contract artist. Zhou Jun added with a smile. What do you think? Kong Tiancheng has adjusted the B-level contracts. Not all B-level artists receive a 5% share of profits. The specific percentage is determined by box office performance. Currently, the standard line is set at 5 million Hong Kong dollars, which may rise to 10 million or even 20 million in a few years. The maximum profit share can reach 5%, while the minimum is 1%. Similarly, A-level contracts have also been refined. This adds layers of protection for Kong Tiancheng. He cannot afford to suffer losses without recompense, yet at the very least, a 1% profit share should be guaranteed. Chapter 24, At least 2 generations. Michelle pondered briefly before nodding. All right. Don't rush. Zhou Jun smiled as he remarked. I must first mention my boss, Mr. Kong Tiancheng. You must have heard of him. Mi Xuan nodded in response. Indeed, the media has reported extensively on him. He is the figure who ushered in a new era for Hong Kong cinema. Zhou Jun chuckled, of course. Moreover, Mr. Kong holds Miss Mi Xue in considerable esteem. I wonder if Miss Mi Xue would be interested in joining Mr. Kong for dinner? Mi Xue paused momentarily, naturally discerning the deeper meaning behind Zhou Jun's words. In truth, Mr. Kong is quite an admirable person. Zhou Jun continued. The Sunshine Group is flourishing, and they are currently acquiring Hutchison Whampoa in Hong Kong. Few dare to offend him lightly. You are well aware, Sister Mi Xue, that this industry is rife with controversies. If you are willing to collaborate, I am confident that Mr. Kong will offer you preferential access to resources, and in the future, no one will dare to disturb you. Wouldn't you agree? Very well. Mi Xue lifted her gaze and slowly responded. Then I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to Mr. Kong. Zhou Jun smiled. Sister Mi Xue, I believe Mr. Kong will be exceedingly pleased to hear this response. Mi Xue harbored her own considerations. After the collapse of Jiai, she felt like a drifting leaf without roots. Although she could easily transition to TVB or AVB based on her popularity, the question of how much they could offer her in terms of remuneration remained uncertain. Mr. Kong, however, was quite different. His generosity was well known in the industry. Once, he had elevated a certain Huang Beiming with the audacity to spend lavishly. If he could indeed offer her a B-level contract and provide some support in the film industry, Mi Xue had no doubt she could regain her footing. However, despite having agreed to Zhou Jun's suggestion, she did not hastily decide. Instead, she dialed the number of her godfather, Qiao Dahua. Is this what Zhou Jun discussed with you? Qiao Dahua inquired on the other end of the line. Yes, Mi Xue replied. Ah Xue, if you call me old bean, Qiao Dahua said slowly. I can only offer you advice. The path must be walked by you alone. With Jiai's downfall, it will be challenging for you to assume the leading role as you once did, and recapturing past glory seems improbable. You can either fully commit to TVB or sign with AVB. However, in my view, AVB is far from being a match for TVB at present. Mi Xue nodded. This was indeed true. Shaw Brothers had deep roots, while AVB seemed weak by comparison. It was only in the 1980s when Xiao Deba took over and restructured it into Asia Television that it briefly rose, only to soon fall into decline again. Joining TVB might offer you a chance for significant promotion, but you will still be overshadowed by Wang Mingquan, Qiao Dahua continued. As for Kong Tiancheng, I have observed him for some time. This young man possesses ambition and vision, and the projects he undertakes are anything but trivial. I also understand his company's promotion mechanisms. You would not suffer by aligning with him. Moreover, he currently lacks any particularly outstanding actresses under his wing. Upon hearing this, Mi Xue's heart stirred. If her godfather's words were to be believed, did this not bode well for her future? If you go to him, you are likely to become a key focus of development. Following him, you would not be wronged, Qiao Dahua concluded. Godfather, are you suggesting I join? Mi Xue pressed. However, risks do exist, Qiao Dahua chuckled. The greatest question at present is whether Kong Tiancheng is genuinely committed to his career or merely indulging in a pastime. Should the industry face setbacks, what would happen if this wealthy scion decided to walk away? Such individuals, while not lacking in funds, often enjoy experimentation, yet can easily abandon their pursuits upon encountering difficulties. That is all I can say. The choice ultimately rests with you. Qiao Dahua spoke in a calm tone. I understand. Mi Xue hung up the phone, her heart quietly stirring as she weighed the pros and cons. Ultimately, she resolved to proceed. As the leading actress of Jiai, she found it intolerable to witness her status decline. To intentionally lower herself and seek refuge with TVB or AVB would likely diminish her chances of securing leading roles, let alone standing out. Rather than that, she would prefer to take a gamble on Kong Tiancheng. If she could participate in a few blockbuster films, even if only to share in the box office dividends for a few years, the future rewards would be substantial. Once her decision was made, Mi Xue acted without hesitation. At the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Kong Tiancheng was leisurely slicing through his steak, while the two of them gazed down at the night view of Victoria Harbor. Mi Xue couldn't help but reflect that she had garnered a modicum of fame, yet seldom ventured into such high-end establishments. The dining expenses here were exorbitant, with a meal easily costing thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Despite her soaring popularity over the past 3 years, her actual income remained modest, as TVB led the charge in suppressing actor salaries and striving to cut production costs. Though she had indeed achieved fame, she was ultimately just a laborer under the whims of capital, and even the income from endorsements was subject to numerous deductions. Jiai, while slightly more lenient, was not markedly better off, as even the company itself faced operational difficulties, making it unlikely to offer high salaries. Kong Tiancheng gazed at Mi Xue with a smile. Ah Xue, you are even more enchanting than the rumors suggest. Mi Xue lowered her gaze slightly, softly replying, Mr. Chung, you flatter me. To be honest, Upon first encountering Kong Tiancheng, she did feel a flutter in her heart. This young man was exceedingly outstanding, exuding a potent masculine charm with every gesture. Women are naturally drawn to handsome men. It is simply in their nature. Had he possessed an ordinary appearance, Mixue might not have been swayed at all. Yet now, seated before such a striking figure, she found it nearly impossible to resist. Even if something were to transpire, she might not even mind. In the spacious private room, it was just the two of them, and the atmosphere was both ambiguous and delicate. By the way, I have prepared a small gift for you, Kong Tiancheng smiled, retrieving an exquisite little box and opening it. Mixue took a deep breath. What is it? As the lid of the box was lifted, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. It was a dazzling diamond necklace, clearly of considerable value. She was momentarily stunned. Do you like it? Kong Tiancheng inquired. I do. Mixue nodded. Allow me to put it on for you, Kong Tiancheng said with a smile, rising to stand behind her and gently fastening the necklace around her neck. His fingers brushing against her skin. Mixue shivered slightly, then leaned softly into his embrace. Kong Tiancheng lowered his head and captured her warm, soft lips in a kiss. Upon waking, Kong Tiancheng gazed at the sleeping Mixue beside him. He could not deny that the joy she brought him was far beyond what Su Rongrong could offer. The thrill was even more intense. Furthermore, once Mixue made her choice, she was entirely accommodating, showing no reluctance. Perhaps it was precisely because she was the second generation of Huang Rong that this experience felt particularly different. How should he put it? To portray Huang Rong well, she had once secluded herself for 3 months, diligently practicing martial arts, swordplay, reaction speed, and the art of using force against force. Her body was remarkably flexible, allowing her to execute even the most difficult maneuvers with ease, leaving a lasting impression. The first generation of Huang Rong was portrayed by Rong Xiaoyi, who unfortunately passed away in 1974. As the second generation, Mixue, while not surpassing the classic versions by Wang Miling and Zhu Yin, had nonetheless proven herself to be exceptional. At this moment, a thought crossed Kong Tiancheng's mind. Under certain conditions, he could indeed realize the dream of having 3 generations of Huang Rong sharing the same bed. To take a step back, he could at least possess 2 generations. As if sensing his thoughts, Mixue suddenly opened her eyes, their gazes locking, and in that instant, they embraced passionately once more. After their bath, Kong Tiancheng retrieved several documents, smiling as he said, "Take a look. This is the script material I specially prepared for you." Mixue appeared slightly surprised. A modern drama? Kong Tiancheng nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is a police story. I plan to invite Cheng Long to play the lead role, with you portraying the female lead. The script features 2 significant female characters. One is Long's girlfriend, and the other is Zhu Tao's secretary, Selena. Mixue couldn't help but hold her breath. Currently, Cheng Long has risen to become the foremost star under Kong Tiancheng's command. His previous works have consistently grossed around 7 to 8 million, demonstrating a commendable market appeal. As a capitalist, Kong Tiancheng's exploitation of Cheng Long is relentless and unreserved throughout the year. Snake Cat Claw and Junior Brother on the Move were filmed back-to-back, akin to how Drunken Master 1 and Drunken Master 2 were rapidly produced in succession. Presently, Kong Tiancheng is also planning to advance the filming of Police Story 1 and Police Story 2 concurrently, taking advantage of Cheng Long's prime age and peak physical condition. He is eager to maximize the output of films during this opportune time. Additionally, Yuan Biao is another candidate in Kong Tiancheng's mind, as he contemplates whether to package him slightly to create an action series reminiscent of Mission Impossible. Although he may not fit into the comedic kung fu genre akin to Cheng Long, a spy thriller approach could prove to be quite successful. The crux lies in one word: charisma. If we set aside the action sequences, Zhou Ruinfa appears to be an excellent choice in Kong Tiancheng's eyes. No rush. After all, he has watched countless films, making the creation of several film series a trivial endeavor. While these martial arts stars are still in their golden period, it is imperative to produce a few classic films that will stand the test of time. As for the role of Ame, I wish to vie for it, Mixue stated candidly after a cursory glance at the script. Are you certain? Kong Tiancheng asked, slightly taken aback. Mixue nodded firmly. This must be agreed upon in advance. Kong Tiancheng spread his hands, smiling as he reminded her. Collaborating with Cheng Long requires a tremendous effort. When I say effort, I mean genuine, life-risking dedication. That is fine. I am willing to try, Mixue replied, taking a deep breath with a serious tone. Kong Tiancheng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, the actors of this era cannot be compared to the younger generation of the future. Each one of them is genuinely committed to their craft. He then continued without further elaboration. All right, at present, I cannot offer you the lead role. And there are no box office bonuses for now, but I can arrange for you to take on some advertisements. Once your popularity rises, I will tailor some female-oriented scripts for you. I believe that once the market opens up, action films with female themes will also find their audience. Mixue nodded in agreement. Understood. Leaving aside other matters, Kong Tiancheng's credibility is well established. Having directly given Huang Beiming $1 million in box office shares, and being equally generous with Cheng Long's profit share. When it comes to finances, he is never ambiguous. That's wonderful. Kong Tiancheng smiled and added, please study the script thoroughly. However, the official filming will not commence until next year. Mi Shui nodded once more. I understand. There is still time. Suddenly, Kong Tiancheng let out a hearty laugh, leaned in, and kissed Mi Shui on the lips. Time quietly slipped into November. At Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport, within the first-class cabin, Kong Tiancheng was engrossed in the documents before him. He was about to board a flight directly to the United States. At present, the 4 major exchanges in Hong Kong have yet to merge, and local futures trading is not feasible. To venture into this domain, one must travel to the UK or the USA. For Kong Tiancheng, the USA is undoubtedly his first choice. The UK holds limited appeal for him. In contrast, the USA not only boasts a more mature futures market, but also leads in technological advancements. He was contemplating whether he could introduce some advanced technologies from there. Operating systems, hardware, and top-tier talent are all worthy of in-depth exploration. This trip to the USA serves to bet on the rising oil market while also seeking talent and technology. Chapter 25, The Oil Crisis. At this moment, accompanying Kong Tiancheng to the USA was Su Rongrong. Throughout the summer vacation, Su Rongrong had served as his personal secretary, demonstrating exceptional capabilities and earning his trust. After the summer break, she returned to school to continue her studies. This time, Kong Tiancheng specifically asked her to take leave to accompany him to the USA. The knowledge from textbooks ultimately pales in comparison to hands-on experience. At New York Airport, the moment Kong Tiancheng stepped off the plane, he could not resist inhaling several deep breaths of fresh air. He had to admit that the America of this time was far from what it would become 45 years hence. Despite grappling with economic stagnation, its overall technological level was still in a phase of rapid development. The United States was gradually transforming military technology into civilian applications. Once that famous actor president took office, America would wholly emerge from this economic slump and decisively overcome its elder brother a decade later. At this juncture, peculiar phenomena such as the LGBT community had yet to emerge in America, and social order was surprisingly commendable. At least, the absurd concept of Black Lives Matter was not yet in existence, and the African American community was still abiding by the law. Kong Tiancheng couldn't help but reflect that. At that time, America still had a formidable rival. As long as the elder brother existed, America had to tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. As long as the elder brother was present, America had to compete fiercely in technology and social welfare. As long as the elder brother remained, America had to significantly tilt social resources toward the common populace. A lumberjack living in a spacious villa and effortlessly supporting his family would be an unimaginable sight decades later. Indeed, the dead polar bear is the best polar bear. Yet, it cannot be denied that in the era when the elder brother still existed, it was a golden age of explosive growth in global technology. Before he could reflect further, as the two had just disembarked from the plane, Kong Tiancheng spotted a Caucasian man approaching them, evidently there to greet him. Mr. Kong. Upon seeing him, the man's face broke into a gentle smile. Hello, Mr. Alden. After shaking hands with Alden, Kong Tiancheng smiled and said, I will be relying on you for all my arrangements in America. You flatter me. Alden replied with a smile. Mr. Kong, please follow me. Shortly after, Kong Tiancheng entered a car and, accompanied by Alden, headed to the hotel that had already been arranged. Su Rongrong couldn't help but inquire, who exactly is this Alden? Kong Tiancheng stretched his body and replied with a smile. He is from the Morgan Consortium. The Morgan Consortium? Su Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. How did you come to connect with them? The scale of the futures trading I intend to conduct is substantial. Kong Tiancheng replied lightly. I converted 100 million Hong Kong dollars to US dollars, and now I have about $14 million in hand. So naturally, I need to collaborate with a reputable institution. Although the Morgan Consortium would take 50% of the profits, from a credibility standpoint, this expenditure is certainly worthwhile. Kong Tiancheng was also contemplating. Once this business transaction concludes and his capital becomes sufficiently robust, he must push for the establishment of a futures market in Hong Kong as soon as possible. This way, in the future, he would not need to go through the cumbersome process of traveling to America. Of course, besides betting on the rising oil prices, Kong Tiancheng had another consideration, whether he could somehow acquire some core technologies from America, particularly from Xerox's Palo Alto Research Center. Xerox was once a giant that nearly monopolized the photocopier market, and its substantial profits led it to fall into a state of complacency. While it was still developing, many key technologies within its research center had long been neglected. For instance, the mouse, object-oriented programming, and Ethernet, the very foundations of the internet, as well as the graphical user interface. These technologies later became the cornerstones of Apple's operating system. Yet, Xerox resembled a wealthy family indifferent to money, supporting a group of technicians who produced a wealth of results only to discard them and used. In years past, when Steve Jobs visited this locale, he struck an agreement with the upper echelons of Xerox. The company would grant him access to the innovations of their research and development center, and in return, Jobs would offer them the opportunity to purchase 100,000 shares of Apple stock at a reduced price. The executives at Xerox readily accepted this proposition. For Apple was then a rising star in the IT industry, and acquiring shares at a bargain price was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. However, Jobs' excursion to the Palo Alto Research Center resulted not only in the acquisition of a wealth of technological data, but also in the poaching of several key research personnel. This remarkable haul was perceived externally as a severe act of technological theft against Xerox, and some even labeled it as one of the most audacious robberies in industrial history. Yet, it was precisely these technologies and talents that enabled Jobs to assemble a premier research team and launch the groundbreaking Lisa computer, which was equipped with a graphical interface, a mouse and keyboard, and supported multitasking. Subsequently, Jobs found himself embroiled in fierce disputes with Bill Gates regarding Windows 10. In a confrontation within the Apple headquarters, he vehemently accused Gates in front of 10 employees. "You are stealing our achievements." Gates, unfazed, retorted with one of the most memorable lines of his life. "We all have a wealthy neighbor named Xerox. One day, I sneaked into his house to steal his computer, only to discover that you had already beaten me to it." Both companies were, in essence, engaged in acts of appropriation. Tiancheng mused that if he held sufficient capital, it would be more prudent to simply purchase those patent rights. Even if Apple and Microsoft drew upon them in the future, he would then be able to utilize them without hesitation. With a financial investment, Xerox would have no reason to decline collaboration. Naturally, if given the opportunity, Tiancheng would prefer to acquire shares in Apple, for the company had yet to go public. If he were to invest now, even a mere 5% stake would be valued at over $20 billion 4 decades hence. Currently, the American technology sector was flourishing, with a considerable number of military technologies gradually transitioning into civilian applications. With a stroke of luck, one could unearth numerous promising projects. Prior to his arrival, Tiancheng had meticulously compiled a list, contemplating which enterprises to acquire, which technologies to procure, and which copyrights to secure, all while planning to establish a company in the United States. However, it was still premature to dwell on these matters. Everything would hinge upon the full outbreak of the oil crisis. 100-fold leverage? Alden's face registered disbelief. "Kong, are you certain? 100-fold leverage?" Tiancheng brought with him a principal amount of $14 million. Employing 100-fold leverage would mean that $1.4 billion would be entirely wagered in the market, should this capital be invested. Even a mere 1% decline in global oil prices would result in total obliteration of his investment. Alden had witnessed financial gambits before, but such reckless maneuvering was unprecedented. Yet, Tiancheng remained unperturbed, casually crossing his legs and responding, "Indeed, it is 100-fold leverage, Mr. Alden. I am confident that oil prices will only continue to ascend." Very well. Faced with Tiancheng's persistence, Alden had no choice but to acquiesce. Tiancheng cast a deep glance at Alden before glancing at the time. The onset of the second oil crisis. This was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity for wealth. In 1978, Iran overthrew the Pahlavi dynasty, plunging society and the economy into tumultuous upheaval. From the end of 1978 to early March 1979, Iran halted oil exports for 60 days, leading to a global shortfall of 5 million barrels per day, roughly 10% of the world's total consumption, triggering a buying frenzy and causing oil prices to soar. Tiancheng's immediate plan was to swiftly inject his capital into the oil futures market and capitalize on the momentum. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for profit, one he could not afford to overlook. The oil crisis unfolded in 2 critical phases. The first phase commenced with the overthrow of the Pahlavi regime and lasted until around March 1979. The second phase began with the outbreak of the Iran-Iraq War in August 1979, continuing until the end of 1980, during which oil prices skyrocketed from $13 to $41. The primary beneficiary of the second oil crisis was the elder brother, who effortlessly transitioned into a resource-exporting nation, gradually abandoning industrial upgrades and ultimately accelerating its decline in international competition. By the time the United States intervened again, the elder brother was powerless to resist and crumbled under pressure. Tiancheng's strategy was to seize upon these 2 pivotal moments. With precise execution, his 100 million Hong Kong dollars could easily transform into over $3 billion US. As for the billion-dollar mark, there was no need to rush. He could await the opportune moment. When the second phase arrived, he could make another substantial investment, positioning himself to amass a fortune of $1 billion by the 1980s. The rise in oil prices was anything but linear. A 10% reduction in global oil production would not merely result in a 10% increase in prices. Rather, it would surge to levels that rendered it completely unaffordable for a significant portion of the population. Once he held $3 billion, Kong Tiancheng would no longer need to fret over finances. Standing at this historical juncture, he felt that if he did not seize the opportunity to earn a substantial profit, it would be an affront to his knowledge of the future. Although the arrival of the second oil crisis seemed unexpected, it had long been foreshadowed. Who could have predicted that the Pahlavi regime, once supported by the United States, would be utterly overthrown? Yet, this conflict was ultimately inevitable. Are you feeling uneasy? Kong Tiancheng glanced at Su Rongrong, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. Do you think I am taking a risk? Su Rongrong paused, hesitating for a moment before softly responding. Boss, are we not wagering too much this time? 100-fold leverage. If oil prices fall by even 1%, we would lose everything. 100 million Hong Kong dollars. No need to be anxious. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly, his tone composed and unhurried. 100 million Hong Kong dollars is merely a sum. Even if we do incur losses, I can easily recover. Rest assured, in this endeavor, our victory is assured. By the way, how is your progress with the individuals I asked you to investigate? He was referring to those Chinese-American engineering talents studying in the United States. His principle was simple. Regardless of their current achievements, anyone with a technical background should be recruited to Hong Kong. The information has been compiled, but we have yet to make contact, Su Rongrong swiftly replied. We will proceed with that once the oil futures matter is settled. Kong Tiancheng stretched his shoulders and smiled lightly. Do not worry. It is merely 100-fold leverage. Su Rongrong. All right, she conceded, unable to comprehend the source of Kong Tiancheng's near-arrogant confidence. How could he dismiss it as merely 100-fold leverage? As she spoke, he returned his focus to the book in hand, suddenly realizing that his English proficiency still required enhancement, particularly in terms of technical terminology. He recognized the need for further refinement. Having chosen the path of technological development, one must truly grasp its intricacies. Fortunately, in his rebirth, his cognitive abilities far surpassed those of the average person. Otherwise, such a complex strategy would likely be difficult to manage. Su Rongrong remained puzzled as to how Kong Tiancheng could maintain such calm composure. However, the trajectory of the world was gradually validating his predictions. On December 2nd, over 2 million Iranians gathered in Tehran's South Freedom Square, demanding the abdication of the king and the return of Khomeini, leading to a sudden loss of control and the official outbreak of the revolution. Once the flames of war were ignited, they would unleash a tidal wave of turmoil. The domestic contradictions had long since festered. The Pahlavi dynasty was already on shaky ground, unable to suppress the rising tide of dissent. Chapter 26. The optimal moment for departure. More fatal was their excessive reliance on the United States, firmly believing that as long as they had the backing of the American imperialists, they could rest easy. Little did they know that at that moment, the United States was undergoing a period of strategic contraction. In the face of internal turmoil in Iran, the United States has chosen to remain passive and inactive. After all, the current president of the United States is often referred to as the benevolent ruler. It is this very ruler who has watched helplessly as his appointed proxies were utterly overthrown within a mere 60 days, without a single soldier being dispatched. One can only say that the title of benevolent ruler is truly well-deserved. What? Upon receiving the news, Olden sprang from his chair, his face a mask of shock. Has war truly broken out? He hurried to his desk, seized the telephone, and urgently inquired for details. I understand. After hanging up, he took a deep breath, and suddenly a figure, Kong Tiancheng, flashed through his mind. How could that young man have anticipated the imminent surge in oil prices? He promptly reported this matter to the upper echelons of the Morgan Consortium. The entire consortium was stirred by the news, immediately recognizing its significance, and promptly issued orders for Olden to engage in deeper discussions with Kong Tiancheng. They were not only eager to understand Kong Tiancheng's analytical logic, but also to ascertain the potential heights to which oil prices might ascend. The more information they gathered, the more advantageous it would be for overarching decision-making. Soon after, in a clandestine office on Wall Street, Olden met with Kong Tiancheng once again. Mr. Kong, it has been a while. Kong Tiancheng greeted him with a smile, his demeanor calm and composed. By now, he was flanked by several personal bodyguards from Blackwater, specifically hired to ensure his safety. After all, it would not be long before his assets approached $3 billion. Regardless of the circumstances, his safety must always be prioritized. Olden smiled and said, Mr. Kong, we have just decided to elevate your client status. Your transaction fee will be reduced from 5% to 0.5%. Oh. Kong Tiancheng paused slightly, then responded with a smile. It seems the Morgan Consortium indeed operates with exceptional generosity. We are very eager to hear your insights and recommendations regarding the oil market, Olden inquired with a smile. Would you be willing to enlighten us? Is there coffee? Kong Tiancheng replied with a gentle smile. Of course, Olden nodded slightly, and one of his aides promptly presented a cup of hot coffee, respectfully handing it to Kong Tiancheng. Kong Tiancheng accepted the cup, took a delicate sip, and then slowly began. In the summer of 1978, large-scale demonstrations had already erupted against the Pahlavi dynasty. Those protests persisted for 4 months without any change, with tens of thousands of demonstrators still gathering in major cities. It was then that I realized the situation was bound to escalate dramatically. Olden furrowed his brow slightly. So, you determined that oil prices would rise significantly based on this? Kong Tiancheng maintained his calm smile. The facts have proven that my predictions were correct. By September, protests had become the norm. I concluded that a transformation was inevitable, and thus I decided to bet on the continued surge of oil prices. Olden became intrigued and pressed further. I am indeed curious. Was this truly the basis for your decision? This is crucial. Kong Tiancheng replied with steadiness. In the summer, when protests continued for 4 months without resolution. What does this indicate? It signifies that the Pahlavi dynasty could no longer maintain control. Additionally, there is another extremely critical factor. Unable to contain his curiosity, Olden asked. What factor? Kong Tiancheng spread his hands and smiled. The American Empire has completely refrained from intervening. Olden was taken aback. What? From the standpoint of the American Empire, the demonstrators of the Pahlavi dynasty posed no real threat. If the Empire had intervened, the situation would have stabilized long ago. Yet, from summer until now, they have remained passive for 4 entire months, which in itself illustrates a significant issue. It is precisely because they have refrained from action that the demonstrators have grown increasingly rampant. At this point, Kong Tiancheng leisurely added, thus, I conclude that a major upheaval is inevitable for the Pahlavi dynasty, and oil production will come to a halt until a new government is established. But why do you firmly believe that it must be a new regime that takes power for the situation to be resolved, rather than the Pahlavi dynasty stabilizing itself? Perhaps the American Empire will choose to deploy troops? Olden questioned with uncertainty. I find that possibility extremely low. If the Pahlavi dynasty had the capability to stabilize the situation, they would have acted long ago. Similarly, if the American Empire intended to intervene militarily, they would not have waited until now, Kong Tiancheng explained. Raising 2 fingers with a smile, had the Empire decisively suppressed the protests at the onset, a mere 20% of their resources would have sufficed. But now, he formed an 8, with his fingers, his tone grave, at least 80% of their strength would be required, and the financial investment would be enormous. Currently, the American economy is still mired in stagflation. I do not believe they would readily resort to military action. Olden nodded slowly. I understand. However, I still have some doubts. Are you truly so certain as to dare leverage 100 million Hong Kong dollars directly? Firstly, I am not lacking in funds. Secondly, my father has provided me with 200 million to operate at my discretion. To use 100 million to validate my judgment is a risk I am willing to take, Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile. If I win, I shall reap abundant rewards. Even if I lose, it would merely be a loss of 100 million, which is only a fraction of my family wealth. Although we may not be as affluent as the Morgan Consortium, we do have stable income from our industries in Hong Kong. Even if this venture fails, I would simply return home to inherit the family business. Observing Kong Tiancheng's nonchalant demeanor, Olden found himself momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, it made sense. Ordinary individuals would hardly dare to gamble so boldly. Only those from affluent families could afford such risks, knowing they had familial support to fall back on. Nevertheless, the analytical insights shared by Kong Tiancheng had indeed provided Olden with significant benefits. He took a deep breath and swiftly remarked, Thank you very much, Mr. Kong, for your profound insights. No need for gratitude, Kong Tiancheng smiled. I merely offered some superficial observations. The Morgan Consortium is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Once they intervene, regardless of whether the market is bullish or bearish on oil, the outcome remains the same. Oil prices will soar for a consecutive 60 days. And he is also aware of the approximate timeline for the establishment of the new regime. Likely within the next 40 days will be the optimal time to exit. Olden subsequently presented Kong Tiancheng's analysis to the Morgan Consortium. The American government will not intervene. This was the core basis of Kong Tiancheng's judgment. This is utterly absurd, young John Morgan exclaimed as he gazed at the report Olden had submitted, unable to suppress his skepticism. He determined that oil prices must inevitably soar based solely on this. That is indeed the case. Old John Morgan responded gravely. His reasoning is audacious in the extreme, yet reality bears this out. But father, young John still struggled to hide his doubts. New oil fields are being discovered across the globe. Following the last OPEC oil embargo, countries worldwide have accelerated their development of new oil sources. The Ekofisk oil field has been discovered in the North Sea, as well as the Forties oil field. Currently, Norway and the United Kingdom's proven oil reserves in the North Sea stand at 57.5 billion and 1. 5 billion barrels, respectively. The UK has already risen to become one of the major oil-producing nations. Young John. Old John gently shook his head, his tone slow yet resolute. None of this is crucial. Young John was taken aback. What do you mean? You must understand, Iran remains a significant oil-exporting nation in the world. According to our estimates, international oil supply will decrease by at least 10%. Do you know what this implies? Young John was momentarily stunned. What will happen? The price of oil will not merely rise by 10%. It will continue to climb until that lost 10% becomes unaffordable. Old John let out a hearty laugh and then remarked, as long as the American empire remains inactive, the reduction operations in the futures market are inevitable. At that time, a multitude of oil merchants will undoubtedly stoke the flames, collectively driving oil prices to the heavens. Young John took a deep breath and finally couldn't contain his curiosity. Father, do you mean we should heavily invest? Absolutely. Old John chuckled heartily. If that young man named Tiancheng dares to go all in, what do we have to fear from a bold gamble? We need not stake our entire fortune. Young John inhaled deeply once more and nodded emphatically. I understand. The global futures market had already plunged into a frenzy. Oil prices began to surge rapidly. Just as the coup erupted, Iran announced a complete halt to its oil exports. Once the news broke, the capital market reacted as if it had caught the scent of blood, becoming increasingly agitated. The oil market started to experience violent fluctuations. Initially, the movements were somewhat orderly, but when the market sensed the American empire's utter lack of intervention, emotions spiraled out of control, and the volatility intensified. The silence from the American empire indicated that the coup was over 90% likely to succeed. Soon after, oil prices shot up almost vertically. This surge was even more astonishing than during the first oil crisis. In the face of all this, Tiancheng remained utterly unperturbed. He had already calculated the rhythm. Employing 100-fold leverage, fully invested, with a target of $3 billion in returns. The price of oil futures fluctuated almost 3 times a day, steadily climbing. During this 60-day cycle, the first critical point would see oil prices breach $39 per barrel. Tiancheng did not rush to take action. He simply needed to remain patient. The entry of the Morgan Consortium suited him perfectly, as he could leverage their financial strength to push oil prices even higher. Once the news of the production cuts was thoroughly exposed, the first to manipulate the market would be the energy giants behind the beautiful nation. And the Morgan Consortium would seamlessly join in. This maneuvering technique was not particularly sophisticated. One might even say it was quite direct. First, they would sensationalize the devastating impact of Iran's supply stoppage on the global industrial system through the media, and then artificially tighten market supply. Once the atmosphere of oil scarcity was established, major oil companies would collectively raise prices in accordance with prearranged agreements. The methods were exceedingly simple, manufacturing anxiety and amplifying panic. Ultimately, it was the same old tactic of controlling public opinion. One could only say that these capital giants had long since become accustomed to it. How oil prices rise and the process of such drastic fluctuations were of little concern to Tiancheng. The capital he held was insufficient to sway such a vast market. All he needed to do was to follow the trend and steadily profit from it. There was no need for him to exert himself. The energy titans would naturally elevate oil prices to their peak. He merely had to keep pace and take a share of the spoils. $15 per barrel, $16 per barrel, $17 per barrel. Initially, the increases were within a reasonable range. However, by the 20th day, the growth had completely detached from rationality, with prices soaring vertically to $26 per barrel, more than doubling. Su Rongrong watched in astonishment. The $14 million Tiancheng invested, under 100-fold leverage, had leveraged $14 billion worth of oil futures positions. Chapter 27, a net gain of $3 billion. An increase of $13 per barrel meant that Tiancheng had genuinely earned $1.4 billion. This was more shocking than any financial course. The speed of the surge was unbelievable. Throughout it all, Tiancheng maintained his composure, knowing that as long as the United States did not intervene, the turmoil would not subside. Days passed. The United States still had not taken substantive action regarding the situation in Iran. More accurately, Washington had no intention of resolving the issue. Currently, the United States was pursuing a policy of strategic contraction, coupled with President Ren's genuine restraint. Refusing to resort to military force, by mid-December, the situation in Iran had already exceeded America's control. The king's posture had diminished to requesting permission to remain in the country, only to be resolutely denied by the opposition. As the end of December approached, the king expressed his willingness to temporarily leave the country, yet was still rejected. We do not need a king. The king must be ousted. Then, the time was nearly ripe. At this moment, Tiancheng had also experienced the unfolding of history. Approximately on the 40th day, he began to gradually liquidate his oil futures. The first peak was drawing to a close, and holding on to positions had little significance. At that point, the situation was stabilizing, and oil prices were expected to correct, likely falling back to around $13 per barrel. As for the second critical point, it would be at the end of '79 when the Iran-Iraq War erupted, marking the onset of a true global crisis that would severely impact oil production, with a daily supply gap reaching as high as 5 million barrels, completely shattering the already fragile supply-demand balance in the oil market. Supply would tighten once more, and oil prices would rise in response. During this period, a rift emerged within OPEC. Most member countries advocated for price increases, while Saudi Arabia insisted on freezing prices, even attempting to significantly increase production alone to suppress prices. The result was that OPEC lost its ability to unify control, with major exporting countries competing to raise official prices, akin to adding fuel to the fire. The northern powers observed this with barely concealed amusement, yet ultimately, their rise and fall were both tied to resources. The second oil crisis erupted in full force. "Hello, Mr. Young John." Kong Tiancheng greeted young John Morgan with a handshake, smiling as he remarked, "I never expected you would come to meet me in person." Young John looked at him with a smile in his eyes. "Mr. Kong, your talent is extraordinary. You have made a net gain of $3 billion in such a short time. If I did not pay you a visit, wouldn't that be a case of not recognizing greatness?" Kong Tiancheng smiled nonchalantly. "Mr. Young John, you flatter me." Young John continued, "We are very much looking forward to establishing a long-term partnership with you, Mr. Kong. Going forward, the Morgan Consortium will not charge any fees for our collaboration." "Oh." Kong Tiancheng looked at him with slight surprise, as Mr. Olden had previously informed him that the fee rate had been reduced to 5 per thousand. "Not only that," Young John added with a smile, "if you have any judgments or analyses, we are also willing to pay additional compensation. This is a true collaboration." Kong Tiancheng paused, curiosity piqued. "Mr. Young John, is the Morgan Consortium truly this generous?" Young John maintained his smile. "Because we are confident, Mr. Kong, that you have the ability to bring us substantial returns." Young John's words were delivered with remarkable calmness. The reasoning behind this was quite simple. Kong Tiancheng had earned $3 billion, while the Morgan Consortium's profits from this endeavor were at least 10 times that amount, $300 billion in total. Even if Kong Tiancheng provided some biased information, this round of operations was still a resounding success, and moving forward, the Morgan Consortium would continue to place great importance on his market judgments and analyses. "However, my terms may be a bit high, Mr. Young John. I hope you won't mind?" Kong Tiancheng suddenly chuckled. "Rest assured, I do not charge consultation fees, only commissions." Young John smiled slightly. "What percentage of commission?" 5%, Kong Tiancheng stated outright. Young John pondered for a moment before nodding. "Agreed. However, we require Mr. Kong to be deeply involved and must clarify key time nodes while allowing us to grasp some operational details." Kong Tiancheng considered for a moment. "No problem. It would be wonderful to align with the Morgan Consortium." Shortly thereafter, Morgan would merge with Chase Bank to formally establish JP Morgan Chase. For Young John, the demands posed by Kong Tiancheng were not particularly arduous. The substantial profits ultimately belonged to the consortium. Of course, Kong Tiancheng's predictions could not be perpetually infallible. However, for a behemoth of a consortium, they possessed ample capital to absorb the costs of trial and error, even if success occurred only once in 10 attempts. Provided the direction was correct, it would yield astonishing returns. Thus, a fruitful collaboration. Young John extended his hand to Kong Tiancheng. A fruitful collaboration. Kong Tiancheng firmly grasped the other's palm. Subsequently, both parties signed an exceedingly detailed cooperation agreement. The entirety of the contract was meticulously reviewed and confirmed by a top-tier American lawyer, as commissioned by Kong Tiancheng. Following the lawyer's advice, for the sake of tax optimization, Kong Tiancheng promptly established Luminosity Fund Limited. The name Luminosity is a transliteration of the English word, signifying brightness. He formally signed the contract with the Morgan Consortium under this company's name. This enterprise would be exclusively dedicated to managing all of his assets within the United States. Additionally, Kong Tiancheng seized the opportunity to establish the Dark Fund, primarily aimed at recruiting various officials from Hong Kong, appointing them to positions within the institution post-retirement. The term dark signifies darkness. The contractual terms were exceedingly stringent. Initially, the Morgan side desired Kong Tiancheng to provide necessary market advice annually, but he politely declined, stating that regular output was impractical. He could offer timely insights, but could not guarantee compliance year after year. Future collaboration would be limited to significant events. Furthermore, when his own capital required operation, he wished to integrate funds with the Morgan Consortium, with himself leading the operations. Lastly, regarding the issue of fund transfer, he planned to transfer a substantial sum into Hong Kong, totaling $3 billion. This meant that, in terms of total wealth, the assets controlled by the Kong family had now comprehensively surpassed those of the shipping magnate family. At that time, The exchange rate between the Hong Kong dollar and the US dollar stabilized between 775 and 785. However, by 1983, due to the outbreak of the Hong Kong dollar crisis, the authorities ultimately fixed the exchange rate at $1 to 78 Hong Kong dollars, maintaining this level for an extended period. By this calculation, the wealth currently held by Kong Tiancheng was nearing 24 billion Hong Kong dollars. More astonishingly, nearly all of these assets were in liquid form. Whether local tycoons or British-backed consortiums, it was exceedingly rare for them to possess such a scale of liquid funds. Their wealth predominantly resided in real estate or stocks, rendering it nearly impossible to liquidate substantial amounts of cash. In the past, the shipping magnate had sought to acquire Wheelock & Company, a process that was anything but smooth, requiring him to mortgage personal assets in order to secure a loan from HSBC. This, indeed, was what made Kong Tiancheng most formidable in the present circumstances. After formally signing with the Morgan Consortium, Kong Tiancheng was rather taken aback when Young John immediately transferred him $1.5 billion. 5% of $3 billion was precisely $1.5 billion. Since Morgan had decided to collaborate with him, they unreservedly delivered such a substantial sum right from the outset, leaving even Kong Tiancheng momentarily stunned. When did capitalism begin to emphasize credit so profoundly? Of course, for Morgan, they had their own considerations and calculations. With $3 billion already in hand, who could predict whether Kong Tiancheng would yield even greater returns in the future? Since both parties had reached a strategic partnership, why quibble over investing a bit more resources? The crux lay in fostering a long-term cooperative relationship. Realizing this, Kong Tiancheng could not help but chuckle inwardly. Who said capitalists were devoid of human sentiment? In this round of collaboration, he had genuinely secured an income of $4.5 billion. Kong Tiancheng noted this keenly and had already devised a plan: retain $1.5 billion in the United States, waiting until the end of 1979 to place another bet, targeting the second peak of the oil crisis, aiming to earn at least another $100 billion. $20 billion would be transferred to Hong Kong, and from the remaining $1.5 billion, he earmarked $500 million to begin acquiring several companies he had long set his sights on, as well as a batch of advanced equipment and production lines. He remained steadfast in his ambition to develop the manufacturing sector. After all, the future focus had to be on the mainland. Although reborn in Hong Kong and identifying as the son of a financial magnate, Kong Tiancheng fundamentally believed himself to be a true mainlander. On one side stood giants of software like Xerox, while on the other lay the forefront of computer hardware. In these realms, the United States still led the globe, and he needed to invest time to delve deeply into research and master the technology. Additionally, Kong Tiancheng contemplated whether to take a trip to the island nation, seeking to import some high-end talents and precision equipment from there. The forthcoming emphasis would be on the computer and home appliance industries. Ultimately, the vast expanse lay in the mainland, a market brimming with potential. At this moment, the United States was grappling with unprecedented economic pressure. The overall economy had plunged into severe stagflation. The American administration continually raised the dollar interest rates, attempting to extricate itself from the quagmire, only to invite torrents of criticism. Externally, it could not assert itself. Internally, it was powerless to resolve the plight of the populace. At present, it appeared as if the American empire could collapse at any moment. Yet, as a time traveler, Kong Tiancheng was keenly aware that this empire would ultimately endure. After all, its foundations were too deeply entrenched. The collapse of the Bretton Woods system saw the empire smile faintly, weathering the storm. The stagflation of the late 1970s and early 1980s was met with indifference, and once again, it emerged unscathed. The internet bubble of 2000 was dismissed with a scoff. Easily resolved. The subprime mortgage crisis of 2007 saw the empire unleash a torrent of liquidity, flooding the globe, yet it remained as steadfast as a mountain. By 2020, amidst the ravages of the pandemic, as long as the empire remained unconcerned about human life, it still had room to maneuver. Even in its relative decline today, it remained a colossal entity, with an astonishingly thick bloodline, wielding the hegemonic power of the dollar as a cheat code, capable of replenishing its vitality endlessly. Such a formidable adversary, truly surpassing, it would be no simple feat despite possessing the wisdom of reincarnation. Kong Tiancheng had never fantasized about toppling the American empire, at most. He aimed to take advantage of its vulnerabilities to extract as much technological benefit as possible. The first target was indeed Xerox. With the introduction of the Morgan Consortium, Kong Tiancheng successfully engaged with the upper echelons of Xerox. Currently, Xerox was indeed facing certain financial pressures, as the entire United States was mired in an economic quagmire. Kong Tiancheng decisively invested $10 million to acquire a portion of the equity and signed an agreement. From then on, he would share patent rights for all core results developed by the Palo Alto Research Center. Following this, he also visited Apple. Steve Jobs, though not lacking in funds, readily ceded 10% of his shares in response to Kong Tiancheng's proposed investment of $50 million. Additionally, he casually explored several hardware manufacturers across the United States. Upon leaving, Kong Tiancheng had already begun to strategize, to transfer as much technology as possible. Seizing the moment while the United States was weak, he aimed to take as much as he could. Chung Kong Holdings. Office of Li Ka-shing. Each day at work, Li Ka-shing would invariably peruse the latest news, keeping an eye not only on developments in Hong Kong, but also on global headlines. Chapter 28. Technology is the primary productive force. All news was meticulously filtered and presented by his secretary. However, on this day, as Li Ka-shing stepped into his office, his secretary, Hong Xiaoyan, quickly approached. "Boss, Mr. Wei Li has arrived." Li Ka-shing took a deep breath and immediately replied, "Good. Please invite him in." Moments later, Wei Li appeared before Li Ka-shing. This Wei Li was none other than the helmsman of Hutchison Whampoa, a figure renowned as the Doctor of Enterprises. "Mr. Li." Upon encountering Li Ka-shing, Wei Li slowly spoke. "I have heard that you are looking for me." Li Ka-shing smiled in response. "Mr. Wei, please take a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Tea or coffee?" "Coffee," Wei Li replied succinctly. Li Ka-shing promptly signaled to Hong Xiaoyan to bring a cup of coffee. After taking a gentle sip, Wei Li gazed at Li Ka-shing and inquired, "Mr. Li, you summoned me for an important matter?" Li Ka-shing chuckled and replied leisurely, "Mr. Wei, I wish to collaborate with you in seizing control of Hutchison Whampoa." Wei Li furrowed his brow, looking up at Li Ka-shing. "What did you say?" "I said, I intend to acquire Hutchison Whampoa. However, as of now, my personal strength appears rather feeble, hence I hope Mr. Wei can lend me a helping hand." After all, Wei Li still held a 2-3 stake in Hutchison Whampoa, a fact Li Ka-shing could not overlook. "Li, I believe your current ambition is unrealistic," Wei Li stated slowly and steadily. "You should be aware that Mr. Kong Yang is continuously acquiring shares in Hutchison Whampoa, and soon his holding will exceed 30. I doubt you can wrest this lucrative opportunity from Kong Yang's grasp. To facilitate this acquisition, I have prepared 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Li Ka-shing asserted with conviction. "I have investigated, and Kong Yang's available funds are extremely limited, approximately only 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. I possess 3 times that capital, and the only thing I need now is for Mr. Wei to assist me with one task." "You wish for me to help you reach out to those shareholders?" Wei Li instantly grasped Li Ka-shing's intentions. "Precisely," Li Ka-shing nodded slowly. "Your involvement will undoubtedly make the persuasion process significantly smoother than if I were to approach them myself. Additionally, I will gradually acquire Hutchison Whampoa stock in the market." Wei Li pondered for a moment before asking, "What benefits will this bring me?" Whether Li Ka-shing or Kong Yang ultimately controlled Hutchison Whampoa, it would not confer much advantage upon Wei Li. After all, in their eyes, he remained an outsider. "I will ensure that your shareholding proportion rises above 10. Li Ka-shing took a deep breath and solemnly promised, "Moreover, for at least 5 years. I will not replace any senior management personnel at Hutchison Whampoa. You will continue to serve as the general manager, and I will make no changes to the existing management team. What do you think?" Although Li Ka-shing harbored ulterior motives, intending to eliminate Wei Li when the opportune moment arose, he understood that for now, he needed to stabilize the situation and provide ample reassurance. The immediate priority was to draw Wei Li into his camp. Wei Li remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Mr. Li, this is indeed a highly attractive proposition. But why should I trust that you will genuinely allow me to hold 10 of the shares? Once I successfully acquire Hutchison Whampoa, I will sign a 5-year holding agreement with you." Li Ka-shing replied calmly, "You will hold these shares on my behalf for 5 years. Sound agreeable?" "All right." Wei Li finally nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I am willing to assist you." Li Ka-shing merely smiled serenely. His true intention was abundantly clear, to absorb Hutchison Whampoa, increasing his shareholding at all costs, and gradually undermine Wei Li's influence. Were there risks and obstacles involved? Certainly. But that was a concern for the future. The most pressing task at hand was to completely eliminate Kong Yang from Hutchison Whampoa. As long as that individual was driven away, the pressure from Wei Li would significantly diminish. Moreover, Wei Li himself harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Kong Yang. Although Kong Yang had yet to strip him of his authority, and he remained firmly in his role as general manager, the burden of this implicit subordination had long left Wei Li feeling discontented. After all, he had painstakingly restructured Hutchison Whampoa, and just as he was poised to emerge from adversity, an unexpected turn of events had arisen. The frustration bubbling within him was palpable. Now, by collaborating with Li Ka-shing, even if he could not monopolize the largest share of the profits, the 10 stake alone would yield considerable returns. To a fruitful collaboration. Wei Li extended his hand to Li Ka-shing. To a fruitful collaboration, Li Ka-shing responded, promptly grasping Wei Li's hand. In Hong Kong, upon returning with Kong Tiancheng, Su Rongrong still felt her mind in a haze, thoughts jumbled. What on earth had transpired? Kong Tiancheng's wealth had surged to $4.5 billion seemingly overnight. Meanwhile, the entire Hutchison Whampoa was valued at merely around 6 billion Hong Kong dollars. His capital had instantly transformed into a formidable force. However, at present, Kong Yang and Su Linghong remained oblivious to this development. All they knew was that Kong Tiancheng had traveled to America, returning with a plethora of thick documents. Beyond that, Kong Tiancheng was also planning to establish his own bright laboratory, focusing on fields such as semiconductors, hardware, and software development. During his time in America, he had recruited a group of technical talents, intending to provide them with generous conditions so they could focus entirely on research without the distraction of livelihood concerns. Additionally, there were professionals from Taiwan joining his endeavor. Kong Tiancheng had not squandered his time in America. Aside from acquiring equipment, technology, and patents, he had also begun compiling a list of talents and actively sought out exceptional individuals from various sectors. To this end, he had established a human resources company dedicated to scouting outstanding talents in the fields of engineering and technology from Taiwan, the mainland, and the United States. Technology is the primary productive force. However, the focus remained on attracting domestic talent. In fact, the majority of true talent originates from within the country. There has never been a shortage of capable individuals domestically, yet with the progress of marketization, some research projects have regrettably been forced to cease. Those researchers who continue to persevere in challenging environments to contribute to national development deserve respect. However, some have been compelled to seek alternate paths due to realistic pressures. And these individuals are exactly those whom Kong Tiancheng aspires to attract. By offering sufficient salaries and ample respect, he aims to ensure that these talents remain in Hong Kong, which is far more meaningful than seeing them migrate to Europe, America, or Japan. Moreover, there will be no issues concerning remuneration. The laboratory is slated to be established in Seongkwon-o, where the Kong family has nearly acquired all the land in the area, making it an ideal site for the research base. Kong Tiancheng is more than willing to invest funds, but he must also face the reality that the talents he brings in may not perfectly align with his needs. He will still need to integrate and harmonize them himself. Now, Kong Tiancheng even pushes himself to study diligently every day. After his rebirth, his brain has been activated to some extent, and his learning ability has significantly improved. Meanwhile, he has not been idle during this time, and has already set his sights on Asia television. Currently, he owns numerous artists, and relying solely on the film industry is evidently insufficient for sustainable operation. This television station is still known as Li's Television. Not long ago, Kong Tiancheng obtained crucial intelligence. Li's Television's parent company faced investment setbacks, compounded by the oil crisis that led to skyrocketing oil prices, resulting in transportation costs surging 7 to 8 times, severely depleting their vitality. This directly impacted the financial consortium backing the television station. Kong Tiancheng immediately dispatched a team to engage with Li's Television shareholders with the intent to acquire the station. At this moment, wireless television was swiftly rising, launching a plethora of quality dramas, while Li's Television clearly lagged behind. After all, it is difficult to expect a foreign manager to truly understand the taste preferences of the citizens of Hong Kong. Although Asia Television also has a number of Chinese executives, and under their efforts, it once managed to fight back, the competition between the two has endured for years. However, entering the 2000s, Asia Television ultimately fell into decline. Although Li's Television parent company has suffered substantial losses during this turmoil, it is not in a hurry to liquidate its assets. However, Kong Tiancheng now possesses considerable capital and exudes confidence. In Seongkwon-o, the high-end residential area developed by the Kong family, known as the One, remains sparsely populated by affluent residents. Yet, Kong Tiancheng has already taken up residence there. A little further away lies the Seongkwon-o Film City, where, should any need arise, a simple phone call can summon companionship from the girls there. Currently, Wen Bixia, Guan Jiling, and Li Saifeng are all attending a nearby school named Tiu Konglung Secondary School, which was founded with the financial backing of Kong Tiancheng. Presently, the population of Seongkwon-o has gradually increased to 30,000. This growth is attributed, on one hand, to the ongoing development of the area, and on the other hand, to Kong Tiancheng's establishment of film models and derivative product industries, which have significantly enhanced local employment opportunities. The stock price of Hutchison Whampoa continues to rise. Kong Tiancheng set aside his book and looked up at his father, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Isn't this quite normal? We have been acquiring shares of Hutchison, so it seems only reasonable that the stock price is climbing." "Not necessarily," Kong Yang replied slowly. "I sense that there may be others operating behind the scenes." "What leads you to that conclusion?" Kong Tiancheng inquired, intrigued. Kong Yang analyzed from the side. "The recent surge in stock price appears unusual. Furthermore, I have contacted several Hutchison shareholders for discussions that were proceeding smoothly until yesterday, when they suddenly ceased communication with us." "Dad," Kong Tiancheng pursed his lips and asked solemnly, "Are you implying that someone else is also acquiring Hutchison?" "Precisely," Kong Yang nodded. "My original plan was to borrow another sum from Shinbai. Regardless, we must secure Hutchison. Do you know who is behind this?" Kong Tiancheng asked curiously. "Currently, it remains unclear," Kong Yang replied thoughtfully, "but there are only a few entities capable of such action. Focus on Li Ka-shing, and have someone keep a close watch." Kong Tiancheng proposed after a moment of contemplation. "I suspect it might be him. Additionally, we should be wary of Wei Li. The most concerning factor is that there may be insiders colluding with outsiders." "You suspect Li Ka-shing?" Kong Yang asked, slightly taken aback. "He was the first person I thought of," Kong Tiancheng stated candidly, "especially since I previously thwarted him. One cannot rule out that he still harbors ambitions toward Hutchison. I'll arrange for someone to follow him discreetly," Kong Yang conceded, acknowledging that Li Ka-shing indeed possessed such capability. He continued, "However, do we still need to borrow from Shinbai? Otherwise, the funds we have might not suffice to retain Hutchison." Kong Tiancheng chuckled. "There's no need. My recent trip to the United States proved quite profitable. If we seek another loan from Shinbai, Li Ka-shing will surely catch wind of it, which could alert him. Instead, I will provide the funds myself." "You made money in the United States?" Kong Yang paused, surprised. "How much did you bring back?" "Not too much. Approximately $4.5 billion, Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile. Chapter 29. You actually collaborated with the Morgan Consortium? How much? Kong Yang's voice instantly rose an octave. $4.5 billion, Kong Tiancheng reiterated with a grin. Kong Yang's tone shifted dramatically. "Then from where did you acquire such a substantial sum?" "That is the skill of a son," Kong Tiancheng replied, smiling at his father, unhurriedly stating, "You must have heard about the recent surge in oil prices, right?" "Of course. How could I not know?" Kong Yang remarked. "The shipping magnates are like ants on a hot pan. Recently, several ships were sold, and they have been eagerly purchasing stocks in Wharf Holdings, while Jardine Matheson is in a frenzy. It seems they are destined for a showdown." Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Speaking slowly, "Dad, during my trip to the U.S., I brought along $14 million, utilized 100-fold leverage to purchase $14 billion worth of oil futures. Now that oil prices have tripled, I have nearly earned $3 billion. Kong Yang gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain himself. "You used 100-fold leverage?" "Indeed." Kong Tiancheng smiled in response. "You certainly have a daring spirit." Kong Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Dad, we are not short on funds in our family. Even if I lost $1 billion, we still have over $10 billion, so why worry?" Kong Tiancheng said with a subtle smile, confidently asserting, "I have my own fallback. Taking a gamble is entirely within reason." Kong Yang paused, recalling that Kong Tiancheng had already earned $8 billion for him, and considering that putting down $1 billion to bet didn't seem excessive. With the outbreak of war, oil prices soared. Kong Tiancheng exclaimed, "I won." Kong Yang questioned, puzzled. "But you previously said it was $4.5 billion? "Indeed." Kong Tiancheng maintained his smile. "I collaborated with the Morgan Consortium. They earned even more, a staggering $300 billion. As a result, we have established a long-term partnership, and I receive a 5% share of their profits, which amounts to $15 billion. "What? You actually partnered with the Morgan Consortium?" Kong Yang was taken aback. "Yes," Kong Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. "I have established a stable partnership with Morgan, primarily focusing on the financial sector, where I provide them with market analysis." Kong Yang felt his mind spinning. "Why would they be willing to collaborate with you?" "Because collaborating with me is genuinely profitable," Kong Tiancheng chuckled. "This time, they recorded a profit of $300 billion. What about next time? And the time after that? Perhaps my judgment may falter occasionally. Once, twice, or even thrice may happen, but for Morgan, as long as I succeed once in 10 predictions, or even once in 100, they will still profit without fail." Kong Yang felt overwhelmed. Everything Kong Tiancheng revealed that night had far surpassed his comprehension. Yet, he soon became exhilarated. What does this imply? His son not only possesses greater wealth than himself, but also surpasses him in capability? What of the shipping magnate? Can he compare in wealth? Moreover, what do those top-tier tycoons fear most? Is it not the issue of heirs? The dread that their descendants may prove unworthy? And what about himself? He now possesses an exceptionally outstanding successor. The elation within Kong Yang was indescribable. Kong Tiancheng continued, "Currently, I have retained $15 billion in the United States, primarily for acquiring high-tech equipment. The remaining $30 billion I have brought back to the mainland." Kong Yang quickly calculated, asking, "Converted to Hong Kong dollars, that is approximately 360 billion? "Roughly so. The actual funds brought back are around 240 billion. Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile. "You rascal, why didn't you mention this earlier?" Kong Yang felt his spine stiffen, brimming with confidence. "Dad, you never asked," Kong Tiancheng said. Still beaming, Kong Yang pondered for a moment. "You previously mentioned not to alert the snake. What exactly did you mean?" Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly. "Li Ka-shing cannot suddenly produce 10 billion in cash. I suspect he has borrowed a considerable amount. Not just he, but also his father-in-law, Zhuang Jing'an. This funding is very likely held in his Cheung Kong Holdings account. If we were to borrow from HSBC, it would undoubtedly escape Li Ka-shing's notice. Kong Tiancheng analyzed. In that case, he might expedite his acquisition process, forcing us to incur higher costs. But what if we were to change our approach? Kong Yang suddenly realized. Are you suggesting we reverse the acquisition of Cheung Kong Holdings? Precisely. Kong Tiancheng nodded with a smile. We won't borrow from HSBC. Pretending to be completely suppressed by Li Ka-shing, while covertly acquiring Cheung Kong Holdings shares. As he spoke, he clenched his fists. A glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes. The more aggressively we acquire shares of CK Hutchison Holdings, the greater our chances of swallowing up its parent company, Cheung Kong Holdings. In the end, CK Hutchison will still belong to us, and we must thank Li Ka-shing for facilitating our consolidation. Kong Yang let out a hearty laugh. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. After a brief pause, he added, however, we must confirm whether Li Ka-shing is indeed orchestrating this from behind the scenes. 2 days later, initially filled with skepticism, Kong Yang's doubts evaporated when 50 billion Hong Kong dollars were deposited into his account. Only then did he truly believe that all of this was real. This son of mine has truly struck gold. Gazing at the staggering figures on his account, he could not help but swallow hard. Moreover, his son still held nearly $4 billion in liquid assets. Kong Tiancheng was engrossed in translating professional books acquired from America into Chinese, word by word. He had gathered a group of elite talents from domestic science and engineering fields, yet the technological prowess within the country still lagged behind that of foreign nations. This required Kong Tiancheng to devote considerable effort, meticulously scrutinizing each translation to ensure it was both precise and comprehensible. Merely being a landlord collecting rent was not his ambition. If he were to embark on the path of technological development, as the helm of leadership, he needed to possess a sound theoretical foundation. Otherwise, he risked being deceived by his subordinates. Concurrently, he hoped to use this opportunity to elevate the technical standards of this group of domestic talents. Kong Yang gazed at his son, reflecting on how diligently he seemed to be studying. Just then, a series of rapid knocks sounded at the door, followed by Tang Ning entering briskly and approaching Kong Yang. Boss, we have clarified the situation. In the past 2 days, the trading volume of Hutchison shares on the exchange surged 14-fold compared to the previous day. Additionally, 2 shareholders have completely divested their holdings. Divested? Kong Tiancheng, who had been focused on his translation, slightly lifted his gaze, raising an eyebrow. To whom did they sell? To Li Ka-shing. Tang Ning responded swiftly. Just as I suspected. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. It seems this individual is still quite attached to CK Hutchison. Beside him, Kong Yang nodded. Good, I understand. You may return to your duties now. Tang Ning turned to leave. Once she was gone, Kong Yang looked at Kong Tiancheng. Son, what do you think our next step should be? Kong Tiancheng pondered briefly before resolutely shaking his head. No need to intervene. If Li Ka-shing wishes to acquire, let him do so. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he continued. Not only should we allow him to proceed, but we must also circulate rumors, such as claiming we are mobilizing vast amounts of capital for the Tseung Kwano project, or that you have provided me with a significant sum for continued investments in the film industry. In essence, we must create an illusion. The Kong family is indiscriminately spending money, incurring exorbitant expenses. Kong Yang was taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication. You intend to feign weakness? Kong Tiancheng smiled nonchalantly. Precisely. Since Li Ka-shing is so covetous of Hutchison, that makes things simpler. If he desires to consume, we shall grant him the opportunity. If we do not, he will not relent. As he spoke, he added calmly, I too shall engage in some grand preparations for a comprehensive acquisition of TVB, and the expenditures will be substantial. In short, I must firmly establish this image of a spendthrift. If you truly are a spendthrift, there would be hardly anyone competent left in all of Hong Kong. Kong Yang could not help but let out a hearty laugh. To be honest, he relished the sensation of orchestrating events from behind the scenes. With ample capital at hand, manipulating opponents seemed effortless, and the thrill of wielding such control over the situation was exhilarating. Dad, don't rush. Kong Tiancheng's gaze was steady, asserting, from today onwards, we must establish our authority. Anything the Kong family sets its sights on, others must not interfere. He paused slightly, his tone turning stern. Whoever dares to reach out to seize it shall not expect our mercy. When we strike, it must be with lethal intent, inflicting unbearable pain until they are utterly crushed. He wishes to play? Then let us indulge him until the end, reveling in the game. Kong Yang laughed heartily. Well said. Kong Tiancheng gazed intently at his father, advising, Father, you must closely monitor the stock price movements of Cheung Kong Holdings. Remember, we must not alarm the snake. The longer we remain concealed, the better. Do I need you to tell me this? I am well aware. Kong Yang replied with a composed smile, his tone resolute. Would I allow our family to suffer losses? Kong Tiancheng chuckled as well. Yet his mind was already calculating how to deliver a decisive blow to Li Ka-shing in the future. The mere thought of it filled him with anticipation. The acquisition of TVB was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a result of careful deliberation. As a time traveler, no one understood the power of media better than he did. In an era prior to the widespread adoption of the internet, television served as the most formidable platform for public opinion. By seizing control of television, he could firmly hold sway over discourse for the next 30 years, creating the most favorable public opinion environment for himself. While such a feat may be challenging elsewhere, it posed no difficulties in Hong Kong. Of course, Kong Tiancheng also had his own plans, aspiring for his television station to be viewed across Southeast Asia. Gradually expanding his influence, he was determined to build a media empire of his own. Television was merely one facet. Beyond that, he envisioned integrating newspapers, news platforms, and more into a complete media matrix. Providing acting opportunities for his artists became a relatively secondary objective. Kong Tiancheng had quietly dispatched his team to frequently engage with TVB. Ultimately, both parties reached an agreement, with the transaction price set at 500 million. This sum was by no means trivial. Nevertheless, Kong Tiancheng decisively paid the full amount. On one hand, TVB's parent company had already suffered significant financial losses. On the other, 500 million was itself a substantial investment. In this manner, he effortlessly acquired TVB. For Kong Tiancheng, this deal was a remarkable windfall. In a few years, if he sold it to an Australian consortium, the starting price would be 1 billion. When it was sold to the Southeast Asian tycoon, Ba, it would fetch a staggering price of 2 billion, a full doubling of the initial investment. The original 500 million was indeed a lucrative gamble. Subsequently, Kong Tiancheng promptly renamed TVB to Bright Television. The initial logo design featured a rising sun. Yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to the national flag of a certain island nation, prompting Kong Tiancheng to reject it on the spot. He then reimagined it, incorporating a phoenix motif into design 643. Chapter 30. Who dares to touch my people? He found the image too intricate, so he revised it repeatedly. And after several rounds of adjustments, the final version became a simple yet powerful depiction of a soaring phoenix. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Tiancheng decided to change the station's name altogether, formally renaming it to Phoenix Television. Following the acquisition, Kong Tiancheng swiftly convened a high-level internal meeting. The primary objective was to retain the core management team of the original Phoenix Television while optimizing the organizational structure. Almost all foreign executives were dismissed, with only local Hong Kong residents remaining. A comprehensive purge of the non-Chinese management team was undertaken, while the Chinese executives were restructured, clearly defining the responsibilities of each department. Kong Tiancheng's management philosophy was, I am responsible for establishing the top-level institutional framework, enhancing operational efficiency, eliminating internal strife, and strengthening supervisory mechanisms. The framework is set by me, while you are free to operate within it, even if you wish to innovate. This reform centered on two major focuses: personnel arrangement and the establishment of a program production system, including variety show planning, drama filming processes, and advertising revenue models. The general manager of Asia Television was Huang Shizhao. This individual indeed possessed talent, and even after taking over TVB, Kong Tiancheng did not replace him. Historically, Huang Shizhao introduced 3 long-form series during prime time, directly challenging TVB's diverse programming strategy and compelling the network to adopt a serialized drama approach. In September 1980, the rural-themed drama The Blessings of the Earth premiered and swiftly dominated the market, with viewership consistently on the rise. In contrast, TVB's concurrent offering, The Passing of the Torch, received a tepid response, resulting in dismal ratings and ultimately becoming the first series in the station's history to be abruptly discontinued. It was only later, due to the parent company's mismanagement and prolonged financial losses, that Li's Television was compelled to sell. This clearly attests to Huang Shizhao's undeniable prowess. Initially, he had prepared himself for the inevitability of a new regime, but to his astonishment, not only did he retain his position, but he was also promoted to general manager. The surprises did not end there. He was further astounded to learn that all the high-ranking foreign executives had been dismissed. Presently, at Phoenix Television, he has become a figure of considerable influence, second only to Kong Tiancheng. Huang Shizhao suddenly realized that he could finally unleash his ambitions, and the ideas he had harbored for so long might truly come to fruition. This turn of events left him momentarily stunned. As if to say, I can hardly comprehend it. The foreign superiors above me have vanished, and I find myself soaring instead. Shortly thereafter, Kong Tiancheng instructed Huang Shizhao to assemble his own team and select trusted associates. Huang Shizhao was instantly invigorated. Such an opportunity had come too swiftly. A stroke of fortune that was almost unbelievable. Kong Tiancheng's involvement remained steadfastly focused on institutional development. He delineated Phoenix Television into three major operational sectors. One segment was dedicated to film and television production, which Kong Tiancheng integrated with Ryu Film to form Phoenix Films, producing both movies and television dramas. Artist management remained under the purview of Oriental Entertainment, while Phoenix Television primarily focused on procurement, capable of acquiring content both from Phoenix Films and other production companies. Initially, Kong Tiancheng would lead the decision-making process. The second segment was the Variety Channel, which was entrusted to Phoenix Television for comprehensive planning and execution. The third segment was the News Division, also designated for exclusive operation by Phoenix Television. Programs such as The Voice of Asia, If You Are the One, and various singing competitions and reality shows were promptly scheduled. Regarding news content, Kong Tiancheng had unique insights into structuring and enhancing the appeal of reports, often drawing inspiration from stylized news programs like the Rapid Fire Incident. At first, Huang Shizhao assumed Kong Tiancheng was merely a wealthy individual with scant understanding of the television realm. However, he now found himself increasingly impressed. Just how much knowledge does this boss possess? It is said that the script for Happy Ghost was personally delivered to Huang Beiming by Kong Tiancheng. To his surprise, Kong Tiancheng displayed profound comprehension of the television industry. In his previous life, he had indeed consumed a vast array of variety shows, broadening his horizons. The most pressing challenge was not a lack of quality program ideas, but rather the fact that Phoenix Television currently operated only two channels, the International Channel and the Hong Kong Channel. These two channels could scarcely accommodate such a large volume of programming. However, there was no need for haste. A gradual, steady approach could be adopted. As he listened to Kong Tiancheng articulate his visions and ideas for variety shows, Huang Shizhao clutched a pen, swiftly recording every detail. He found himself perplexed, unable to fathom the origins of such inspiration. The most tangible issue at hand was the limited channel resources. The scant two channels at Phoenix Television could hardly support the influx of new programming. This encapsulates my thoughts. Kong Tiancheng took a sip from his teacup and smiled. Regarding dramas, I suggest we initially focus on Jin Yang's martial arts works, then gradually expand into contemporary urban dramas and fantasy genres. As for supernatural themes or other types, there's no need for the television station to concern itself. The immediate priority, he emphasized, was to establish the variety segments. He set down his teacup and surveyed the room. Are there any questions? What about the copyright situation with Jin Yang? Huang Shizhao couldn't help but inquire. I spent about 100 million, Kong Tiancheng replied, shrugging with a smile, acquiring all adaptation rights for nearly 30 years of his novels. Huang Shizhao was momentarily at a loss for words. 100 million? 30 years. He couldn't help but gasp. Boss, your generosity is truly remarkable. It is essential to note that at this time, in the late 1970s, 100 million was considered an astronomical sum. It's merely a small expense, Kong Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. I won't interfere too much in the production process. I'll only offer some suggestions. If you find them feasible, use them. If not, feel free to adjust according to your judgment. Huang Shizhao managed a wry smile. Boss, your suggestions hardly seem like mere advice. Were you not my superior? I would almost consider inviting you to take on the role of general manager. Laughter erupted in the room, all aware this was a compliment. Had Kong Tiancheng not been the boss, Huang Shizhao might not have genuinely relinquished his position. Enough, I am not concerned with the process. I only care about the results. Kong Tiancheng stated, his tone shifting to seriousness. What is the outcome? Just ensure the ratings do not disappoint. Huang Shizhao immediately nodded in earnest. Understood. After the meeting concluded, he promptly began preparing for new programs, initiating the production of The Voice of Asia. He then arranged for Phoenix Films to commence shooting Jin Yang's works. With no shortage of actors at his disposal, he saw this as an opportunity to train and integrate his team while accumulating experience. Looking ahead, Jin Yang's novels had previously sparked three waves of popularity. The first in the 1970s and 1980s, the second in the 1990s, and the third during the mainland's frequent adaptations. Any adaptation was almost guaranteed to become a hit. By strategically securing 30 years of copyrights in advance, the assurance of high viewership seemed almost certain. As for what would transpire 30 years hence, that was left to fate. Kong Tiancheng was aware that his entry into Asian television and the film industry might be perceived as an act of overzealous ambition. But so what? Television seeks audience share, while film prioritizes box office success. Only by achieving these can one attract advertising investments and enhance their brand influence. Ultimately, what mattered most was ensuring he would not be left speechless in future commercial rivalries. As long as my programs lead in ratings, the media will naturally side with me. What can others use to contend with me? After the meeting, Kong Tiancheng stretched his body, intending to dine with the executives of Phoenix Television, when suddenly, Su Rongrong hurriedly approached him. Young Master Chung, there's been an incident. An incident? Kong Tiancheng furrowed his brow. What happened? Su Rongrong spoke rapidly. Zhou Jun has had a leg broken. What did you say? Kong Tiancheng paused, astonished. Zhou Jun's leg has been broken? Su Rongrong nodded quickly. Deep down, she harbored a disdain for Zhou Jun, viewing him as a sycophant, akin to a court eunuch in ancient times, merely engaging in flattery and opportunism. Just a bullying lackey, in her eyes. However, she had no choice. After all, the master of this dog was Kong Tiancheng. From another perspective, Su Rongrong's current position owed much to Zhou Jun. Had he not recommended her, she would not have been able to remain by Kong Tiancheng's side. Ah Zhao. Kong Tiancheng called out to Huang Shizhao. Boss. Huang Shizhao promptly approached. I won't be dining. You take charge in my stead, Kong Tiancheng said in a calm tone. Huang Shizhao quickly nodded. Understood. Then, Kong Tiancheng waved his hand, taking Su Rongrong with him in his Rolls-Royce to the hospital. Su Rongrong provided an address, prompting the driver to start the vehicle immediately. What was the situation? On the car, Kong Tiancheng turned to Su Rongrong and inquired. Su Rongrong replied. The assailants were affiliated with He Shengha, part of the He character gang known as He Yong. The root of the conflict lies with the Shaw brothers. The Shaw brothers? Kong Tiancheng was taken aback. What has this rascal done? He has poached several actors from Shaw brothers, Su Rongrong quickly explained. Recently, he has been luring talent away, including Lu Dehua and Liang Chaowei, many of whom have joined our Guangming film industry, which has infuriated Shaw brothers. At this point, she paused and added with a hint of disdain, today, he was speaking with a girl named Chun Yulian, and as a result, he was ambushed and beaten by He Yong's men. Kong Tiancheng stroked his chin. Chun Yulian? That name sounds familiar. She is widely recognized as the third generation of the Little Dragon Girl. The first generation was Nan Hong, while the second was Li Tongming, one of the leading actresses at Jiaya Television, now also under Kong Tiancheng's wing. As for Chun Yulian, she is seen as the successor of the third generation. However, it seems that from her era onward, both Wang Yuyin and the Little Dragon Girl have been portrayed by the same actress. Contemplating this, Kong Tiancheng gently rubbed his chin, unable to suppress his thoughts. Zhou Jun, that loyal dog, truly fulfills his duties, tirelessly expanding the boss's harem. How is he now? Kong Tiancheng asked. He is fine. Su Rongrong replied. Someone intervened in time to save him, but his leg is broken, and he is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. I understand. Kong Tiancheng nodded. He suddenly realized one of the drawbacks of this era. Without mobile phones, the transmission of information is slow, making it impossible to grasp developments in real time. Nevertheless, Zhou Jun is, after all, his trusted confidant, and having his leg broken publicly equates to a slap in his face. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Inside the hospital, young Master Chung, upon seeing Kong Tiancheng, Zhou Jun's face instantly transformed into a blend of flattery and sorrow. Young Master, you've come. You've finally come. Kong Tiancheng approached the bedside and examined the injured leg suspended in midair, asking in a deep voice, I've heard about the incident. How is your leg? Tears streamed down Zhou Jun's face. Young Master, my leg is ruined. What do you mean? Kong Tiancheng narrowed his eyes, pressing for more information. My knee was shattered. The doctor said that even if it heals, I will have to walk with a limp. Zhou Jun gritted his teeth, eyes filled with rage. Young Master, you must seek justice for me. Chapter 31, The Kill Order of the Underworld. Your knee is shattered? Kong Tiancheng's pupils constricted, his gaze turning icy. Yes. Zhou Jun's voice trembled, yet it was laced with deep-seated resentment. Good, good, good. Kong Tiancheng let out 3 cold laughs, his eyes glinting with malice. He gently patted Zhou Jun's shoulder, his tone steady but imbued with undeniable authority. You focus on healing. I will take care of this matter. Zhou Jun nodded vigorously. Speaking in a flurry, Young Master, thank you. Thank you for intervening. He knew all too well that with his limited capabilities, seeking revenge was nothing but a foolish dream. He could only rely on Kong Tiancheng, for although the Kong family had been rehabilitated for many years, their foundation remained intact, still entangled with the old gang networks. Wielding considerable influence, a mere flick of a finger could stir up a storm. In Seongkwano, at the Tiu Kunglung Villa area, Kong Tiancheng summoned Su Weidong. For these days, Su Weidong had been stationed here. Kong Tiancheng was planning to establish a bar street in this area, and naturally, the Su family would be involved in such nighttime entertainment ventures. As long as the profit distribution was handled appropriately, the Su family could also make a significant profit. Moreover, according to Kong Tiancheng's blueprint, the bar street would be in close proximity to the soon-to-be-completed Seongkwano Film City. Once stars and artists frequently visited this area for leisure, a flood of fans and customers would inevitably follow. With heightened popularity, business would naturally thrive. And the potential revenue from liquor, beverages, and escort services was incalculable. Su Weidong, having assessed the situation, could already smell the strong scent of copper. Recently, he had been bustling about, even personally overseeing the construction, resembling a foreman. What? Who the hell dared to do this? Su Weidong abruptly stood up, furious. How dare they lay a hand on someone from the Kong family? Are they tired of living? Kong Tiancheng leisurely sipped his tea, replying nonchalantly. All I know is that it was the men from Heiyong who struck. As for the specifics, it remains unclear. Heiyong is affiliated with Heishinghe, while the Su family traces its origins to the number K. Despite the seemingly vast gang system in Hong Kong, it is, in fact, quite loose. Names like number K, Heishinghe, and Sun Yi-on sound impressive, yet there has never been a situation where a single boss's command elicited an immediate response from thousands of followers. Ultimately, these organizations are merely collectives of thugs, maintained by mutual interests. Infighting and internal strife are the norm. The notion of brotherhood and loyalty is but a farce. Do you think this is a regular army? To sustain a gang's operation, one must establish a facade of loyalty and brotherhood, which, to put it bluntly, serves as a pretext to incite the lower ranks to charge into danger. True strength lies not in the number of subordinates you possess, but in whether you can provide compensation when someone sacrifices their life for you. If someone is injured or disabled, can you cover their medical and rehabilitation expenses? In essence, gangs are merely the enforcers of capital. Their strength is contingent upon the backing of financial conglomerates. Of course, there are a few gangs that manage to sustain themselves by running enterprises, such as Kong Yang, who is a prime example. Originally just a son-in-law without status, he later amassed wealth and subsequently reinvested it back into the organization. Now, he has not only turned his fortunes around, but has also made the Su family reliant on him, hoping for his benevolence. After pondering for a moment, Su Weidong spoke. I'll make a call to inquire. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dialed a number. 10 minutes later, the call ended, and he said solemnly, the one who acted is Jin Yaqiang from Heiyong, with approximately 400 men under him. They are indeed working for the Shaw brothers. Jin Yaqiang? Kong Tiancheng smiled faintly, his tone indifferent. How much did he receive? Who knows, probably around 200 to 300,000, Su Weidong scoffed. Should we arrange a meeting to discuss? Not necessary. Kong Tiancheng gently twirled the teacup in his hand, taking a slow sip, and coldly remarked. This sort of lowlife dares to stand on equal footing with us? Su Weidong shrugged. Then what do you propose? Kong Tiancheng set down his teacup, his tone nonchalant. Jin Yaqiang dares to lay a hand on Zhou Jun, which clearly shows he does not regard me at all. However, it does not matter. I have never cared about his opinion. Issue a kill order in the Underworld for me. Su Weidong was taken aback. What? That Jin Yaqiang. Kong Tiancheng poured himself another cup of tea, a slight smile gracing his lips. Every subordinate of Heiyong, as well as their underlings, is worth 200,000 each. With over 400 of them, that amounts to around 80 million. As for Jin Yaqiang himself, the bounty is set at 5 million. Other heads will range from 2 million to 3 million. Su Weidong's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Furthermore, Kong Tiancheng added leisurely. I welcome infighting within Heiyong. If anyone kills one of their own and brings me the head, I will still reward them with 20,000 and simultaneously cancel the bounty on them. Are you really willing to spend 80 million just for this? Is Zhou Jun worth it? Su Weidong could not help but question. Wouldn't it be simpler to send someone to sweep them aside? That wouldn't suffice. Kong Tiancheng pushed the teacup towards Su Weidong. Brother Weidong. Would that be intimidating? Besides, all our men are invaluable. Should we send them head-on against rubble? Su Weidong was momentarily stunned. He finally realized that Kong Tiancheng genuinely did not care about the nearly 80 million, tossing it aside as if it were nothing. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Draft a list, will you? We can't spend this money frivolously, can we? Su Weidong nodded. Understood, though he remained somewhat shaken internally. 200,000 per head, with the notorious Jin Yaqiang priced at 5 million, and the other key figures valued between 2 to 3 million. This was hardly just 80 million. The total was edging close to 100 million. Su Weidong was known for his decisive actions. Before long, the list was meticulously compiled and soon disseminated through numerous clandestine channels, rapidly circulating among the various gangs in Hong Kong. Inside a bar in Causeway Bay, confusion reigned. What is this? A bounty notice? 20,000 per head. One underling stared at the newspaper, his face a mask of disbelief. What the hell? Is this the price set by the Su family? A mere 20,000 for the heads of the Heiyong gang? Another thug exclaimed, incredulous. Insanity. Is the life of a Heiyong brother really worth that much? Collectively, aren't we nearing 100 million? Look here, Jin Yaqiang's head is valued at 5 million. The astonishing amount of the bounty was simply jaw-dropping. It was the late 70s, after all, for someone to casually offer nearly 100 million in cash as a bounty. One had to admit that Kong Tiancheng's audacity was truly remarkable. Had it been the late 80s or 90s, when Hong Kong's underworld had largely cleaned up its act and amassed considerable assets during an economic boom, such a sum might not have raised many eyebrows. But now, in the late 70s, following the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, the ties between the police and the gangs had been thoroughly severed. Many gang leaders found themselves behind bars, and the drug trade was waning. This was indeed a period of great hardship for all factions. To produce 100 million now was akin to dropping a bombshell. In an instant, the entire underground world of Hong Kong was set ablaze. A head for 20,000. Deliver the proof to the Su family, and it would immediately translate into a windfall. Let us not forget, they were merely gangsters. Not a disciplined army. They would not heed orders blindly. Their allegiance was only ever to profit. In Jin Yaqiang's bar, fury welled up within him. He slammed the newspaper to the ground, his eyes blazing with rage. Jin Yaqiang, known for his gleaming golden teeth, had earned his nickname due to his fierce reputation in the underworld. He had fought tooth and nail to carve out his territory, achieving his current status through sheer grit. But now, he felt an icy dread wash over him. He could hardly believe that the despicable Kong Tiancheng would be willing to part with 100 million solely to target him. He mulled over the newspaper's contents repeatedly, growing increasingly alarmed. This was clearly a scheme to incite his gang members to slaughter one another. If one brother were to be taken out, the other could not only evade the bounty, but also claim 20,000 in reward. Should he himself be eliminated, the bounty would soar to a staggering 5 million. Fury ignited within him as he bellowed. Kong Tiancheng, you son of a dog, you bastard, you wretched scum, you cunning little fiend. Just as he was in mid-rant, someone burst through the door, panting heavily. Brother Chong, something's gone terribly wrong. What is it? Jin Yaqiang's voice was filled with resentment and fury. The underling gulped nervously, stammering. Our turf has been completely wrecked. Jin Yaqiang's face turned ashen. Who dares to smash my place? Damn them. Before he could finish, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. Overnight, all of Jin Yaqiang's strongholds were annihilated. One gang after another surged in, not to claim territory, but to seize the lives of his brothers. With over 400 heads at stake, valued at 80 million collectively, and with key leaders fetching between 2 to 3 million each, his own head was priced at a staggering 5 million. Such lucrative rewards, who could resist? The night was fraught with violence. For the Hong Kong police, this was the most severe outbreak of violence since the incarceration of figures like Bo Hao, leaving them in a state of turmoil. At the General's Villa No. 1 in Tiu Konglong, Kong Tiancheng sipped his tea leisurely, glancing at Su Weidong with a smile. How many people were involved last night? It's hard to say. From what I know, at least 6 gangs participated. However, many lone wolves also got involved. Su Weidong grinned. Ah Chong, I believe the Eong gang's time is nearly up. How many casualties? Kong Tiancheng inquired nonchalantly. Over 80 corpses already, Su Weidong replied, his tone light. As for the remaining 300 or so, many are injured. Whether they survive depends on luck. Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly. The police will likely start taking action soon. We've already greased the wheels with them. Su Weidong stroked his chin. Even if they trace it back to us, what of it? We are now law-abiding citizens. This chaos is merely an internal strife within the gangs. As for the bounty notice, it's nothing but a fabrication, a mere rumor. Kong Tiancheng smiled, leisurely asking, has there been any instance of infighting within the Eong gang yet? Not yet, Su Weidong shrugged. Patience, let us wait a little longer, Kong Tiancheng replied coolly, a glimmer of scorn in his eyes. I truly wish to see just how strong these so-called codes of the underworld really are. His words dripped with sarcasm, clearly expressing his disdain for the supposed loyalty of the gangs. Idealism. That was a joke. Those with genuine aspirations would not continue to mingle with such lowly organizations. From any perspective, gangs were merely the lowest of the low. Yet, some even made films romanticizing them as heroes. What a colossal absurdity. Chapter 32. Infighting. Su Weidong was unfazed. The Su family had long since washed their hands clean, having completely reformed into a legitimate entity, no longer the gang reliant on brute force from years past. Feizi, I truly thank you. A young underling lay in a hospital bed, his face filled with gratitude. If it weren't for you saving me, I would have been a goner. Ah Chung, don't worry, we share a bond of life and death. The man named Feizi, appearing to be in his 30s but limping as he walked, had once been a brother in the Eong gang. Injured in a past skirmish, he had retired from the underworld but maintained a deep camaraderie with Ah Chung, always referring to him as a brother. He smiled broadly, speaking in a relaxed tone. This warehouse is rarely frequented. It's absolutely safe. You rest here and recuperate. And once you're better, I'll personally escort you to the gambling city to lay low. Ah Chung nodded lightly, his face pale, his voice feeble. Thank you. Hey, no need for thanks. Feizi waved his hand, smiling. If you hadn't pulled me back then, I would have been dead in the streets. Now it's my turn to look after you. I'll stand guard outside. Nothing will go wrong. A warmth spread through Ah Chung's heart, and his grip on the dagger at his waist loosened slightly. By the way, take this. Feizi stepped forward, handing him a bottle of water. Just as Ah Chung reached out to take it, a glint of cold steel flashed, a sharp dagger thrusting towards him. In the next moment, Feizi brutally plunged the knife into Ah Cheng's body. Thud. Blood gushed forth. Cheng's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling, barely able to articulate. Why you, Fei Zi? You want to kill me? Cheng, I'm sorry. The speed of Fei Zi's speech was alarmingly rapid, underscored by an urgent tone. I am in dire need of money right now. I wish to purchase a property in Hong Kong, and I have a girlfriend to support. I desperately require this sum. Exceedingly so. Suddenly, Cheng seized Fei Zi by the collar, his eyes ablaze with rage and disbelief. But I saved your life. If it weren't for me back then, you would have perished in that alley. Before he could finish his sentence, Fei Zi struck again, plunging the knife deeply into Cheng's heart. I know you saved me. Fei Zi gasped, his voice low and strained. But I have no choice, no escape left. I need money, a substantial amount. Since you saved my life, you must help me resolve this predicament once and for all. With that, he withdrew the dagger and thrust it in once more with ferocity. Cheng's eyes widened in shock, his body gradually succumbing, until finally, he breathed his last. The police in Hong Kong were thrown into utter disarray. Who could have anticipated that a large-scale brawl, dormant for years, would erupt once more? Public opinion was in an uproar, and naturally, the Su family was summoned for questioning. However, the Su family had long since washed their hands of past misdeeds, presenting a polished facade while a team of lawyers safeguarded their interests. When faced with police skepticism, they responded nonchalantly, "It's merely sensationalism from the tabloids. Do you truly believe it?" The police, aware of the underlying treachery, found themselves powerless against them and had to relent. Meanwhile, the He Yong gang seemed to vanish overnight. The lower-tier brothers were gripped by fear, hesitant to show their faces, terrified that a mere appearance would lead to their demise. But when would this torment cease? Soon. These desperate outlaws discovered two potential routes for escape, either death or the slaughter of their peers. By eliminating a wanted gang member, they could free themselves from pursuit. Thus, infighting erupted within He Yong. What brotherhood? It had long since disintegrated. A bloody internal conflict commenced, with former comrades turning their weapons against each other. In a bid for survival, they could only strike at those beside them. To kill them was to secure their own lives and perhaps a chance at redemption. Within a derelict warehouse, a junior member of He Yong suddenly drove his weapon into the side of a gang leader. "Ah!" the victim cried out, turning to see the assailant's eyes gleaming like a wolf, revealing a predatory intent, as if fixating on prey within grasp. "You bastard!" Before he could finish, a metal pipe came crashing down on his head. Thud! The gang leader collapsed instantly. "Away, well done!" exclaimed a subordinate wielding a dagger. "His head is worth 2 million. Let us split the bounty." Bam! Unexpectedly, Away raised the steel pipe and smashed it down onto the dagger-wielding subordinate's head. "Ouch!" The subordinate cried out, rolling away as Away lunged at him again, gritting his teeth and shouting, "What is wrong with you?" Away swung the pipe in a frenzied assault. "Kill you, and the 2 million is all mine." "No, count you in two. 220,000 in total." "Fuck you." The dagger-wielding subordinate, battered and howling, received another blow to the head and collapsed, motionless. Away, still uneasy, delivered several more strikes to ensure he was incapacitated, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. However, at that moment, the subordinate sprang back to life, lunging it away with the dagger aimed at his abdomen. Away's eyes widened, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He swung the pipe violently, landing blow after blow until he had bludgeoned the assailant to death. He slowly rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, gazing at the lifeless body beside him, as if wealth was beckoning him. Yet, just a few steps later, he suddenly felt dizzy, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed, unresponsive, dead as a doornail. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, it's me, Xiao Chong." At that moment, in a dark and dilapidated hideout, Jin Yachong trembled, pleading, "Please save me. You must help me." On the other end of the line was Xiao Yifu, who could hardly believe the ruthlessness of Kong Tiancheng. "Is it really necessary to uproot the entire gang merely for breaking one of your subordinates' legs?" Even more astonishing was the demand for 100 million. This figure made even Xiao Yifu's heart race. Although the Xiao family was affluent, they could not easily part with such an exorbitant sum. Yet for Kong Tiancheng, this was hardly a burden. 100 million? Is that excessive? If I don't show you some severity, will you truly believe the Kong family can be trifled with? Of course, Kong Tiancheng adhered to a principle. If it could be resolved without direct confrontation, he would avoid personal involvement. Such trivial matters posed no stress for him. "I understand." Xiao Yifu took a deep breath. "Where are you now? I will send someone to retrieve you. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, no matter what." Jin Yachong was ultimately a pawn of Xiao Yifu. If this man were to be eliminated and Xiao was unable to protect him, what face would he have left? "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I am immensely grateful," Jin Yachong exclaimed upon hearing Xiao Yifu's assurance, feeling a slight sense of relief. At least for the moment. He had not anticipated how ruthless Kong Tiancheng could be. After hanging up, Jin Yachong continued to hide, no longer trusting any of his subordinates, fearful of a sudden betrayal. Before long, A car arrived at the designated location. The door opened, and a man stepped out, surveying the surroundings. Jin Yachong stealthily approached and whispered, "Who are you?" The man turned, locking eyes with Jin Yachong, cautiously stating, "Jin Yachong?" Jin Yachong nodded. "I am here to pick you up, sent by Mr. Xiao." The driver said with a smile. "Come with me." Jin Yachong remained wary. "Are you truly one of Mr. Xiao's men?" "Of course." The driver maintained his smile. "Do not delay, get in the car." As soon as Jin Yachong entered, the tension in his body eased slightly, and he felt a semblance of safety, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Logically, in such perilous times, he would never allow himself to close his eyes. The situation was too precarious, and death could strike at any moment. Yet, exhausted from numerous wounds, still bleeding and drained of energy, he could no longer resist the tide of drowsiness. Ultimately, he fell into a profound sleep. However, unbeknownst to him, the driver's face was contorted with turmoil. The driver frequently glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. 5 million, a full 5 million. After an indeterminate time, the driver confirmed that Jin Yachong was completely unconscious. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, a fierce resolve flashing in his eyes, and made up his mind. In that instant, Jin Yachong felt a sharp pain in his head, as if being struck by a heavy object repeatedly. He snapped awake, only to see the driver's face twisted in malice, wielding a wrench, and mercilessly bringing it down upon his head. Bang! A blinding light flashed before his eyes, his consciousness fading as he was struck, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The driver showed no signs of relenting. Jin Yachong struggled with all his might to open the car door, desperate to escape. But weighed down by his injuries and fatigue, he stumbled heavily to the ground. The driver quickly circled to his back, raising the wrench to strike the back of his skull. 1 blow, 2 blows. In this desolate and remote wilderness, where no soul treads and no one is aware, the echo of dull thuds reverberates incessantly. Ultimately, the cold wrench proves fatal, as Golden Tooth Chong is brutally bludgeoned to death. The driver, gasping for breath, discards the bloodied tool and drags the lifeless body back into the vehicle, promptly starting the engine and speeding towards the territory of the Su family. He has already devised a plan. Upon securing 5 million, he will flee Hong Kong, adopting a new identity and never looking back. After all, it is 5 million. In Tiu Kowloon, at Villa No. 1 of General's estate, Kong Tiancheng casts a glance at Zhou Jun, who is seated in a wheelchair, then turns to Su Weidong beside him, a slight smirk curling his lips. "Is he dead?" "Indeed." Su Weidong replies with a smile. "Ah Chong, can you guess who delivered Golden Tooth Chong's head?" "How would I know? Stop keeping me in suspense." Kong Tiancheng rolls his eyes, urging him to reveal the answer. Su Weidong chuckles heartily. "It was the driver arranged by Xiao Yifu." "The driver of Xiao Yifu?" Kong Tiancheng expresses mild surprise. "He did it? You must be joking. Is Xiao Yifu attempting to claim the bounty from me?" "Not quite," Su Weidong chuckles. The allure of 5 million was too tempting, compelling him to defy Xiao Yifu's orders and commit murder. Upon hearing this, Kong Tiancheng smiles slightly. How intriguing. It seems Xiao Yifu is excessively stingy, leaving him without a loyal ally in critical moments. This is no mere hyperbole. Rumors of the Xiao family's miserly nature have long circulated, evident from the meager treatment of TVB's artists. The betrayal by the driver does not surprise Kong Tiancheng. When you withhold wages, don't be surprised if others take risks for 5 million. If you were to offer an extra million each month, he might still hesitate for 3 days. "Ah Chung, should we still give this money?" Su Weidong inquires. "Of course we shall." Kong Tiancheng replies nonchalantly. "It's merely 5 million. Spending it to gain a reputation for reliability is worthwhile. Although the total bounty amounts to 100 million, the actual expenditure for Kong Tiancheng is far less, barely reaching 40 million. Chapter 33, The Fall of Golden Tooth Chong. A segment of individuals perished in internal strife, slaughtering one another. Another segment vanished without a trace, their fates unknown, and yet another group, though not executed, found the pursuit of Golden Tooth Chong naturally ended with his demise. Overall, Kong Tiancheng's financial outlay is not as significant as it seems. However, the impact is astonishing. The entirety of Hong Kong is now acutely aware of one thing. The Kong family must not be trifled with. One must not provoke the Kongs, nor disturb any of their subordinates. Otherwise, they need not lift a finger. Mere financial means suffice to obliterate your influence. "Ah Jun." Kong Tiancheng gazes at Zhou Jun, a smile playing on his lips. "I fear your leg may never heal. However, I have avenged you. You have worked for me, and I shall ensure you are not at a loss." Zhou Jun feels a surge of warmth in his heart, eagerly exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Chong. I am truly grateful. Golden Tooth Chong has been dealt with." Kong Tiancheng shrugs, his demeanor composed. Yet this matter is far from over. There remains a Xiao Yifu to contend with. "You intend to confront Xiao Yifu?" Su Weidong interjects, his tone laced with disbelief. "He is the tycoon Xiao. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Kong Tiancheng replies with a serene smile. If he shows me disrespect, he cannot blame me for lacking compassion. June, continue to recruit talent from TVB. Since Xiao Yifu dares to strike against us, I shall render his entertainment empire completely incapacitated. To confront Xiao Yifu? Zhou Jun's eyes brighten, his enthusiasm rising as he impatiently asks, Young Master Cheng, what do you intend to do? Su Weidong furrows his brow, inwardly alarmed, whispering, Cheng, you must remain calm. No matter how one views it, Xiao Yifu is a person of stature. If you truly take action against him, the upper echelons of Hong Kong will not stand idly by. Gangsters belong to one realm, while tycoons belong to another. Though Xiao Yifu may not possess the deep-rooted foundation of the Kong family, he is nonetheless recognized as a significant figure within the elite circles. This is a clash of equals. Eradicating a gang organization would merely be seen as a house cleaning. A replacement would soon arise. However, targeting a figure like Xiao Yifu would challenge the very boundaries of the entire circle. Such an action would result in ostracism from the elite class. Kong Tiancheng merely smiles faintly, responding calmly. Did I ever state I wished to place a bounty on his head, or that I desired his demise? Su Weidong's heart eases. He had feared Kong Tiancheng might act impulsively and issue a wanted notice. It now appears that the other party has not yet reached that level of madness. He relaxes slightly, then asks, So, Cheng, what do you mean? It's quite simple. Kong Tiancheng spreads his hands, his expression serene. I need not take his life. I merely need to utterly dismantle his entertainment empire. Is he not involved in Xiao's film production? Does he not aspire to establish a television station? Then I shall ensure he never again contemplates producing a box office hit or managing a respectable media outlet. June. Zhou Jun straightens his posture, respectfully responding, Young Master Cheng. Moving forward, you shall continue to recruit from TVB without restraint. Take as many as you can. Kong Tiancheng narrows his eyes, his tone steady yet laced with determination. Remember, do not hold back. Excavate relentlessly. Zhou Jun responds resolutely. Rest assured, Young Master Cheng, I will not be lenient. I will ensure that the Xiao family suffers immeasurably. Kong Tiancheng gently pats his shoulder, smiling. You understand well that individuals like Xiao Yifu should not be easily provoked. This is all I can do. Young Master Cheng's willingness to stand up for me is already a tremendous favor. Zhou Jun's eyes glisten with gratitude as he sincerely states, I would not dare to hope for more. Very well, return and recuperate properly. Kong Tiancheng glances at his watch, his tone lightening. It is getting late. Everyone should rest. Turning, he instructs Su Rongrong. Rongrong, please arrange a meeting with Mr. Zhou Wenhui. Su Rongrong promptly nods. Understood. The following day, at the headquarters of the Guangming Group in Tiu Konglong. Mr. Zhou, it has been a while. Kong Tiancheng greets him with a beaming smile. Shaking hands with Zhou Wenhui. Tea or coffee? Zhou Wenhui chuckles lightly. Tea will suffice. Recently, several films produced by Jiahe have garnered quite a favorable response. Many have surpassed 10 million at the box office. Kong Tiancheng reclines comfortably on the sofa, his tone buoyant. This is all thanks to your support, Cheng. Zhou Wenhui responds with a smile. Your team is indeed remarkable, making collaboration exceptionally smooth. Ever since Kong Tiancheng proposed the industrialization and proceduralization of filmmaking. Even during his time in America, this model has quietly begun to demonstrate its efficacy. The one who has benefited the most is undoubtedly Zhou Wenhui. As long as scheduling permits, he can utilize any artist under the Eastern Entertainment umbrella, enjoying unobstructed access to resources. From script development, lighting, and cinematography to editing. Kong Tiancheng can arrange everything seamlessly, with subsequent provisions for martial arts guidance, stunt teams, and a comprehensive array of supporting resources. Even the issue of filming locations has been resolved, with the Tiu Konglong Film City currently under vigorous construction. The scale is unprecedented, igniting a sense of envy in Zhou Wenhui, who cannot help but acknowledge that the operational methods of true wealth differ greatly from his previous understanding. This Tiu Konglong Film City bears none of the miserly demeanor typical of Xiao's operations. On the contrary, it encompasses a vast array of settings, readily available for use. For Jiahe, the entire operational model has undergone a transformative shift. In the past, Golden Harvest had to independently manage every aspect from creation to distribution. However, nowadays, they merely need to provide a script, and at times, even that burden is lifted as Zhou Wenhui can directly approach Kong Tiancheng to select preferred projects. After listening to a brief synopsis of the story and paying a deposit, he can then review a portion of the detailed outline. If Zhou finds it suitable, he can promptly invest and commence filming. Moreover, the collaboration between the two parties is exceedingly smooth. Golden Harvest is responsible for financing and theatrical distribution, while Kong Tiancheng handles all other matters single-handedly. Over the past few months, the two cinema chains have joined forces to consecutively release several high-quality films, with several of Golden Harvest productions having surpassed the 10 million mark at the box office. This success is attributed not only to the superior quality of the films, but also to the sharing of cinema resources, resulting in broader coverage and higher profits. Additionally, during this period, Tiancheng has made significant investments in advanced film equipment, leading to the rapid expansion of the Golden Princess cinema chain. With new theaters strategically located in densely populated areas, attracting a substantial influx of viewers. Generally speaking, neither Golden Harvest nor Shaw Brothers has ever prioritized audience comfort in their cinema operations. However, Tiancheng is different. He has even installed air conditioning systems in the theaters. This initiative has directly and significantly increased attendance rates. Observing this, Golden Harvest gritted their teeth and followed suit, beginning to install air conditioning and placing greater emphasis on the viewing experience. Nowadays, whenever Zhou Wenhui encounters Tiancheng, a smile nearly stretches from ear to ear. "Mr. Zhou," Tiancheng cheerfully remarked, "I won't beat around the bush. The Spring Festival is approaching, and I have some plans. Does Golden Harvest have any noteworthy new films to offer?" "Indeed, there are a few." Zhou Wenhui nodded in response. "The films by the Su brothers, as well as several works by Hung Kimpa, are in preparation." Tiancheng smiled slightly, his tone calm, yet sharp. "Next, I intend to target Shaw Brothers. Whenever Shaw releases a film, we will immediately counter with one of our own. I aim to completely crush them." Zhou Wenhui paused momentarily. He had heard whispers of the feud between Tiancheng and Shaw Brothers, particularly regarding the incident where Zhou Jun was poached and subsequently had his legs broken. Zhou reflected within himself. If he were in that position, he too would never let it go, as it is indeed a most egregious act. Now that Tiancheng seeks to retaliate against Sha Yifu, Zhou Wenhui naturally supports his endeavor. Sha Yifu is precisely that kind of person. Zhou Wenhui chuckled. "Ah Cheng, don't take it too much to heart. If I were to do nothing, wouldn't Sha Yifu simply trample all over me?" Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. "I intend to ensure that not a single film from Shaw Brothers turns a profit. A comprehensive blockade is necessary. I need 2 points of support. First, Golden Harvest must cooperate with me. Whenever Shaw releases a film, we will release one in response. Second," Tiancheng continued slowly, "during this period, let's lower ticket prices further. All patrons entering our cinemas will receive a uniform discount of 20%. If 2 people attend together, they'll enjoy a discount of 25%. And for groups of 5 or more, a direct 60% discount." Zhou Wenhui pondered briefly. A 20% discount still leaves room for profit, provided attendance numbers are sufficient. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. "All right." Curiously, he inquired, "So, Ah Cheng, how many films do you plan to push out next?" "Happy Ghost 2, Drunken Master, and another zombie-themed film titled Uncle Zombie," Zhou Wenhui cautioned. "However, Shaw Brothers also has numerous collaborations and connections in Southeast Asia and Taiwan. No need to worry. If Sha Yifu is to negotiate, do you think I want to personally step in?" Tiancheng chuckled softly, his tone calm. "When I take action, it will be a full frontal assault. Rest assured, I will ensure that Shaw Brothers gradually retreats from the historical stage." Zhou Wenhui was momentarily stunned, then could not help but ask, "But Shaw Brothers still holds TVB." "I have just acquired Li's television," Tiancheng replied calmly. "The newly established Phoenix TV is already on the air. TVB indeed boasts a plethora of talent, but to me, a TVB devoid of usable individuals is merely a heap of ruins." Zhou Wenhui was once again taken aback, suddenly realizing that Tiancheng was intent on a thorough reckoning with Shaw Brothers. Sha Yifu felt a wave of tension as well. He never anticipated that the trusted driver he had dispatched would be the one to take Golden Tooth Chang's life. What could be more humiliating than this? Sha Yifu felt a burning sensation on his face, the pain almost unbearable. Golden Tooth Chang had been his covert operative. Now, he had been brutally murdered by his own driver? Did this imply that Tiancheng had already infiltrated his inner circle? Could it be that even his own driver had been bribed? In truth, Tiancheng had indeed bribed Sha Yifu's driver with 5 million Hong Kong dollars. For Sha Yifu, this was akin to a bolt from the blue. Today, Golden Tooth Chang was killed. Would he be next? Sixth uncle. Just as Sha Yifu's mind was in turmoil, Fang Yihua hurried over, urgency in her voice. Just now, both Golden Princess Cinema and Golden Harvest Cinema took simultaneous action during the Spring Festival period. All tickets will be at an 8% discount. 2 people will receive a 75% discount, 3 people a 70% discount, and 5 or more will get a 60% discount. What? Sha Yifu was taken aback, then immediately shouted in anger. That rascal Tiancheng is targeting our cinema chain? In an instant, Sha Yifu was consumed with rage. This man was pressing forward relentlessly, delivering slap after slap to his face. In truth, Tiancheng had not initially aimed to specifically target Shaw Brothers. His philosophy has always been one of open collaboration for mutual benefit, fostering a positive ecosystem. Indeed, Zhou Jun had poached talent. But the question is, did Zhou Jun not pay the penalty for breach of contract? He did. Yet Sha Yifu, on the other hand, resorted to breaking legs. If Kong Tiancheng were to continue to endure such treatment, he would effectively be retreating into his shell like a turtle. Chapter 34. The Battle for Ratings Dominance. There is no need to elaborate further on the film market. I am determined to strike Shaw Brothers with relentless force. Moreover, in the realm of television, a direct confrontation is necessary. We must vie for dominance in viewership ratings. To date, the only large-scale talent competition in Hong Kong has been the Miss Hong Kong pageant. While Kong Tiancheng has long been preparing a plethora of innovative entertainment programs and reality shows, drawing from over 40 years of industry experience. Sha Yifu, do you wish to contend with me? What do you have to compete with me? I will not consider this over until I have rendered your TVB incapacitated. The Spring Festival period is a battleground that must be fiercely contested. Shaw Brothers will undoubtedly release meticulously prepared blockbusters. Despite Golden Harvest's recent glory, in reality, even during the Bruce Lee era, Golden Harvest only occupied the top spot at the box office, with Shaw Brothers sweeping the 2nd to 10th rankings entirely. Overall, Shaw Brothers' strength remains formidable, yet at this moment, they are confronted by a true rival in Kong Tiancheng. First, they allied with Golden Harvest, and then they swiftly expanded their cinema territory, clearly declaring war on Shaw Brothers. Sha Yifu's retaliation against Zhou Jun was imbued with personal emotion. Over the past several months, Kong Tiancheng's assaults on Shaw Brothers have been unrelenting. Just the Happy Ghost series alone is striking enough, not to mention the several works released consecutively by Cheng Long, such as The Laughing Fist and The Snake Cat Claw, each surpassing the 10 million mark in box office. More critically, the number of film companies collaborating with Kong Tiancheng is on the rise, with several small to medium-sized production companies also achieving million-dollar box office results. Especially Golden Harvest, which is viewed by Shaw Brothers as a traitorous rival, has also produced box office hits in the millions. In contrast, Shaw Brothers' performance over these past few months has noticeably declined. Upon hearing that Kong Tiancheng had begun to poach talent from TVB, Sha Yifu could no longer contain himself and launched a fierce counterattack against Fang Jun. When Fang Yihua reported the situation to Sha Yifu, he was suddenly seized by a wave of anxiety. What exactly had that rascal Kong Tiancheng said? How many films did he have slated for release? Sha Yifu took a deep breath, a sense of unease stirring within him. Over the past 6 months, his losses had mounted to an insurmountable level. A string of box office failures had led to Shaw Brothers' first deficit in its history of assured profits. Fang Yihua interjected, one film is Happy Ghost 2, with Huang Beiming starring. Another is Cheng Long's Drunken Fist, and there's a zombie-themed movie titled Uncle Zombie, featuring Lin Jingying, an obscure actor. Sha Yifu felt a tightening sensation at the back of his head. Since Kong Tiancheng's emergence, he had single-handedly elevated the entire film industry, enabling Hong Kong cinema to achieve a qualitative leap in just a few months. Firstly, there was an upgrade in aesthetic preferences, as audiences increasingly favored comedies and contemporary themes, moving away from the old-fashioned martial arts genre. Secondly, the innovation in action choreography was undeniable. Cheng Long had become a pivotal figure in the evolution of action films. If Bruce Lee was the pioneer, then Cheng Long was the guide to uncharted territories. In contrast, the rigid and formulaic kung fu films and tales of vendettas produced by Shaw Brothers had become obsolete. Audiences were now more concerned with the fluidity of action and the tightness of pacing. Shaw Brothers had evidently fallen behind. What was even more alarming was that the market Kong Tiancheng had captured extended far beyond Hong Kong, encompassing the entirety of Southeast Asia and even Taiwan. Despite Sha Yifu's extensive local connections, the cinema business ultimately revolved around profits, not personal relationships. This was precisely the source of Sha Yifu's greatest headaches. He suddenly realized that Shaw Brothers had been left behind by the times. It was rumored that Kong Tiancheng had organized a script conference, inviting numerous film companies to participate in script selection, recommend screenwriters, and foster collaborations. This initiative had directly spawned a plethora of new talent. Golden Harvest had secured multiple projects from this, each achieving box office successes in the millions, while Shaw Brothers had been completely sidelined. In truth, if Sha Yifu were willing to humble himself, Kong Tiancheng would not have minded incorporating Shaw Brothers into his system. Unfortunately, Shaw Brothers had chosen to resist. Since they were adversaries, Kong Tiancheng showed no mercy. He decided to let Shaw Brothers personally experience what true ruthlessness and dimensionality reduction felt like. This year, Shaw Brothers was pouring its efforts into a project titled The 36th Chamber of Shaolin, which told the story of a monk named Sanda, who, after his family was annihilated by the Qing court, sought refuge in Shaolin to learn martial arts, adopting the Dharma name Sanda. After enduring rigorous training in 35 chambers, he ultimately mastered martial arts, descended the mountain to seek vengeance, and gathered secular disciples to resist the Qing dynasty, establishing the 36th chamber in the temple. Though the film was not a poorly crafted work, it regrettably failed to resonate with contemporary audiences. Kong Tiancheng swiftly took action, launching 3 ace films, Happy Ghost 2, Mr. Zombie, and Drunken Fist. What is dimensionality reduction? This is it. My films boast faster pacing, more thrilling fight scenes, more engaging plots, and a sense of national sentiment. What can you compare this to? In fact, Kong Tiancheng did not hold high expectations for Happy Ghost 2 and Mr. Zombie, as he had seen them multiple times in the past and found them tedious. What truly excited him was Drunken Fist. The entire Drunken Fist had been completely reimagined. Not only did he provide the original script for Drunken Fist 2, but he also strictly commanded the screenwriter to ensure that the themes, pacing, and scope were on par with the latter. The final story presented had already transcended the original framework. Originally, Drunken Fist depicted Cheng Long's character, Huang Feihong, as a mischievous youth who caused trouble during his martial arts training, leading his father, Huang Qiaying, to enlist Su Huazi for guidance. After mastering the Drunken Eight Immortals Fist, he encountered assassins sent by enemies targeting his father, and Huang Feihong used his drunken boxing to defeat them and return victorious. Although the basic character setup remained, the content was refreshingly new. After a cursory glance, Kong Tiancheng suddenly noticed that the plot bore some resemblance to the legend of the Flying Swordsman. However, the similarities were only in certain aspects, mainly regarding the exploration of martial arts and Western firearms. Furthermore, the screenwriter's name was Su Ku, which surprised Kong Tiancheng. He had not anticipated that Su Ku had also ventured into scriptwriting. Finally, the Spring Festival arrived. Immediately, Drunken Fist, Happy Ghost 2, and Mr. Zombie were released simultaneously. Each film initially occupied 20% of the screening slots, while the remaining 40% was reserved for other works. Subsequently, as the films premiered, data quickly accumulated in Kong Tiancheng's hands. Among the 3 films, Drunken Fist and Happy Ghost 2 achieved an average attendance rate of 95 for their first screenings, while Mr. Zombie lagged slightly behind at only 60%, as many viewers could not secure tickets for the former 2 and opted to watch this film instead. However, Mr. Zombie swiftly turned the tide, its excellent word of mouth propelling it to full houses for subsequent showings. As the Spring Festival season commenced, a complete explosion of box office success ensued. Cheng Long had already amassed a considerable fan base. Happy Ghost 2 was eagerly anticipated by fans, while Mr. Zombie managed to achieve a comeback through its favorable reviews. Among the 3, Drunken Fist received the highest acclaim, its artistic quality clearly surpassing the other 2, complemented by Cheng Long's unique blend of martial arts and comedy, garnering widespread praise. The word of mouth was nothing short of explosive. In terms of box office, Drunken Fist grossed $2 million on its first day, while Happy Ghost 2 earned $5 million and Mr. Zombie reached $1.09 million. It goes without saying that these 3 films shattered the record set by last year's Happy Ghost. Even more astonishing was that all 3 films originated from Kong Tiancheng's company. Seeing this, Zhou Wenwei promptly abandoned any thoughts of competing with Kong Tiancheng during the Spring Festival. It was simply too terrifying. Meanwhile, Kong Tiancheng decisively increased the screening rate for all 3 films to 33%. The next day, each film's daily box office exceeded 4 million. In just 2 days, even Mr. Zombie, which initially performed modestly, approached 6 million, which signified something monumental. In this era, any film that could surpass 6 million at the box office was deemed a phenomenal success. This figure sent shockwaves throughout the film industry. Would it be possible to break the 10 million mark within 3 days? Both Golden Harvest and Shaw Brothers were left dumbfounded. Zhou Wenwei could not help but sigh. Kong Tiancheng appeared to be employing a low-price strategy to attract viewers, yet he had successfully stimulated a surge in overall audience turnout. Coupled with the continuous expansion of cinema networks in the latter half of the year, the apparent 33% screening rate belied a reach that rivaled the entire Shaw Brothers cinema system. Breaking 10 million in 3 days utterly shattered Hong Kong's box office history. Xiao Yifu was instantly engulfed by unprecedented pressure, with Kong Tiancheng's full-throttle push. His flagship film, The 36th Chamber of Shaolin, registered a dismal attendance rate of merely 5%. While others surpassed 200,000 in daily box office, his own total barely reached 20,000. It was a catastrophic failure, a truly devastating flop. Xiao Yifu felt a wave of numbness wash over him. The pressing issue was not merely the losses from a single film, but the fact that Shaw Brothers faced a persistent deficit throughout the second half of the year. In light of this prolonged downturn, Shaw Brothers' film operations were becoming increasingly untenable. The film business seemed to be reaching its endpoint. Xiao Yifu felt a heavy weight settle upon him. In just 6 months, Shaw Brothers had entered a period of decline, but he had never anticipated that the meticulously prepared project would be completely suppressed. There was no means of defense. The current situation was that Kong Tiancheng was decisively crushing the market with 3 films. The media landscape of Hong Kong has erupted into a fervor. In In truth, over the past 6 months, the press has been keenly aware of Kong Tiancheng's relentless expansion. Since the release of Happy Ghost, there has been a remarkable revitalization of the local film industry, yielding several productions that have surpassed 10 million at the box office, prompting an increasing number of citizens to return to cinemas. Overall, Kong Tiancheng is driving a comprehensive upgrade of the film industry chain in Hong Kong. Initially, the media heralded Happy Ghost as a savior of the Hong Kong film scene, and now it seems that such claims were far from exaggerated. In this half-year span, numerous high-quality films have indeed emerged. This progress has even taken the news industry by surprise. Presently, the media lavishes praise upon Kong Tiancheng. The residents of Hong Kong have developed a habit of frequenting cinemas, and their consumption levels have significantly increased. After extolling the films, discussions have shifted to the viewing experience. The seats in the theaters are surprisingly comfortable, and even more astonishing is the inclusion of air conditioning. Frankly speaking, as long as the expenditure is justified, even if it's merely to enjoy a few hours of cool air, audiences are more than willing to comply. In stark contrast, Shaw Brothers' viewing experience has faced considerable criticism, marked by cramped spaces and blurred visuals. The fundamental issue plaguing Shaw Brothers lies in the excessive stinginess of Shaw Yifeng. Many of its theater facilities have become outdated and lack air conditioning systems. In a comparative light, the Golden Princess and Quan Hung cinema chains offer a far more pleasant experience, while Shaw Yifeng has not even contemplated the installation of air conditioning. Was it not always sufficient to have films to watch? What need is there for air conditioning? What further luxuries can one hope for? However, times have indeed changed. Kong Tiancheng was the first to install air conditioning in his cinemas, with Quan Hung quickly following suit, leaving Shaw Yifeng with no action at all. Subsequently, the media bestowed a rather unflattering moniker upon Shaw Yifeng. The theaters are antiquated, the equipment is outdated, and the viewing experience is exceedingly poor. Chapter 35. The Era of Guangming Film Industry. Bang. At the moment he read the report, Shaw Yifeng was so incensed he nearly coughed up blood. Feeling an overwhelming sense of suppression, utterly unprepared for the situation to deteriorate to this extent. Perception is, after all, crucial. Once the public reaches a consensus that Shaw cinemas offer subpar conditions and low-quality films, the majority of viewers will naturally gravitate towards the Golden Princess or Quan Hung theaters. Shaw Yifeng began to entertain thoughts of retreat. At this moment, he was entirely at a loss on how to contend with the formidable rise of Kong Tiancheng. This predicament is indeed unfortunate, for the core issue plaguing Shaw Brothers lies in its excessively bloated structure. From cinema operations to film production and talent management, everything is centralized internally, resembling a closed-off independent kingdom. The lack of a competitive mechanism means that the choice of films is dictated solely by the preferences of a few directors. In contrast, although Kong Tiancheng equally possesses a complete industry chain, he has chosen to operate through a decentralized structure, actively collaborating externally and enabling his team to compete alongside outside companies. This approach has endowed the enterprise with a robust competitive vitality. Seung Kwan-o, Guangming Film Industry. The 36th chamber of Shaolin has utterly failed. Zhou Jun gritted his teeth, yet could not hide his excitement as he remarked, "Boss, I fear Shaw Brothers may not endure much longer. They've already been in the red for half the year. Ching Xiao, I've just received news that Shaw Brothers has completely suspended all new film production plans, seemingly intent on shifting focus entirely to television dramas. How is your leg injury healing?" Kong Tiancheng inquired. "Thank you for your concern, Ching Xiao. I can now walk with assistance from crutches," Zhou Jun replied respectfully. "That's good to hear." Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and casually asked, "During this time, have you had any interaction with the actors from TVB?" "Yes, I have," Zhou Jun responded. "Some artists are apprehensive about switching over due to concerns about not having roles to play, so they wish to wait and see for a while. No rush." Kong Tiancheng replied with a calm smile. "Let them observe for now. Once our television programs launch, the situation will be fundamentally established. Shaw Brothers won't last much longer." As they conversed, Su Rongrong knocked and entered Kong Tiancheng's office. "Boss, what is it?" Kong Tiancheng looked at her. Su Rongrong said, "The latest data has just come in. Would you like to see it?" "Of course." Kong Tiancheng chuckled and immediately asked, "What is the situation?" "Currently, Drunken Master has reached 15 million at the box office. Happy Ghost 2 has garnered 14.03 million, and Uncle Zombie has hit 14.2 million. Su Rongrong quickly reported. "This is the total figure so far. However, given the current growth momentum, I believe we can at least break the 20 million mark. And there's even hope of reaching 25 million. At present, the box office growth of Happy Ghost 2 and Mr. Zombie has gradually slowed, while Drunken Master shows significant momentum. Let the cinema chains decide for themselves. I want to pry further." Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly and then asked, "Is there anything else?" Su Rongrong replied, "Currently, Shaw Brothers is undergoing personnel adjustments and has transferred some actors to TVB. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and remarked, "It seems Shaw Brothers truly cannot hold on any longer and intends to pivot entirely to the television sector." Su Rongrong nodded, and Kong Tiancheng continued, "Have we contacted Huang Shizhao? When will our Asian voice be launched?" Su Rongrong responded, "It will be within the next 2 days." "Good. Let us set it for the next couple of days." Kong Tiancheng smiled. "The setbacks in the film market are not daunting. I intend to ensure Shaw Brothers faces a complete collapse in the television realm as well." Pausing for a moment, he turned to Zhou Jun and said, "By the way, I previously tasked you with reaching out to Zhao Yazi, Zheng Xiuguan, Zhou Ruanfa, and Lu Liangwei. Please expedite this process." "Understood." Zhou Jun quickly replied, "Rest assured, Cheng Xiao. I will handle it." TVB, Clearwater Bay Film Set. It's unbearable. This is the most genuine sentiment of Xia Yifeng at this moment. As if everything he painstakingly built over the past 6 months is rapidly crumbling. It seems that in the span of a single night, the audience's aesthetic has undergone a dramatic transformation. Everyone's taste has escalated. Xia Yifeng feels an unprecedented pressure. He begins to lose sight of the trajectory of the film market, and his era may indeed be drawing to a close. Sixth uncle, Fang Yihua, stood beside Xia Yifeng, gently massaging his shoulders. "We still have a way forward. As long as we manage TVB well, the future won't be bleak." Xia Yifeng remained silent, offering no response. Fang Yihua continued to console him. "Sixth uncle, television sales are booming, with many people gathering to watch dramas together. Don't worry, everything will turn out fine." "Enough." Xia Yifeng sighed deeply and slowly spoke. "I know. I understand everything. You need to say more." Fang Yihua lowered her voice. "Please take a moment to rest." Just then, Xia Yifeng's secretary rushed in. "Boss." Xia Yifeng frowned slightly. "What is it?" The secretary took a deep breath and urgently reported, "Li's Television has just announced the completion of the transaction. It is now officially under Kong Tiancheng's control. He has renamed Li's Television to Phoenix Television and will launch entirely new programming content starting tonight." "What?" Xia Yifeng was taken aback, feeling a sense of psychological unease at the mention of Kong Tiancheng. The mere sound of his name tightened his scalp, prompting him to exclaim, "Kong Tiancheng acquired Li's Television?" "Yes." The secretary quickly confirmed. A wave of intense anxiety surged within Xia Yifeng as he took a deep breath. "I understand." Fang Yihua also displayed a worried expression. "Sixth uncle, could it be that Kong Tiancheng is targeting us?" "That's unlikely. It shouldn't be." Xia Yifeng shook his head. However, it did not take long for him to realize that matters were likely not as straightforward as they appeared. The program aired that evening was the renowned Jin Yong drama The Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, which was produced with remarkable finesse, devoid of any rough edges. This was made possible by the inauguration of the Tiancheng television city. Although Kong Tiancheng perceived certain shortcomings, it represented a significant improvement over the existing sets at TVB. This was the highlight of prime time. Following closely, at 10 o'clock, the variety show segment began. The Voice of Asia? Xiao Yifu was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he became acutely aware of a terrifying reality. What made this show so captivating? The design of the contestant selection process was ingeniously crafted, the interactions among the mentors were charged with tension, and the overall pacing was utterly addictive. One contestant, in particular, struck him as familiar. That was Lu Dehua. Even after The Voice of Asia concluded, Xiao Yifu found himself yearning for more. In an instant, he felt an icy chill coursing from his spine to the top of his head. It was over. TVB was being comprehensively suppressed. Currently, there were only 2 television stations in Hong Kong, TVB and Phoenix Television. The competition between the two had always been fierce. In the past, TVB consistently overshadowed Li's Television. Yet now, no one had anticipated that the reborn Phoenix Television would turn the tables and decisively overwhelm TVB. In terms of television dramas, Jin Yong's works continued to dominate the market. In this era, it goes without saying that Jin Yong dramas were synonymous with high ratings. Any series bearing his name would invariably perform well. However, what truly astonished was not the dramas themselves, but rather Kong Tiancheng's creation, The Voice of Asia. There had been talent shows before, yet those had merely resembled beauty pageants like Miss Hong Kong. Although the Miss Hong Kong pageant was an annual spectacle and long served as a ratings guarantee for TVB, it ultimately remained confined within traditional confines. This time, Kong Tiancheng clearly articulated, "Do not mention Miss Hong Kong to me. What I seek is a normalized talent show." The program invited top-tier singers to serve as celebrity mentors, personally guiding the contestants, with the aim of uncovering a cohort of aspiring and exceptionally talented musicians for the Chinese music scene. The 4 mentors selected through a blind audition mechanism would assemble their desired contestants into teams, leading them through internal training and inter-team battles, wielding music as their weapon of choice. This unprecedented format was refreshingly novel. The 4 mentors appointed by Kong Tiancheng were Lin Zixiang, Chen Baiqiang, Tin Yonglin, and the elder brother Zhang Guorong. Aside from Lin Zixiang, The other three were universally recognized as the three kings and one queen of the Hong Kong music scene in the 1980s, for legendary superstars. All three were born in the 1950s, while Mei Yanhua was born in 1963, at a mere 16 years of age. The three kings and one queen had nearly monopolized all significant awards in the Hong Kong music industry, and their rise marked the pinnacle of Hong Kong pop music's glorious era. Kong Tiancheng already had a plan in mind. Why not have Mei Yanhua participate as a contestant? After all, this was merely a talent show. In comparison to a beauty pageant, this format was evidently far more vibrant and engaging. On the day of its premiere, the ratings soared to 90. Originally, Jin Yong dramas were a surefire ratings guarantee, and with the addition of The Voice, their momentum was unstoppable. In an instant, Xiao Yifu felt the tightness in his scalp and the chill penetrating his spine. Even more maddening was the fact that Kong Tiancheng took the opportunity to launch his own newspaper, Guangming Daily, establishing a viewer voting section, complete with a dedicated voting area for readers to cast their crucial votes for their favorite singers. This interactive format significantly enhanced viewer engagement and loyalty. When it came to the art of television station operations, Xiao Yifu felt utterly outmatched, trapped in a comprehensive suppression. Fang Yihua's face turned ashen, a wave of intense unease washing over her. She was acutely aware that if Kong Tiancheng continued to develop in this manner, TVB would no longer possess any competitive strength. Yet, every situation has its turning point. In a flash, countless countermeasures flickered through Fang Yihua's mind. Since The Voice had achieved tremendous success, perhaps they could replicate that success with a similar program. However, it soon became evident that Kong Tiancheng's tactics extended far beyond that. For instance, the weekly programming lineup was impressively dense and diverse. Monday evenings featured The Voice, Tuesday was reserved for The Birth of an Actor, Wednesday aired Happy Camp. Thursday was allocated for Extreme Challenge, Friday introduced Daily Dining, Saturday showcased If You Are the One, and Sunday highlighted a food exploration program. Immediately after, the following Monday would seamlessly transition back to The Voice. In summary, Kong Tiancheng ensured that each week was unique, with content so rich it was almost overwhelming. Fang Yihua observed in frustration, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, utterly perplexed as to where this individual unearthed such a vast reservoir of creativity and resources. Furthermore, even the news segments were crafted with originality, captivating and engaging. After several days of observation, Fang Yihua felt dizzy, at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun did not relent. Despite the doctor's repeated admonitions for him to rest, he showed no signs of letting up. With reddened eyes and leaning on a cane, his mind was fixated on one thought: to exact thorough revenge on the Xiao family. Zhou Ruanfa, here is the contract. Take your time to review it, Zhou Jun said with a smile. You are well aware of Guangming Film's strength. Join us, and you will not be disappointed. Zhou Ruanfa took the contract extended by Zhou Jun, pondering for a moment before cautiously posing a question. If we intend to terminate our contract with TVB early, will Guangming Group be willing to cover the termination fee? Chapter 36, Testing Soft and Hard Approaches. Of course, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. This fee will certainly be borne by us. Since we wish to sign you, the associated termination costs will naturally be the company's responsibility. Zhou Ruanfa hesitated slightly, saying, but the contract duration is 20 years? Moreover, if we wish to terminate again afterward, the penalty will also be quite high. I am willing to pay your termination fee to bring you over from TVB. Do you think I would only want to sign for 3 to 5 years? Zhou Jun stated candidly. The boss is genuinely optimistic about all of you, which is precisely why I insisted on a long-term contract of 20 years, to ensure your peace of mind and development. As he spoke, he raised 2 fingers and smiled, saying, let me be direct. If you leave right after signing, wouldn't that leave the company at a loss? At that moment, Liang Chaowei interjected, asking, during these 20 years, will we have the opportunity to elevate our contract level? Absolutely. Zhou Jun nodded and smiled. The company has a clear promotion mechanism internally. You can certainly upgrade your status based on your performance. Just look at Cheng Long. What treatment did he receive initially, and what heights has he achieved now? I'll sign. Zhou Ruanfa finally made up his mind. He was well aware that continuing at TVB seemed unlikely to yield breakthroughs. The most pressing reality was that Guangming Film not only dominated the film market, but also held a significant lead in television dramas. If he remained, his future was uncertain. Yet, the most crucial aspect was Kong Tiancheng's generosity. As long as one could stand out, he would grant bonuses and commissions. It was said that not long ago, Cheng Long had earned nearly 500,000 in bonuses solely from local box office sales in Hong Kong, not including profits from Southeast Asia and Taiwan. Even more astonishing was the revenue from peripheral products. Kong Tiancheng had transformed the action design from Cheng Long's Drunken Master into a model set, claiming it to be a secret technique for mastering drunken boxing, resulting in an instant surge in sales that far exceeded supply. Beyond the drunken boxing figurines, There were also peach-wood swords, money swords, and Lin Jing's collectibles. As soon as the Q-version image of Uncle Ling clad in a Taoist robe was launched, Kong Tiancheng proclaimed that it could ward off evil spirits when placed in one's home. Absurdly, many people believe this to be true. Although the Drunken Eight Immortals series enjoyed respectable sales in Hong Kong and Taiwan, it was the Uncle Ling figurines and Q-version zombie dolls that truly skyrocketed in popularity. While Kong Tiancheng himself was not superstitious, he was acutely aware of the multitude of believers in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and indeed all of Southeast Asia. Hence, he modified the contract terms. Once an artist ascended to an A-level contract, they would be entitled to a permanent 5% share of the peripheral products. Should they reach S-level, they would directly receive a 10% permanent share. The term permanent meant that even if they departed from the company in the future to establish their own, as long as the related products continued to sell, the dividends would still flow in. Such generous conditions were irresistible, and one by one, the artists completed their contracts. Zhou Jun remarked, "Currently, you all belong to D-level artists, and you are already entitled to company benefits, including shared dormitories for two. For the time being, you will reside in collective dorms, adhering to company regulations that require separate accommodations for males and females. Of course, if you have savings, you may choose to rent an apartment outside. Additionally, the company has real estate projects under development in prime locations with substantial potential for appreciation in the future. You might want to consider purchasing as a future investment." The group nodded in understanding. Zhou Jun then called out, "Chen Qi." A secretary swiftly entered the office, responding, "President Zhou, please take them to familiarize themselves with the environment and arrange the dormitory matters." Zhou Jun instructed in a calm tone. "Understood." Chen Qi nodded in acknowledgement. She then led the team to attend to the newly contracted artists, diligently organizing their itinerary. "Have they gone to rest?" Zhou Jun inquired. "Yes," Chen Qi replied. "Bring in the next batch," Zhou Jun said. Soon after, Zhou Jun's gaze fell upon a young lady in the crowd. He had encountered her previously, and it was that very encounter that led to him being incapacitated by Shaw Brothers. She was none other than the third-generation little dragon girl, Chen Yulian. In the end, had she unwittingly fallen into his grasp? At that moment, Zhou Jun chuckled softly. "Chen Yulian?" Chen Yulian looked up at Zhou Jun, who remained composed. Once all the artists had completed their contracts, he slowly waved his hand, saying, "Everyone else may leave. Chen Yulian, you stay." Upon hearing this, Chen Yulian could only remain silent and still. "Chen Yulian." Zhou Jun smiled slightly. "The last time I recruited you, you mentioned wanting me to sign your boyfriend as well, correct?" Chen Yulian nodded gently. "Thank you for your consideration, President Zhou." Zhou Jun's lips curled into a mild smirk. His tone calm, yet commanding. "I have indeed signed your boyfriend. He is now with Guangming Film Industry. To be frank, you wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen to him, would you?" "What do you mean?" she asked, her brow furrowing. "Literally," Zhou Jun replied, his voice quickening and growing colder. "Now that your boyfriend is part of the company, his success hinges entirely on the company's willingness. In fact, if we desire, we could easily shelve him for 20 years. Chen Yulian was taken aback, her lips quivering as she blurted out, "Despicable? Despicable?" Zhou Jun merely laughed, lightly patting his injured leg, and said leisurely, "I lost a leg. It was Cheng Xiao who sought vengeance for me." Pausing for a moment, he added nonchalantly, "To me, morality is irrelevant. My only gratitude lies with Cheng Xiao, and my sole intention is to serve him. You are of the type he favors. Presenting you to him and ensuring his satisfaction is paramount." Chen Yulian was momentarily stunned. "Cheng Xiao? Kong Tiancheng?" Zhou Jun rolled his eyes. "Our boss." "Oh," Chen Yulian replied softly, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Jun, feeling a sense of relief as long as it wasn't this limping man. Zhou Jun was well aware of her thoughts. To be honest, he understood the shadow cast by his disability. His appearance was not unpleasant, yet he exuded an unsettling aura. While it was not always apparent, standing next to Kong Tiancheng, that quality became glaringly obvious. Moreover, since his injury, his aura had diminished significantly. "Well," Zhou Jun sighed. Shaking his head, he comprehended Kong Tiancheng's true intentions behind establishing this film company. While he publicly claimed to revitalize the Hong Kong film industry, the reality was merely to facilitate his pursuit of stars and beauty. Even if Zhou Jun had 100 times the courage, he would not dare act rashly. "Tonight, I will arrange for you to dine with Cheng Xiao," Zhou Jun stated coldly. Chen Yulian suddenly snapped to attention, cautiously asking, "After dinner, will it mean my boyfriend will have the opportunity to make an appearance? What do you think?" Zhou Jun lazily leaned back in his chair. Chen Yulian bowed her head in silence for a long while before finally biting her lip and saying, "I'll do it." "Chen Yulian? Inviting her to dinner?" Kong Tiancheng glanced at Zhou Jun, setting aside the book he held, and asked, "Are the arrangements in place?" Zhou Jun quickly nodded. "Everything is arranged." "Good. Then let us have dinner here tonight." Kong Tiancheng smiled, instructing the chef to prepare some dishes to be discreetly brought in. "By the way, Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Zhou Jun nodded. Yes, she does. She hopes to secure him a role, a chance to shine. Not bad, Kong Tiancheng chuckled. She's only 19 this year? Zhou Jun nodded again. So young, love-struck, Kong Tiancheng shook his head in amusement. You go ahead and arrange it. I must admit, I feel a bit uneasy. Am I putting a green hat on someone? A sense of absurdity flickered through Kong Tiancheng's mind. As night fell, Chen Yulian was indeed quietly brought in. Born in 1960, she had just turned 19 this year. Upon seeing her for the first time, Kong Tiancheng immediately understood why she had been chosen as the new generation's little dragon girl. Chen Yulian was strikingly beautiful. Her allure not belonging to the clamor and opulence of the city, but imbued with a purity derived from the earth, serene and natural, devoid of ostentation. As if an ethereal fairy had quietly descended into the mortal realm. At 19, she had yet to be tainted by the mundane world, her every gesture radiating an otherworldly grace. In a past life, Kong Tiancheng had watched the adaptation of The Return of the Condor Heroes featuring Chen Yulian. But the images were hazy, and the costumes and settings appeared crude, lacking the stunning impact of Li Ruodong and the future Lu Tianxian. Nonetheless, this version was the one Jin Yong cherished most, during the collaboration between Lu Dequa and Chen Yulian. He often went to great lengths to elicit a smile from the beauty, harboring admiration and longing to advance further. Yet now, seeing her in the flesh stirred waves of emotion within Kong Tiancheng. Indeed, she was a girl who yearned for a tranquil life, her demeanor calm, her mind clear, embodying the very essence of little dragon girl, perceptive to the chaos around her, ungrasping and ungrasped, only wishing to guard a realm of serene purity. Please, have a seat. Kong Tiancheng warmly beckoned, then smiled. I am Kong Tiancheng. I believe you are 2 years my senior? Cheng Xiao, I am indeed 2 years older than you. May I leave after I finish eating? Facing Kong Tiancheng, Chen Yulian appeared somewhat shy. No need to be anxious, Kong Tiancheng smiled at her. Finish your meal first. Chen Yulian nodded gently. As they dined, Kong Tiancheng casually chatted for a bit, unexpectedly discovering that she too hailed from Tiu Konglong, returning to her roots. When I left, this place was still quite desolate. I never expected it to be under development now. Chen Yulian couldn't help but exclaim, Cheng Xiao, are you in charge here? Indeed, Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile. To be precise, it was originally a project of Sunshine Group, which is my father's company. However, I recently had my father transfer this land to my Guangming Group. My goal is to build a new city accommodating at least 1 million people here. Chen Yulian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Ah, Cheng Xiao, you truly are remarkable. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Just wait and see. It will only get livelier around here. It will no longer be a tranquil place. Chen Yulian whispered. Hong Kong is not inherently a quiet locale. Kong Tiancheng smiled faintly. If you truly seek peace, perhaps consider visiting the mainland in the future. If the opportunity arises, I shall, Chen Yulian replied with a gentle smile. After a hearty meal, Kong Tiancheng stood up and took Chen Yulian's hand. Come, let me show you my villa. Chen Yulian's heart raced. She understood his intentions, but found herself devoid of much resistance at that moment. On one hand, Kong Tiancheng was strikingly handsome, and on the other, she had indulged in some wine, her thoughts pleasantly hazy. Look, this is my bedroom. Over here is my bed, and there's the bathroom. What do you think? Spacious enough? Yes, quite large, Chen Yulian replied softly. She followed Kong Tiancheng into the bedroom, first glancing at the bathroom, then sitting on the bed to test its softness. The following morning, Kong Tiancheng sat at the table enjoying breakfast while Chen Yulian, clad in his oversized shirt, frowned as she sipped her porridge. The events of the previous night were truly unforgettable. I will arrange a role for you, Kong Tiancheng casually remarked. We are currently filming a Jin Yong drama. How about you play Xiaolong? Chapter 37. You must take the initiative. All right, Chen Yulian nodded. Can't you say a few more words? Kong Tiancheng teased her. I will. She responded once more. And then, Kong Tiancheng widened his eyes. Don't you have anything to say to me? What should I say? She retorted. Kong Tiancheng scratched his nose. How about discussing your boyfriend? I don't even know who he is. If I'm to endorse someone, I must know who they are, right? Has he never touched you? His name is Zhou Ruinfa. Chen Yulian mumbled, her voice barely audible. What? Kong Tiancheng's eyes widened in surprise. Who? Zhou Ruinfa. What's wrong? Chen Yulian cautiously looked up at him. Kong Tiancheng blinked and softly asked, Fa go? Chen Yulian gazed at him. What is it? This is absurd. Kong Tiancheng thought to himself, soon feeling a pang of doubt. Something's not right. Isn't Fage's wife Chen Hualian? When did he get involved with Chen Yulian? Unable to contain himself, he asked, when did you two become a couple? We met while filming the Tycoon last year, and then it gradually developed into a romance, Chen Yulian said, looking up at Kong Tiancheng with a serious tone. All right then. Kong Tiancheng admitted he was quite unaware of these matters. Although he enjoyed Fage's works, he had never been privy to his personal life. He only knew that Fage's wife was named Chen Hualian, not the Chen Yulian before him. Will you truly give him a chance? Chen Yulian cautiously inquired. Are you that concerned? Kong Tiancheng chuckled. He is my boyfriend. And the only reason I agreed to dine with you is for him. Chen Yulian hurriedly clarified, fearful that Kong Tiancheng might change his mind. Rest assured, I will give him a chance. Kong Tiancheng responded with a smile. You've come this far. I must provide some return. He certainly wouldn't disclose to Chen Yulian that he had already planned to promote Zhou Ruinfa. What a joke. That was Fa Gu, one of the most reliable box office guarantees in the entertainment industry. When he initially sought talent, Kong Tiancheng had personally requested Zhou Jun to take action, never expecting this fellow would use Chen Yulian as a bridge. Watching the delightful surprise on Chen Yulian's face, Kong Tiancheng merely smiled calmly. Some things could be said, but did not need to be fully articulated. You haven't been together for long. Kong Tiancheng gazed at her. From now on, you belong to me. Remember, do not get too close to any other men, including your boyfriend. Chen Yulian fell silent. Kong Tiancheng's voice was calm, yet carried an oppressive weight. Hear me clearly, anyone. Otherwise, I have ways to ensure you will never rise again in this lifetime. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand. Chen Yulian trembled as she replied. Kong Tiancheng smiled with satisfaction. He indeed admired Zhou Ruinfa, but having secured such an advantage, there was no reason to let it slip away. Tonight, stay here with me. And tomorrow I will arrange for you to move into better accommodations, he said with a warm smile, clearly pleased with his treatment of Chen Yulian. Chen Yulian hesitantly spoke. You must promise not to disclose this matter. That is quite the request, Kong Tiancheng replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. You are so beautiful. It would be hard for me to resist boasting a bit in front of others. How can you say that? Chen Yulian panicked immediately. At just 19, she had never encountered such a situation, feeling utterly flustered and at a loss. How about this? Kong Tiancheng's smile deepened. If you initiate a kiss with me, I can guarantee not to reveal a word for a month. Just a month? Chen Yulian felt a whirlwind of emotions. Then I shall inform you that my boyfriend is named Zhou Ruinfa, correct? Kong Tiancheng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I'll kiss you. Chen Yulian's mind raced. As Kong Tiancheng approached her, she resignedly closed her eyes. Who told you to close your eyes? Was it your initiative, or am I forcing you? Kong Tiancheng sneered. Open your eyes and look at me. Wrap your arms around my neck and kiss me as if it were real. Chen Yulian felt wronged to the point of tears. Yet his domineering nature left her no choice but to comply, trembling as she reached around his neck and leaned in. Their lips met, soft and sweet. All right. Is that enough? She asked softly, her eyes rimmed with red. Why aren't you sticking out your tongue? Kong Tiancheng countered. Her face flushed. Do I need to use my tongue? What do you think? After experiencing the increasingly refined kissing technique of the third-generation Xylonf, Kong Tiancheng stepped out of his General No. 1 vehicle, feeling utterly relaxed. Meanwhile, Chen Yulian remained obediently in Kong Tiancheng's villa. The events of the previous night lingered vividly in her memory, particularly how suffocatingly powerful this man was when he was domineering, yet as gentle as a spring breeze when he was tender. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. At Guangming Film, Kong Tiancheng casually tossed a script. June. This is a new piece about the past of Shanghai and Haikou, titled Shanghai Beach. The male lead is Zhou Ruinfa, the female lead is Zhao Yaji, and the supporting role is LV Liangwei. Take a look. Zhou Jun took the script, quickly flipping through a few pages before speaking. Cheng Xiao. Are you truly planning to support her boyfriend? Kong Tiancheng, legs crossed, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, smiling. What else would I do? A promise is a promise. I think this girl seems quite innocent. Zhou Jun chuckled, holding the script. I'm just worried that if Zhou Ruinfa truly becomes popular, her intentions in serving Cheng Xiao may not remain so pure. There's no need for concern, Kong Tiancheng replied, still smiling. She performs quite well, keeping promises step by step. Zhou Jun chuckled and quickly followed up. As long as Cheng Xiao is satisfied. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly before slowly asking, how is the situation with the artists over at Shaw Brothers? Zhou Jun immediately responded, we've managed to recruit quite a few, but there are still some who are hard to move, especially those loyal core members like Di Long, who are completely unwilling to come over. Kong Tiancheng merely smiled faintly, slowly pushing a cup of hot tea toward Zhou Jun, speaking in a relaxed tone, no rush. Shaw Brothers can still hold on for now, but once they can't, they won't be able to keep even one actor. The truly ruthless and unfeeling ones will be Shaw Brothers themselves. In his prime, Di Long was indeed regarded as a pillar by Shaw Brothers, receiving preferential treatment and abundant resources, basking in unbounded glory. However, once his golden period waned, Shaw Brothers swiftly turned their back on him, as unyielding as a street performer-esque jester. Subsequently, as Shaw's films suffered severe setbacks, many actors transitioned to television dramas in search of survival. Yet, Di Long resolutely insisted on solely pursuing film, refusing to bow or compromise. By the time his contract expired, he was already 39 years old. For a martial arts actor, This age marked the decline of peak performance, rendering high-difficulty stunts nearly impossible, with physical capabilities diminishing. The zenith of a martial arts star is inherently fleeting. Without a successful transition, one inevitably fades from the limelight. Additionally, DeLong's lofty ambitions led him to disdain television dramas, creating a rift with Shaw Brothers. On the year his contract concluded, rather than a renewal notice, Shaw sent a letter containing only a few terse words. "Thank you for your contributions to the company over the years." From that moment, DeLong lost all his resources. Had it not been for the later salvation of a better tomorrow, he might have faded into obscurity. At this juncture, DeLong still harbored loyalty toward Shaw Brothers, willing to share in both fortune and adversity. How can one articulate it? Passion, brotherhood, gratitude. These virtues, though precious, are becoming increasingly rare. In the future, such qualities will dwindle further. Kong Tiancheng pondered introspectively. If he were in the same position, he might not exhibit much more compassion than Shaw Brothers. A corporation is, after all, a corporation, not a charitable organization. Gently caressing the teacup in his hand, he suddenly spoke. "I will give you another 100 million to accomplish a task." Zhou Jun immediately straightened his posture, responding solemnly, "Young Master Chung, please give your orders. Recruit everyone from Shaw Brothers," Kong Tiancheng commanded with a calm demeanor, each word resonating with authority. Lighting technicians, cinematographers, screenwriters, and actors, including the newly graduated talents from TVB, along with all the mentors from their so-called artist training class. Leave not a single one behind. We will cover the breach of contract fees. We will bear the responsibility. Zhou Jun instantly grasped Kong Tiancheng's intentions. With no personnel on set, no crew to support, and talent completely depleted, even if DeLong wished to remain, what could he achieve? Were there directors? Screenwriters? Who would act alongside him? To eradicate all remnants. If Kong Tiancheng intervened, he would strike decisively at the heart of the matter. Zhou Jun felt a surge of fervor. "I understand. I will take immediate action." Shaw Brothers. Recently, Shaw Yifei had been increasingly aware of his unstable blood pressure. Bad news arrived in relentless succession, nearly suffocating him. Foremost was TVB being thoroughly suppressed by Kong Tiancheng's Phoenix Television, with ratings plummeting to distressing lows. Even more vexing for Shaw Yifei was that pillars of TVB like Zheng Qiuguan and Zhao Yaji had all been poached by that scoundrel Kong Tiancheng. Shaw Brothers' greatest shortcoming was their miserly nature, offering woefully low salaries. In stark contrast, Kong Tiancheng exuded extravagance, his generosity beyond description. All those aspiring to rise and shine flocked to Bright Light Pictures. Kong Tiancheng, a man of substantial wealth, was unreserved with his finances, even covering the entirety of termination fees for others. For Shaw Brothers, the costs of breaking contracts were not trivial, ranging from tens of thousands to several hundred thousand. Newcomers like Zhou Ruanfa faced termination fees of 2,000 to 3,000. Was that amount insignificant? Certainly not. It was a sum they would struggle to earn over several years of hard work. For seasoned actors, the fees easily started in the tens of thousands, with some even reaching $1 million. The sheer magnitude of these figures was undoubtedly daunting. Yet for Kong Tiancheng, did such money truly matter? Initially, a considerable number of newcomers were reluctant to leave Shaw Brothers, hesitant to bid farewell to TVB. After all, everyone understood that the film market was limited. Jumping ship to Kong Tiancheng's side did not guarantee fame. Conversely, remaining at TVB might offer more opportunities. However, they were astonished when Kong Tiancheng acquired Li TV and swiftly established the new Phoenix Television. This was not all. Once the new channel launched, its ratings soared, eclipsing TVB in both drama and variety show performances. Most frustratingly, Kong Tiancheng also introduced The Voice, catapulting contemporaneous talent Lu Dekwa to overnight stardom. Following that, The Birth of an Actor showcased Liang Chaowei's astonishing skills, winning widespread acclaim. These individuals were granted B-level contracts by Kong Tiancheng, immediately becoming leads, securing endorsements, and developing ancillary products. The profit-sharing mechanism of television dramas mirrored that of films, with 5% of pure profits directly allocated to the artists. Consequently, more TVB actors found themselves restless. Why should they languish while others basked in glory? Thus, an increasing number began to proactively reach out to Zhou Jun, seeking collaboration. Shaw Yifei was utterly worn down. Zhang Che has left as well. He gritted his teeth and inquired, what was said? Chapter 38. I only need a simple outcome. Fang Yihua gently massaged Shaw Yifei's temples, murmuring, water flows downhill, people ascend. Sixth uncle, that scoundrel Kong Tiancheng is intent on leaving us no path for survival. Shaw Yifei inhaled deeply, now regretting his earlier decision to order Zhou Jun's legs be broken. Who could have foreseen that Kong Tiancheng's retaliation would be so fierce? It was one thing to dismantle Shaw Brothers' film business, but now he aimed to raze TVB to the ground. Although TVB remained profitable on paper, the issue lay in the absence of personnel. A television station devoid of artists could produce no programming. A contentless station held no significance. Xia Yifei felt on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. In truth, Kong Tiancheng's methods, when stripped down, were not overly complex. At its core, it boiled down to one thing: money. Kong Tiancheng was exceedingly wealthy, requiring no underhanded schemes. His financial power alone could crush all opposition. As a time traveler, he possessed advanced ideas for variety shows. Even so, would Xia Yifei not learn? Of course, he would. Imitation, adaptation, and improvement. TVB could replicate everything in due time. However, when Kong Tiancheng's nearly boundless financial resources were factored in, the situation transformed entirely. No need for power struggles or deceit. All he needed was a straightforward approach to achieve miracles. I can significantly enhance artists' compensation. I can open avenues for their advancement. I can alleviate all their concerns, including those hefty termination fees. You wish to imitate me? My apologies, but you cannot replicate me. For Kong Tiancheng has already siphoned away everyone under your banner without exception. Xia Yifei's most pressing challenge lay in Kong Tiancheng's formidable financial strength. As TVB's artists and staff were continuously poached, should this trend persist, the station would find itself utterly devoid of talent, leaving him with nothing to sustain its operations. Bright Light Group Headquarters. Kong Tiancheng was engrossed in reviewing the materials in his hands, meticulously translating each item against professional terminology. At that moment, Zhou Jun approached the office door, his face brimming with excitement. Secretary Su, I wish to see young Master Cheng. Zhou Jun eagerly addressed Su Rongrong, seated at the reception desk. Despite having initially introduced Su Rongrong to Kong Tiancheng, time had altered their dynamics. Su Rongrong had become a trusted confidant of Kong Tiancheng, her standing increasingly solidified. Even Zhou Jun, upon encountering her, found himself yielding with deference. Please hold on. Su Rongrong nodded in acknowledgement and deftly dialed the internal phone. After a brief moment, she spoke. It's ready now, you may go in. Upon receiving permission, Zhou Jun pushed the door open and entered. Kong Tiancheng was still intently focused on his tasks at hand. He had recently imported a considerable amount of advanced technology from the United States and had established several new production lines. He was contemplating a trip to the mainland to further leverage the abundant local labor resources to reinforce his technological advantages. The core direction remained the manufacturing of televisions. Have you arrived? Kong Tiancheng glanced up at Zhou Jun, unable to conceal his excitement, immediately exclaimed, Young Master Cheng, great news. TVB has ceased broadcasting. Cessation of broadcasting? Kong Tiancheng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, This is indeed good news. Zhou Jun chuckled, Young Master Cheng, it was long overdue. TVB has been devoid of talent lately, with most of their key personnel poached by us. The remaining few, though still holding the fort, simply cannot sustain the production of their programs. They are desperately trying to make adjustments, but from what I see, they won't be able to recover. Kong Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, TVB's foundation has become quite fragile. Zhou Jun continued, with everyone gone, they are merely propped up by a few old shows. And now those reruns have also run their course. This time, TVB is truly in dire straits. Kong Tiancheng nodded thoughtfully, then smiled, we must intensify our efforts. Our sole objective is to ensure TVB cannot catch a breath. If they find comfort, we will surely suffer. We must seize the opportunity while they are down. Understood. Zhou Jun responded, rest assured, young Master Cheng. However, there are still a few old-timers at TVB who are steadfastly unwilling to leave. I have a question for you. Kong Tiancheng suddenly inquired with a smile. If you were Xia Yifeng and Fang Yihua, what would you do next? How would you arrange for this batch of remaining individuals? Zhou Jun pondered for a moment and replied slowly, they would undoubtedly need to raise salaries. We must stabilize the morale at all costs. You're right, Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. But let me wager with you. Zhou Jun, intrigued, asked what wager. Kong Tiancheng mused for a moment before smiling. I bet that TVB will never raise the actors' salaries. Absolutely not. Not only will they refuse to increase pay, but they will also impose even more stringent conditions. Don't expect them to adopt our incentive model. They will only find ways to coerce these individuals into signing contracts that bind them. That seems improbable. Zhou Jun couldn't help but exclaim. Just wait and see. Kong Tiancheng replied with a calm smile. If they truly understood capitalist management techniques, we wouldn't be winning so easily. Zhou Jun chuckled. This has turned into an opportunity for us. Kong Tiancheng nodded and casually inquired. By the way, is everything arranged with Qin Yulian? Don't worry, boss. Zhou Jun promptly replied. The filming of The Return of the Condor Heroes is underway, with Lu Dequa playing Yang Gua and Qin Yulian portraying Xilong. Everything is in place. Additionally, I've arranged her accommodation right next to the parking lot. The traffic is constant, so if young Master Cheng needs anything, you can find her at any time. You handle matters well. I have complete faith in you. Kong Tiancheng smiled, then instructed, Bring her over tonight. Off you go. Zhou Jun immediately acknowledged, all right. At that moment, a group of veteran actors from Shaw Brothers, including Di Long and Jiang Dawei, were gathered together, quietly discussing their future paths. Along, what are your thoughts? Jiang Dawei asked. Guangming Film Industry has indeed reached out to me. Di Long contemplated for a moment before slowly saying, however, the boss has treated me with great kindness, and I am reluctant to leave easily. Jiang Dawei nodded. These individuals had all risen through the ranks alongside Xia Yifeng over the years. Although Shaw Brothers had always been frugal, even somewhat harsh, as the pillars of the company, they enjoyed considerable popularity and recognition, cherished by the audience. Despite Shaw Brothers being meticulous about pay, even labeled as exploiters, they still held a sense of loyalty. Faced with the olive branch extended by Kong Tiancheng, they ultimately maintained their principles and did not waver. After all, this bond had lasted over a decade. However, Jiang Dawei noticed a distracted expression on Di Long's face and couldn't help but ask, Along, what's wrong? Are you troubled? Di Long pondered briefly, then candidly replied, David, I have indeed heard some rumors that Guangming Film Industry is after me again. They say Shaw Brothers will never enhance our salaries. Instead, they will definitely pressure us to sign contracts that bind us. Jiang Dawei was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, surely not? It was evident that Guangming Film Industry was offering more favorable terms, and he could not comprehend why Shaw Brothers would take the opposite approach, not only failing to enhance their compensation, but also further diminishing their rights. What nonsense is this? Look at the contract terms offered by Guangming Film Industry. Those of us who have remained steadfast deserve at least commensurate rewards. I'm not certain, Di Long admitted, but I firmly believe that Uncle Lu values loyalty. However, Fang Yihua is someone I find hard to trust. Her intentions are inscrutable. Ahui, what do you think? Jiang Dawei suddenly turned to Lu Jiahui and asked. Being called upon, Lu Jiahui was initially taken aback, but quickly responded, well, I'm not sure either. Recently, his adoptive brother Lu Jiaoyang was poached by Guangming Film Industry, and he had considered leaving as well. However, Zhou Jun's timely intervention persuaded him to hold off for now. It's not the right time to leave. It would be prudent to stir the pot a bit more, creating further chaos within Shaw Brothers. Lu Jiahui instantly grasped Zhou Jun's intention. As long as a few key figures, such as Jiang Dawei and Di Long, remained, he could directly ascend to a C-level contracted artist. He had no reason to refuse such an advantageous opportunity. As they were conversing, Fang Yihua approached and stood before them, saying, Along, David, Jiahui, the company wishes to sign a new contract with you. Miss Fang, what new contract? The group inquired in unison. Fang Yihua smiled. You'll know once you see it. Overall, this contract did indeed reference the system established by Kong Tiancheng and delineated different signing standards according to actor classifications. However, as the few of them began to peruse the terms, a chill swept over them. First, the contract duration had been extended to 30 years. Second, Shaw Brothers' share had surged to 90%. Although this time they had at least granted the actors a modicum of profit sharing, something never before offered. A mere 10% of the earnings was reserved solely for S-level contract holders, while Di Long and Jiang Dawei were currently only B-level. Third, the penalties for breach of contract had been significantly increased. Fourth, artists were required to participate in various charitable activities for the company without compensation, including advertising shoots and public appearances, with all fees belonging to Shaw Brothers, and no personal remuneration allowed. Fifth, upon the expiration of the contract, the priority for renewal would still belong to the company, and they must preferentially consider renewing with Shaw Brothers after 30 years. Sixth, the conduct and demeanor of the artists must always uphold the company's image. Any violations would result in salary deductions and reduced pay. After reviewing the contract, their faces turned ashen as they looked up at Fang Yihua, who coldly stated, You all, please sign. Her demeanor was condescending, as if bestowing a favor upon them. Di Long could no longer contain himself and shouted, Miss Fang, after all these years of hard work for the company, is this how we are repaid? Fang Yihua was taken aback, and Xia Yifeng nearly suffered a heart attack. Fang Yihua frowned and said coldly, Di Long, what do you mean by this? Are you dissatisfied with the company's arrangements? Di Long clenched his teeth and slowly replied, Miss Fang, I do have grievances. We have been loyal veterans of Shaw Brothers for many years. Guangming Film Industry has offered such generous terms to entice us, yet we have not been swayed. And now, not only are we not receiving a raise, but they also want us to sign a 30-year contract, effectively working for free for decades. What kind of rule is this? Exactly. Beside her, Lu Jiahui immediately chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Manager Fang, don't you owe us an explanation? An explanation? Fang Yihua scoffed coldly. What explanation? On what grounds should I owe you one? Are you standing here today due to your own capabilities? Or is it not the company that provided you with resources, opportunities, and sustenance? Otherwise, what would you amount to? Upon hearing this, even Jiang Dawei was taken aback. He inhaled deeply and spoke in a low voice. Manager Fong. Is this treatment towards us not excessive? We too have families to support and lives to lead. Over the years, how many films have we produced for the company? Even if we have no merit, surely we have endured hardships, no? Is it reasonable to treat us this way? Where is the unreasonableness? Anger surged within Fong Yihua, as she had never anticipated that these individuals would dare to confront her so openly. Chapter 39. Everyone has fled. She had just taken over the Shao family business and was asserting her control over TVB. This was the moment to establish her authority. Yet this group openly challenged her power. She coldly retorted, "Do you truly think you are someone of significance? What nonsense." Lu Jiahui was thoroughly enraged, shouting, "Manager Fong, we are still part of the company. We merely hope for an explanation. If you cannot make decisions, then let Uncle Lu come to discuss this personally." "Discuss what?" Fong Yihua coldly replied. "I can assure you that Uncle Lu has no desire to meet with you at all. Sign the contract obediently and refrain from causing trouble, or else you will face consequences you cannot bear." Consequences? Zhang Dawei could no longer contain his fury. What consequences could you possibly impose? Fong Yihua's gaze turned frigid. "Do you plan to exit this industry?" Lu Jiahui scoffed. "Manager Fong, you may not be aware, but Guangming Film has already approached us. Dilong and Zhang Dawei have at least secured B-level contracts, and I, Lu Jiahui, have a chance for a comeback. You claim we won't thrive? Leaving Shao, we might actually fare better." Fong Yihua, infuriated, sneered. "Very well, then leave. Get out this instant." Dilong and Zhang Dawei exchanged glances, their expressions slightly hesitant. After all, it was Fong Yihua speaking, not Xiao Yifu. They still held feelings for Xiao Yifu, yet the attitude of this woman before them was truly disheartening. The more resolute she became, the more they felt inclined to depart. Just as Kong Tiancheng had anticipated, neither Xiao nor TVB had ever intended to raise the artists' salaries. Nor would they, like Kong Tiancheng, be willing to share profits. In truth, their mindset was still entrenched in the old era. The commands of rulers were absolute, and subordinates dared not question. Fearing artists might jump ship, they instead tightened their contracts with harsher terms. Spending money? Why would they spend? Ideally, they would prefer to shoot films at zero cost, or even compel actors to pay the company to ensure satisfaction. In the original course of history, without the shock brought by Kong Tiancheng, although Shao and TVB were indeed frugal, they still left some room for negotiation, offering a modicum of returns. Even so, many distinguished veteran actors ultimately found themselves reduced to selling insurance for a living. Yet, in this current era, with Kong Tiancheng's rise, the two giants found themselves in crisis, employing even more extreme measures. Seeing the three turning to leave, Fong Yihua's heart tightened suddenly, and she hurriedly called out, "Stop. No one is allowed to leave." "Oh, Manager Fong." Lu Jiahui turned back with a mocking tone, realizing they had some worth after all. "If you dare step out that door, believe me, I will have someone break your legs." Fong Yihua gritted her teeth, standing directly in front of the door, her eyes icy. "Anyone who dares to walk out. Just try it." Slap. A sharp crack echoed as a resounding slap landed heavily on her cheek. The assailant was Lu Jiahui, and even the usually composed Dilong and Zhang Dawei were stunned, completely unprepared for Lu Jiahui to actually strike. This was beyond their expectations. However, both Dilong and Zhang Dawei felt a surge of exhilaration within. Their disdain for this woman had not been a fleeting sentiment. Were it not for her connection to Xiao Yifu, many would have long sought to teach her a lesson. "We're leaving." Lu Jiahui himself was slightly flustered, not fully understanding why he had suddenly acted out, but at that moment, he had no time to ponder, swiftly dragging Zhang Dawei and Dilong away. The three burst through the door, quickly hailing a taxi. Inside the car, Dilong couldn't help but speak up. "Ahoy, that slap was truly satisfying." Lu Jiahui forced a smile. "Long Ji, please don't tease me. I'm terrified and my legs feel weak." "Well done." Zhang Dawei echoed enthusiastically from the side. "So what do we do next?" Lu Jiahui gritted his teeth and asked. "I really slapped Fong Yihua." Dilong and Zhang Dawei fell silent at once. Lu Jiahui took a deep breath and stated plainly, "Long Ji, Dawei Ji, I want to seek refuge at Guangming Film." "Guangming Film?" Both men were taken aback, and Dilong hesitated. "But Uncle Lu has always treated us well." Lu Jiahui shook his head. "Long Ji, Dawei Ji, if he truly cared for us, how could he allow Fong Yihua to impose such contracts upon us? Wouldn't Uncle Lu be aware of this?" Dilong and Zhang Dawei fell silent once more. Lu Jiahui slowly continued. "I've come this far. Having struck Fong Yihua today, they will undoubtedly not let me off easily. Since I will be blacklisted anyway, it would be better to align with Guangming Film. At least I can still earn a living. Will you two accompany me to take a look?" "Did you really slap Fong Yihua?" Zhou Jun's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Jiahui nodded, his face drawn. "It's true." "All right," Zhou Jun smiled. "Don't dwell on it. Since you've come to Guangming Film, opportunities will surely abound. Welcome aboard." Initially, Lu Jiawei worried that the company might betray him. But it seemed the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Nevertheless, he still felt anxious and cautiously inquired, "Manager Zhou, will Xiao retaliate against me?" Zhou Jun casually replied, "Last time they tried to deal with me, I lost a leg. I only ask you one thing. Is He Yang still around?" Lu Jiawei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Zhou Jun turned to Jiang Dawei and Dilong, speaking briskly, "Gentlemen, Guangming Film warmly welcomes you as well. We are delighted that you are willing to join us." Dilong and Jiang Dawei exchanged glances, each lost in thought. Truth be told, Fang Yihua's actions today were indeed disheartening. However, they still held old sentiments towards Xiao Yifu, making it difficult to sever ties easily. Yet, once a rift formed, it could easily waver their resolve. Zhou Jun leisurely began to introduce the company's benefits, profit-sharing mechanisms, and specifically mentioned Lin Jinging, who had previously remained obscure but was now reaping substantial rewards. Ultimately, the two signed a contract in a daze. As they exited the company, the cold wind hit their faces, and they suddenly realized they had become artists under Guangming Film. After bidding farewell to the three, Zhou Jun excitedly arranged for reporters to swiftly expose the news of Fang Yihua being slapped in public. In no time, the entire media landscape of Hong Kong was abuzz with the story. This stirred up quite the commotion, as the whole of Hong Kong learned of Fang Yihua's public humiliation. Undoubtedly, the departure of Dilong and Jiang Dawei dealt a heavy blow to Xiao and TVB. Upon hearing the news, other TVB artists began to jump ship to join Guangming Film. Soon after, Xiao and TVB crumbled like a house of cards. Xiao Yifu glared at the newspaper in his hand, his face filled with rage as he glowered at Fang Yihua. "Did you not say that the matter was resolved? How did it come to this?" Fang Yihua was also taken aback, stammering in response, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. How could they dare to act like this?" Xiao Yifu felt a heavy pressure on his chest, nearly gasping for breath. How could these artists collectively betray their own principles, merely for a trifling sum of money, daring to commit such open treachery? The more he pondered, the more his heart swelled with indignation. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yihua was instantly alarmed, urgently shouting, "Quick, someone! Call an ambulance! To the hospital! To the hospital! Xiao Yifu has been admitted to the hospital?" Kong Tiancheng glanced at the newspaper in hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that TVB is truly doomed. Nearly all the actors of TVB have been poached by Kong Tiancheng, leaving no trace behind. Not only the frontline artists, but even the behind-the-scenes personnel such as lighting, stagehands, and hosts have all been lured away. Even without Fang Yihua's instigation, TVB was already on the brink of collapse. Her actions merely accelerated its downfall. TVB is now incapable of producing any television programs. All the talent has fled. The past harsh exploitation of the actors has now been thoroughly exposed to the public eye. Major media outlets in Hong Kong have begun to declare the Shaw brothers are no more. Indeed, Xiao Yifu, due to his advanced age, finds it increasingly difficult to extend his influence. Once Shaw Brothers' film collapses and TVB disintegrates, the chances of revival are exceedingly slim. Su Rongrong nodded and then spoke. "Currently, we are in discussions with the mainland. The Shenzhen side has already agreed to allow us to establish several production lines there." "Good news," Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile, his tone calm. "We must arrange the factory matters promptly. I will contact my father to have a few reliable individuals sent over to assist." Su Rongrong nodded in agreement. Kong Tiancheng then inquired, "Are there any other plans on the horizon?" "For the moment, there are no significant moves. However, the stock price of Heiresses Development continues to rise steadily." Su Rongrong replied, "I just spoke with Secretary Tang Ning, and everything is under control." Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Let Li Ka-shing fumble about slowly. He won't stir up any substantial waves. Su Rongrong continued her report. Additionally, Wharf Holdings is fiercely contested by the King of Chartering and Jardine Matheson for its shares. Kong Tiancheng abruptly asked, "How much stake do we currently hold in the Chung Kong Group? Have we engaged with any other shareholders of Chung Kong?" Seizing the opportunity while the King of Chartering and Jardine Matheson vie for Wharf Holdings, and with Jardine making substantial investments, Kong Tiancheng has secretly resolved to devour the Chung Kong Group. With ample funds at his disposal, he is entirely capable of absorbing Chung Kong into his portfolio. Su Rongrong responded, "Boss, I have prepared a detailed report regarding Chung Kong Group and Wharf Holdings for you to review." Kong Tiancheng nodded slightly. "Good." Upon receiving and perusing the document for a moment, he was taken aback. Chung Kong Group still holds shares in Jardine Matheson? At least 31%? Su Rongrong quickly nodded. Jardine and Chung Kong have maintained a long-standing cross-shareholding relationship, especially since the King of Chartering began acquiring Wharf Holdings. Jardine has intensified the equity bundling with Chung Kong. Kong Tiancheng skimmed through the information and immediately grasped the underlying intricacies. This complex shareholding structure significantly consolidates the control of the Keswick family, achieving maximum control with minimal shares. The tighter the bond between Cheung Kong and Jardine, the harder it becomes for outsiders to disrupt. Should anyone attempt to acquire Cheung Kong, Jardine will undoubtedly respond swiftly, increasing their shareholding to fortify their defenses and mitigate the risk of being absorbed. However, every situation has its duality. This also implies that if Kong Tiancheng were to successfully seize Cheung Kong Group, it would thrust Jardine Matheson into a precarious position. Kong Tiancheng instantly comprehended the stakes and chuckled. Understood. Continue to quietly accumulate Cheung Kong shares, but remember, do not alert the snakes in the grass. Su Rongrong nodded earnestly. Understood. When the shareholding battle for Wharf Holdings erupted, the king of chartering borrowed 20 billion from HSBC, while Jardine Matheson proposed exchanging shares of Cheung Kong Group for stock in Wharf Holdings. Now Kong Tiancheng too is not standing idly by. On one hand, he has instructed his father to gradually acquire shares of Wharf Holdings in the shadows. On the other hand, he is quietly buying shares himself. He awaits the moment when Jardine Matheson officially proposes the exchange of Wharf Holdings stock for Cheung Kong equity. At that time, he will be able to present them with a delightful surprise. Chapter 40. Negotiations with the Li family. The film industry is merely a side venture supported by Kong Tiancheng. His true ambition lies in constructing a complete cultural and entertainment empire. It is no exaggeration to say that, at present, how much profit can the film and television market truly bring him? At the end of the year, it will not exceed 20 billion. However, once the Xiangquano project is successfully developed, as long as the land price is steadily elevated, a single residential community could net Kong Tiancheng 20 billion. Not to mention that all subsequent properties would be under his control, yielding substantial annual returns. In a few years, the appreciation potential would be immeasurable. At the end of the workday, Kong Tiancheng gently beckoned to Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong immediately understood her boss's intent, playfully exclaiming, "Boss, my period has arrived. Is that true?" Kong Tiancheng reflected briefly and realized the timing was indeed about right, resigning himself to say, "Please take extra care to rest these days." Su Rongrong obediently nodded. MHM. Subsequently, Kong Tiancheng dialed Zhou Jun's number. "Hello, Jun, tonight, at General Number 1. Invite Chen Yulian over." By now, Chen Yulian is no stranger to General Number 1. One might even say she is quite familiar with it. Kong Tiancheng summons her to accompany him every few days. She has gradually become accustomed to it. Sometimes, when Kong Tiancheng is busy and does not summon her, she feels a sense of emptiness. Is filming arduous? Kong Tiancheng took a sip of sea cucumber soup, smiling as he asked. "Not really," Chen Yulian replied softly. "Why do you still appear so glum?" He furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you unhappy here with me?" "No, not at all." She hurriedly shook her head. "You really are a person of few words." Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. "Do you find chatting with me too tedious?" "Well, not exactly." Chen Yulian denied again, her cheeks flushing. "You really can be quite dull." Before he finished speaking, Kong Tiancheng suddenly stood up and pulled her into his embrace. Although Chen Yulian spoke little, her body was surprisingly warm. This girl presents a frosty exterior, but when stirred by emotion, she burns like a blazing fire. Just like at this moment. I am not dull at all. How could I be?" She hurriedly defended herself. "Is that so?" Kong Tiancheng leaned closer to her ear, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "But your body's reactions tell me a completely different story." "Still trying to hide it? How long do you plan to conceal it?" What am I hiding?" I have nothing to hide." Her heart raced, her face flushed, as if her heart was about to leap from her throat. "You truly have nothing to hide." He lightly nibbled her earlobe. "I don't believe that. Come, let me see if your kissing skills have improved during this time." The two entered the bedroom. Afterward, Chen Yulian quietly nestled in Kong Tiancheng's embrace. Kong Tiancheng indeed harbored genuine feelings for her. Though she appeared cold and stubborn on the surface, speaking very little, once she truly opened her heart, she was as passionate as fire. It was as if she were two entirely different people. Lately, he had no inclination to pursue other women. He simply chose to devote his attention to pampering Chen Yulian for a while. He casually turned on the television, which happened to be airing Shanghai Beach. Kong Tiancheng chuckled, tightening his arm. "Now that Shanghai Beach is immensely popular, I reckon that once this drama concludes, Fan should be able to elevate to a B-level contract." Chen Yulian's heart trembled slightly. In recent days, Zhou Ruanfa has indeed been exceedingly busy, continuously engaged in filming, and even when he occasionally converses with her, he departs in haste. Presently, they find it nearly impossible to carve out time for a meeting or a date. However, for the time being, Kong Tiancheng does not intend to allow Zhou Ruanfa to join the filming crew. The current trends in the market are predominantly comedies or martial arts films, neither of which aligns with Zhou Ruanfa's temperament or acting trajectory. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while longer. When films akin to A Better Tomorrow become accepted by the public, it shall naturally be his time to shine. I have not forgotten the promise I made to you. Kong Tiancheng whispered softly into Chun Yulian's ear. How do you intend to repay me? Chun Yulian lowered her head slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Whatever you desire. Young Master Chung, I shall repay accordingly. Very well, then come here. Kong Tiancheng languidly reclined on the bed. One might say, possessing you while simultaneously utilizing your boyfriend brings an exquisite pleasure in having control over the situation. After a night passed, Kong Tiancheng felt invigorated. While Su Rongrong hurriedly arrived at his General No. 1. Boss, Su Rongrong exclaimed in an urgent tone, your father just called, saying the Li family wishes to meet with you. The Li family? Kong Tiancheng paused momentarily. Which Li family? The Li family from Causeway Bay. They hold 70% of TVB's shares, Su Rongrong reminded him. The Li family? Li Xiaoha's faction? Kong Tiancheng raised his eyes slowly, seeking confirmation from Su Rongrong. Indeed. She nodded promptly. They wish to discuss matters with you in person. Is Xiao Yifu truly at his wits' end to resort to negotiating with me through the Li family? Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Very well, since my father has personally put in a word, it would be impolite not to engage in discussion. Although TVB is practically managed by the Shaw brothers, the true backing of its shares comes from two formidable powers, one being the Shaw family itself, and the other, the Li family. The Li family is one of the most esteemed clans in Hong Kong, having been recognized as one of the four major families even before the rise of figures like Li Ka-shing, and they remain firmly in the ranks of the elite to this day. In addition to their properties in Causeway Bay and their private residences on Kennedy Road, the Li Ka-shing family's enterprises extend across various locations such as Borrington Road, Li Tong Street, Wan Chai Road, Taiwa Road, Shishweek Street, Queens Road East, Haipeng Street, 2nd Street, and Chunyu Street. After World War II, the mountainous areas around Causeway Bay were gradually leveled for construction, with the excavated earth used for land reclamation. Historically, the boundaries of Causeway Bay were defined by Jardines Crescent to the east, Leighton Road to the south, Garden Road to the west, and Hennessy Road to the north. At this moment, the four renowned families of Hong Kong are recognized as the Li Peikai family, the He Qidong family, the Li Ka-shing family, and the Zhou Yongtai family. Given that the other party has taken the initiative to propose a meeting, Kong Tiancheng naturally would not turn them away. In any case, he values maintaining a semblance of decorum. His strategy has always been one of openness and inclusivity, should the Li family and the Shaw brothers genuinely seek to mend ties. He does not harbor an insatiable desire for conflict. Would it not be preferable to join forces and expand the market together? As long as the Shaw family is willing to humble themselves like Golden Harvest, he would be more than willing to collaborate on a grand scheme. There must be a gap in the encirclement. When the time comes, one must always allow for a retreat. Of course, this hinges on whether the other party is sincere. If a discussion can be held, then so be it. If not, then it shall be as it is. Given the current predicament of the Shaw family, surely they do not still harbor illusions? Lee Garden. This towering commercial edifice, reaching 175 stories, boasts expansive shopping spaces and elegant, classic interior decor. The grand double-height main entrance features a transparent glass curtain wall, complemented by granite and glass panels, exuding opulence. The top is adorned with a neoclassical glass skylight that allows natural light to cascade within, creating a bright and comfortable atmosphere. Furthermore, it houses the renowned Li stage. In the past, Li Ka-shing constructed this stage to facilitate his mother's enjoyment of Cantonese opera. The building is primarily composed of marble, with a small tower rising above the entrance, and the main and side entrances adorned with canopies, topped with a circular arch painted with 9 golden dragons. Above the stage, a phoenix greets the sun, while below is a finely crafted depiction of 2 dragons vying for a pearl. Flanking the sides are couplets. Li excels in the southeast, where nation's finest attire graces this splendid land. The stage summons the winds to herald a symphony that resonates across the heavens. The stage is equipped with a 360-degree rotating function, capable of automatically changing scenery, making it the only theater in Hong Kong with such technology. Initially used for Cantonese opera performances, it later became the venue for the prestigious Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant, rendering Li Stage one of the most iconic landmarks in the region. Upon his arrival, Kong Tiancheng was already surrounded by bodyguards, the atmosphere tense with vigilance. Truth be told, although his family rose from the underworld, the Li family had its origins in the drug trade, and if one were to assess ruthlessness, they surpassed his own lineage significantly. Upon arrival, Kong Tiancheng noticed that Xiao Yifu was also present. "Oh, Uncle Lu, you're here too." Kong Tiancheng greeted with a beaming smile, exuding an air of harmlessness. "I trust your health has improved?" Xiao Yifu regarded him with a penetrating gaze. In truth, today, Li Xiaoha and Xiao Yifu had intended to meet with Kong Yang, hoping he would persuade Kong Tiancheng to temper his arrogance. However, Kong Yang deemed Xiao Yifu unworthy of standing on equal footing with him and chose to disregard him. sending Kong Tiancheng in his stead. Hearing the concern for his health, Xiao Yifu's expression involuntarily twitched. Achung, your presence here certainly does me a great honor. Li Xiaohe began slowly, his tone steady. Come, let us enjoy the performance. On stage, the Cantonese opera had commenced. After listening for a moment, Kong Tiancheng could not help but frown. This performance was utterly incomprehensible to him. A glance at Xiao Yifu and then at Li Xiaohe revealed that both were engrossed in the show, while for Kong Tiancheng, the singing was akin to a tormenting incantation. Alas, as a young man of the new era, he found himself utterly disinterested in such traditional forms of entertainment. However, he was far more intrigued by the delectable dim sum laid out on the table. If Lin Xiangru were still alive, the Zhao state would hardly have fallen so easily to the Qin state. Bai Qi would have had no opportunity to massacre 400,000 Zhao soldiers. Li Xiaohe suddenly lamented. Mr. Li, Kong Tiancheng could not resist interjecting. Are you aware that Lin Xiangru once fervently advised Zhao Xiaoqing Wang against appointing Zhao Qua? Li Xiaohe blinked in surprise. Kong Tiancheng continued. He warned the Zhao king that one must not rely solely on reputation to appoint individuals. Akin to using glue to fix the tuning peg and then attempting to play the zither, there is no room for flexibility. Zhao Kuo could merely recite the military treatises left by his father, lacking the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. The Zhao king ignored this counsel and appointed Zhao Kuo as the commander. What was the result? Zhao Kuo suffered defeat at Chongping, with 400,000 troops perishing, nearly leading to the fall of the Zhao state. Having finished his account, he leisurely extracted a toothpick to clean his teeth, smiling as he said, Now, Mr. Li, let us discuss matters of substance. Li Xiaohe regarded Kong Tiancheng with increasing disfavor. While they were here earnestly enjoying the performance, he appeared to be indulging himself, seemingly oblivious to the decorum owed to his elders. He exhaled softly and intoned, Achung, regarding the dispute between you and the Shaw family. I hope both parties can take a step back. Mr. Li, Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile, are you suggesting that I cease my opposition to the Shaw family? Li Xiaohe nodded emphatically, precisely. Achung, regardless of the circumstances, Uncle Lu is a senior, and you ought to afford him some respect. As well as grant me a favor. Return all the TVB artists you forcibly signed, and let this matter rest, shall we? Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Speaking at a leisurely pace, Mr. Li, I fear this matter is not as simple as you might think. Li Xiaohe hesitated slightly. What do you mean? The individuals I have signed are already under contract, Kong Tiancheng replied. Even if I wished to release them, they might not be inclined to return. Kong Tiancheng shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, Moreover, there is the issue of breach of contract penalties, which I have borne quite a substantial amount. Chapter 41. A step back for each? Xiao Yifu's face darkened considerably. You haven't compensated a single cent of your breach of contract fees to this day. And you are still embroiled in litigation. Surely, the legal fees must be factored in? Kong Tiancheng shrugged. I've spent quite a bit hiring lawyers. Xiao Yifu was so enraged he nearly suffered a stroke. This Kong Tiancheng, on the surface, had poached artists, yet in reality, he dragged out the compensation process as long as he could. Each artist pursued separate litigation, creating a series of tedious back and forths, with minimal compensation paid each time. At this pace, who knows when Xiao Yifu would actually reclaim the full compensation owed to him? Li Xiaohe spoke up again, his tone grave. Ah Chong, grant me a favor and return the artists, will you? Mr. Li, Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile. Didn't you just suggest that both parties take a step back? You want me to retreat and return all the artists to Uncle Lu. So, I must ask Uncle Lu, what step back does he take? Li Xiaohe's brow furrowed tightly. Then he said, I will have Uncle Lu promise never to trouble you again. Huh. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. Mr. Li, I am young and inexperienced. Why don't you enlighten me on what taking a step back truly means? Li Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly replied, You are the junior, and Uncle Lu is the elder. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Kong Tiancheng fixed his gaze upon him, his tone unyielding. Do not preach to me about morality. Clarify what taking a step back entails. Li Xiaohe retorted coldly. You do not understand? You have already poached Uncle Lu's people. Do you not allow him to retaliate? Now that things have escalated to this point, do you still expect him to apologize to you? Kong Tiancheng slammed his palm on the table, shouting furiously, I demand you clarify what taking a step back means. Li Xiaohe was also provoked. Let me make it clear. You are to return all the artists to Uncle Lu, and from henceforth, both parties shall refrain from interference, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Kong Tiancheng's laughter was laced with disdain. Ah, I now understand. In plain terms, I pay a premium to recruit talent and incur breach of contract fees, which angers Uncle Lu, yet when he sends people to break my subordinates' legs, I am somehow at fault. I recruit talent transparently and compensate accordingly. This is market practice. Xiao Yifu, don't play the victim here. You wish to reclaim your people? Fine, bring the money. Otherwise, feel free to see if anyone would forsake a lucrative salary for your aging reputation. Li Xiaohe stared intently at Kong Tiancheng. Ah Cheng, does this mean we cannot reach an agreement? Kong Tiancheng appraised him from head to toe, a mocking smile playing at his lips. Take a step back? You want me to continuously retreat, and that is your notion of compromise? Li Xiaohe's gaze sharpened. Young man, do not be too arrogant. If this escalates, not even your father can shield you. Very well. Kong Tiancheng stood, leaning on the table, his laughter tinged with meaning. The Li family is formidable, indeed. I am eager to see what you can truly do to the Kong family. Li Xiaohe was seething with rage, while Kong Tiancheng had lost all interest in further discussion. Had the other party been sincere, he might have been willing to relent. But since they were unwilling to negotiate amicably and dared to expect him to relinquish what he had rightfully earned, did they truly think him a soft target? With that, Kong Tiancheng rose, casting a glance at Li Xiaohe and Xiao Yifu, and cheerfully declared, Mr. Li, Uncle Lu, feel free to act as you wish. I am genuinely curious to see what you can do to me. As his words fell, he turned and strode away. Bang! Li Xiaohe, enraged, hurled his wineglass to the ground, shattering it instantly. Truth be told, being so openly challenged by a young man left him feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. After all, the Li family was once one of the 4 prominent families of Hong Kong. Even if their glory had faded, they were not a mere Kong Tiancheng could casually provoke. Yet here was Kong Tiancheng, exuding such audacity. Afraid of you? Since you wish to be my adversary, I shall not hesitate to let you experience what true tactics entail. The Kong family. A negotiation collapsed? Kong Yang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled nonchalantly. The Li family may be an old esteemed clan, yet they are utterly oblivious to the fact that the times have long since changed. At that moment, Kong Yang spoke with an air of composure. After all, with $45 billion at his disposal, it was difficult for him not to feel calm and self-assured. Kong Tiancheng smiled, then added, Father, I believe the Li family will surely take action, whether directly against He or by exerting pressure through their associations. We must remain vigilant. Kong Yang waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. I have made all necessary arrangements. Whether it be the associations or He, our financial resources are ample. They cannot stir up any significant trouble. If the Li family truly dares to mobilize their factions, they must carefully consider the consequences. Last time you offered a bounty of 100 million. Which association would dare to easily provoke us? Kong Tiancheng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I am currently contemplating another matter. Kong Yang inquired. What is it? What is the total value of the Li family's assets? Kong Tiancheng narrowed his eyes and spoke deliberately. ISNT Li Ka-shing real estate already publicly listed? Do you think there is a possibility for us to acquire it? I will look into it. Kong Yang quietly inhaled, then gazed at Kong Tiancheng in surprise. You intend to make a move against them? It is not that I want to target them. Kong Tiancheng replied slowly. We are holding nearly 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. We must put it to use. Currently, the dollar is appreciating. Yet I predict that it won't be long before the United States lowers interest rates. At that point, the dollars we possess may not hold as much value. He paused, continuing. Thus, my current thought is to convert our funds into tangible industries as swiftly as possible, preferably by directly taking over mature projects. Our capital is robust enough to absorb as much as we can. The Li family has already offended us, so why not take aim at them? To be honest, I am also quite curious about what the Li family intends to do. Kong Yang suddenly chuckled, hoping they would not disappoint us too much. At this moment, both Kong Yang and Kong Tiancheng appeared remarkably composed. After a brief moment, Kong Yang inquired, by the way, how is the development in Seong Kwano progressing? We haven't even begun to draw in people yet. Kong Tiancheng chuckled, noting that it would not be too late to speculate once the population gathered. For now, I will arrange for some artists and celebrities to go over and set up a bar street to generate some buzz. Kong Yang nodded. All right. I heard you are also planning to build a factory in Shenzhen? Indeed, I have imported several production lines for color televisions from the United States, intending to mass produce them. Labor costs are low in the mainland. I plan to personally visit after the Spring Festival to finalize the relevant matters. By then, we can produce televisions at reduced costs for sale in Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, and Taiwan. Kong Yang furrowed his brow and asked, Aren't you at all worried about incurring losses? There will be no losses, father. I have always told you. What we must seize is technological advancement and core technologies. Kong Tiancheng smiled nonchalantly. In real estate, we are merely landlords collecting rent. Such a model can only thrive in Hong Kong. But once we master technology, the future will be bright. The mainland is crucial for us. Kong Yang was not well versed in these matters, so he refrained from further comments. Nonetheless, the father and son continued to discuss numerous topics. Kong Tiancheng's vision and thinking evidently transcended the current era. Each conversation provided Kong Yang with new insights. As days passed, with merely half a month remaining until the Lunar New Year, a piece of news swiftly circulated throughout Hong Kong. The ICAC, Independent Commission Against Corruption, launched a surprise investigation into a group of Hong Kong officials. Once the news broke, it immediately caused a stir across the city. In fact, since the crackdown on figures like Lu and others years ago, the ICAC had not undertaken such a large-scale operation in many years. The sudden crackdown this time has left many citizens in a state of shock. Astonishingly, as many as 35 officials have come under scrutiny. Allegations suggest that these individuals all accepted bribes from the Kong family, thereby enabling the Kongs to secure the development rights for Tiancheng. The news has sent ripples through public opinion, sparking a media frenzy and stirring considerable uproar. Although the Kong family has undergone a transformation, their early ties to organized crime inevitably leave traces of controversy. In a flash, voices from all walks of life in Hong Kong have risen in condemnation, collectively demanding a thorough investigation into the Kongs and questioning whether there are unspeakable secrets lurking behind the scenes. Kong Tiancheng promptly received the intelligence and rushed to the headquarters of the Sunshine Group. "Dad," he bluntly inquired, "have any bribes been exchanged? Is there any truth to it?" Kong Yang took a deep drag on his cigarette before extinguishing the butt forcefully, locking eyes with his son. "Rest assured, absolutely none." Only then did Kong Tiancheng breathe a sigh of relief. "So, he went to work as a consultant for the Dalkey Foundation after retirement?" "Indeed." Kong Yang replied with a faint smile. "You need not worry. I won't give the ICAC any handle to grasp." Kong Tiancheng licked his lips, his expression darkening. "Then it must be Li Ka-shing and that scoundrel who are behind this. That fellow has dug deep enough to uncover our connections." Kong Yang nodded slightly. "Such matters cannot be concealed. Everyone knows precisely who is entangled in this web. Do you think I'm unaware of Li Ka-shing's close ties with certain factions?" "Dad." Kong Tiancheng pondered for a moment before posing the question. "Do you think it's possible for us to obtain concrete evidence from the Li family regarding these officials?" Kong Yang furrowed his brow, querying with slight skepticism. "What do you mean by that?" Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly, elaborating. "Regardless, Li Ka-shing's audacity to file a complaint has already disrupted the unwritten rules. Just imagine. Once those officials in Hong Kong's government discover that it's Li Ka-shing who has stabbed them in the back, what will they do?" Kong Yang frowned. "But to find irrefutable evidence might prove difficult, wouldn't it? We don't need absolute proof." Kong Tiancheng's tone was steady. "The crux is to convince these officials that it is Li Ka-shing who has breached the code, utilizing the ICAC against them. Does it matter whether we have tangible evidence?" "Not at all." He paused before continuing. "There must be someone stationed at the ICAC's entrance. There are security personnel inside as well. What we need to locate is the individual who delivered the complaint letter. As long as he confesses and reveals the source of the information and who instructed him to submit it, that will suffice. If we are willing to invest money and take action, we will surely unearth some clues. Let us not forget, we are not police, we are businessmen." Kong Tiancheng smirked darkly, asserting that evidence is of little importance. What truly matters is to instill in them the belief that the Li family is preparing to strike against them. The Li family has its origins in the opium trade. I refuse to believe that several generations could have remained entirely untainted. Kong Tiancheng said coldly, "I never expected that Li Ka-shing would resort to such tactics against us. Does he truly have a death wish, believing that the current Hong Kong resembles the era of Lu and Bo Hao?" Kong Yang suddenly understood. It became clear that the evidence itself was not the pivotal aspect. The true priority was to make these politicians realize that the mastermind pulling the strings was none other than Li Ka-shing, who had completely lost his sanity by wielding the official system as a weapon against individuals within the establishment. "I know what needs to be done," Kong Yang declared, lighting a cigarette and then offering one to Kong Tiancheng. "I don't smoke. It's not my habit." Kong Tiancheng declined with a wave. Chapter 42. On-site investigation. "It's better not to smoke." Kong Yang chuckled, his mind rapidly conjuring one ruthless and cunning scheme after another. According to Kong Tiancheng, even if they cannot completely uproot the Li family, they could at least significantly weaken them and peel away a layer of their defenses. Kong Tiancheng smiled as well, pouring himself a cup of tea and sipping leisurely, adding with a hint of schadenfreude. "To be honest, if the ICAC investigates thoroughly and ultimately discovers that these officials are as pure as the driven snow, I would truly relish seeing the expression on the Li family's faces at that moment." Kong Yang laughed heartily and immediately chimed in. "To be frank, I am equally eager to witness that." The father and son of the Kong family remained calm and unafraid. Investigate. Neither Kong Yang nor Kong Tiancheng feared being scrutinized. They had long since transcended the rudimentary stage of direct bribery. What they engaged in was the political revolving door, ensuring that during their tenure, they remained above reproach. Post-retirement, they would be offered lucrative positions and generous treatment. This is what one might call market freedom of choice, lawful and compliant. It must be acknowledged that the United States leads the world by a couple of versions in this regard. This tactic is indeed effective. When an actual investigation occurs, the ICAC will be left helpless. They may have received complaint letters and possess a wealth of leads, yet these leads simply do not constitute a chain of evidence. Despite this, the Independent Commission Against Corruption must still adhere to procedure and conduct inquiries. It is essential to note that ICAC personnel do not fall under the government civil servant system, and their highest-ranking officer, the commissioner of the ICAC, is accountable solely to the highest government authority and only to that individual. Initial investigations are limited to civil servants, gradually expanding to public service institutions, and ultimately encompassing all private enterprises. Overall, the ICAC wields significant authority, operating independently in terms of personnel, finances, and case handling. Since the establishment of the ICAC, all public officials in Hong Kong have been subject to investigation, leading to Lu's forced exile and the extradition of Gu Bo from overseas back to Hong Kong, striking a heavy blow to various organizations on the island and purging the social atmosphere. The ICAC possesses independent investigative powers, including searching, seizing, and arresting, and may resort to force if necessary. Any actions obstructing or resisting an investigation are deemed illegal. In summary, the ICAC currently holds substantial power. Should they truly delve into case number 493, the results of their investigation are widely trusted by the citizens of Hong Kong. However, the findings of this particular investigation left the ICAC utterly astonished. Each of the 35 individuals was found to be as innocent as a newborn, clean as freshly fallen snow. Of course, there were no imperfections. While gifts did exist, the exchanges amounted to mere hundreds of dollars. At Seong Kwan O, headquarters of the Guangming Group, the ICAC ultimately paid a visit to the Kong family. However, they still did not invite the Kongs to the ICAC building for coffee. Although they had the authority to investigate the Sunshine Group and Guangming Group, they could not easily take the Kongs in for questioning in the absence of solid evidence. Mr. Chen Songming, Kong Tiancheng leisurely sipped his coffee, expressing gratitude for the ICAC's visit. I firmly believe that you will restore our reputation. Chen Songming responded solemnly. Initially, the Guangming Group promised to construct public housing and improve employment conditions in the Seong Kwan O area. May I ask how these commitments have been specifically implemented? Furthermore, I've heard that there have been quite a few disturbances in Man Village recently. Human nature is perpetually greedy. Kong Tiancheng smiled at Chen Songming. Once they have something, they desire more. Their appetites are insatiable. However, I have already managed the situation. Village Chief Lu Jinghui was beaten to death by villagers due to excessive embezzlement of community funds. This bears no relation to me. Chen Songming slightly raised his eyelids. His tone calm. We will further verify the situation. Mr. Kong, my current concern is the progress of your commitments regarding public housing construction and employment placement. Both matters are not an issue for me. Kong Tiancheng maintained his smile. Mr. Chen, how about I personally give you a tour? Additionally, I would like to prepare a video recording. Should we ultimately prove our innocence, I hope to publicly disclose the entire process on television. What do you think? Chen Songming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the composed and smiling Kong Tiancheng before finally nodding. That is acceptable. The public housing policy commenced on Christmas Eve of 1953, following a catastrophic fire in the Shek Kip May squatter area, which left 53,000 victims displaced. In response, the Hong Kong government urgently introduced a resettlement plan. To expedite the accommodation of the homeless, authorities swiftly erected temporary housing known colloquially as the 7-story buildings in the vicinity of the disaster site. Subsequently, the government continued to develop resettlement areas in various locations throughout Hong Kong and Kowloon, such as Wong Tai Sin, Tiger Hill, and Li Chung UK in Cheung Sha Wan, attracting residents from dilapidated and unsanitary wooden homes. This marked the dawn of an extensive era of public housing construction. However, over the years, criticisms directed at the public housing policy have never waned. Capital forces have even invested heavily in attempts to tarnish this system. The root of the issue lies in the fact that since Sir Murray MacLehose took office in the 1970s, the government has persistently promoted the construction of public housing, gradually becoming the largest property owner globally, with property values ranking among the highest in the world. The crux of the matter is that this initiative infringes upon the interests of capitalists. If everyone resides in public housing, who would still seek to purchase private properties? Consequently, numerous scholars and real estate developers have accused the government of interfering with the free market, contending that the public housing plan not only exacerbates the fiscal burden, but also significantly diminishes developers' profits. They assert that residential supply should be dictated by private enterprises in accordance with market demand. Yet, in the eyes of Kong Tiancheng, these developers epitomize the quintessential capitalist. For decades in Hong Kong, it has been the relentless inflation of property prices by developers seeking exorbitant profits that has rendered homeownership burdensome for the average citizen. Were it not for the government's long-term intervention and regulation, the real estate market would have undoubtedly collapsed. After conducting an on-site visit, Chen Songming could not conceal his shock. Typically, government-built public housing is around 16 stories high. However, the public housing projects undertaken by Kong Tiancheng commence at a minimum of 50 stories. And while each unit is modestly sized at approximately 40 square meters, the environment is decidedly more pristine and refreshing compared to standard public housing. Chen Songming glanced at Kong Tiancheng and remarked, "Mr. Kong, it seems you've invested a considerable amount this time? This is a project funded by the Hong Kong government, and the expenses are borne by them. To be precise, I am contracted for this project and have made a modest profit," Kong Tiancheng replied with a faint smile. "However, this profit is negligible to me. I plan to personally finance the construction of a school nearby, in addition to establishing a farmer's market to facilitate the procurement of fresh produce for the residents of Hong Kong." Chen Songming then inquired, "What is the approximate population around Seong Kwan O currently?" "It's difficult to estimate precisely, but a rough approximation would be around 54,000. For an accurate count, we would likely need to consult the government department," he responded. Chen Songming surveyed the surrounding buildings, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "Now, I believe you, Mr. Kong, are indeed innocent." Following this, Kong Tiancheng led Chen Songming to tour several of his factories. One was a semiconductor radio production line operated by his father, and another was a film merchandise processing factory he founded. "Do not underestimate these figurines," Kong Tiancheng remarked, picking up a collectible from the Drunken 8 Immortals series. "These items sell exceptionally well, complete with the secret manual of Drunken Fist. They are not only popular in Hong Kong, but also enjoy immense sales in other Asian countries." Chen Songming nodded. "I am aware, my son has purchased some. However, it seems particularly challenging to collect the entire Drunken 8 Immortals set." "Indeed, that is one of my most ingenious strategies. Each immortal is designed in a different pose, and each character comes in at least 8 action versions. We then set up blind box sales outside the cinema, where one can only purchase them with a movie ticket stub, with the possibility of duplicates. Want to complete the collection? Then you must watch more movies," Kong Tiancheng explained, to maintain the momentum of the Drunken 8 Immortals. He is currently planning to adapt it into a television series and subsequently release a comic version, aspiring to create a kung fu movie universe, seeking inspiration from Marvel. The pressing issue, however, is that sometimes the profits from peripheral merchandise surpass the box office revenue of the films themselves. If he truly enjoys them, I shall gift him a complete set. Kong Tiancheng chuckled. "Oh, but you are a public servant, an ICAC member. You cannot accept gifts. In that case, I can only suggest that your entire family of 5 attend the movie together. Currently, the cinema offers a discount, 5 tickets for the price of 4. Additionally, I plan to introduce a new policy. All public servants will receive a 40% discount on movie tickets." Upon hearing this, Chen Songming took a deep breath. Ultimately, all 35 officials were released. Subsequently, Chen Songming also accepted a media interview. "After our thorough investigation, we found no evidence of any corrupt behavior among these 35 officials. The Seongkwano project was awarded to Sunshine Group precisely because of their superior capacity for public housing construction and their ability to create better employment opportunities," Chen Songming stated calmly, before announcing, "In conclusion, this investigation is now officially concluded." The reporters present erupted in astonishment. "They are all cleared? There is truly no conflict of interest with the Kong family? Are they genuinely incorruptible, devoted solely to the public good? As clear as water and as pure as a mirror? Not a single one has any issues?" One reporter could not help but press for answers. "Indeed, there are no issues whatsoever. No form of interest exchange exists." Chen Songming quickly responded, "I believe we can draw a line under this matter. I urge the citizens of Hong Kong to trust the ICAC. It must be said that the credibility of the ICAC is undoubtedly well established, given that it has been a formidable force against corrupt practices in Hong Kong for many years, enjoying high social prestige, with the ICAC itself endorsing their integrity. Could that not sufficiently attest to their innocence?" What a joke. Observing the newspaper reports and reading the interview content, Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly. "Indeed, indeed. The ICAC personally vouches for us, stating that they are all clean as water and pure as mirrors. Now, it is time to seize the moment. Fortunately, our methods have taken a unique approach. Otherwise, this time, we might genuinely have drawn the ICAC's scrutiny." Kong Yang exhaled gently, saying, "Son, it seems the Li family is in for quite a bit of trouble now." "Indeed." Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly, and then added, "However, Father, I have another idea." Kong Yang nodded. "Do tell." "From today onwards, we shall begin to support families facing financial difficulties," Kong Tiancheng said slowly. "We will establish schools to assist them in their education. If anyone is unable to afford university fees, we will set up a dedicated fund to provide ample financial assistance. If there are those aspiring to join the legal and political systems, all the better." Kong Yang fixed his gaze on him. "What do you mean?" "Many underprivileged students are not lacking in talent. They merely lack financial support," Kong Tiancheng replied deliberately. We will select such individuals and guide them into the legal and political fields, starting from the grassroots level. Some will require long-term observation, and if they demonstrate true talent, we will promote them vigorously. Kong Yang inhaled deeply. Kong Tiancheng continued with a smile. Through this approach, we can gradually establish a solid foundation that truly belongs to us. Chapter 43. 2 Principles. 2 principles must be upheld. First, no corrupt individual shall be allowed to hold power. Second, connections within the circle must not be used as tools for expanding upper-class networks. We must assess whether individuals come from humble beginnings and whether they possess genuine capabilities. As long as they hail from modest backgrounds, they should be given opportunities for education. As long as they have the ability, even without connections or a background, we shall pave the way for them and assist them in their advancement. Kong Yang was slightly taken aback. You intend to infiltrate step by step? I do not view it that way. I am merely providing them with an opportunity. Think about it. Those who once lacked money and connections, who believed their lives were doomed to be bleak in this era dominated by money and connections, suddenly have someone open a door for them. How do you think they will perceive us? What we must do is forge a clear path forward. Kong Yang gestured with an open hand and smiled, stating that as long as one is willing to exert effort and remains loyal, it is indeed possible to achieve a leap across social strata. Lost in contemplation, Kong Tiancheng added leisurely, Father, those who willingly offer us money may not genuinely be of service to you in the future. Those who engage with us solely through connections will only repay the favor with connections in return. Such relationships are abundant in options and offer ample retreat, but they will never exhibit true loyalty towards us. What type of individuals will wholeheartedly support us? Only those who, having had no opportunities and seeing no future, have benefited greatly from our generosity. They are acutely aware that all their prospects stem from our family. Thus, they will follow orders without question. Aside from us, they have no other reliance. Their lives have no fallback. Establishing a foundation to nurture these students, assisting them to rise, and gradually seize power is essential. At critical moments, we must also provide sufficient rewards. Of course, our existing network of connections must be maintained judiciously. After all, we still need to leverage it for now. Once those we have cultivated step into their roles and begin to shine, they will naturally rally behind us. At that time, we shall be the uncrowned kings of Xinjiang. Kong Yang looked at Kong Tiancheng and felt a fleeting sense of unfamiliarity towards his son. Was this truly the child he had watched grow up? Certainly. Such strategies could only be employed in Xinjiang. Kong Tiancheng would never dare to implement them on the mainland. Otherwise, the iron fist would descend, and it would not be a trivial matter. Kong Yang pondered for a moment before replying, I will arrange this matter gradually. Kong Tiancheng smiled and added, Moreover, Father, it is time to retaliate against the Li family as well. I believe they must pay a price. Since they dare to strike at us, if we do not respond, how will Xinjiang perceive us? I have already made arrangements with the government, Kong Yang sneered. The Li family is courting their own demise. The Xinjiang government has long harbored dissatisfaction towards them. This report has indeed broken the rules. Although the officials are not entirely united and each has different factions behind them, both sides have consistently maintained a confrontational stance without completely severing ties, as neither wishes to push the other into a corner. This is a political game, wherein both parties tacitly adhere to an unwritten bottom line, rarely crossing it. However, Li Xiaohua's actions have completely trampled upon this bottom line. This is a rhythm that drives one to the brink. If we do not respond now, we will truly appear weak and easily bullied. After all, we are no longer in the era of more than a decade ago when the 4 major detectives roamed freely and gangs acted with impunity. The current age places greater emphasis on rules and order. Since you chose to break the rules first, do not blame others for disregarding them afterwards. Kong Tiancheng was not in a hurry to take action against the Li family. Seizing this window of opportunity, he quietly launched a documentary. This film focused on the transformation of Xiang Quan'o, while simultaneously making public the information gathered by Chen Songming and rapidly arranging for its broadcast amidst the rising public interest. That night, the residents of Xinjiang gathered early in front of their televisions. At this point, TVB could hardly produce any decent programming. Zhou Jun had launched a precise attack, digging one talent out after another, leading to a severe loss of personnel. Xiao Yifu was overwhelmed by the pressure. Without people, they could not film dramas or produce shows. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He should never have sent someone to break Zhou Jun's legs. Who could have anticipated that Kong Tiancheng's desire for revenge would be so intense? The camera shifted to a comparison of Xiang Quan'o's past and present. Upon witnessing this scene, many citizens of Xinjiang displayed expressions of astonishment. The anticipated entertainment program did not arrive. Instead, a documentary film was broadcasted. The entire documentary meticulously recorded the significant changes in Xiang Quan'o over the past 6 months. 6 months ago, the population of Xiang Quan'o was less than 10,000. Now it had surged to 50,000. Not only that, but high-quality public housing had also been constructed here. The environment was clean, public facilities were well-equipped, and even the restrooms were bright and tidy. Furthermore, specialized schools were built, and there was a proper agricultural market nearby. Upon witnessing this, many citizens were already feeling shocked. Yet what truly left them speechless were the industrial projects that had emerged in Tiancheng. One involved the manufacturing of film-related merchandise, clearly showcasing the production process of various dolls. The other was the assembly line for semiconductor radios. The dolls we produce are in high demand. In addition to thriving sales in Xinjiang, we have substantial orders from Taiwan, Southeast Asia, South Korea, and Japan. The factory manager stated calmly, with a smile, this has brought considerable economic benefits to Tiancheng. Additionally, the wages for workers are relatively generous. The basic monthly salary for ordinary workers is $1,500, not including piece rate commissions. $1,500? A wave of shock rippled through many citizens of Xinjiang, who instinctively gasped. They silently calculated their own incomes, which seemed to hover around $1,000 per month. A full 500 more. Moreover, we provide an employee cafeteria and collective accommodation. Currently, the dormitories house 8 people per room, and each meal in the cafeteria costs only $3. Ensuring that workers are well fed. The manager continued to elaborate. At this stage, we still plan to expand production capacity and continue hiring new employees. The primary task for Tiancheng right now is to resolve employment issues and attract population influx. Although some parts of the industrial chain are gradually shifting to the mainland, the added value of film-related products is high. And Tiancheng is willing to spend an additional $500 to maintain local production. However, he is also aware that eventually, the majority of manufacturing processes will move to the mainland, as production costs will continue to rise and cannot be sustained long-term. When that day comes, Xinjiang must also complete its industrial upgrade, either cultivate technical talents or face elimination, turning to other types of work. But for the citizens of Xinjiang at this moment, the scene before them is already astonishing enough. $3 a day amounts to just $100 a month. Therefore, they could potentially save $1,400 monthly. $1,400 translates to $16,800 a year. If they are a bit frugal, in just 2 years, they might actually be able to purchase their own property in Xinjiang. In an instant, the entire populace of Xinjiang was stirred. The Kong family is truly benevolent. No wonder the Xinjiang government entrusted the development rights of Tiancheng to the Kong family. Given this sincerity, it would be utterly unreasonable not to grant it to them. The public opinion swiftly reversed. Those officials previously reported by the Li family found their reputations unexpectedly transformed overnight. Look, these are the upright and incorruptible officials. Otherwise, how could they allow the Kong family to take on such a significant project? With generous treatment, free accommodation, and only $3 needed daily for meals, this is no small matter. Many citizens of Xinjiang watched enviously, based on this situation. It would take at most 2 years for them to settle down in the suburbs of Xinjiang. In stark contrast, Tiancheng is not merely conscientious. He is practically a paragon of virtue. On Hennessy Road, at the Li family residence. What is happening? Li Xiaohua gripped the newspaper in his hand, his expression darkening to a terrifying degree. He never imagined that Tiancheng possessed such capabilities, able to achieve this without leaving a trace of clandestine dealings. The interactions between the officials and the Kong family lacked any blemish. There was not even a hint of ambiguity, resembling a gentlemanly relationship, clear as water. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Xiaohua muttered to himself, unable to believe it. How could there be no exchange of interests? Such a colossal endeavor. Such an immense undertaking. Could it truly be devoid of blemish? Little did he know, Tiancheng had long been keeping pace with the American imperialists, and was even accelerating the upgrade of this very model. Once retired and no longer in his position, the market would naturally revert to free competition. Even if I were to offer them exorbitant salaries, what would that matter? Could it be that the ICAC has also been bought off by that scoundrel Tiancheng? Li Xiaohua ground his teeth in disbelief. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Beside him, his wife Li Lian quickly interjected. Could it be that they are simply too well concealed? Their methods too covert? Li Xiaohua slowly nodded. It is indeed highly probable. This Kong Yang is quite a formidable opponent. In truth, he had long suspected that Kong Yang would not be easy to deal with. Though the Li family is affluent, their capital is somewhat substantial. Yet their cash flow remains perpetually limited, and their relationship with HSBC is not particularly close. To put it plainly, while the Li family has diversified its investments, they have converted a large portion of their cash into real estate. Li Xiaohua holds numerous titles, yet at his core, he remains a miser. His thought process more akin to that of a traditional landlord who prefers to solidify wealth in land and long-term assets such as buildings, bars, real estate, office buildings, property management. These industries may not yield high profits, yet they are stable and reliable. among the many affluent individuals in Hong Kong. The most adventurous is undoubtedly the king of chartering, yet even he has limited himself to shipping trade, never venturing into shipbuilding. Nowadays, he has become increasingly conservative, gradually aligning himself with other tycoons, beginning to hoard land, and embarking on the path of a landlord. As for Li Ka-shing, though he once dabbled in telecommunications and energy, he merely skimmed the surface, showing no intent for sustained investment in research and development, promptly selling at a high price when the opportune moment arose. Ultimately, there is no need to overly glorify their pioneering spirit. Unwilling to dedicate themselves to research and development, they are ultimately nothing more than landlords and middlemen. Labeling them as capitalists is acceptable, but as entrepreneurs, they are likely undeserving of the title. Li Xiaoha's ambition to suppress the Kong family in the stock market is nearly devoid of hope. Attempting to counteract them through gang affiliations would equally prove to be a daunting task. Which family does not have a few affiliated organizations behind them? Mr. Wilson, please take a look. This is all the information I have gathered. Kong Yang smiled as he handed a stack of documents to Wilson. This is surveillance footage. The man entering the ICAC is named Li Changtian, who has long followed the Li family's movements. Wilson furrowed his brow. This does not prove that this matter is the doing of the Li family. Yet they certainly have motive. Not long ago, TVB and Phoenix TV engaged in fierce conflict. What was the outcome? Kong Yang stated calmly. Li Xiaoha has every reason to intervene in this matter. Furthermore, Mr. Wilson, if you require, I can personally bring Li Changtian to you, allowing you to question him at your leisure. Wilson's expression darkened instantly. Such matters do not require irrefutable evidence. Who speaks of legal technicalities? A tacit understanding is sufficient. Chapter 44, Internal Discord. Kong, I am profoundly grateful. Wilson took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. That scoundrel Li Xiaoha. He truly is a scoundrel, having thoroughly disrupted the rules. Kong Yang responded with a smile. Mr. Wilson, this is all we can do. How to proceed from here depends entirely on your judgment. I understand. Wilson nodded. After seeing Wilson off, Kong Tiancheng quietly entered through a side door. Father, how did the discussion go? Even if the Li family does not fall, they will certainly shed a layer of skin. Over the years, they have superficially laundered their image, but how could they be entirely unblemished, without a trace of flaw? Kong Yang smiled and continued. Take a look at this. As he spoke, he handed a photograph to Kong Tiancheng. What is this? Kong Tiancheng took the photo, looking at his father with a puzzled expression. His name is Li Xianbin, the son of Li Xiaoha. Kong Yang replied nonchalantly. He is into drugs. Into drugs? Kong Tiancheng was taken aback. Surely not? I have checked. This lad developed this vice while studying in England. Kong Yang murmured. He has become addicted now. I doubt he can ever quit. Their family built its fortune on drug trafficking. Yet little did they expect that the next generation would also fall prey to such vices. Kong Tiancheng sighed, then curiously asked, does his father know? He probably does not. What father would investigate his own son? Kong Yang shrugged. Most believe their children to be the most accomplished. Father, you wouldn't have secretly investigated me, would you? Kong Tiancheng scrutinized his father with suspicion. Not at all, not at all. Kong Yang laughed heartily. You are my own son. Kong Tiancheng still wore a skeptical expression. Kong Yang cleared his throat. Engaging in casual relationships is fine, but one must practice moderation. You are young now and do not comprehend the value of vitality. You will understand when you grow older. Old man, are you saying that you were undisciplined in your youth? Kong Tiancheng looked at his father meaningfully. Roll. Kong Tiancheng laughed heartily, then turned serious. Father, I have a suggestion. Let us take out a loan from HSBC, around 1.5 to 2 billion. Did you not say we should avoid alarming the snake? Kong Yang could not help but inquire. The circumstances have changed. We are seeking a loan to acquire the Li family. Kong Tiancheng chuckled. The target is Li Ka-shing properties. Moreover, I have observed that Li Xiaoho's relationship with his brothers is not as harmonious as it appears. The Li family is a traditional aristocracy. When Li Ka-shing was assassinated, he left behind his first wife Huang Lanfang, his second wife Zhang Minqi, his third wife Su Xian, and his fourth wife Wu Peishan. While his concubine Zhang Ruilian passed away early, the eldest son, Li Mingxia, is the offspring of Zhang Ruilian. However, at the time of the inheritance division, he and his brother Li Mingze did not hold the dominant power. While Li Xiaohe remained strong, the family maintains a facade of harmony. Yet once he loses his power, do you think his brothers will hesitate to retaliate? Kong Yang gazed intently at his son. Are you suggesting that internal strife may arise? I am merely stating that such a possibility exists. Kong Tiancheng smiled. Let us secure a loan, gradually acquire shares in Li Ka-shing properties, and then engage in in-depth discussions with Li Mingze and Li Mingxia. I believe they would be willing to collaborate with me. Kong Tiancheng has never regarded the entire Li family as a cohesive entity. Internally, there must be rifts. However, since Li Xiaohe inherited the vast majority of the family fortune, Li Mingze and Li Mingxia can only silently endure, Yet if an opportunity truly arises, they will not hesitate for a moment. Kong Yang lit a cigarette, pondering how to negotiate with them to sway their favor. After a moment, he extinguished the cigarette and stated with conviction, when the time comes, I will personally negotiate with them to acquire Li His hen properties in the stock market. Kong Tiancheng contemplated for a moment, aiming to start with their main shareholders, gradually acquiring shares in Li His hen properties. One day, Li Xiaohe will realize he has nothing left. Kong Yang stood up, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I understand what must be done. The night deepened, and the jarring ringtone of a telephone jolted Li Xiaohe from his slumber. He pressed one hand against his chest. His heart had grown weak over the years, and the sudden ringing nearly suffocated him. Trembling, he picked up the receiver. Hello, this is Li Xiaohe. What? The initially drowsy Li Xiaohe's eyes widened in an instant, his voice rising sharply. What did you say? Repeat that. Boss, all our bars and businesses have been sealed by the police. The voice on the other end was filled with panic. The caller gulped, fearfully adding, There's more. Speak. Li Xiaohe felt a splitting headache, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Your son is implicated in drug trafficking and has already been arrested. What? Li Xiaohe sat up abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. Say that again? Receiving such news in the dead of night, Li Xiaohe's mind became a whirlwind, as if the world were spinning. When exactly did this happen? He clenched his teeth and coldly questioned, why was there not a whisper of warning beforehand? How could no one have alerted us in advance? This feeling of utter isolation sent a chill down Li Xiaohe's spine. Had the government apparatus already determined to abandon him? It was indeed he who had reported the individual. Yet it should not have so swiftly recoiled upon himself. Li Xiaohe had always been confident in the Li family's long-standing operations in Hong Kong, where wealth paved the way and connections ran deep. Having nurtured so many, how could no one have provided a heads-up at this critical juncture? However, this time, Li Xiaohe had indeed crossed a line. The more fatal flaw was that he still clung to outdated notions. I support you. Therefore you ought to be the Li family's dogs. On the surface, he maintained a facade of respect, yet internally, he still regarded them as subordinates. But the times had changed. The era of the four prominent families reigning supreme was long gone. Li Xiaohe held too many secrets. And while peace had previously prevailed as all parties benefited, now that he had taken the first strike, even if it did not directly target them, who could guarantee that they would not be next? When the storm broke, Li Xiaohe became the focal point of ire. The Li family's assets were seized, bank accounts frozen, all bars shut down for rectification, and even the office buildings and performance venues under their banner were completely closed. Everything transpired too swiftly. At this moment, even the most obtuse observer could discern that the Li family was undergoing a reckoning. Various rumors circulated, all pointing to one conclusion. Li Xiaohe had, in aiding Kong Tiancheng's takeover of TVB, not hesitated to expose numerous officials, thereby inciting the wrath of the entire bureaucratic system. This was a full-scale political backlash. After all, Li Xiaohe knew far too much. If he were not shown the consequences, would it not be tantamount to allowing him to act with impunity? Li Xiaohe soon grasped the situation. His adversaries may not seek his death, but at the very least, they aimed to strip him of a layer of skin. Had he truly eradicated the forces behind the Kong family at the outset, he might have been able to extricate himself unscathed. Once the threat was neutralized, naturally, no one would spearhead a counterattack. But now, with the opponent still in play, the consequences were exceedingly grave. After decades of tumult, the Kong family faced a significant crisis once more. Meanwhile, Kong Yang did not remain idle, swiftly arranging a meeting with Li Mingze and Li Mingxiao, the brothers. As Kong Tiancheng had anticipated, a rift had long existed among the Li brothers. When the family was divided, Li Xiaohe had claimed the largest share, leaving the others dissatisfied. Even a semblance of fairness would not have sown the seeds of resentment that blossomed today. No, the matter fundamentally hinged on personal positions, rendering any notion of fairness non-existent. Li Xiaohe considered himself the legitimate eldest son, deserving of the largest portion. Yet, Li Mingze and Li Mingxiao believed that during the family's turmoil, it was they who truly stepped up to stabilize the situation. In times of turbulence, it was they who took the initiative to steady the ship. Only for Li Xiaohe to monopolize the benefits in the end. Would the other brothers not feel aggrieved? Even if they were to split the spoils, they would still feel they had suffered a significant loss. Moreover, these brothers were already half-siblings. While their father was alive, they managed to maintain a facade of harmony. But once he was gone, and the crisis somewhat alleviated, the contradictions immediately surfaced. When Li Ka-shing passed away, his legitimate wife, Huang Lanfang, promptly sent Li Xiaohe to Britain for studies, while it was Li Mingze and Li Mingxiao who were left to manage the family affairs. During that time, they indeed exerted considerable effort to maintain internal family relations, ensure business operations continued, and guard against outsiders seeking to take advantage. The Li family at that time was akin to a piece of prime meat, with numerous factions eyeing it hungrily due to its forays into gray areas. Li Mingze and Li Mingxiao were operating at great risk, yet on the day of the division, the one reaping the lion's share of benefits was Li Xiaohua, who was abroad and had contributed nothing. Who could swallow that grievance? Yet they ultimately endured. On one hand, they still needed to leverage the Li Ka-shing family's reputation. On the other, their dissatisfaction with Li Xiaohua had already taken root. However, outwardly, they continued to maintain a facade of brotherly respect. Now that Li Ka-shing real estate had suddenly fallen into distress, Li Mingze and Li Mingxiao found themselves secretly delighted. Over the years, they had each built vast industrial empires. If they could witness Li Xiaohua's downfall and find him mired in a quagmire, they would naturally relish the spectacle. Moreover, they had long since become independent in their ventures, no longer relying on the Li Ka-shing family as a crutch. The more misfortune befell Li Xiaohua, the more advantageous it was for them, the greater the turmoil, the more entertaining it became. Among the 4 prominent families in Hong Kong, the Zhou Yongtai family had already begun to show signs of decline. Zhou Xinyan's dairy company had been absorbed by Jardine Matheson, and Zhou Junyan's bank was facing a run, teetering on the brink. Meanwhile, the Li Ka-shing family appeared to have a solid foundation, yet internally, it had already begun to rot. A gentle push would suffice to send it crumbling. At this moment, Kong Yang quietly extended a hand towards them. He proposed to acquire the shares of Li Ka-shing real estate that they held. Mr. Kong, Mr. Li. In the jockey club, after a leisurely ride, Kong Yang and Li Mingze sat together on the terrace, gradually broaching serious matters. Li Mingze was no stranger to Kong Yang. In fact, he was quite familiar with him. In the past 6 months, Kong Yang had successfully taken over Heiresses Whampoa. His son, Kong Tiancheng, was equally restless, stirring the pot in the film industry, which, despite its limited profitability, always managed to create a stir. Consequently, the Kong family's prestige had risen markedly. Now, the Kong family had officially taken a stand against Li Xiaohua, and Li Mingze felt a flicker of anticipation within. Ideally, the Kong family could utterly crush Li Xiaohua and deliver a severe lesson. You wish to acquire the shares of Li Ka-shing real estate that I hold? Li Mingze chuckled lightly, gazing at Kong Yang as he spoke. Mr. Kong, you have indeed chosen an opportune moment. With the police's announcement of the asset seizures, the stock prices have already plummeted to rock bottom. Mr. Li, you are well aware of my style and understand the way our Kong family conducts business. Kong Yang smiled slightly, speaking in a calm tone. I will offer 12 times the previous market price for the shares you hold. Our Kong family has always believed that collaboration far outweighs conflict. Ultimately, it is not we who initiated the dispute. It is Mr. Li who has relentlessly pressured us, forcing us to retaliate. In such circumstances, all we can do is respond to the provocation. Li Mingze fell into contemplation. Despite Kong Yang's sincere words, he was still weighing the implications. How much real capital was Kong Yang truly willing to part with for this deal? Chapter 45. You must learn to manage. Currently, Li Mingze held over 12.5% of the shares. After a moment of thought, he slowly replied, if calculated at 12 times, the total would amount to 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Kong, are you truly willing to part with such a sum? Absolutely. Kong Yang responded with a smile. If possible, I would also hope that Mr. Li Mingze could have a good discussion with Mr. Li Mingxiao. He holds another 8% of the shares. As for the specific price, we can negotiate at our leisure. Li Mingze was also weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and after a brief pause, he slowly said, this price is not unacceptable to me. Overall, Kong Yang presented himself quite earnestly. After the division, Li Mingze joined the board of directors of Hong Kong Telephone Company in 1962, participating in corporate management. At that time, the total installed telephone lines in Hong Kong numbered merely around 100,000. 3 years later, he was appointed chairman and immediately enacted bold reforms, propelling the telecommunications network in Hong Kong to achieve exponential growth. From the time he joined until his departure in 1975, the number of telephones in Hong Kong surged to 1 million, with a net increase of nearly 900,000 lines over 13 years. Additionally, Li Mingze co-founded Victoria City Development Limited with Jardine Matheson and Heiresses Whampoa, planning the construction of the Hung Hom underwater tunnel. In 1965, the project received official approval, and the government granted a 30-year franchise. Li Mingze and his associates established the Cross-Sea Tunnel Company and set about initiating the construction. By 1972, the principal works were largely completed, with the tunnel connecting the Kowloon Peninsula and Victoria Harbor subsequently passing inspection and entering into operation. However, these matters were primarily dominated by the Swire Group and Heiresses Whampoa, leaving Li Mingze with a marginal share. Despite his substantial financial resources, which positioned him as a significant player, he fell short when compared to Li Xiaohua. Should he manage to deepen his collaboration with the Kong family and secure the necessary funds, he would be filled with renewed confidence in advancing his business endeavors. Li Mingze rapidly calculated in his mind that it would be impossible for him to completely acquire the Li family's shares. It would be more prudent to liquidate them instead. With this influx of liquid capital, many plans could be set into motion immediately, regardless of how formidable the Li Ka-shing group may be. What relevance does it hold for him? Furthermore, Hutchison Whampoa is now under the control of the Kong family, and a collaboration between the two parties holds considerable promise. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingze spoke. Mr. Kong, I have another question I wish to discuss earnestly. Please, go ahead. Kong Yang responded with a smile. Are you truly confident in resolving the issue with the third brother? Li Mingze stated earnestly. I seek a definitive answer. The Kong family has taken control of Hutchison Whampoa, and you are well aware of Li Xiaohua's current predicament. He has effectively been marginalized. I can assure you without reservation. Kong Yang nodded. I am completely confident. With a sigh of relief, Li Mingze smiled and remarked, Mr. Kong, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may it be so, Kong Yang replied, extending his hand to clasp Li Mingze's palm. At Bright Film Studios, Kong Tiancheng was convening a meeting with key personnel. As the Spring Festival of 1978 was drawing to a close, Kong Tiancheng conducted a significant internal meeting. The first agenda item was regarding the profit-sharing mechanism, while the second focused on implementing a more specialized and meticulous management system for the company's talent. Learn management? Huang Beiming queried, his face reflecting confusion. Boss, do we all need to learn management? If you aspire to be directors, you must grasp 3 essential points. First, the development and management of large-scale creative projects. Second, the ability to efficiently control timelines. And third, stringent cost management. Kong Tiancheng stated with a steady tone. As it stands, none of you here has truly accomplished any of these 3. Let me provide an example. At the inception of the project for Drunken Master, the development of ancillary products should have been included in the agenda and collaboratively advanced during the creative process. Furthermore, user segmentation should have been conducted to design product lines at varying price points, high, medium, and low. May I ask who among you has done this? Kong Tiancheng's gaze swept across the room, questioning each individual in turn. Huang Beiming quietly retorted, but boss, aren't these matters for you to oversee? Are you suggesting that if I take care of them, you can stand idly by? Is earning money no longer a priority? Should the profit sharing be reduced? Kong Tiancheng lightly tapped the table, his sharp gaze fixed on Huang Beiming. Huang Beiming lowered his head and replied, Boss, I apologize for my lack of foresight. Is it a matter of foresight? Very well. If you believe you can disregard ancillary revenues, then let me ask you this. Kong Tiancheng continued leisurely. How is the catering for the crew arranged? Are the extras clear about which scenes are to be filmed next? Have they reviewed the character profiles? Huang Beiming silently closed his mouth. Kong Tiancheng slowly stated, I do not question your enthusiasm, nor do I dismiss your ideals and artistic pursuits. However, from my perspective, you could have performed more admirably and reached a higher standard. Why then, can you not take it a step further? I have no interest in your personal lives, nor do I need to know. But I must make one thing clear. Filmmaking is not merely a matter of passion. Ultimately, it is a business. Special effects, action design, budget control. Each of these aspects is not inherently complex, but integrating them effectively demands significant skill. The assembly fell silent, unable to argue. I believe there are still many facets that require optimization. I acknowledge that artistic expression is paramount, but you must master management and understand cost control. Kong Tiancheng lightly tapped the table and continued. What I genuinely wish for you is to continuously improve yourselves and proactively seek knowledge about team operations. Once any cultural creativity steps out of the realm of passion and into the commercial sphere, it must compete on management and efficiency. In summary, I unequivocally mandate that you must learn management. You must learn to control costs. Kong Tiancheng spoke plainly. In a chaotic company of 20 individuals versus a well-organized enterprise of 200, my output efficiency will naturally surpass yours. My production speed will be quicker, and my technical standards will undoubtedly lead. In the realm of cultural creativity, it is often said that one can wander for half a lifetime and return still youthful. Yet, mere passion and sentiment are insufficient. Without the ability to navigate industrial processes and technological advancements, works may occasionally dazzle and at times falter. Conversely, merely understanding technology and excelling at management is also insufficient. Works lacking emotional depth often appear excessively utilitarian. At this juncture, Kong Tiancheng paused briefly before continuing. The ideal state is to be both proficient in technology and adept at scientific team operations while retaining one's original passion and enthusiasm. I believe you possess such potential. Therefore, I have arranged for a professional team and experienced instructors. Everyone must participate in the training. From today onward, I will establish a rule. Our company's directors and producers must systematically learn team management and task specialization. In the future, we will comprehensively implement a producer responsibility system, promote modular work, and achieve standardized and efficient operations. Kong Tiancheng's deep involvement was not an overreach, but rather a recognition that given the current developmental pace of Hong Kong cinema, it would likely never approach the stature of Hollywood in his lifetime. The market holds immense potential, particularly in the forthcoming mainland market. The most significant shortcoming of Hong Kong cinema lies in its lack of an industrialized system, remaining entrenched in a cottage industry mode of operation. Thus, Kong Tiancheng proposed stringent regulations. Naturally, not all personnel would engage in simultaneous training. Instead, a rotational training approach would be adopted to ensure that the company's regular film and television productions remain unaffected. The attendees had no grounds for dissent, especially considering the recent profit sharing was so substantial that it was difficult to refuse. Kong Tiancheng delegated the specifics of the execution to Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun himself would also need to participate in learning and research to propel the company toward a more refined and collaborative direction while assisting himself in better time planning and coordination. After the meeting concluded, Kong Tiancheng encountered his father. "Dad," he approached. Kong Yang laughed heartily. "Son, quite impressive. I didn't expect you to command a meeting with such presence." "It's merely internal affairs management," Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile, taking a seat opposite his father. "Dad, I believe it's time for you to introduce a more scientific and refined management system as well. By the way, how is the acquisition of the Li family's shares progressing? My cooperation with Li Mingze and Li Mingxiao is going exceptionally well. We have successfully acquired 18% of the shares from the brothers. These transactions are being conducted in secrecy." Kong Yang smiled slightly, adding, "Additionally, we are continuously increasing our holdings of Li Ka-shing property stocks in the market." Kong Tiancheng expressed mild surprise. The Li Ka-shing side remains completely unaware? Our actions have been sufficiently discreet. Furthermore, given that Li Xiaohua is currently preoccupied with business matters, his son has been arrested for drug-related offenses. Do you think his mind is solely focused on extracting his child? Li Xiaohua has 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter, Li Yunmei, the second daughter, Li Yunlian, the third daughter, Li Yunjin, and the only son, Li Xianbin. As the sole male heir of the family, Li Xianbin was naturally regarded as a treasure. Kong Tiancheng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed. Moreover, Kong Yang smiled slightly and remarked, "The other brothers of the Li family have also spoken with me. They intend to transfer their shares to me. Provided the price is right, then let us acquire them all." Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile, sensing that the Li brothers were eager to distance themselves from Li Xiaohua. "That goes without saying." Kong Yang rubbed his hands together, feeling a thrill of excitement. Although he had not yet fully taken control of Heji shipping, the Li family was one of the top 4 aristocratic families in Hong Kong. If he could secure their core industries, his status in Hong Kong would rise to the upper echelons. "Once our shareholding exceeds 30%, I will promptly initiate a comprehensive acquisition of Li Ka-shing properties," Kong Yang stated, unable to conceal his enthusiasm. During this time, Li Xiaohua was indeed overwhelmed with troubles. His son was implicated in drug trafficking? Could the Li family's fortune not support a wayward child? It is worth noting that Li Xiaohua was himself a top-tier millionaire, once among the 4 great families. And although his influence had waned, he still held a status comparable to that of the king of shipping in the eyes of outsiders. Upon learning that his son had been arrested for drug trafficking, Li Xiaohua immediately mobilized his connections, vowing to rescue his son. However, he soon realized that the crux of the problem lay not in whether his connections were effective, but in the stark reality that no one was willing to offer assistance at this critical time. He had crossed a line. The police had turned their focus directly upon him. Although the Li family had long since cleansed their reputation, who could truly claim to be spotless if an investigation were to ensue? In the past, everyone had tacitly supported each other, an unspoken agreement. "You do not touch me, and I will not move against you." In the business world, competition relied on skill, but he had dared to challenge officials and confront the system. Thus, he had to bear the consequences of backlash. Once the rules were shattered, retribution was only to be expected. At this moment, Li Xiaohua felt his scalp tingle with dread. He had thought everything was settled, but the ICAC's investigation yielded no results, as if it were merely a formality. His son could not be rescued, and Li Xiaohua was unable to meet with any key figures. Chapter 46. All traitors. In a moment of impulse, he even considered mobilizing gang violence to storm the police station for a rescue, but reason ultimately prevailed over madness. After all, it was now approaching the 1980s. No longer the chaotic era of the 60s and 70s. The gang would never openly confront the police at his command. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Although British power was in decline, suppressing a gang organization was still well within their capabilities. At that moment, Li Xiaohua's wife, Li Luyanchun, rushed into the room, her voice filled with urgency. "There's been an incident." Li Xiaohua jolted in surprise and looked up at her. "What has happened?" After a brief pause, Li Luyanchun whispered, "I just received news that Sunshine Group currently holds over 30% of the shares in Li Ka-shing properties and has officially announced a comprehensive acquisition. Ahi, the Kong family is intent on putting us to death. Li Xiaohua was immediately stunned. What? How can this be possible? He himself held merely 27% of the shares. The only explanation for the other party's rapid acquisition was that his siblings had sold all their shares to Sunshine Group. In an instant, Li Xiaohua felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest tightened painfully, and he could hardly breathe, darkness closing in around him. As if his entire family had betrayed him. Acquisition? His heart raced uncontrollably, his face turning as pale as paper, his voice trembling almost beyond recognition. Li Luyanchun, alarmed, quickly retrieved some heart-saving pills and fed him several. After taking the medication, Li Xiaohua slumped in the chair, utterly drained, and was subsequently rushed to the hospital. At the Yanghe Hospital, lying on the hospital bed, Li Xiaohua felt utterly exhausted, fully aware that his siblings had all betrayed him. This was a reality he was unwilling to accept. He felt as though a tremendous weight pressed upon his eyelids. And it took all his strength to barely open his eyes, but at that moment, he had exhausted all his energy. He struggled to rise, but still lacked the strength to support himself. After a long while, he finally managed to croak out a hoarse and difficult word. Water. Li Luyanchun immediately handed him a glass of water. Li Xiaohua gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling extremely weak. After catching his breath, he glanced up at Li Luyanchun and asked, "What is the situation?" "Ahi, your heart is ailing. You must not become angry or overly emotional," Li Luyanchun said, her brow furrowed, unwilling to disclose the family's current predicament. "Just tell me. I can handle it." Li Xiaohua gritted his teeth and spoke firmly. Only then did Li Luyanchun slowly say, "Sunshine Group has officially declared its intent to acquire Li Ka-shing properties. They currently hold over 35% of the shares. The Kong family's offer stands at $44 per share." Li Xiaohua clenched his teeth, feeling a violent thrum in his chest, as if it might burst. He suppressed the palpitations and pressed on with his inquiry. "Have the other brothers sold their shares?" Li Luyanchun nodded. "Indeed. Can we still pursue a reverse acquisition?" Li Xiaohua pressed urgently. "It will be difficult," she sighed. "I have checked. The Kong family has borrowed 20 billion from HSBC, and we cannot possibly raise such a vast sum of cash in the short term. Traitors. All of them traitors. These scoundrels." Li Xiaohua gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with fury. "Ahi, please remain calm. Do not let your anger overwhelm you." Seeing Li Xiaohua's face turn ashen and his expression twisted, Li Luyanchun became anxious. Li Xiaohua took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. "Immediately raise funds, gather whatever you can, and act swiftly." Li Luyanchun nodded in response. "I am already working on it, but we must face reality. Our current cash flow is far from sufficient to confront Kong Tiancheng directly." "I understand." Li Xiaohua propped himself up, his tone resolute. "I will seek out others to negotiate." However, for Li Xiaohua, those willing to extend a helping hand had become increasingly scarce. More critically, the bureaucratic system in Hong Kong had collectively intervened, seizing all of the Li family's assets. Faced with the Kong family's aggressive acquisition, he found himself without even the capital to resist. He was nothing more than a discarded pawn. While he was confined, the other party took the opportunity to swallow him whole, leaving him utterly powerless. This also exposed existing loopholes in Hong Kong's system, which urgently needed rectification. Following this acquisition turmoil, the rules of the stock market would likely undergo significant adjustments. Meanwhile, Kong Yang was engaged in a hushed conversation with Li Rongson. "Ah, son." Kong Yang wore a smile, his tone composed. "You should be well aware of my style and understand the current predicament of your Li family. Li Xiaohua has chosen a path of self-destruction, insisting on clashing with the powers that be in Hong Kong, and has now been completely isolated, destined to face reckoning. Surely, you do not wish to accompany him to his demise." Li Rongson held 5% of the shares in Li Ka-shing properties. He was born of Huang Lanfang and shared the same mother as Li Xiaohua. In his early years, he had not deeply engaged in the family business. Nevertheless, he had still received a 5% stake due to his mother's position, securing annual dividends as a form of protection from Huang Lanfang. He was only 7 when his father passed away. Over the years, he had remained distanced from the family core, and the bonds among brothers had gradually weakened. Now, he lifted his gaze to Kong Yang. "What is your offer?" In truth, he had little interaction with Li Xiaohua, especially after Huang Lanfang's passing. When Li Xiaohua had been even less inclined to involve him in family affairs to avoid dividing power, allowing him to lead an independent life instead. The brotherly affection between them was now merely a formality. With Li Xiaohua having crossed a line and on the verge of destruction, Li Rongson decisively chose to sever ties and seek to maximize his own interests. Kong Yang smiled lightly. "According to the market price, it is 40 yuan per share. I will offer you 44 yuan. What do you say?" Li Rongson replied calmly. "I want 50 yuan per share. If you agree, I will sign the share transfer agreement right now." "No problem." Kong Yang responded decisively. "Then let it be at 50 yuan per share." Transfer all 5% of the shares held by Li Ka-shing Real Estate to me. Li Rongsun. All right. In that moment, he felt perhaps he had set his price too low. Yet, having spoken, to retract would be to lose face. If he were to pursue small gains, he might invite significant troubles, which would be a loss indeed. Fine, it's settled. Li Rongsun nodded in agreement. Mr. Kong, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed. May it be so. Kong Yang smiled, extending his hand. The two clasped palms, the gesture both standard and courteous. Brotherhood? From this moment forth, it dissipated like smoke. Kong Yang's actions were exceedingly swift. Once he moved, it was as if thunder had struck, unstoppable. To annex the Li family's assets and execute a thorough capital acquisition was to declare the true rise of the Kong family to all of Hong Kong. Thus, they formally entered the ranks of the city's elite families. Following the successful takeover of the shares held by Li Rongsun, Kong Yang promptly convened a press conference, where he solemnly announced, "The Kong family has completed the full acquisition of Li Ka-shing Real Estate, and we now hold 51% of the company's controlling interest." Chapter 47. The Acquisition of Li Ka-shing Real Estate. Upon hearing these words, especially from Kong Yang himself, the attending journalists were left astonished and speechless. The acquisition of Li Ka-shing Real Estate? It had come to fruition? Until now, many had speculated that even if the Kong family intended to challenge the Li family, this contest would stretch at least into the next year, if not longer. After all, the Li family had once been one of the four great families of Hong Kong, with deep roots and immense power. Yet now, they had been so easily vanquished by Kong Yang. The Li family, so fragile? Kong Yang maintained his composure. After announcing the acquisition results, he left behind a nonchalant silhouette as he turned and returned to his office. To be frank, even he felt somewhat dazed at this moment. The Li brothers were evidently not united. Each harbored their own thoughts, hidden calculations. Sometimes, what benefits the company does not necessarily align with personal interests. Whenever a prominent family flourishes, internal strife becomes inevitable. Even if they appear harmonious on the surface, one's core interests are at stake. The so-called unbreakable bond of brotherhood can crumble with the slightest push. Contemplating this, a faint tremor stirred within Kong Yang's heart. The once mighty Li family, one of Hong Kong's four great families, had collapsed in such a manner. At the Li family residence, Li Xiaohe sat on the living room sofa, clutching a newspaper, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Previously, doctors had repeatedly advised him to remain in the hospital for a few more days to properly monitor his health and ensure his recovery before discharge. Yet, he could hardly focus on resting. As his gaze fell upon the news article, fury surged within him, nearly bursting through his head, his heart racing violently. He hastily swallowed several heart-stabilizing pills to calm himself. Immediately, he dialed his brother Li Rongsun's number. "Asen, it's me, Li Xiaohe." "Brother," came Li Rongsun's slightly panicked voice on the other end. "You've been discharged? Are you feeling all right? I've been too busy to visit. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Li Xiaohe took a deep breath, striving to suppress his emotions, and replied calmly, "Come over for lunch. I've encountered a bit of an issue, and it's a good opportunity for us to discuss a strategy." "Brother, I really can't come." Li Rongsun's voice trembled, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. "Why? Is there something you can't share with your elder brother?" Li Xiaohe feigned a light-hearted tone. "We haven't tea gathered in a while. Today is perfect for reminiscing." "Brother, I truly can't make it." Li Rongsun continued to refuse. "You come over this instant." Li Xiaohe suddenly snapped. "I said come. No more excuses." "Brother." Li Rongsun gritted his teeth, finally speaking out as if he had thrown caution to the wind. "I must tell you the truth. Li Ka-shing Real Estate is no longer my concern." "What do you mean by that?" Li Xiaohe's heart sank, a wave of intense unease washing over him. "Not long ago, Kong Yang came to me, saying he wanted to buy my shares." Li Rongsun spoke quietly. "You sold them?" Li Xiaohe's heart plummeted, exclaiming, "You sold them?" "Brother, I'm sorry." Li Rongsun dared not say more and hurriedly hung up the phone. Li Xiaohe's breath quickened, his chest feeling as though it had been struck. He pressed his hand tightly against his heart, his lips trembling. "Pills. Pills." Nearby, Li Liyuan jumped up in shock, quickly turning to fetch water. Yet, by the time she returned with the medicine bottle, Li Xiaohe lay curled on the ground, his body rigid, utterly motionless. He had shrunk into a ball, his hand still pressed against his chest, but he could no longer be heard breathing. Already suffering from heart disease, even had Kong Tiancheng not intervened, history would have seen him pass away due to illness in 1980. Yet now, all of this had been abruptly hastened. The blow he bore was simply too profound. Initially, it was merely TVB that suffered a heavy blow. For the Li family, although its profitability was limited, it served as a crucial platform for public opinion and the family's voice. However, Kong Tiancheng showed no mercy, completely obliterating TVB. The Li family attempted to resist, but chose the wrong path. Subsequently, family assets were continuously seized and liquidated, leaving them in turmoil. Both Kong Yang and Kong Tiancheng were well versed in the art of seizing opportunities, never allowing their opponents to catch their breath during moments of weakness. Especially Kong Tiancheng, who understood better than anyone that the distribution of interests was never a solid block. The Li brothers had already begun to fracture from within. Sibling rivalry and individual governance led to the hasty selling of shares. The truly fatal blow came when a younger brother transferred critical shares entirely to the Kong family. This act directly facilitated the Kong family's complete acquisition. After a series of heavy blows, Li Xiaohe ultimately could not endure. At this moment, he lay on the ground, motionless. Li Lian approached with the medicine, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she cautiously reached toward his nose. There was no breath. She then checked his pulse at his neck, finding no heartbeat either. This body still retained some warmth, yet all signs of life had vanished. The man had completely passed away. The news sent shockwaves through Hong Kong. Major media outlets rushed to report the incident. The initial mainstream narrative claimed that Li Xiaohe had been literally frightened to death. However, some tabloids quietly suggested the possibility of foul play, insinuating he had been silenced due to knowing too many secrets. Such conspiracy theories garnered considerable attention, as many powerful figures who had once interacted closely with Li Xiaohe were not few. Other rumors claimed that the Li brothers had turned against each other, with the eldest brother murdering Li Xiaohe to seize shares. Yet, regardless of the truth, for the majority of Hong Kong's populace, Li Xiaohe was indeed deceased. And his death was mournfully tragic, with his brothers seemingly complicit in the process. This death merely became fodder for street corner gossip. Perhaps years later, it would be adapted into a film, transformed into a legendary tale of business warfare. One of Hong Kong's once four great families had lost another member. Previously, the Zhu Yongtai family had been swallowed by Jardine Matheson, and the dairy company had changed hands. The Zhou family had also disintegrated. Now, the Li family followed suit. In Seongkwano, at the headquarters of the Guangming Group, Li Xiaohe is dead? Kong Tiancheng closed the book, looking up at Su Rongrong. Su Rongrong nodded. He has indeed passed away. The obituary has just been released, and the official statement cites sudden cardiac arrest. He was declared dead upon arrival at the hospital. At present, the 51% stake in Li Ka-shing real estate has entirely fallen into our possession. What do outsiders say? Kong Tiancheng raised an eyebrow slightly. There are myriad speculations. Su Rongrong remarked. After all, they are one of the top 4 families in Hong Kong. With the head of the family having met an untimely demise and the shares reverting to us, it is only natural that some would conjecture our involvement. He was already suffering from heart disease. How could this possibly implicate us? Kong Tiancheng shrugged and said nonchalantly, contact a few news outlets and let it be known that the Li family amassed their wealth through the opium trade. Their affluence built upon the suffering and tears of the Hong Kong populace. Li Xiaohe's death is quite fortuitous, a demise that deserves applause. Chapter 48, The Emperor of Labor. Understood. Su Rongrong nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, the remaining shares of the Li family are in the hands of Li Luyan. Should we not consider negotiating with her as well? That is acceptable. I have it all figured out, Kong Tiancheng replied with a slight smile. By the way, have Hu Jianing come to see me. Of course. Su Rongrong promptly exited. Before long, a somewhat portly gentleman entered Kong Tiancheng's office. Boss, you called for me. Take a seat. Kong Tiancheng gestured with a warm smile. Are you finding everything to be satisfactory at the company lately? After Hu Jianing settled comfortably into his seat, he respectfully replied, I am quite accustomed, thanks to your guidance and trust, boss. Kong Tiancheng grinned, casually pushing his teacup toward Hu Jianing, and slowly stated, I intend to promote you to the position of general manager of Guangming Group. What? Hu Jianing abruptly stood, his eyes wide with disbelief. You want me to be the general manager? Hu Jianing had completed his undergraduate studies at St. John's University in Minnesota, USA. But that was not the crux of Kong Tiancheng's regard for him. The real reason lay in an alternate timeline where he was an indispensable core figure beside Li Ka-shing. Known as the Emperor of Labor, he joined Chung Kong Group in 1979, initially serving as the accounting director, and through exceptional financial acumen and a prudent approach, he steadily ascended the ranks. By 1984, he was promoted to executive director of Hutchison Whampoa, and the following year became a director of Chung Kong. In 1993, he attained the position of managing director of Hutchison Whampoa. During his tenure, he relentlessly pushed for structural reorganization, successfully reversing the company's losses through mergers and acquisitions. Subsequently, seizing the opportunity presented by Husky's stellar performance, he facilitated its reverse listing in Canada in 2012, bringing the group an extraordinary special profit of up to 6.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. He then took over the long-struggling European telecommunications business, as Orange had been continually eroding Hutchison's communication profits in Hong Kong, rendering Hutchison Telecom nearly futile. By 1996, Hu Jianing made the decisive choice to spin off Orange for public listing, achieving substantial liquidation when the time was ripe. He sold it at the end of 1999, reaping over 160 billion Hong Kong dollars in profit for the group and crafting a commercial legend. His remarkable acumen for business opportunities had long been recognized by Kong Tiancheng, who had prudently brought him under his wing, currently serving as the accounting director. At present, Guangming Group is still small in scale. Kong Tiancheng smiled lightly and said, "This general manager position may sound lofty, but in reality, the authority is not particularly weighty. You will first gain some hands-on experience, and I will continue to rely on you in the future." Hua Jianing took a deep breath and quickly responded, "Thank you for your cultivation. I will certainly do my utmost. Currently, my business overlaps with the companies under my father's purview in several ventures," Kong Tiancheng continued. "After the Spring Festival, I plan to conduct a comprehensive integration of both parties' operations. You will need to personally oversee and follow through on this process." He paused, his gaze steady. "The burden on you will be substantial. Do you have the confidence to grow this enterprise with me?" Without hesitation, Hua Jianing replied, "Absolutely. When do we begin?" After the Spring Festival, Kong Tiancheng smiled. "But before that, there is a small matter I need you to handle." Hua Jianing immediately said, "Please instruct me, boss, and I will ensure it is done well." Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. "You will meet with Li Luyan on behalf of Guangming Group and inform her of our intention to acquire Li Ka-shing real estate. As for the budget, keep it around 1 billion. Hua Jianing paused for a moment before quietly asking, 1 billion? Does our company truly possess such funds? Of course. Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile, his tone assured. "Do you think I would speak without substance? I can certainly provide the necessary capital. You need only focus on the task at hand." Hua Jianing fell silent again, quickly calculating in his mind, yet still felt that with Guangming Group's current capabilities, mobilizing such a significant sum might be challenging. However, upon further reflection, some matters are not necessarily as certain as they appear. Perhaps his understanding of his boss's capabilities was still lacking. He swiftly responded, "I understand." Kong Tiancheng nodded slightly. "Go inform Li Luyan that as long as she is willing to relinquish her shares, I will not pursue the Li family's past. If she insists on refusing, I will not show mercy. With Li Xiaohe no longer in this world, and Li Xianbin imprisoned for drug-related offenses, she stands alone and vulnerable. I need not elaborate on the potential consequences. This is to completely eradicate any potential threats." Hua Jianing wholeheartedly agreed, without thoroughly eliminating the hazards. Would they wish to leave room for a future counterattack? He resonated deeply with Kong Tiancheng's line of thought. If they did not press forward, forcing them to the brink, would that not sow the seeds for future calamity? Of course, Kong Tiancheng was not merely intent on total annihilation. He still left a path of retreat, allowing her to leave unscathed, perhaps even with wealth in hand. This embodies the wisdom of surrounding the enemy while leaving them an escape route. One must always provide a means of survival to ensure a well-thought-out strategy. Should she remain obstinate, attempting to resist to the bitter end, Kong Tiancheng would naturally ensure she comprehends what true justice entails. At this moment, Hua Jianing promptly said, "I will arrange this immediately." Kong Tiancheng smiled calmly and added, "There is one more thing. Speak with Xiao Yifu thoroughly. Inform him that I also wish to acquire all of his TVB shares. With the Li family now vanquished, his best option is to accept cash and retire, living comfortably as a wealthy man. Otherwise, the forthcoming situation shall not remain as mild as it is now." Hua Jianing nodded again. "Understood, boss. You can rest assured." The Li family. At this moment, Li Luyan was clad in mourning attire. The 7-day memorial for Li Xiaohe had yet to conclude when Hua Jianing arrived for a visit. Faced with the visitor, Li Luyan furrowed her brow and slowly spoke. "Guangming Group wishes to acquire the shares we hold?" She had anticipated that the Kong family would act, yet she had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Just a few days had passed, and the mourning period was not yet over. Yet they were already at her doorstep. "Indeed," Hua Jianing responded with a smile, "we wish to avoid further delays. After all, continuing this standoff would be detrimental to both you, Ms. Liu, and the Kong family. It would be far more prudent to resolve this matter decisively. As the legal heir, we intend to formally acquire all the shares in your possession." Li Luyan fell silent. Although Hua Jianing's tone was respectful, there was an undeniable pressure in his words that brooked no opposition. She understood all too well that the Kong family wielded immense power. Should they decide to crush her, she would be utterly defenseless. Li Xiaohe had already angered the entire establishment, and the Li brothers were in disarray. As a woman, she had neither resources nor influence to contend with the Kong family. If the Kong family truly sought to swallow the Li family, what could she do? Is the Kong family intent on total annihilation? Li Luyan asked softly. Hua Jianing chuckled lightly. "How can this be described as total annihilation? Ms. Liu, we have never acted unlawfully. This is merely a business acquisition. We are solely interested in the assets of the Li family. Never have we laid a finger on you." Li Luoyan raised her gaze to meet his. "May I refuse this transaction?" "Of course," Hua Jianing replied with a smile. "You are entirely entitled to refuse. However, I urge you to consider this matter with utmost gravity. Consider it gravely? Her voice trembled slightly. What does that entail? Your son is embroiled in drug use. To be precise, he is addicted to narcotics, Hu Jianing stated calmly. I believe he is beyond redemption. Mrs. Li, it is time to let go. Take the money and depart, far from this place of chaos. It is detrimental to you, and even more so to your 3 daughters. Hong Kong can no longer accommodate the entirety of the Li family. Hu Jianing's tone turned resolute. It would be better to leave for Las Vegas or settle in Australia. Of course, you could choose to stay, but please, do not continue to stir the waters. Mrs. Li, you cannot create any waves. As for the price, Li Luoyan finally relented, abandoning the notion of mutual destruction. We can discuss it. Although there was still Li Xianbin to consider, for Li Luoyan, relinquishing him was the optimal choice. A person ensnared by opium was no longer worthy of her attention. In that moment, Li Luoyan exhibited a cold, rational composure. Familial bonds held no weight in her heart anymore. Mrs. Li, I must say, you have made an exceedingly wise decision. Hu Jianing continued to smile. We can gradually negotiate the price, and we express our deepest condolences regarding Mr. Li's passing. The Kong family, I fear, must be reveling in this moment. Li Luoyan responded icily. I reiterate, we have never resorted to any gang influence nor employed illegal means. We are merely conducting a public and lawful business transaction. Your husband's misconduct is the root cause of the Li family's current predicament. Please recognize this. We have always operated within the law. Hu Jianing maintained his unruffled demeanor. Li Luoyan remained silent, compelled to acknowledge her inability to counter his assertions. Ultimately, it was the betrayal of Li Xiaohe by several other Li brothers that had led to this state of affairs. Yet, the deeper reason lay in Li Xiaohe's initial provocation of the bureaucratic powers behind the Kong family, having crossed an insurmountable line. Despite their internal discord, the opposing side had always adhered to a red line, and Li Xiaohe had precisely stepped on that high-voltage wire. At this moment, she finally comprehended. The times had indeed changed. The Li family was no longer the Li family of yore. The bonds between brothers had long since frayed. Perhaps, even when Li Ka-shing bore numerous offspring, this outcome had already been sealed. Too many children, yet no clear heir. Even without the Kong family's intervention, the Li family had already been a facade of unity with a disjointed spirit. As time passed, the bloodline thinned, ultimately leading to estrangement. In this modern society, the cohesion of clans is inevitably difficult to sustain over generations. The final transaction amount between Li Luoyan and Kong Yang was set at 800 million. In reality, this figure was still below the true value of the assets. However, for Li Luoyan, it was more than sufficient. 800 million was enough to support her in embarking on a new life and accomplishing many unfinished endeavors. Subsequently, Kong Yang officially announced, Sunshine Group has acquired full control of Li Ka-shing real estate, with a shareholding exceeding 80%. From this day forth, Li Ka-shing real estate wholly belongs to Kong Yang. Upon the announcement, all of Hong Kong was abuzz with shock. The Li family had, in the truest sense, exited the historical stage. The media sprang into action, with reporters clamoring to report on the news. Just recently holding a mere 51%. The shares had now skyrocketed to 80%. This was a power transition, marking the fall of the old king and the crowning of a new one. Who would have thought that Li Ka-shing real estate could be completely devoured by Kong Yang in such a brief span? The swiftness of its decline was astonishing. Even more shocking was the fact that the Li brothers would actively sell their shares to Kong Yang. Unless it was due to a long-standing grievance with Li Xiaohe or Kong Yang's truly astounding offer, the most plausible scenario was likely a combination of both. After all, the dividends from the shares held by the Li family were no trivial sum. Yet, regardless, this battle was won by Kong Yang without a doubt. Although Li Mingze and Li Mingxiao remained, once Li Ka-shing real estate was lost, the entire family would lose its core of cohesion. Moreover, Li Mingze was currently collaborating with Heiresses. Who would still care about the once mighty Li family? Li family villa. Mother, have you lost your mind? How could you sell all the shares of the family without my consent? Li Xianbin shouted hysterically. Do you even realize what you are doing? Your agreement or disagreement does not affect the outcome. Your father left a will. Upon his passing, all his assets are to be inherited by me. Li Luoyan spoke slowly, her tone resolute. This is my decision, and you have no grounds to contest it. Li Xianbin was taken aback. A will? I never knew about this. When you truly grow up, you will understand. Li Luoyan sighed softly, then calmly continued. I will send you to a rehabilitation center. You may return only when you have completely overcome your addiction. Her heart was also filled with immense pain. Yet she still wished to leave a glimmer of hope for this son. First, stop using drugs. I won't go? Let go of me. You all let go of me. Li Xianbin screamed, thrashing about. However, his body was firmly restrained, being forcibly dragged out. Gazing at this disappointing son, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Li Luoyan merely stated calmly, take him to rehab. If he cannot quit, he should never expect to leave the center. Just lock him up. You wicked old woman. How can you still call yourself my mother? How could you treat me like this? How could you do this to me? Li Xianbin roared, his mouth spewing anger. Yet his body was already being forcibly removed. No matter how he struggled and shouted, no one responded, as if he had become invisible. In Li Luoyan's eyes, this son was already beyond redemption. He would never again be allowed to meddle in the family finances. The best arrangement would be to treat him as a useless person. Perhaps marry him off and let him father a child. Hope could only be placed upon the third generation. This son was irretrievably lost, once ensnared by drugs. How could one expect him to regain clarity? Li Luoyan did not believe in such absurdity. Perhaps a grandson could still offer some semblance of expectation. She had long since lost all hope in Li Xianbin, her heart devoid of compassion or hesitation. When it must be severed, it must be severed. To delay is to invite chaos. Li Luoyan was inherently a woman of iron will. Though he was her own flesh and blood, if he proved unworthy, then alternate plans must be made. It was better to observe the performance of the grandchildren. If all else fails, she still had 3 daughters, and it would not be out of the question for them to inherit the family business in the future. In any case, the capital in her hands and the wealth accumulated must never fall into Li Xianbin's grasp. Uncle, at your age, it is time to rest in peace. Kong Tiancheng gazed at the setting sun, smiling lightly. Shaw brothers have fallen, and TVB is no longer under your control. Why cling to it so desperately? Sha Yifu turned his head, staring at him, and slowly spoke. You already have Phoenix Television. Why still contend for shares in TVB? If I can hold both, would it not be more secure? Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly, his tone composed. It would be perfect to have them compete with each other. I hope these 2 television stations can foster healthy rivalry. And for me, I merely require a platform for expression, a tool for public opinion. Originally, I too hoped to compete fairly with TVB, but Uncle Lu, you did not afford me that opportunity. Kong Tiancheng sighed lightly, suggesting, given your advanced age, it would be more prudent to relish your twilight years and nurture your health. Would it not be a more agreeable path? Xiao Yifu's expression fluctuated several times before he ultimately responded with a wry smile. Very well, very well. Kong Tiancheng, still smiling, remarked, Uncle Lu, you have made the wisest decision. Xiao Yifu gazed at him and murmured, I have grown old. It is indeed the era of the youth. The Li Ka-shing properties has been fully taken over, officially merging into a new system. For the Kong family, this undoubtedly represents a consolidation of strength. Numerous media outlets have dubbed them the new generation of the 4 prominent families, placing the Kongs alongside the Baos, Lis, and He's. Upon seeing such remarks in the newspapers, Kong Tiancheng could not help but shake his head and chuckle. The term 4 prominent families originally referred to the Jiang, Song, Kong, and Chun families during the Republic era, and upon closer examination, he indeed bears the surname Kong. In reality, the future acknowledged magnates of Hong Kong are likely to be Li Ka-shing, Guo Dasheng, Zheng Yutong, and Li Zhaoji. Had the Bao family patriarch still been alive and not succumbed to illness, perhaps they could have secured a place among them. Unfortunately, he left behind no sons, only a daughter, and her husband, Wu Guangjing, lacks the prowess of his father-in-law, making it difficult to uphold the family legacy, thus relegating them from the competition. Such media sensationalism is merely a ploy to capture attention and boost sales. The true delineation of the new 4 prominent families will not materialize until at least the 1990s. However, in this lifetime, Kong Tiancheng feels there is no need for 4 families to stand together. The Kong family alone is more than capable of dominating the arena. Notably, the Analects is currently experiencing an extraordinary surge in sales, and Confucian texts are widely celebrated. Numerous booksellers claim this is the true secret to the Kong family's rise. It is merely a case of following trends. Kong Tiancheng can only respond with a resigned smile. Nevertheless, for the Kong family today, many matters urgently require attention, with the primary task being to inventory the assets under Li Ka-shing properties for liquidation and redistribution. The Li family indeed harbors quite a treasure trove. As Kong Yang perused the asset list, an involuntary smile crept across his face. After all, they are an established aristocracy. Their foundation is indeed solid. A brief glance from Kong Tiancheng also stirred a subtle reaction. In truth, Li Ka-shing Properties has been in a state of expansion over the years, holding not only shares in United Beverage Company and Meidu Limited but also stakes in Hong Kong's British American Tobacco, Cathay Pacific, and Magic City Commercial Bank. It is worth noting that when Li Xiaohe founded TVB, he initially invested merely 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Today, TVB's valuation has already surpassed 10 million. Li Xiaohe is rightly regarded as the founder of wireless television, ushering Hong Kong's electronic media into a new era. He served as the chairman of the board for 14 years until he gradually withdrew from management due to a heart attack, ultimately succeeded by Xiao Yifu as the chairman of wireless television. On one side lies TVB, and on the other, FVB. Kong Tiancheng contemplated that these 2 television stations should indeed be distinct, fostering a healthy competitive dynamic internally. One would be named Wireless, while the other would be called Phoenix. Both would belong to the Kong family. Although Kong Tiancheng holds the notion of the so-called new four prominent families in contempt, even deeming the term meaningless, it is undeniable that the Kong family has become a preeminent family in the eyes of most Hong Kong residents. Chapter 50, Future Industrial Planning. Their status is at least comparable to that of the Bao family patriarch. Beyond real estate, another significant source of profit for the Li family is the United Beverage Company. To Kong Tiancheng's surprise, Li Xiaohe also controls a semiconductor enterprise, Xinhua Semiconductor Company, as well as another named Hong Kong Semiconductor Limited. This revelation left Kong Tiancheng momentarily stunned. He felt an urge to personally investigate, wishing to ascertain the extent of the Li family's technological prowess and the number of skilled professionals within their ranks. Furthermore, Li Xiaohe also holds a portion of shares in Heiresses Whampoa. Following this review, Kong Tiancheng had to concede that the Li family indeed possesses profound depth. Their portfolio encompasses hotels, real estate, property management, and more. Unless a significant upheaval occurs, even amidst future turmoil, the family's descendants should be able to enjoy a life of affluence. The Li family may fragment or potentially decline, but the basic living standards of their progeny should remain secure. Dad. Kong Tiancheng gazed at the list and slowly began. What is our current stake in Heiresses Whampoa? Approximately 28%, Kong Yang replied, and with the Li family's portion added, it should reach about 31%. Has Li Ka-shing made any moves? Kong Tiancheng inquired. Kong Yang shook his head. Not yet. However, I suspect he may wait until after the Spring Festival to act. That Li Ka-shing. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. He truly knows how to bide his time. Kong Yang nodded in agreement. We have contended with the Li family to this extent, and he remains passive. Clearly, he wishes to observe a while longer, waiting for us to expend more resources. By then, our cash flow for competing over Heiresses Whampoa may be insufficient. Kong Tiancheng wholeheartedly endorsed his father's assessment. Dad, next year, we will undoubtedly undertake significant actions. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Kong Yang replied. What is it? Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly. It isn't anything monumental. Primarily, it pertains to restructuring the company. We will distribute our Heiresses shares evenly between Bright Group and Sunshine Group, each taking half. Kong Yang nodded. That is acceptable. My plan is as follows. All related businesses, including real estate, property, hotels, supermarkets, and convenience stores, will be integrated into the Heiresses system. Meanwhile, all technology-oriented industries will be consolidated into my Bright Group, encompassing manufacturing, semiconductor sectors, finance, and high-tech fields. Additionally, there is the Sunshine Group. Kong Tiancheng grinned. Ports and supporting services, retail, infrastructure, energy development, and telecommunications. What do you think? Kong Yang pondered briefly. You intend to venture into telecommunications and energy? These fields are uncharted territory for us. What we have not done now does not preclude us from doing so in the future, Kong Tiancheng replied with a calm smile. What we most urgently need to do is systematically categorize and allocate our technical and managerial talents. I believe both Sunshine Group and Heiresses Group should prioritize stability. These industries may not yield rapid profits or astonishing margins, but they can continuously supply us with cash flow. Our investment focus should remain on mature fields like real estate and hotels. As for myself, I plan to delve into the technology sector and explore certain manufacturing industries. In the future, my attention will gradually shift towards the mainland. I am confident that the mainland will also extend ample support to us. Kong Yang paused momentarily, unable to restrain himself from asking, are you suggesting that Sunshine and Heiresses form the foundation while you pursue technology? Is such a strategy feasible for us? It is not that I expect you to shoulder the entirety of the burden. Of course, we will continue to expand our scale, Kong Tiancheng chuckled. Yet my energy is ultimately limited. It is impossible for me to oversee every aspect personally. However, I am willing to venture into technological projects. Even if I were to fail, wouldn't we have Heiresses and Sunshine to support us in the background? Kong Yang nodded. If this is your desire, I will not stand in your way. You are correct. At worst, we could retreat and start anew. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly. As it stands, Wei Li must depart. I plan to appoint Hu Jianing as the president. This young man is indeed quite capable. Kong Yang nodded in agreement. All right, I will give it serious consideration. Additionally, Kong Tiancheng's tone shifted as he continued. I propose that the company needs to ascend to a higher level, particularly in terms of management. Regarding personnel matters, I advocate for the implementation of the PBC system. The essence of PBC performance evaluation is a combination of results and behavior, functioning as a mechanism for overall resource allocation. All processes must be highly standardized to achieve a systematic approach, followed by gradual optimization and adjustment. I believe, Father, it is imperative for you to visit the United States to systematically study modern enterprise management and to minimize internal friction as much as possible. Of course, We cannot simply replicate what we learn. It must be adapted flexibly to our actual circumstances. Kong Yang, curious, interjected. I heard you recently organized a group of filmmakers to study management. Does that mean I am to join this classroom as well? Indeed. Kong Tiancheng nodded. This is crucial. One's time and energy are ultimately limited, and it is essential to cultivate a team. Performance management serves as a tool for managers to inspire the potential of their subordinates, encouraging them to exceed their job requirements and take initiative. Kong Yang nodded. Then I will find some time to study thoroughly. By the way, what about you? Are you using this system as well? I am somewhat different. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly, responding with composure. The PBC assessment combined with KPI personal indicators belongs to an industrial management model. However, technological innovation is distinct. It requires the freedom to flourish. Different types of enterprises necessitate different systems. I possess my own set of standards. Very well. Kong Yang said no more, merely nodding gently. I will go to the United States for further studies then. By the way, as the spring festival approaches, Kong Yang suddenly recalled, this year, your grandfather has insisted that the entire family must gather. Last year you didn't return from the UK, and this year you cannot postpone again. I am aware. Kong Tiancheng smiled. However, I still have matters to attend to, and I must arrange the employee meeting before the year's end. We can discuss it then. Additionally, I must personally visit those 2 semiconductor companies to scout for some technical talent. The father and son continued their conversation for a while longer before Kong Tiancheng stood up, saying, all right, I need to return home and rest for the evening. Once in the car, he casually picked up the onboard phone and dialed Zhou Jun's number. Boss. Zhou Jun's polite voice came through. Is Mi Shui available? Kong Tiancheng inquired casually. She is available, and if not, I will make time for her. Zhou Jun replied with a smile, quickly adding, Boss, shall I send her to General's 1 tonight? Kong Tiancheng pondered for a moment and then asked, what about Qin Yulian? Sheng Xiao? Zhou Jun suddenly lowered his voice, a hint of flirtation in his tone. I will arrange it immediately. Not a single one will be missed. All will be sent to you. Please handle the arrangements. Kong Tiancheng stretched, feeling the need to unwind after being preoccupied with the affairs of Li Ka-shing real estate. With the new year approaching, it was an opportune time for a brief respite. Of course, after the new year, Kong Tiancheng would not remain idle. He must contend with the pressure from Li Ka-shing and Wei Li on one hand, while simultaneously addressing a series of internal issues within the company. Currently, the Kong family appears vast, yet its internal structure is cumbersome. Many operations are redundant, and there is a significant disconnect between departments, making efficient collaboration difficult. These are pressing issues that require resolution. Kong Tiancheng is planning a comprehensive and thorough restructuring and reform of the company. Strengthening management is imperative. His father, having forged his path in the world, is accustomed to handling everything personally. However, Kong Tiancheng believes that once a business reaches a certain scale, it can no longer rely solely on the leader to manage every detail. Presently, Kong Yang is still heavily involved in numerous external negotiations. Furthermore, his father holds daily meetings every morning, sometimes lasting 3 to 4 hours, during which he must make decisions on numerous matters, often even having breakfast while resolving issues in meetings. Moreover, there lies another risk. A group of former subordinates who once fought alongside his father now find themselves outmatched by the demands of their positions. Yet his father is reluctant to transfer them. Since acquiring He Huang and Li Ka-shing real estate, Kong Yang's responsibilities have significantly increased. Sending his father to the United States to study modern enterprise management is, in fact, a strategic move by Kong Tiancheng to gradually adjust the personnel arrangements of the company's veterans during this time. However, all of this cannot be rushed, at the very least. He must wait until several significant actions in 1979 have been settled before proceeding. While his father may struggle to make tough decisions, Kong Tiancheng is free from such emotional entanglements. After the restructuring is complete, he plans to promote a group of young talents to key positions. At present, Kong Tiancheng aims to compel his father to learn the art of subtraction. He can no longer be allowed to take on everything. It is essential to delegate power and provide subordinates with greater decision-making space. He must fully stimulate the enthusiasm and creativity of frontline employees. Simultaneously, a bottom-up supervisory system must be established. In other words, pathways for upward mobility must be opened for lower-level employees, with clear incentive mechanisms set in place, ensuring that senior management can promptly grasp frontline market dynamics. If frontline employees perform exceptionally, they should be offered training opportunities, promotion pathways, and even profit-sharing rewards, though this will be limited to profit sharing and will not involve equity grants. The goal is to create a scientific management system that establishes a replicable management model. As the chairman, one only needs to grasp the strategic direction, just as Kong Tiancheng does, leaving daily matters primarily to Hu Jianing, while he himself has the capacity to delve into areas of interest while still retaining control over major decisions. As night fell, a hazy twilight enveloped the world. On the paths of Tiancheng, the night deepened. Chen Yulian and Zhou Ruanfa walked side by side along this tranquil road. After more than half a year of development, the Tiancheng Film City, although only 1/3 of its overall project completed, is already capable of supporting daily operations. Recently, Tiancheng relocated TVB and Phoenix Television to this site and constructed numerous artist dormitories, even accommodating martial arts instructors in unified housing. The integration of filming and rest has significantly enhanced efficiency. For entertainment, several bars have opened nearby, allowing artists to enjoy leisure time. However, Tiancheng strictly prohibits gambling and drugs in this area. I cannot coexist with such vices. In addition, hotels and residential buildings have gradually begun operations. The population of Tiancheng has steadily risen to around 80,000. Some of these individuals are workers recruited for the film-related industries, while others are needed for construction, education, and healthcare sectors, with schools and hospitals gradually opening for operation. This area is destined not to become an industrial stronghold, but there is great potential for it to develop into a scenic tourist area. The Tiancheng Film City could serve as a tourist attraction and, if necessary, be dismantled and transformed into a theme park. Regardless of how it is planned, the development prospects of this region are undoubtedly promising. Zhou Ruanfa and Chen Yulian. This pair of enviable couple continue to attract admiration from many. With Zhou Ruanfa's handsome demeanor and Chen Yulian's stunning beauty, they are indeed a sight to behold. However, recently, the two have spent little time together due to their demanding filming schedules. Currently, the production teams have become increasingly meticulous, with each director's team required to formulate detailed progress charts, assigning tasks to group leaders responsible for specific duties. As a result, the filming pace has significantly accelerated, allowing Zhou Ruanfa and Chen Yulian to enjoy more leisure time. Let us go to the Dream Bar for a bit. It just opened, and the atmosphere is quite nice. Zhou Ruanfa enthusiastically suggested. Then I will go back to change my clothes first. Chen Yulian replied with a wry smile. I can't possibly go out wearing my costume. Can I? Zhou Ruanfa nodded. I'll take you back. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Chen Yulian hurriedly ascended the stairs to her room. Just then, the phone in her room suddenly rang. Hello? What? Don't go too far. All right, I understand. Upon receiving a phone call from Zhou Jun, Chen Yulian felt an immediate wave of irritation, her spirits plummeting. Afa, are you here? A man suddenly appeared before Zhou Ruanfa, inquiring, what are you still doing here? Allo? What's the matter? Zhou Ruanfa asked, slightly taken aback. You don't know? The man, referred to as Allo, replied. Today the company is announcing a list of promoted grade B actors. Everyone has rushed over to see it. Aren't you going to take a look, Ma? What? Zhou Ruanfa was momentarily stunned. I had no idea. You should hurry. Allo urged urgently. The group is already publicizing the list. Before he finished speaking, Allo attempted to pull Zhou Ruanfa away. Wait a moment. Zhou Ruanfa raised his hand to stop him and added, I need to inform Alien. Just then, Chen Yulian slowly descended from the staircase. Zhou Ruanfa promptly approached her and briefly explained the situation, whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. He sensed a hint of bashfulness in Chen Yulian's seemingly displeased expression, reminiscent of the flustered yet sweet look she had exhibited when he had attempted to kiss her previously but was rebuffed. Surely, he was overthinking it. I will find you when I return, Zhou Ruanfa declared. I must leave now. I understand, you go ahead. Chen Yulian nodded gently. I want to hold you up. Zhou Ruanfa responded earnestly. Wait for me. Once I secure the grade B contract, I will ensure you live a good life. Chapter 52, a novel game. After watching Zhou Ruanfa depart, Chen Yulian let out a quiet sigh, turning towards the parking lot, where she directly boarded Tiancheng's General No. 1. Although she was fully aware that such actions could hardly be deemed appropriate, at that moment, she was indeed filled with anticipation to meet Tiancheng. Coincidentally, he had not contacted her for several days, and her heart was already overflowing with longing. However, upon arriving at Tiancheng's opulent villa, she unexpectedly discovered another woman of striking elegance inside, the one and only Mi Shui. Previously, Mi Shui had collaborated with Cheng Long on the film Police Story, but their partnership had ultimately come to a complete halt. While others may work together for monetary gain, collaborating with Cheng Long was truly a matter of risking one's life. Having garnered a certain level of popularity, Mi Shui chose not to delve deeper into the film industry, but returned to the realm of television, where she felt most at ease. Moreover, Tiancheng would also connect her with advertisers, ensuring her income remained substantial. Not long ago, she had portrayed the nearly 40-year-old Huang Rong in Chen Yulian's starring role in The Return of the Condor Heroes. Although they were not particularly close, they were somewhat familiar with each other. Sister Shui, you are here too? Upon seeing Mi Shui, Chen Yulian couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. Yes. Tiancheng interjected with a smile. I invited her. Come, sit down, let us eat and chat. Chen Yulian softly suggested. I think I should leave first. You two can talk. No one is allowed to leave, Kong Tiancheng stated flatly. As Chen Yulian stood up, she felt as if she were nailed to the spot by his words, unable to move. Kong Tiancheng's tone was calm, yet unyielding. Eat first. Mi Shui let out a gentle sigh and rose to pull Chen Yulian to sit at the dining table. Unable to defy Kong Tiancheng, Chen Yulian reluctantly settled down. Only then did Kong Tiancheng reveal a smile. Tonight, no one is leaving. I will teach you a novel game. Cheng Xiao, you are truly mischievous. What kind of game is it? Mi Shui asked playfully, covering her mouth with a laugh. You two will take on the roles of Huang Rong and Zai Longnu. One on top of the other, and try stacking yourselves, Kong Tiancheng proposed with a grin. The characters of Huang Rong and Zai Longnu are the fantasies of countless men. However, now Kong Tiancheng was certainly reveling in the company of actresses. This time it was Mi Shui and Chen Yulian. Perhaps next time, he could try pairing Li Ruodong and Wang Meiling, and later, explore combinations like Zhu Yin and Lu Tianxian. Unfortunately, it seemed that there were no particularly famous candidates for Huang Rong in mainland China. Zhou Junzi could barely be considered one, but it was worth a try. A sleepless night ensued. Before the massive announcement board, there was currently not a soul in sight. Alo and Zhou Ruinfa stood there, staring blankly at one another. Why is there not even a notice? Alo furrowed his brow, unable to contain his frustration. Damn it, which scoundrel deceived me? Zhou Ruinfa looked at Alo with a helpless expression and quietly inquired. Did you not manage to get any concrete information? I can't say for sure. Alo gritted his teeth in response. I truly have no clue. Fa, I sincerely apologize for delaying your date. I'm fine, Zhou Ruinfa replied, though a trace of displeasure lingered in his tone. I'll go find Alien. At the girls' dormitory. Zhou Ruinfa paused for a moment and blurted out. Not here? She went out? Do you know where she went? No idea. The dormitory matron answered curtly. You young folks go wherever you please. How would I know? When she returns, could you please give me a call to inform me? Zhou Ruinfa asked cautiously. Understood. The matron yawned, displaying her impatience and indifference. At a loss for words, Zhou Ruinfa could only turn and leave. However, with his girlfriend suddenly out of contact, he was unable to shake off his worries and scoured nearby bars in search of her. Yet, there were indeed numerous bars in the vicinity. And after searching through one after another, he nearly exhausted the entire night. Morning dawned. Kong Tiancheng arose from bed, feeling refreshed. Meanwhile, Mi Shui and Chen Yulian had also risen early to freshen up. Despite the tumult of the previous night, neither appeared fatigued. Instead, their features radiated an enchanting charm. This was a result of Kong Tiancheng gently awakening them, gradually unveiling their unique feminine allure. Kong Tiancheng leisurely enjoyed his breakfast while the two women sipped on congee. Chen Yulian remained taciturn, while Mi Shui, in stark contrast, had completely let go and even engaged Kong Tiancheng in discussions about various techniques. Chen Yulian felt her cheeks flush crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment, wishing she could instantly vanish into the ground. Mi Shui, once known as the Eastern Saintess. How could she now be so bold and uninhibited? She had initially intended to reprimand her for being shameless, but as the words hung on her lips, she found herself unable to voice them. After all, had she not experienced each of the methods Mi Shui employed last night? Was it not true that the one truly lacking in modesty was herself? Kong Tiancheng smiled brightly. All right, today you both have your own tasks to attend to. And I must return to the company as well. Your filming should be nearly complete, so if you have nothing else to do, take some time to relax and go out for a stroll. Here, use this. As he spoke, he casually tossed 2 cards onto the table. The password is your measurements. Huh. Mi Shui was taken aback, while Chen Yulian next to her was left utterly speechless. How could you possibly know? Chen Yulian blurted out instinctively, then immediately realized her gaffe, lowering her head as her face flushed bright red. What an idiot. Why did I ask such a foolish question? Clearly, he had never mentioned it before. How had he figured it out? I measured them myself. Kong Tiancheng spread his hands, grinning widely, inch by inch, meticulously measured. If it's incorrect, then it's your misunderstanding of your own measurements. If you don't believe me, measure again with a ruler later. Cheng Xiao, you are too wicked. Mi Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes. Kong Tiancheng laughed heartily. Take your time eating. I'll be off. Only after Kong Tiancheng departed did Chen Yulian and Mi Shui lock eyes again. After a moment of silence, Chen Yulian finally spoke softly. Sister Shui, are you also with Cheng Xiao now? Did he force you like he did me? Not at all. Mi Shui chuckled lightly. It was entirely my choice. Chen Yulian was momentarily taken aback. Voluntary. Mi Shui sipped her porridge in small bites, then cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yulian, smiling as she remarked. What's the matter? Weren't you also a willing participant? You seemed quite cooperative last night. Chen Yulian's face instantly flushed crimson. I wasn't. I didn't take the initiative. It was that scoundrel Kong Tiancheng who pressured me. I absolutely did not. Still being stubborn? Mi Shui smiled knowingly, then continued. Lian, have you considered how you want to live your life moving forward? Moving forward? Chen Yulian was stunned. What do you mean by that? You're currently with young Master Cheng, Mi Shui said with a twinkle in her eye. Haven't you thought about whether you will continue acting in the future or simply follow young Master Cheng indefinitely? I don't know. Chen Yulian felt a wave of panic, her thoughts in disarray. What exactly was her relationship with Kong Tiancheng? Lovers? In truth, she was merely his plaything. You need to think this through. Mi Shui finished the last spoonful of porridge before speaking earnestly. Young Master Cheng isn't just surrounded by us too. As far as I know, there's also Wen Bixia, Li Ka-shing, and a girl named Guanjilin. Which of these women isn't scheming to get closer to young Master Cheng? Do you really think he would turn them down? Why are there so many? Chen Yulian could not help but exclaim. But who doesn't know that young Master Cheng is wealthy now? Not long ago, Sunshine Group just acquired Li Ka-shing properties. And the Kong family has become one of the top aristocrats in Hong Kong. How many people do you think are vying to climb into young Master Cheng's bed? I don't want that. Chen Yulian hurriedly protested. You don't want it? Really don't. Mi Shui looked at her with a half-smile, leisurely inquiring. Then why are you sitting here having breakfast? He threatened me. Chen Yulian's voice trembled. What did he threaten you with? Mi Shui pressed. He said if I didn't agree, he wouldn't give my boyfriend a chance to land roles, ensuring he would never achieve fame. Chen Yulian explained in a hushed tone. But look at it. The Return of the Condor Heroes is such a major production. How much resources did young Master Cheng invest? Why is it that you are the one playing the lead? Have any brands approached you for cosmetic endorsements? Have you accepted those deals? Mi Shui countered with a smile. Do you think these opportunities just fell from the sky? After a pause, she added, what do you think made you worthy of the lead role? Since you've already accepted everything so openly, claiming you were coerced, who would believe that? Chen Yulian was rendered speechless. I could return all of this. Really? Mi Shui chuckled lightly. You've already received everything, and now you say you don't want it? Chen Yulian was left without words, only gazing at Mi Shui. So, Sister Mi Shui, what do you think? I have nothing to be conflicted about. Mi Shui shook her head slowly. After Jia television went under, young Master Cheng sought me out. To be honest, I didn't refuse. Do you know why? Why? Chen Yulian asked softly. Sometimes, hard work is indeed important. But not every endeavor yields results simply through effort. Mi Shui smiled. I've come to understand that he enjoys my presence. So I cater to that while also striving for greater benefits. As long as I don't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. That is sufficient. Not worrying about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Chen Yulian was taken aback. Isn't that the most pragmatic truth? Mi Shui smiled nonchalantly. While we are still young and beautiful, we should plan for ourselves. Do you think young Master Cheng will only have eyes for us? Just wait and see. He will have no shortage of women around him. What we need to do is ensure he invests more thought and money into us. So, are you suggesting? Chen Yulian could not help but inquire. Mi Shui blinked. We collaborate. Zhou Ruanfa had been searching for Chen Yulian all night. His eyes bloodshot and almost ready to call the police. Alpha, what are you doing here? At that moment, a BMW slowly drove into the Tiancheng film city, and the window rolled down to reveal Mi Shui's fair face. Zhou Ruanfa's eyes brightened as he saw that Chen Yulian was in the passenger seat. Alian, where did you go last night? He rushed over to ask. Nothing much. Mi Shui smiled. She came over to my place for a bit last night. And since we don't have any scenes today, we just took a stroll around the set. Alpha, you look like you haven't slept all night. Zhou Ruanfa finally sighed in relief, then said, I went to shoot. Alian, let us have a good chat tonight. As Zhou Ruanfa's figure disappeared into the distance, Mi Shui chuckled lightly. Your boyfriend? MHM. Chen Yulian nodded gently. Not bad at all, quite handsome. It's just a pity that, compared to young Master Cheng, he falls quite short. Mi Shui smiled and continued. All right, let us go. Listen to me. Having come this far, we must ensure that young Master Cheng invests more money in us. Chen Yulian remained silent, yet her heart was stirred by immense waves. Mi Shui, now driving a BMW and clad in designer attire, resided in a spacious apartment in the city center. An involuntary thought crossed her mind. Perhaps being with Kong Tiancheng wasn't such a bad thing after all. Initially, Chen Yulian had been like a blank piece of paper, later tainted by a few ink stains from Kong Tiancheng. And at this moment, Mi Shui was connecting those ink spots into a sprawling mass, continually expanding. Thus, Mi Shui and Chen Yulian quietly formed an alliance. Kong Tiancheng remained oblivious to this, and even if he were to find out, it wouldn't concern him too much. Rivalries among women for affection were common occurrences. Moreover, he had already amassed an astonishing fortune. If they were entirely devoid of any thoughts, that would indeed be unusual. For him, dealing with women was merely a secondary matter. What truly mattered was the relentless pursuit of wealth. As long as he held enough money, these girls would naturally flock to him, akin to moths drawn to a flame. With wealth in hand, no woman was beyond his reach. For the citizens of Hong Kong, the end of 1978 and the dawn of 1979 indeed heralded dramatic changes. The Kong family first acquired Wharf Holdings, netting a profit of 800 million from the king of chartering. They then swiftly took over Hutchison Whampoa and, finally, completed the acquisition of Li Ka-shing properties in one fell swoop. It was as if, overnight, the Kong family had amassed a staggering fortune. Within just a year, they had transformed from a second or third-tier family into a top-tier aristocracy. The Li family, once among the four great clans, had now exited the stage. The Shah family was gradually fading from the center of power. Kong Tiancheng wielded control over 2 television stations, firmly establishing his dominance in the media realm. Kong Yang possessed a touch of the legendary. Starting from humble beginnings in smuggling, he had bided his time and now emerged as a leading family in Hong Kong. Of course, Kong Tiancheng was equally impressive. The films released this year consistently broke box office records, and crucially, he was not merely producing a single classic, but was continuously delivering high-quality works. Not long ago, he completed the acquisition of Shaw Brothers cinema chain and promptly overhauled the entire system. The notoriously stingy Shaw Yad Fai, who wouldn't even install air conditioning, found himself outmatched as Kong Tiancheng equipped everything. It should be noted that many of Shaw's cinemas were located in prime areas. Now, the Shaw cinema chain had been fully integrated into the Golden Palace cinema system. Currently, approximately 70 to 80% of Hong Kong's cinema chains were under Kong Tiancheng's control, with the remaining 2% belonging to Quan Hong. Zhou Wenwei had long since lost the desire to confront Kong Tiancheng directly. Moreover, he gradually came to the realization that rather than exerting himself in the arduous pursuit of filmmaking, it would be far more gratifying to invest his capital. A single investment would suffice, with all subsequent processes meticulously organized by Kong Tiancheng. Since the implementation of systematic management by Kong Tiancheng, the operational efficiency of the entire Guangming film and television system has surged by at least 3 to 4 times. Typically, the production of a film can be completed within 2 months. During the filming process, even the design of peripheral products and market discussions are preemptively incorporated into the planning. Such standardized processes ensure that the quality of the films produced is generally reliable. Generally speaking, as long as a script is provided, the producer can swiftly outline the necessary resources, and filming can commence within a maximum of 3 days. If one wishes to create a particular genre of film but lacks a script, Kong Tiancheng can offer a professional screenwriting team. If one possesses neither a developed plan nor a script, they may choose from suitable projects within Guangming Film's script library, epitomizing the comprehensive upgrade brought about by industrialization. What is most astonishing? Some shoddily produced films have production costs that far exceed those of Kong Tiancheng's endeavors, yet the quality of the final products is deplorable. In contrast, the works produced by Guangming Film boast clear visuals and tightly woven narratives, clearly surpassing the competition in quality. Once a mature industrial system is established, it becomes an overwhelming advantage. Consequently, Hong Kong cinema is evolving at an unprecedented pace. Box office revenues and sales of derivative products have experienced explosive growth. Nonetheless, Kong Tiancheng remains resolutely committed to suppressing the proliferation of adult films. For the healthy and sustainable development of Hong Kong cinema, certain detrimental elements must be thoroughly eradicated. By the end of the year, Kong Tiancheng must also present a report to his father. This year, the film division is estimated to have earned around 100 million, complemented by decent sales of peripheral products, with an anticipated overall profit for the year reaching 200 million. Kong Tiancheng shrugged. The film market has been preliminarily cultivated under his stewardship, and now it merely requires steady operation. By the 1990s, Hong Kong cinema will usher in its true golden age. By that time, even if the film industry on the mainland has yet to fully mature, the vast market size will be sufficient to surpass Taiwan, establishing itself as the primary audience market for Hong Kong films. At that juncture, the film base may also seamlessly relocate to the mainland. Currently, the film industry is still in its nascent stages. Presently, we owe HSBC approximately 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Kong Yang smiled. Yet the equity we hold in Hutchison Whampoa has already reached 30%, and our controlling stake in Li Ka-shing's properties has soared to 81%. These are tangible assets indeed. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly, then continued. This year, we have not initiated any new real estate development projects. Seong Quan O is still in the investment phase, and it will take some time before we see a return on our investment. Kong Yang added with a smile. But the true profit this year comes from several major industries, including Hutchison Whampoa, the Seong Quan O Development Zone, and Li Ka-shing properties, which alone yields nearly 500 million in annual profit just from rental income. Kong Tiancheng shrugged again. The film industry he painstakingly built generates an annual profit of nearly 200 million, while these real estate projects can net 500 million from rent alone in a year. The Kong family has long transformed the funds borrowed from HSBC into substantial fixed assets. No one perceives Kong Tiancheng as being at a loss. On the contrary, everyone regards Kong Yang's maneuvering as a remarkable harvest. The profits embedded within are truly staggering. However, as the Kong family's influence continues to expand, The internal challenges they face are also on the rise. Currently, multiple factions have formed within the Sunshine Group. One faction is the Heiresses faction, led by Wei Li and Richard Li, comprising veteran management from Heiresses International. They were originally targets for Kong Yang's gradual elimination, but for the sake of stability, they must be appeased for the time being. The second faction consists of the original core of the Sunshine Group, many of whom have followed Kong Yang for years. Numerous individuals among them possess skills that do not align with their positions and have been earmarked by Kong Tiancheng for future replacement. The third force is the Guangming Group faction, meticulously cultivated by Kong Tiancheng himself. This group primarily comprises younger individuals who have worked alongside him since the early days. And Kong Tiancheng continues to hone their practical skills. Currently, these individuals are mostly positioned in grassroots roles within the company. They are precisely the core strength that Kong Tiancheng intends to utilize to replace the Heiresses faction and the veteran members of Sunshine. Some individuals in high positions are ineffectual. It is time for them to step aside. Additionally, within Li Ka-shing properties, there exists a set of existing management personnel that Kong Yang has yet to adjust. Until resource integration is complete, this group must remain intact. Amid these numerous factions, Wei Li and Richard Li rely on their foreign investment backgrounds to elevate their status. The veterans of the Sunshine faction, boasting deep-rooted experience, exude an air of arrogance. Meanwhile, the new generation from the Guangming faction generally yearns for advancement and ambition. Tensions simmer among the three factions, yet under the control of Kong Yang and his son Kong Tiancheng, a semblance of balance is maintained. At least thus far without the eruption of large-scale conflicts. However, Wei Li, with his cunning tactics, has secretly allied with Li Ka-shing, frequently maneuvering behind the scenes in an attempt to maintain control over Hutchison Whampoa. Overall, Kong Tiancheng is currently employing a strategy of watching and waiting, allowing Wei Li and Li Ka-shing to act with relative autonomy, turning a blind eye for the moment, without rushing to intervene. This is not due to a lack of intent to settle scores, but rather because the timing is not yet ripe. Firstly, the newcomers he has nurtured still require experience. Secondly, Li Ka-shing has not yet fully revealed his ambitions, so there is no need for haste. What truly reassures Kong Yang is Kong Tiancheng's precise positioning during the oil crisis, which resulted in a staggering acquisition of $45 billion. Converted, this amounts to over 300 billion Hong Kong dollars, and this substantial sum is the foundation that emboldens Kong Yang to pursue the acquisition of Li Ka-shing properties. Absent such formidable capital, he would not dare to act impulsively, especially with Li Ka-shing lurking nearby. Yet now, with $45 billion in hand, what ventures would Kong Yang shy away from attempting? Nonetheless, this year, the performance of other businesses has not been ideal. Our net profit is still below 600 million, and a significant portion of these funds must be allocated for acquisitions. Particularly in the semiconductor radio sector, orders have declined, and profits have diminished. Kong Tiancheng analyzed, concluding that the manufacturing industry is indeed unstable. Kong Yang nodded and then smiled, stating, "It's not a significant issue. Even without the semiconductor radio segment, we can still make considerable profits." Chapter 55, Year-End Celebration. Kong Tiancheng smiled and replied, "Indeed. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of core technology. These production lines could certainly be considered for relocation to the mainland. I have recently been exploring a new product called the portable music player, which I believe has tremendous market potential and may even give rise to a culture of headphones. Perhaps we should focus our efforts in that direction." Pausing briefly, he continued, "In due time, I think we should delve deeper into discussions on the mainland to see what kind of policy support they can offer." "Good." Kong Yang nodded in agreement. Kong Tiancheng smiled. "Regardless, we have indeed achieved a resounding victory this time. I estimate that next year's profits will also be impressive." This venue was once a prominent promotional site for the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Now, following the acquisition of Li Ka-shing properties, it has entirely come under the ownership of the Kong family. At the end of this year, a grand company annual meeting will be held here. Along, Huang Beiming, sitting beside Cheng Long, said eagerly, "You have filmed quite a number of movies this year, which have been extremely popular in Southeast Asia, South Korea, the islands, and Taiwan. Your figurines are selling like hotcakes, and this year's dividends are sure to be substantial." Cheng Long gently brushed his hair and responded with a smile, "I roughly calculated it. It should surpass 10 million. Kong Tiancheng had already amended the contract terms. Upon signing to an A-level agreement, one would enjoy a 5% share of the profits from the film's merchandise. Previously, he had also extended invitations to local organizations from Taiwan, as well as regional powers from Southeast Asia and South Korea, to negotiate, entrusting the local operation of merchandise licensing to them. The sales profits would be split evenly between both parties. Unsold items could be returned, and arrangements were made for actors to promote through roadshows. Initially, these local forces were rather dismissive, viewing it merely as a trivial toy, questioning how much profit could be made. However, they soon tasted the sweetness of success. This venture indeed proved lucrative. Merchandise sales driven by film stars were remarkably effortless and efficient. More importantly, it was a legitimate business, prompting many to actively seek collaboration with Tiancheng. He, in turn, required their assistance to combat piracy and further expand market share. The slight reduction in profits was a negligible loss. What truly excited Tiancheng was the prospect of entering the mainland market, which represented a vast and boundless ocean of opportunities. Nevertheless, at this stage, Long felt quite content. Although last year was arduous, with 6 films shot in one go, several shared similar scenes, essentially resulting in 3 concentrated shoots, which Tiancheng cleverly edited into 6 releases. The profits from these 3 films had already soared to 10 million. When it came to his employees, Tiancheng was always generous. The middle management of Guangming Group received rewards based on performance, while the upper echelons organized a grand year-end celebration, specifically for the executive team to distribute bonuses. Ladies and gentlemen, once all attendees were seated, the host, Wang Mingquan, surveyed the room and cleared her throat, swiftly declaring, "Please, everyone, settle down." As the venue gradually fell silent, she continued, "Today marks the annual meeting of Guangming Group, and I am truly honored to serve as the host for our inaugural gathering." With a smile, she added, "Standing here at this moment fills my heart with immense excitement. As a member of Guangming Group, I have witnessed the company's growth and remarkable leaps. Our films have shattered box office records in Hong Kong cinema, and the entire group has entered a new phase of development. I firmly believe that Guangming Group will surely ascend to even greater heights in the future. For the sake of our company's growth, and for a more glorious tomorrow, let us raise our glasses together." The crowd eagerly lifted their glasses in unison, responding with enthusiasm. Wang Mingquan took a delicate sip of her drink before expressing her gratitude. "I would like to thank all colleagues present today, as well as our media friends who have traveled from afar, for attending this celebration banquet." In terms of engaging the audience, Wang Mingquan was exceptionally adept, a true pillar of TVB's star power. With occasional jokes, she elicited laughter throughout the hall. However, what most attendees genuinely anticipated was the core segment of the meeting, the announcement of the new batch of B-level contract names and the annual profit-sharing status. At this moment, Zhou Ruanfa felt a tinge of anxiety. Although he privately believed he deserved to be included in the B-level list, as the names were about to be revealed, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Would his name be among them? Soon enough, the results were announced, and his name was conspicuously absent from the B-level list. In that instant, Zhou Ruanfa felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although he had risen from D-level to C-level, with an increase in pay, he still lacked eligibility for profit sharing. At a loss for words, a mixture of emotions swirled within him. Several other artists who had transitioned from TVB shared his disappointment, their situations largely mirroring his own. They had been poached while TVB still existed, only to find upon joining that it had been absorbed by Tiancheng. Consequently, the promised benefits had to be adjusted. Those capable enough could rise to C-level, which was the utmost limit. In contrast, Chen Yulian had been officially promoted to B-level. This further compounded Zhou Ruanfa's embarrassment at not advancing, especially since his girlfriend had attained a higher title. The disparity weighed heavily upon him, making him feel diminished, as if a rift was silently widening between them. However, this was merely an appetizer. Following a series of signing ceremonies, the true main event was about to commence. The year-end profit-sharing segment for top-tier artists was the highlight of the evening. Journalists had already set up their cameras, holding their breath in anticipation, ready to document this historic moment. After all, according to previous rumors, the profit-sharing amounts could soar to 10 million. 10 million, a staggering sum. All eyes were fixed on the podium. With a smile, Wang Mingquan announced, "Next, let us welcome Mr. Huang Beiming to the stage." Huang Beiming walked up to the stage, and Wang Mingquan smiled as she introduced him. "Mr. Huang Beiming is our core producer and director. Last year, he helmed the productions of Happy Ghost and Happy Ghost 2, while also serving as the producer for Best Partner. Director Huang, please take a look at your profit for this year." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Mingquan dramatically unveiled a hardboard, leaving Huang Beiming momentarily stunned. The board prominently displayed a figure, 588,000. Upon seeing this amount, Huang Beiming gasped in astonishment. Could there truly be such a sum? This total included the earnings from merchandise. However, compared to Long, the Drunken 8 Immortal series had not sparked the same fervor. After all, Tiancheng had adopted a blind box sales model, while Long's martial arts manuals possessed a more enticing collectible appeal, leading to a significant disparity in sales. Chapter 56, 6 million in a year. Even so, Huang Beiming felt thoroughly satisfied. When combined with the 1 million Tiancheng had advanced at the beginning of the year, his total income had reached 388,000, a bountiful year indeed. Next up was Lin Zhengying. This year's Mr. Vampire had also fetched a considerable price. Yet Lin Jingying received minimal returns from the box office profits, as he only had this single project to his name. However, his merchandise had achieved remarkable success, with sales far exceeding Huang Beiming's product line. The character of the Taoist priest was indeed a powerful draw, and more crucially, many genuinely believed that this priest could ward off evil spirits. Purchasing one to place in their home would ensure peace and safety, especially in Hong Kong and Taiwan, where traditional beliefs were deeply rooted. The latter even built a temple for Zhu Beiji, which thrived with worshippers. It was said that this Zhu Beiji temple was specifically designed to enhance certain male attributes. Thus, despite Huang Beiming releasing several films, Lin Jingying's total earnings this year actually surpassed his by a slight margin, reaching an impressive 3 million. It is noteworthy that Huang Beiming held multiple roles as an actor, director, and screenwriter, with a profit-sharing ratio as high as 15%, yet he still found himself overshadowed by Lin Jingying. This clearly illustrated the extraordinary popularity of Lin Jingying's merchandise, which ultimately secured him an A-level contract qualification. Witnessing this moment, many journalists were left speechless. Huang Beiming's income was 588,000, while Lin Jingying's reached an astounding 6 million. Sitting in the audience, Hong Jinbao watched the entire spectacle, filled with envy. Once upon a time, Lin Jingying was a member of his Hong family troupe. Who would have thought that after transitioning under Tiancheng, he could earn such a staggering amount? 6 million in a year. It is worth noting that in the past, a box office gross exceeding 6 million in Hong Kong was considered top tier. Now, merely through profit sharing, one could achieve this figure? What terrifying profits must lie behind this? Lin Jingying felt his heart race, hardly able to believe the figures before him. He then faced the audience and bowed deeply. Thank you, boss. However, the real highlight was yet to come with the imminent reveal of Cheng Long's name. When Wang Mingquan announced that Cheng Long had won the award, the entire room held its breath. He was seen as the greatest victor in the eyes of all. Shortly thereafter, the red cloth was lifted, and the numbers appeared. Units. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million, 10 million. 10 million. A staggering sum of 10,054,000. All the reporters were momentarily rendered speechless. Over 10 million? Such an astronomical price had been achieved. It was no surprise. The Drunken Fist series was immensely popular. Drunken 8 Immortals had gone completely viral. Furthermore, it was released in blind box form, prompting countless individuals to purchase repeatedly in their quest to complete a full set of martial arts manuals, with no hesitation whatsoever. Not only was it a hit in Hong Kong, but the sales in Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, and various Southeast Asian regions also reached astonishing levels, ensuring a significant total revenue. At this moment, Cheng Long had truly ascended to the pinnacle of success. 10,054,000. Cheng Long looked down at the cardboard prize slip in his hand, nearly losing his balance. Just a year ago, he had been lost and confused, but now, thanks to his encounter with Kong Tiancheng, he had catapulted to the summit. He took a deep breath and solemnly bowed towards the front. Thank you, Mr. Kong. Although Kong Tiancheng was not present on stage, Cheng Long still expressed his gratitude in the direction where he was. The depth of his appreciation was beyond words. Initially, he had shot numerous films at Luo Wei's production company, but had never managed to shine. It was Kong Tiancheng who had taken him under his wing, providing unprecedented resources and support. From script refinement to action design, every aspect had been meticulously arranged. Achieving such success without expressing gratitude was simply impossible. Moreover, all of this had transpired in less than a year. In just a few months, he had garnered millions in revenue, marking a meteoric rise. Kong Tiancheng gently lifted his glass, taking a sip, and accepted the respect with calmness. In his view, he had merely expedited Cheng Long's path to success. As for Cheng Long's future heights, there was no need for elaboration. The fact that he had earned such a sum indicated that his popularity had reached its zenith, and his reputation was soaring. After all, he had truly dedicated himself, performing with unwavering commitment. What was due to him could not be lessened by even a fraction. At that moment, the annual meeting finally reached its climax. Reporters raised their cameras, the sound of shutters clicking resonating throughout the room. They vied to capture this rare historical moment. And Ning, Kong Tiancheng glanced at Hu Jianing with a smile, saying, "This year, you need to put more effort into other areas, especially regarding the bonus scheme for the company's senior management. On the 17th, you must make some serious adjustments. Next year, I hope that not only the performers on this stage will stand here, but also the core management personnel of our group. We need to let the public in Hong Kong know that beyond being actors, if you possess outstanding talent and solid capabilities, whether in technical fields or marketing, as long as you contribute to the company and the group, we will never shortchange you." Hu Jianing nodded in response. Understood. Kong Tiancheng chuckled softly, then added, "Good." After the annual meeting, arrange for major media outlets in Hong Kong to cover the event. Don't just focus on the stars in the spotlight. Also highlight the bonus situation for our grassroots employees. Hu Jianing nodded again, Understood. This was a crucial period for Guangming Group to establish its image. And Kong Tiancheng naturally aimed to foster a positive public reputation. However, at this stage, even if he wished to grant generous rewards to ordinary employees and technical backbones, it was difficult to implement, as there were currently no substantial technical achievements to showcase, nor any finished products ready for market release. The annual meeting concluded. Zhou Ruinfa still wished to meet with Chun Yulian privately, but all B-level signed artists were required to attend the collective celebration banquet, which would take place later that night. Presently, there were only 48 B-level signed artists under Guangming Group. Despite earlier promises, very few had actually signed contracts, as it required sufficient box office influence. Compared to the film industry, the path to advancement for television actors was far more arduous. The most crucial point was that Kong Tiancheng was not afraid of anyone leaving at this moment. Want to go? Fine, but currently, there are only 2 companies in Hong Kong that could take you. One is Phoenix Television, and the other is TVB. One belongs to Kong Tiancheng, while the other is also under his command. Thus, all previous promises had become void. Only a select few with exceptional acting skills and outstanding capabilities were promoted to C-level. This level offered much better treatment compared to TVB and Shaw Brothers, with a share of advertising revenue. However, status remained limited. Chapter 57. Being a landlord has no future. As of now, there was only one A-level signed artist, Chung Long. The others were still not qualified. B-level was already a high-level configuration, directly managed by top agents. Subsequently, in an exceedingly luxurious suite in the hotel, Chun Yulian was brought before Kong Tiancheng. Alien, congratulations on officially becoming a B-level signed actress of the company. Kong Tiancheng smiled warmly at the entering Chun Yulian and asked, "How do you feel?" "Quite good," Chun Yulian replied softly, lowering her head. "You're still so easily shy?" Kong Tiancheng laughed heartily, then casually produced an exquisite gift box, smiling as he handed it over. "A small gift. I hope you like it." "What?" Chun Yulian was taken aback, gently opening the box, and immediately gasped in astonishment. A diamond necklace lay quietly within, with countless tiny diamonds intricately arranged in a cross shape, centered by a large principal diamond, resembling a cluster of stars surrounding the moon. Under the light, the necklace sparkled brilliantly, appearing almost dreamlike. "It's so beautiful," Chun Yulian murmured. "Do you like it? Let me put it on for you," Kong Tiancheng said with a smile. "No, that is not appropriate." Chun Yulian hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "It's too precious, really too expensive. No refusals allowed." Kong Tiancheng's tone turned serious, carrying an unassailable authority. "I say wear it, and you shall wear it." Faced with Kong Tiancheng's command, Chun Yulian dared not disobey, lowering her head submissively as he placed the necklace around her neck. She could even feel a slight weight on her neck, though unaware of its exact value. She knew from its heft that it must be quite valuable. "Do you like it?" Kong Tiancheng asked again. "I like it." Chun Yulian could only utter those 2 words. Immediately afterwards, Kong Tiancheng leaned down and whispered a few words in her ear. "What? That is not allowed." Chun Yulian shook her head vigorously, saying, "Are you really going to let me wear this necklace? What if I want to wear other clothes?" Despite her repeated protests, ultimately, Chun Yulian found herself unable to resist Kong Tiancheng's decision. The following morning, Kong Tiancheng was still wrapped around Chun Yulian in slumber when Su Rongrong quietly entered the room. This sight startled Chun Yulian awake, and in a panic, she quickly buried herself under the covers. However, Su Rongrong was already accustomed to such scenes. She calmly placed a newspaper in front of Kong Tiancheng, saying, "Boss, today's newspaper has arrived. Bring it to me, let me take a look." Kong Tiancheng casually lifted the blanket corner, glanced at the concealed Chun Yulian, and then pressed her head back down into the blankets. Chun Yulian's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly feeling as though they would bleed, yet she could not break free from Kong Tiancheng's grasp. The newspaper contained quite captivating content. On one hand, the grand spectacle of the annual meeting was elaborately detailed. On the other, it particularly emphasized that the rewards bestowed by Kong Tiancheng on both technical backbones and ordinary employees were equally generous, apart from the star-studded figures. The entire report was filled with accolades from multiple perspectives. By channeling funds towards technical personnel and grassroots employees, he inadvertently conveyed a powerful message to society regarding the importance of talent. The promotional momentum was undeniably significant. However, in Kong Tiancheng's view, this was still far from sufficient. While media praise was welcome, he recognized the necessity of establishing a solid foothold in technological strength. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to launch a core technological product of their own. Merely acting as a landlord would ultimately lead to a lack of future prospects. It seemed that the newspapers were relatively favorable to them. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly and turned to Su Rongrong, indicating that this matter required further momentum to firmly imprint the impression of their wealth and appreciation for talent in the public's mind. Su Rongrong nodded in agreement. Understood. Moreover, "Boss, our portable music player has been successfully developed." No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly retrieved a device from her bag and respectfully presented it to Kong Tiancheng. "Boss, please take a look." Kong Tiancheng accepted the portable player, feeling its substantial weight. In his previous life in the 527th timeline, he had encountered similar products. Yet their quality was nowhere near as solid as this one. "Have the patents and copyrights been registered?" Kong Tiancheng inquired. "Registration is complete," Su Rongrong replied. Kong Tiancheng smiled with satisfaction. "What is the production cost?" "Currently, the cost per unit is 220 yuan, Su Rongrong answered. "That is too high." Kong Tiancheng said slowly, "Find a way to compress the costs. Ideally, it should be controlled under 100 yuan. Never mind. I will personally visit the mainland to inspect the production line." With that, he gently patted Chen Yulian's head through the quilt. After Kong Tiancheng departed, Chen Yulian stood in front of the washstand brushing her teeth, her gaze falling upon the necklace around her neck. The necklace sparkled brilliantly, accentuating her fair complexion and enhancing her already captivating demeanor. She sighed softly, fully aware that she was gradually sinking deeper into a quagmire. The grand annual meeting of Guangming Group was akin to a massive stone cast into the heart of a lake, stirring up ripples of excitement. For most citizens of Xinjiang, they had never witnessed such a lavish year-end celebration where bonuses were directly distributed, starting at several million yuan. What truly astonished them, however, was the treatment received by ordinary employees. Every formally contracted employee under Guangming Group was awarded 3 times their monthly salary as a year-end bonus. This aspect truly struck a chord with the public. Whether it was Cheng Long or Huang Beiming, those film industry giants felt too distant from the common folk. Yet, the fact that any ordinary staff member could receive triple their salary as a reward was the reality that resonated profoundly, particularly for highly educated local graduates. This benefit alone was sufficient to kindle their desire to join Guangming Group. In this jungle of capitalism rife with exploitation and indifference, Kong Tiancheng, however, appeared exceptionally humane. When it came to capital tactics, Kong Tiancheng utilized his fair share as well. Firstly, he established an efficient incentive mechanism aimed at stimulating employees' enthusiasm, urging them to fully commit to their work. Secondly, he displayed an uncommon level of patience and support for technical talents. As long as a request was made, he was almost always accommodating. One department provided a top-tier laboratory, while another was responsible for organizing mass production. Additionally, there was an elimination system in place, with a set of rules for eliminating the underperformers. Employees who were apathetic or lazy were resolutely dismissed without leniency. Although the work intensity was indeed significant, with a 996 schedule becoming the norm, Kong Tiancheng had one undeniable point. The remuneration was exceedingly generous. Praise for Kong Tiancheng echoed throughout Xinjiang, especially for recent university graduates. Securing a position with Guangming Group was almost a dream opportunity. However, what Kong Tiancheng truly valued were not talents with liberal arts backgrounds, but those with technical and scientific expertise. The number of engineering and technology graduates in Xinjiang remained insufficient. Thus, a considerable portion of the core technical personnel at Guangming Group had been recruited from the United States at high salaries, with others hailing from Japan and Taiwan. In addition, Kong Tiancheng was planning to establish Guangming Workers' University within the group, aimed at cultivating outstanding frontline workers and key employees. The goal was not only to ensure they mastered core technologies, but also to prepare future management personnel for the group. Furthermore, he designed a virtual equity dividend mechanism. When employees reached specific ranks, they would be granted a certain share of virtual stock to stimulate their work enthusiasm and productivity. Naturally, these shares would not require employees to invest. They would be directly gifted by him. If employees were made to purchase them, reclaiming them later would be challenging. However, if the company issued them free of charge, retrieving them upon departure would be entirely reasonable and would help retain talent. Li Ka-shing flipped through the newspaper in his hand, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This Kong Tiancheng is indeed generous, splashing out so much money right from the start. Does he not fear that people's hearts may waver and give rise to dissent? Beside him, Wei Li looked at him and asked Li, "When do you plan to initiate the acquisition of Heiresses Whampoa? With your current shareholding, you should already exceed 30%, right?" "It has reached 33.6. Li Ka-shing inhaled deeply and said slowly, "But I still want to wait a bit longer. I need to confirm whether the Kong family's capital has truly been exhausted." To swallow Heiresses Whampoa whole, Li Ka-shing had already prepared over 3 billion yuan. However, during the recent fierce clashes between the Kong family and the Li family, he remained inactive, merely waiting for the Kong family to deplete their financial resources. Recently, Kong Tiancheng made substantial investments, directly competing with Shaw Brothers. Li Ka-shing stated solemnly, "I estimate he spent at least 200 million, but with Shaw Brothers' defeat, he ended up saving 100 million, coupled with the film's decent box office and merchandise revenue. Conservatively estimating, he netted between 2 to 300 million. Wei Li frowned. Are you saying that the Kong family still has considerable liquid assets? Li Ka-shing nodded. Daring to give Cheng Long a 10 million bonus indicates he earned even more himself. Currently, the Kong family's account should have no less than 7 to 800 million. Wei Li remarked. So what? I still have 12 billion on hand. Li Ka-shing maintained a steady tone. Even so, I still do not have a solid guarantee of victory. Therefore, I must continue to prepare more funds to ensure a decisive blow, leaving no room for error. Wei Li gazed at Li Ka-shing, unable to help but exclaim. This old fox truly never undertakes anything without assurance. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. All right, then we shall continue to wait. When do you expect to take action? After the spring festival, the timing should be ripe. Li Ka-shing smiled, his tone resolute. Rest assured, once we act, we must win. During the spring festival, Kong Tiancheng accompanied his father, Kong Yang, and his mother, Su Linghong, to visit his grandfather, Su Lianwu. To be frank, when he first heard the name Su Lianwu, Kong Tiancheng nearly burst into laughter. It was a name so peculiar, it subtly hinted at some political metaphor. Yet, despite the oddity of the name, his grandfather was indeed a man of martial prowess. With solid skills honed through years of struggle, he had earned a position in the martial world through sheer grit. Initially, the Su family in Xianjiang was merely one of many grassroots forces, with brothers fighting tooth and nail to make a name for themselves. It was only when his mother set her sights on his father, forcibly bringing him back for marriage, that the Su family began to rise. With his father's extraordinary business acumen paving the way, the Su family gradually ascended. His father leveraged the Su family's martial strength, while the Su family relied on his father's financial prowess, supporting each other in their ascent to greatness. However, father has steadfastly drawn a line with the Su family. The Sunshine Group will not transfer any shares to the Su family. Correspondingly, father will never interfere with the bar, nightclub, casino, and other enterprises owned by the Su family. Kong Yang has consistently adhered to his principles, refusing to engage in any nefarious activities. Such businesses are ultimately destined to be gradually eliminated, especially after the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC, which has thoroughly sealed off all avenues for gray income. With father's support, the Su family is gradually undergoing transformation, slowly steering towards the development of legitimate entertainment industries. Any borderline activities must cease. The Su family must achieve a clean slate. Although the Su family still holds a certain influence in the underworld, it is largely limited to incorporating various gangs as peripheral agents, opting for a hands-off approach to avoid direct involvement. Grandfather, Happy New Year. Kong Tiancheng greeted Su Lianwu with a beaming smile. Su Lianwu immediately responded with a cheerful expression, handing over a red envelope. Happy New Year. This envelope felt weighty. Kong Tiancheng estimated it contained at least 20,000. As the family certainly does not lack for money at present. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Weidong also presented a substantial red envelope. Brother Weidong, how is the bar business over in Sanquano? Kong Tiancheng casually inquired while savoring his tea. Quite good indeed. Su Weidong replied with a smile. Believe it or not, ever since those entertainers arrived, the citizens of Xiangjiang have flocked in, indulging in food, drink, and merriment every day. It's quite a lively scene. Growing animated, he couldn't help but exclaim, Ah Cheng, did you know? The other night, Cheng Long brought a group to our dream galaxy and spent 2 million in one night, declaring that he would cover all expenses for the evening. Can you imagine how many young ladies surrounded him at that moment? Isn't that rather splendid? Kong Tiancheng chuckled. I had just given him a 10 million bonus, and shortly thereafter, he returned the money. Su Weidong shook his head. I wouldn't dare spend money that way. Those who become suddenly wealthy often behave like this. Let him squander as he wishes. Kong Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. Historically, Cheng Long has indeed been such a character, once affluent. He spares no expense on luxury cars, mansions, and a continuous stream of beautiful women. Had the internet developed a decade earlier, perhaps teacher Chun would have been forgotten in the industry. Nonetheless, it must be said that Cheng Long exercises restraint. He never touches women his son has been involved with, and he maintains a list of individuals he must avoid. He is quite aware of this. What's wrong with being a little extravagant once you have money? Kong Tiancheng, having acquired wealth himself, does not pretend to be a moral paragon. Rest assured, his antics will only make the citizens of Xiangjiang more eager to catch a glimpse of the stars. He said slowly, they will undoubtedly come. Who wouldn't want to visit a bar and see a big star? A dong, you must ensure that the equipment is of the finest quality. And as for gambling and drugs, those two are absolutely off limits. I understand. Su Weidong nodded. Our Su family has long distanced itself from such matters. Legitimate earnings are far more comfortable. And then there are the privacy issues, Kong Tiancheng added with a slight smile. These details must be thoroughly protected. I comprehend the rules. Su Weidong responded with a cheerful grin. You can rest easy. Chapter 59, Interference? At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected from nearby. Oh. Are you implying that our Su family will no longer engage in drugs or gambling? The two looked up to see a man stepping forward, Su Weiyu, the only son of Kong Tiancheng's uncle, Su Lingxiang. He was tall and robust, appearing quite imposing, yet he was 13 years older than Kong Tiancheng. Grandfather Su Lianwu had 3 children, the eldest, Su Lingxiang, the second son, Su Lingcheng, and the youngest daughter, Kong Tiancheng's mother, Su Linghong. Su Lingxiang was 18 years older than his younger brother, Su Lingcheng, and was born of his father's first wife. While Su Lingcheng and Su Linghong were born after their grandfather remarried. Brother Weiyu, you have come as well? Kong Tiancheng greeted him with a smile. Su Weiyu nodded. Then suddenly inquired, Ah Chong, I heard that this year you have been quite generous, awarding many employees 3 times their salary as bonuses. And even giving Cheng Long 10 million, true or false? Kong Tiancheng nodded calmly. Indeed. Have you lost your mind? Why would you give them so much money? Su Weiyu asked bluntly. That money would be better spent within our own family. Do you understand what business is? Kong Tiancheng narrowed his eyes, gazing at Su Weiyu as he leisurely replied, Brother Weiyu, it must be that you haven't brushed your teeth this year. How could you speak so harshly? Su Weiyu's expression darkened suddenly as he clenched his fists, glaring at Kong Tiancheng like a blade. Ah Cheng, what did you just say? Ah Cheng, brother you. Su Weidong's expression shifted. He never anticipated that Kong Tiancheng would dare to confront Su Weiyu directly. His heart raced with anxiety. I said, if you haven't brushed your teeth, why does your mouth stink so much? Kong Tiancheng retorted with evident disdain. This is my company. How I wish to manage it is my prerogative. When did it become your place to interfere? Su Weidong felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that the relationship among his elder brother, Su Lingxiang, his second brother, Su Lingcheng, and their mother, Su Linghong, had always been strained. Su Lingxiang, being much older, and not sharing the same mother as Su Lingcheng and Su Linghong, had earned significant merit during their father's early days in the gang. After their father married their mother, the family began to transition towards legitimate business, gradually distancing themselves from the underworld. However, their father has always held Su Lingxiang in contempt for his reliance on violence. While Su Lingxiang has never regarded Kong Yang highly, viewing him merely as a pretty face with no substance, their animosity has long been established. Moreover, there is another layer to this issue. The Sunshine Group strictly prohibits any involvement from members of the Su family, particularly wary of Su Lingxiang's potential interference. Should he gain access to the company, it would likely be transformed into yet another underground syndicate. Yet, seeing the Sunshine Group's growing success, Su Lingxiang is unwilling to remain a mere spectator and has long harbored intentions to intervene. If it weren't for our Su family's protection back in the day, how could your Kong family have achieved your current standing? But in Kong Yang's view, if it weren't for his continued infusion of resources and connections, the Su family would have long since faltered on the path to legitimacy. How could they possibly stand firm today without his support? Now that the Su family is gradually shedding its former identity and no longer mingling with the underworld, Su Lianwu understands the stakes involved and thus tends to support Kong Yang, actively suppressing Su Lingxiang to prevent him from stirring up trouble. Nonetheless, the conflict between the two families remains unresolved, particularly between Su Lingxiang and Kong Yang, where animosity runs deep. Consequently, Su Weiyu has always harbored hostility towards Kong Tiancheng. The only exception is the amicable relationship between Kong Tiancheng and Su Weidong. Both are of similar age and temperament. Despite Su Weidong's inherent fierceness, he has always shown deference to Kong Tiancheng. Your company? Without the Su family, how could your Kong family have come this far? Su Weiyu mocked with a cold smile. Don't forget how you climbed to your current position. And don't forget, without our Kong family, you would have been killed on the streets long ago. Kong Tiancheng replied icily. Every time you got into fights, who do you think paid the bills for the aftermath? Funeral expenses, medical fees. Wasn't it all us footing the bill? The Su family's current standing is entirely due to my father's support. What do you think you are? Bah! Su Weiyu roared, throwing a punch. Su Weidong hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him. Ayu, we are all family. There's no need for this. Get off me, Su Weiyu exclaimed. Breaking free from Su Weidong's hold, his fist aimed directly at Kong Tiancheng's face. Smack! At the very moment he threw his punch, Kong Tiancheng was astonished to discover that the opponent's movements appeared excruciatingly slow in his eyes. With just a gentle lift of his hand, he effortlessly blocked the strike. Why is this strength so feeble? A hint of surprise flickered through Kong Tiancheng's mind. However, in the next instant, Su Weiyu lowered his stance and delivered a sudden punch to Kong Tiancheng's abdomen. Bang! Kong Tiancheng staggered back 3 or 4 steps, but it didn't hurt. Not a single sensation. After his rebirth, although he was aware that his physique far surpassed that of ordinary individuals and his strength was astonishing, he had not anticipated that his physical body could be this formidable. Such a heavy blow felt merely like a tickle, devoid of any pain. How pathetic. As Su Weiyu prepared to strike again, Kong Tiancheng's gaze turned icy. His arm shot out swiftly, gripping his opponent's wrist tightly. Ouch! Su Weiyu let out a piercing scream. In the living room, Su Lianwu was engaged in casual conversation with Kong Yang. At this moment, Kong Yang was basking in glory, particularly after the successful acquisition of Li Ka-shing real estate, which Su Lianwu deemed no small feat after all. What was the status of the Li family at their peak? It was a presence that the Su family couldn't even aspire to reach. Yet, this colossal entity was taken down by Kong Yang in a single stroke. Su Lianwu sighed. The Li family, I truly didn't expect you to fall into your hands so swiftly. Yang, you are impressive, truly remarkable. Kong Yang merely smiled indifferently, replying slowly, it was merely the right moment. The Li family is no longer what it once was. Times have changed. What troubles me most now are the gang forces beneath them, each one relying on these enterprises to make a living, the bars and nightclubs in Causeway Bay, as well as those hotels, they are all under their control. Although the government lifted the seals after Kong Yang took over, restoring a facade of normalcy, the intricately woven web of gang influences still persists. Su Lianwu naturally understood his predicament and immediately chimed in with a smile. Then I'll have a Chung talk to them properly. Dad, why can't I go? Su Lingxiang immediately voiced his discontent from the side. I am also a member of the Su family. A Chung going is far more reassuring. Su Lianwu spoke calmly. You are no longer a child. I am not at ease with your involvement. What is there to be uneasy about? Su Lingxiang frowned. What problems could I possibly cause? Chapter 60. Violence is not a long-term solution. I fear you might get entangled with them again, reverting to old ways. Su Lianwu shook his head. Our Su family has worked hard to reach the surface. Do you wish to leap back into the depths? You cannot control yourself. So it is better to leave this matter to a Chung. Su Lingxiang narrowed his eyes, first glancing at his father, then shooting a glance at Su Lingqing. His anger boiling within him, yet in the presence of Su Lianwu, he dared not act recklessly. He could only respond coldly, I understand. Su Lianwu took a deep breath, fully aware of the resentment in his son's heart, but at such a moment, further words would be futile. Su Lingxiang's mind was simple. For many years, he had relied on his fists to resolve issues, and if he were to handle gang affairs, he would likely revert to old methods, unable to avoid the entanglements of vice. Yet, Su Lianwu understood well that violence was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. If the Su family wished to truly cleanse itself, it must sever ties with the underworld and not allow Su Lingxiang to meddle in such matters. More importantly, he was acutely aware Kong Yang's status had long since risen beyond that of the Su family. Kong Yang's personal visit was solely out of respect for his role as a father-in-law. The Su family was merely a former gang that had just begun to cleanse itself, while Kong Yang had ascended to the ranks of the elite. The only reason for the courtesy extended towards him was due to his being the father of Kong Yang's wife, a gesture of respect. Should he fail to recognize his place and push for more, with Kong Yang's capabilities, the Su family would certainly face dire consequences. Su Lianwu was fully cognizant of his son-in-law's abilities. Just then, a servant rushed into the living room, breathless and panicked. Master, it's bad. A Chung and a Yu are fighting. What? Everyone in the living room was startled, and Su Linghong stood up abruptly. What? That rascal Yu. Ahong. Why are you shouting? Su Lingxiang also sprang to his feet, his robust figure blocking the doorway, his voice low. Isn't it quite normal for children to fight? Children in their 30s? Su Linghong shouted sharply, step aside. Her commanding voice was forceful, causing Su Lingxiang to hesitate for a moment and instinctively yield the passage. Su Lianwu, leaning on his cane, slowly stood up, casting a cold glance at him. What a fine son you have raised. What has happened to Yu? Is he not your own grandson? Su Lingxiang retorted angrily. If anything happens to a Chung today, I will make you pay, Su Lianwu said coldly, immediately moving towards the scene. When the group arrived, they found Su Linghong standing frozen, her face filled with shock. Soon after, Su Lianwu was also taken aback. There stood Kong Tiancheng, holding Su Weiyu aloft with one hand, like an eagle grasping its prey, while Su Weiyu's face turned purple, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. A Chung! Su Linghong cried out in distress. Only then did Kong Tiancheng release his grip, and Su Weiyu fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, desperately inhaling the fresh air. Brother Yu, are you all right? Kong Tiancheng crouched down, a smile on his face as he looked at Su Weiyu. I'm fine. I'm fine. A hint of fear flickered in Su Weiyu's eyes as he gazed at Kong Tiancheng. In that moment, he almost believed Kong Tiancheng truly might strangle him. Meeting those eyes, he involuntarily shivered. During this festive season, I do not wish to resort to extremes. Kong Tiancheng continued to smile. In the past, I could not defeat you. Now, I can make you unable to rise again. You must understand, our Kong family is a top-tier family in Hong Kong. Even if I were to incapacitate you, there would be no repercussions. Remember this. Su Weiyu struggled to swallow, responding softly, I understand. Only then did Kong Tiancheng stand up, gently dusting off the remnants of dirt from his clothes as he strolled towards Su Linghong. Son, are you all right? Su Linghong looked at Kong Tiancheng with deep concern. I'm fine. Kong Tiancheng smiled. Brother Yu is just playing around with me. Su Lingxiang shot a fierce glare. Chung, what are you doing? It's nothing. Just a joke between brothers. Kong Tiancheng replied casually, smiling slightly. Isn't that right, Brother Yu? Su Weiyu's nose had been thoroughly broken by Kong Tiancheng. His body repeatedly lifted and then slammed down, several times over, making his insides feel as though they might misalign. Yes. Su Weiyu trembled as he replied. Kong Tiancheng nodded with satisfaction and softly said, Mom, it's getting late. Let us head home. Dad, we're leaving first. Su Linghong looked at Su Lianwu, indicating they would not be dining together that evening. All right, be careful on the road. Su Lianwu sighed lightly, advising, stay safe. The family of three then departed. After taking a few steps, Su Linghong still felt uneasy and asked, Son, you truly aren't hurt anywhere, are you? Is there anything uncomfortable? No. Kong Tiancheng flexed his arm, grinning as he showcased his muscles. Su Weiyu is simply no match for me. I haven't been idle these past few years, training every day, and I'm quite robust. He stands no chance against me. In the future during the new year, Kong Yang stated coldly, as long as Su Lingxiang is present, I will not see anyone. I know, Su Linghong sighed, having hoped Su Lingxiang would be more sensible, only to find him still lacking in discernment. Mom, I think this person has long harbored resentment. Kong Tiancheng chuckled, observing how our family grows more prosperous. He feels imbalance in his heart. It's best to minimize contact moving forward. Su Linghong nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. Though they are siblings, the relationship between Su Linghong and Su Lingxiang has always been rather mediocre, even verging on tense. Unlike some who unconditionally defend their maternal relatives, she dedicates herself wholeheartedly to company affairs, devotedly aiding the development of the Kong family and facilitating the continuous ascent of their business. Kong Tiancheng gazed out the window, contemplating. The pitfalls of large families are not confined to the Li family, but also lurk within the Su family. And perhaps they will manifest in the Kong family in the future. After all, everyone believes they deserve more. After a moment's reflection, Kong Tiancheng resolved to ensure that someone keeps a close watch on Su Lingxiang. This brother-in-law harbors deep-seated grievances, and no one can predict what extreme actions he might take next. Precautions must be taken. At the Su residence, Su Lianwu glared at Su Lingxiang, demanding, Did you instigate Su Weiyu to provoke a Chung? I did not. Su Lingxiang protested vehemently. Father, I have never understood why you always favor your grandson. Su Weiyu is your biological grandson. Why do you side with Kong Tiancheng instead? Taking a deep breath, Su Lianwu replied, You're right, I am biased towards Kong Tiancheng. But look at the current standing of the Kong family. What do we have to compete with them? Without our Su family, would the Kong family have their present status? Su Lingxiang's tone darkened. Now that the Kong family has prospered, they only allow us to manage a few bars and nightclubs. What significance does that hold? Chapter 61, A Single Push Forward. And what do you suggest we do? Su Lianwu retorted with a cold laugh, unable to restrain himself. What more do you want? The Yangguan group should at least have half of our Su family shares. Su Lingxiang insisted stubbornly. If Kong Yang had not relied on our Su family back then, how would he have achieved his current status? And now that he is successful, he turns his back on us? Continue kneeling and reflecting. Su Lianwu was unwilling to waste any more breath on his dim-witted son. Exhausted, though kneeling on the ground, Su Lianwu's resentment burned like a fierce flame, and his indignation towards Kong Tiancheng had long since reached its peak. What of the Kong family? If it weren't for my risking my life for you back then, would you be sitting in your current position? Yangguan Group. The boisterousness of the Spring Festival has come to an end. Both Kong Yang and Kong Tiancheng have plunged into a new round of strategic planning. Presently, the Jardine Matheson Group holds 33% of the shares in Kowloon Warehouse, while the King of Shipping controls 37%. Kong Yang placed a document before Kong Tiancheng, saying, Review this material first. Kong Yang's trust in Kong Tiancheng has undeniably grown day by day, particularly in terms of capability. Who would have imagined that last year? Kong Tiancheng quietly amassed a fortune of $4.5 billion. When it comes to significant family decisions, Kong Yang never hesitates to consult with his son. Kong Tiancheng perused the documents with a light chuckle. Both sides are locked in a fierce struggle. Kong Yang nodded. Jardine is unwilling to easily relinquish Kowloon Warehouse, and the King of Shipping is equally determined. A stalemate was to be expected. How much do we hold? Kong Tiancheng suddenly inquired. Approximately 8%, Kong Yang responded. Then let us wait a bit longer. Kong Tiancheng pondered for a moment before smiling. Ultimately, Jardine's financial strength cannot compare to the King of Shipping. I speculate that they will likely use their shares in the Land Development Group to exchange for Kowloon Warehouse's shares. At that time, we can smoothly convert our shares in Kowloon Warehouse into shares in the Land Development Group. Kong Yang nodded in agreement, then added, Currently, we own 12% of the Land Development Group shares. Next, I plan to engage with other shareholders one by one to ensure we acquire their shares as well. Kong Tiancheng leisurely sipped his tea and slowly spoke. Father, don't be stingy with money. Once we decide to act, we should do so decisively and swiftly. Not only should we aim to acquire the land development group, but we must also seize controlling interest in Jardine, completely engulfing them. I understand. Kong Yang rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and added, but we must be cautious. Once the land development group begins its share exchange, we must keep a low profile and never expose our identities. Rest assured, Kong Yang replied confidently, all shares are currently dispersed among retail investors. I will certainly secure the land development group smoothly. Just imagine. Both major trading houses will be under my control. It feels surreal. Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. This is merely the beginning. Just wait and see. One day, all 4 major trading houses of Hong Kong will bear the Kong surname. If I can secure 2, I will be content. Kong Yang laughed heartily. I ask for no more. Kong Tiancheng merely smiled indifferently. Among the 4 major trading houses, the current chairman of the Wheelock Group, John Ma, is nearing the end of his days, and his son, Little John, is about to succeed him. This individual is utterly incompetent, and in a few years, he will hand over the entire Wheelock Group to the king of shipping. As for now, the true challenge lies with the Swire Group. However, Kong Tiancheng remains unhurried. He knows that when the mainland resolves to reclaim Hong Kong, the Swire Group will inevitably waver. Given the right timing and appropriate price, the Swire Group, held by the Shi family, will ultimately fall into the hands of the Kong family. Once secured, Cathay Pacific will also come under their banner. Kong Tiancheng was nurturing a bold vision to consolidate the 4 major trading houses, transforming all of Hong Kong into a commercial empire solely controlled by the Kong family. What is the current percentage of our holdings in Hutchison Whampoa? Kong Tiancheng suddenly inquired. Over 31%. Kong Yang answered. As for the specific holdings from Li Ka-shing's side, I am not entirely sure, but it is estimated that he has surpassed us. He paused, a smile creeping onto his lips, and continued. However, we now control 35% of the shares in Chung Kong Holdings. Recently, Li Ka-shing borrowed 15 billion from HSBC, clearly indicating that he is also preparing to take action. Since he intends to acquire Hutchison shares, we should take the opportunity to sell some, swiftly draining his cash reserves. Subsequently, we will make a high-profile entrance and fully acquire Chung Kong Holdings. Kong Tiancheng replied with a calm smile, his tone resolute. By then, it will be Li Ka-shing facing a cash crunch. We can force him to exchange his shares in Hutchison Whampoa to regain control of Chung Kong Holdings. Conversely, even if that fails, we will be more than capable of completely absorbing Chung Kong Holdings. However, I personally believe that it may not be necessary to acquire Chung Kong Holdings. Kong Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing that its current liabilities are likely at their peak and that its acquisition would not hold significant value for them. While they were conversing, the office door was suddenly flung open, and Tang Ning hurried in. Boss, young Master Chung, we've just received the latest news. Speak, Kong Tiancheng said, his gaze sharpening. Not long ago, Chung Kong Holdings officially announced a full takeover offer for Hutchison Whampoa, offering $15 per share. Tang Ning relayed rapidly. Currently, Li Ka-shing's holdings have surpassed 37%, and they intend to fully acquire Hutchison. The father and son exchanged glances, and then simultaneously broke into laughter. Excellent. It seems Li Ka-shing has ultimately jumped into the pit. Kong Tiancheng exclaimed with delight. Let us immediately raise our offer to $18. Accelerating the depletion of his liquid funds. At Chung Kong Holdings headquarters, Li Ka-shing stood before the camera, addressing the media. I naturally have a keen interest in Hutchison Whampoa. He did not disguise his ambitions and appeared calm in the face of questions. In any case, I have great confidence in Hutchison Whampoa. It is an extremely high-quality asset. In fact, Mr. Wei Li has already completed a round of restructuring, shedding numerous underperforming businesses, and Hutchison Whampoa is now on a stable growth trajectory. A reporter pressed, Mr. Li, Yangguan Group still holds over 30% of Hutchison shares. Does this action imply that you have declared war on Yangguan Group? I do not concur with the term declaration of war. Li Ka-shing spoke slowly. In the realm of commerce, it ultimately boils down to business conduct. Privately, I maintain a cordial relationship with Mr. Kong Yang, devoid of any animosity. We cannot speak of a declaration of war between us. Rather, competition is an inevitable reality. And nothing more. Chapter 62. Seizing the Opportunity. The reporter inquired further. So, does this imply that you are determined to succeed? Certainly. Li Ka-shing responded with unwavering confidence, asserting that Chung Kong Holdings holds immense value, and he is resolute in his pursuit. Currently, I possess 37% of the shares, and I firmly believe that I will soon attain complete control over Chung Kong Holdings. Another question arose. Does this action imply that you are capitalizing on a vulnerable moment? How so? Li Ka-shing retorted. The reporter elaborated. It is well known that Mr. Kong Yang recently acquired Li Ka-shing properties, and his financial chain may be under strain. Your timing for acquisition seems to take advantage of this situation, does it not? My friend, Li Ka-shing chuckled softly. Your reasoning is flawed. In commercial competition, greed is the greatest folly. If the Sunshine Group intends to vie for Cheung Kong, knowing full well that this asset has not yet fully belonged to them, why have they not increased their shareholding? This, in itself, is a strategic blunder. The reporter paused, and Li Ka-shing continued. By deciding to acquire Li Ka-shing properties, he has effectively forfeited Cheung Kong holdings. This is a rare business opportunity that I certainly will not let slip away. My media friend, do you grasp my point? In conclusion, Li Ka-shing stated firmly, speaking with deliberation, the marketplace resembles a battlefield where opportunities are fleeting. Our task is to seize them decisively. Simultaneously, any business decision must be made with a clear understanding of one's own capabilities, questioning whether one is overly greedy, and whether there is sufficient financial strength to consolidate larger assets. Before the cameras and inquiries, Li Ka-shing maintained a composed demeanor, unhurried and unfazed. At the Sunshine Group headquarters, Kong Yang responded to the reporter's probing with equal poise. I acknowledge that Mr. Li Ka-shing's perspective holds some validity. However, I wish to highlight 2 points that he seems to overlook. Firstly, the Sunshine Group is fully capable of acquiring Li Ka-shing properties. Secondly, the Sunshine Group possesses even greater capability to firmly control Cheung Kong holdings. I return Mr. Li's sentiments, asserting that one must recognize their own cards in business dealings, weighing whether they are being excessively greedy and whether they genuinely possess adequate funds to absorb substantial assets. Subsequently, Kong Yang officially announced that he would fully acquire Cheung Kong holdings at a price of $18 per share. Once the news broke, a stir rippled through the entire Hong Kong market. At that moment, Jardine Matheson and the King of Chartering were locked in an intense battle for the Kowloon Warehouse shares. While on another front, the Sunshine Group and Cheung Kong Industries had already commenced fierce confrontations. The stock price of Cheung Kong holdings soared rapidly. Initially at $18 per share, it surged to $23 within a mere 3 days. The speed of this increase was astonishing. Truly unexpected. Kong Yang chuckled as he perused the newspaper, then lowered his gaze to the documents, remarking, I did not anticipate such a swift rise. Li Ka-shing is indeed tenacious. We are evaluating his financial baseline, while he is also gauging our strength. Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly, continuing, he now believes he can force us back. No matter. We shall raise our price again, and surely he will follow suit. Let us increase it slightly, raising it to $30 per share. At this point, Kong Yang suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing. Once it reaches $30 per share, the total amount will approach the 100 billion mark. We must also add some strategy. Kong Tiancheng squinted and smiled. Let us leak the word that we are willing to exchange shares of Li Ka-shing properties for Cheung Kong holdings. In short, we must create an illusion that we are in a precarious position, compelled to compromise. Kong Yang nodded with a smile. Yes, my son, rest assured. This blend of reality and illusion is something your father knows all too well. Kong Tiancheng then inquired, how much of Cheung Kong Industries do we currently hold? 36%. Kong Yang replied. Since Li Ka-shing publicly declared his intention to acquire Cheung Kong, the stock price of Cheung Kong Industries has been on the rise. Especially after he demonstrated his determination, the market widely anticipates that once the acquisition is completed, the stock price will undoubtedly soar. Kong Tiancheng nodded. There is no rush. We shall continue to accumulate steadily, further depleting Li Ka-shing's cash flow. In the office of Cheung Kong Industries, Li Ka-shing could hardly conceal his excitement. His stake in Cheung Kong had risen to 41%, and with just a 10% increase, victory would be assured. Wei Li looked at Li Ka-shing with a smile. I did not expect the Kong family to react so slowly. If they wish to refinance now, the banks may not easily extend loans. Li Ka-shing nodded. I just received news that the Kong family is considering exchanging their shares of Li Ka-shing properties for shares of Cheung Kong. Wei Li could not help but inquire, what is the current market sentiment? Some shareholders are showing signs of interest. However, the Kong family remains in a wait-and-see phase. Yet to decisively abandon Cheung Kong, Li Ka-shing stated slowly. In fact, I would prefer to sit down and discuss directly with the Kong family to purchase their holdings outright, allowing me to continue steering Cheung Kong. As long as they do not obstruct me, they can still enjoy the generous dividends from Cheung Kong each year. Wei Li frowned slightly. Would the Kong family truly agree? Business operates this way. There is no need to monopolize all the profits. If we can sit down and negotiate, I believe the Kong family would be amenable, as they remain the largest shareholder. Li Ka-shing replied with a steady tone. Wei Li asked again, and what about me? What is my position? Mr. Wei, you need not worry. I will certainly retain your position within the Cheung Kong management, and your 10% share will not diminish. Li Ka-shing responded with a smile. We currently hold the initiative, but we must also leave the Kong family a way out. Wei Li nodded slowly. Li I hope you will keep your word. Of course. Li Ka-shing's lips curled into a smile, though inwardly he scoffed, once he fully controlled Cheng Kong. How could Wei Li remain? This is merely a temporary measure. Nevertheless, reassurance is still necessary. He continued. However, before that, I must first demonstrate my strength to the Kong family. This morning, I publicly announced that I would acquire Cheng Kong shares at a price of $45 per share. By this afternoon, my stake is expected to reach 43%. Upon saying this, he clenched his fists, his tone resolute. From now on, the Kong family will have no capacity for counterattack. Even now, they are still hesitating over whether to exchange Li Ka-shing properties for Cheng Kong shares. This hesitation is a clear signal of surrender. I will go to negotiate. They cannot possibly refuse. Wei Li nodded in agreement. If I were Kong Yang, I would probably accept your terms as well. Li Ka-shing smiled confidently. Indeed, they have no other choice. Chapter 63. Do not question our strength. Just as the two were conversing, the office doors suddenly swung open, and Secretary Hong Xiaolian hurried in. Boss, something significant has occurred. Li Ka-shing frowned. Casting a glance at Hong Xiaolian. What is the matter? Speak clearly. Hong Xiaolian glanced at Wei Li, and Li Ka-shing immediately said, Speak plainly. Boss. She spoke rapidly. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the Sunshine Group officially disclosed that they now hold 36% of Cheng Kong Industry shares and have initiated a comprehensive acquisition plan at a price of $50 per share, launching a full takeover bid for Cheng Kong Industries. What? Li Ka-shing was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly stood up, as though scorched by fire. What did you say? They are acquiring Cheng Kong Industries? Holding 36%? When did this happen? In that instant, he felt as though struck by lightning, taken by surprise. His face felt as if it had been slapped hard. At the Sunshine Group headquarters, faced with the questions of reporters, Kong Yang remained composed and unflustered. Commercial competition is inherently volatile, with opportunities fleeting before our eyes, vanishing in an instant. The crux lies in our ability to seize them decisively. Simultaneously, every enterprise must have a clear understanding of its own capabilities and reflect upon whether it is overly ambitious, and if it possesses sufficient capital to absorb the assets of others. Each word echoed the sentiments once expressed by Li Ka-shing. Now, Kong Yang returned the sentiment in kind. The reporters were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, one could not contain their curiosity and pressed on. Mr. Kong, do you truly believe that Sunshine Group has the capacity to fully acquire Cheng Kong Holdings? With a smile, Kong Yang replied, Certainly. Sunshine Group possesses both the capability and the determination. Please do not question our strength. Pausing for effect, he added, I suspect that Li Ka-shing's current cash flow must be rather strained. Wouldn't you agree? The room erupted in astonishment. Who could have anticipated such a reversal in fortunes? Just moments ago, Li Ka-shing was aggressively pursuing the acquisition of Heiresses Whampoa, and in the blink of an eye, it had become Sunshine Group's turn to encircle Cheng Kong Holdings. Consequently, the shares of Heiresses Whampoa held by Li Ka-shing were now likely to fall entirely into the hands of Sunshine Group. As the news spread, the stock price of Cheng Kong Holdings soared in response. For Sunshine Group, regardless of how high the stock price climbed, as long as the target was secured, they would gladly accept it. Inside Cheng Kong Holdings, in Li Ka-shing's office on the 17th floor, he fixed his gaze intently on the documents handed to him by Hong Xiaolian, his mind embroiled in an unprecedented struggle. Was this maneuver merely a facade? Or had they been plotting in secret all along? Was the Kong family forcing him to abandon his acquisition plans for Heiresses Whampoa? Or were they merely bluffing? Attempting to intimidate him? Soon enough, Li Ka-shing realized that this was no mere act of intimidation. If it were merely a ruse, why would they have preemptively purchased a significant number of shares in Cheng Kong Holdings? This was clear evidence that the Kong family strategy had been in the works for quite some time, rather than a spur-of-the-moment decision. How insidious! Once Li Ka-shing reached this conclusion, he immediately erupted in fury. He quickly understood that the Kong family must have already sensed his covert acquisition of Heiresses Whampoa, but had remained silent, biding their time. However, what perplexed Li Ka-shing was where the Kong family had sourced such an immense amount of capital. He had heard whispers regarding the loan situation with HSBC, but had not encountered any record of such substantial borrowing. Furthermore, during this period, the Kong family's activities had been relentless. Kong Tiancheng was continuously suppressing the Shaw brothers while challenging TVB. And Kong Yang was fully engaged in the acquisition of Li Ka-shing real estate. Where could they possibly find the resources to mount an assault on Cheng Kong Holdings? At that moment, the stock price of Cheng Kong Holdings continued its rapid ascent. Li Ka-shing keenly sensed the urgency of the situation. Should the stock price rise significantly, he would be unable to acquire more shares with his existing funds, making it impossible to reach the critical threshold of a 51% stake. Before him lay only two paths. The first, to continue seeking financing and engage in a life-and-death battle to defend Cheng Kong Holdings. The second, to lower his head in compromise, exchanging his shares in Hutchison Whampoa for those of Chung Kong Holdings held by Kong Yang. The first path was one Li Ka-shing could scarcely contemplate. In recent days, he had exhausted all possible funding avenues and found it increasingly difficult to secure new capital. Thus, he had no choice but to pursue the second path. Moments later, Li Ka-shing abruptly seized the phone and swiftly dialed Shun Bai's number. "Hello, Mr. Shun. It's me, Li." The announcement of Sunshine Group's impending acquisition of Chung Kong Holdings sent shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. Countless citizens and business magnates were left astounded. Were they not still vying for Hutchison Whampoa? How had the focus so quickly shifted to Chung Kong Holdings? Even more astonishing was the revelation that Sunshine Group had already amassed 35% of Chung Kong Holdings shares. The news arrived with such swiftness and surprise that the public barely had time to react. Yet one thing was clear to all. The once mighty Chung Kong Holdings, which had aimed to swallow Hutchison Whampoa whole, had now become a laughingstock, countered by an unexpected force. Pathetic yet ludicrous. The media quickly ignited a frenzy, with outlets mocking the situation. I believe Mr. Li Ka-shing should first reflect on his own attitude. What gives him the conviction that he can indeed acquire Hutchison Whampoa? Why does he presume that Sunshine Group lacks the strength to safeguard it? As Li Ka-shing himself has stated, the business arena resembles a battlefield where opportunities are fleeting, and the key lies in seizing them. However, equally crucial is recognizing one's own capabilities. Are you perhaps too greedy? Do you possess enough capital to absorb such vast assets? The jeers rang incessantly. Yet for Li Ka-shing, the mockery from the outside world was of little consequence. The only matter of import was whether the Kong family would be willing to negotiate. He could not afford to lose Chung Kong Holdings, not solely because it was the culmination of his life's work, but also due to the immense debt he bore, reliant on personal credit. Should he lose Chung Kong Holdings as an asset base, those debts would fall squarely upon him. Under such crushing pressure, he would find it nearly impossible to recover. As long as he retained Chung Kong Holdings, with the ongoing economic growth of Hong Kong and the rising value of land, he would still have a chance for resurgence. To lose the enterprise would mean losing everything. This negotiation must succeed. At the headquarters of Sunshine Group, Shun Bai sat opposite Kong Yang, his face betraying surprise. "You are currently in a commanding position, wielding substantial capital. How have you managed this? To pursue both Hutchison Whampoa and target Chung Kong Holdings while successfully acquiring Li Ka-shing real estate. It's truly an eye-opener." In response to Shun Bai, Kong Yang maintained an air of measured courtesy and humility. After all, had it not been for Shun Bai's mediation the previous year, Kong Yang would have struggled to secure the Hutchison Whampoa project. Moreover, there was ample room for future collaboration between the two parties. It would be unwise to create enmity. Rather, they should seek to deepen their relationship. Chapter 64. To demand 10 inches while conceding 5. At this moment, with a smile, Kong Yang poured Shun Bai a cup of hot tea and gently pushed it toward him, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Old Shun, you are teasing me, aren't you?" Shun Bai shook his head. "How could I dare to mock you? The entire Hong Kong is abuzz with speculation about where your Kong family has sourced such vast funds." "In truth, it is no secret," Kong Yang replied with a faint smile, before asking, "Do you recall the surge in oil prices last year?" Shun Bai paused, then nodded. "I remember. They nearly quadrupled, but have since begun to decline. How does this relate to you?" Kong Yang inclined his head slightly and replied slowly. "It's nothing particularly remarkable. Our family anticipated the market and purchased a substantial amount of oil futures. As oil prices surged, we gradually liquidated our positions and reaped some profits." Shun Bai, slightly taken aback, then inquired, "So, you made a profit on oil futures?" "Indeed," Kong Yang chuckled lightly, adding, "But old Shun, you understand that some matters are commercial secrets, and I cannot divulge more. I hope you will forgive me." "I understand." Shun Bai nodded in acceptance, then got straight to the point. "I am here today at the behest of Li Ka-shing. He wishes to sit down and have a proper discussion with you." "He wants to talk?" Kong Yang's eyes flickered momentarily before he smiled. "Since he has expressed such an intention, I am naturally willing to oblige." Shun Bai responded with a smile. "Very well, I will arrange it. How about the venue at the Jockey Club? I have a good rapport with your family, and I'm somewhat familiar with Li Ka-shing, so you can engage in a calm and cordial exchange." Kong Yang nodded in agreement. "I will leave it to your arrangements." After Shun Bai departed, Kong Tiancheng emerged from another office, strolling over. "Father, what is the situation?" "Li Ka-shing is eager to talk with us. He certainly acts swiftly." Kong Yang chuckled lightly, sensing that his financial chain had indeed been stretched to its limits. To say it had hit rock bottom would be an understatement. Kong Tiancheng smiled faintly. "He remains oblivious to our true capabilities, unaware of the extent of our bargaining chips, and uncertain whether we would fully absorb Chung Kong Holdings. This negotiation merely serves as a guise for probing. Should we engage in a transaction with him?" Kong Yang inquired in a solemn tone. "Certainly, we must proceed." Kong Tiancheng replied with composure. I suspect that Li Ka-shing has likely used Cheung Kong Holdings as collateral for loans. If he is willing to conclude with an asset swap, it would be most advantageous. Otherwise, should we take full control, the burden of that heavy debt will fall squarely on our shoulders. Kong Yang nodded in agreement. Acknowledging, I share your concerns. Your insight is indeed remarkable. Kong Tiancheng chuckled again and added, moreover, father, we must not underestimate Li Ka-shing. He is decisive and ruthless. When cornered, he may resort to drastic measures to survive. While I doubt he would willingly relinquish control, his resolve should not be underestimated. Kong Yang nodded gravely. I understand. At the Jockey Club, despite the previous turmoil and tense atmosphere, Kong Yang and Li Ka-shing sat together, conversing with ease as if old friends reunited. Li Ka-shing could never truly abandon Cheung Kong Holdings. Numerous external debts are guaranteed in his personal name. Relinquishing control would yield catastrophic consequences, essentially condemning his lifelong career. Nevertheless, even amid internal turmoil, he could not allow Kong Yang to glimpse his true predicament. He must project a nonchalant demeanor, indicating that this enterprise is not irreplaceable, if necessary. They could acquire it entirely. If it comes to that, I shall liquidate my stocks and exit the scene with my assets intact. Both Kong Yang and Li Ka-shing are seasoned veterans in the business arena, each harboring their own strategies, unwilling to reveal their cards easily. However, overall, Kong Yang appeared more composed. After all, if necessary, he could straightforwardly acquire Cheung Kong Holdings. This company possesses a wealth of quality assets. By absorbing these resources, even if faced with short-term financial pressure, when the economy of Hong Kong rebounds in a few years, the debt Li Ka-shing currently bears would hardly constitute a significant challenge. In light of this, Kong Yang smiled slightly, suggesting, why don't we simplify matters? I will exchange my 15% stake in Cheung Kong Holdings for your 41% stake in Heiresses Whampoa. This way, both of us benefit, and everyone is satisfied. Given that Cheung Kong Holdings is currently priced at $50 per share, while Heiresses is nearly $60, such an exchange would be a considerable loss for me. Li Ka-shing replied slowly, Mr. Kong, I cannot accept this condition. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Kong Yang maintained his smile, yet his tone turned resolute. For me, taking full control of Cheung Kong Holdings does not require excessive cost. Do not expect to gain significant advantages from me. I seek your entire stake in Heiresses Whampoa, and there is no room for negotiation. I hope Mr. Kong can make up the price difference. Li Ka-shing responded firmly. Absolutely not. Such a scenario will never occur. I acknowledge that Sunshine Group is formidable, but do not forget that Cheung Kong Holdings currently bears immense debt. If you truly wish to take full control, those burdens will rest entirely upon your group. Do you believe this level of debt truly poses a challenge for Sunshine Group? The two engaged in a verbal duel, neither willing to concede. Although Kong Tiancheng was present as a listener, he began to feel somewhat weary. The current exchange primarily centered around the intense contest between Kong Yang and Li Ka-shing. Ultimately, both parties were engaged in a bidding war. It was a classic tactic, initially asking for 10 inches, settling for 5, testing each other's limits, advancing 3 steps and retreating 1, merely the norm of business warfare. As Kong Tiancheng leisurely sipped his coffee, he contemplated his imminent trip to the mainland to investigate technological projects. Recently, he had taken note of 2 semiconductor companies under the auspices of Li Ka-shing's property, which, while not devoid of technological accumulation, were, at best, marginal players in the industry. He promptly proceeded with a full acquisition, consolidating them into a new entity, Bright Semiconductor Limited. Next, he planned to personally travel to Japan to recruit a cadre of high-caliber talents in materials science and semiconductors. Once he decided to enter the fray, he was prepared to invest substantially, pouring in real capital. Frankly speaking, Kong Tiancheng increasingly felt that Hong Kong was too confined, lacking in inspiration. Everyone here competed for real estate, shops, and properties, as if these were the only legitimate businesses. As for technological investments, they were virtually ignored. Even if someone ventured into the field, it was merely a trivial endeavor. Who would willingly toil in research and development, when being a comfortable intermediary was far more appealing? Even his father was no exception. Of course, this was also related to Hong Kong's geographical constraints. Its small scale and limited market inherently hindered technological pursuits. Engaging in finance and real estate was the mainstream path. By the 90s, if one truly sought to establish laboratories or manufacturing plants, he knew that the focus would inevitably shift to the mainland. Hong Kong was simply not suitable for long-term investments in technological innovation. It wasn't that no one had attempted this. For instance, Li Ka-shing's eldest son, Li Zeju, had once made a grand entrance into the tech sector, proclaiming intentions to establish a technology park in Hong Kong. Yet ultimately, the so-called tech park still adhered to the old real estate playbook. Ironically, this model later spread to the mainland, even flourishing there. Were it not for the mainland's substantial resources and the presence of many idealistic individuals remaining steadfast, The entire tech industry might have gone astray, devolving into another amplified version of Hong Kong. Just as Kong Tiancheng's thoughts wandered, the negotiations between Kong Yang and Li Ka-shing finally reached a conclusion. The final agreement: Kong Yang would exchange his 35% stake in Chung Kong Holdings for Li Ka-shing's 41% stake in Hutchison Whampoa, resulting in a complete mutual swap. Both parties were satisfied. A joyous resolution had been achieved. Thus, the direct confrontation between Kong Yang and Li Ka-shing came to an end. Subsequent matters would be handled through internal negotiations between the respective teams of Sunshine Group and Chung Kong Holdings. While seated in his father's Rolls Royce, Kong Tiancheng suddenly inquired, "Dad, how much did we profit from this round?" A smile appeared on Kong Yang's face as he quickly replied, "Quite favorably. We invested approximately 12 billion in acquiring Chung Kong Holdings, while Li Ka-shing also poured substantial funds into securing Hutchison, roughly estimated at over 20 billion. This back and forth nets us a profit of at least several billion." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Even if we were to independently acquire Hutchison, we would probably have to spend a similar amount. That truly is quite favorable." Kong Tiancheng responded with a smile. "Dad, I believe we should indeed thank Li Ka-shing. Had he not intervened, we could not have so smoothly taken control of Hutchison." Kong Yang nodded again. "You are absolutely correct. This fierce battle over Hutchison has ultimately drawn to a close." Subsequently, Sunshine Group and Chung Kong Holdings simultaneously announced the share swap. Once the news broke, it immediately triggered widespread shock in Hong Kong. The two parties had reached a settlement, with Li Ka-shing retaining control of Chung Kong Holdings, while Kong Yang successfully secured Hutchison. Consequently, Sunshine Group's stake in Hutchison soared to 75%, firmly establishing its position as the largest shareholder. For Li Ka-shing, despite incurring losses amounting to several billion, he has managed to retain the core of Chung Kong Holdings and still possesses a portion of liquid assets sufficient to support the continued advancement of new project developments. Although enduring significant setbacks is unavoidable, he has ultimately weathered the storm, preserving a glimmer of hope. However, as the two industry giants ceased their hostilities, the stock prices of Chung Kong Holdings and Hutchison Whampoa began to plummet sharply. With the absence of capital contention, market expectations naturally diminished, leading to an inevitable collapse in stock prices. The true anguish is felt by Li Ka-shing himself. He holds a substantial amount of Chung Kong Holdings stock. Yet these shares are currently challenging to convert swiftly into cash flow, a situation exacerbated by his urgent need for funds to sustain company operations and repay external debts. At this juncture, the significant decline in stock prices is evidently not an opportune moment for liquidation. After reluctantly selling a portion of his shares, Li Ka-shing immediately halted further transactions. He must find a way to stabilize the stock price, ensuring it remains at a relatively elevated level. Otherwise, the losses will escalate further. At the headquarters of Sunlight Group, Kong Yang exuded an air of calm confidence, his every gesture reflecting a commanding grasp of the situation. The reporters collectively gasped. Previously, Kong Yang had successfully acquired Li Ka-shing's real estate, and now he swiftly absorbed Hutchison Whampoa, solidifying his capital strength among the elite Chinese conglomerates in Hong Kong. However, the media's focus predominantly centered on the source of his funding. How could he manage to consistently swallow such colossal entities as Li Ka-shing's real estate and Hutchison Whampoa? Before the cameras, Kong Yang officially announced that Sunlight Group had completed the full acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa and resolutely declared that he would lead the company into a new phase of development. When questioned about the source of his funds, Kong Yang smiled and replied, "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to Mr. Li Ka-shing. It was Mr. Li who assisted us in completing the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa, transferring the shares to Sunlight Group at the most crucial moment, which allowed us to effortlessly take the helm of Hutchison Whampoa, saving us nearly 2 years of time." With a sudden burst of laughter, Kong Yang unabashedly expressed his mirth before the assembled journalists. Initially taken aback, the reporters quickly captured the rare moment with their cameras. These professionals, trained to maintain composure during interviews, rarely succumb to emotional outbursts unless compelled by overwhelming feelings. Yet, in this instance, Kong Yang's amusement was palpable. The flashes of cameras documented this dramatically charged moment. In summary, Kong Yang took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and stated, "In the future, we will continue to delve into Hutchison Whampoa's business, propelling it into a new phase. We firmly believe that the economic prospects of Hong Kong will only grow increasingly bright." Thank you all. Mr. Kong, may I inquire about the overall capital scale of Sunlight Group? I apologize, but that is a commercial secret I cannot disclose. Subsequently, Kong Yang concluded the press conference. The Kong family had completely taken control of Hutchison Whampoa, yet Kong Yang did not intend to rest on his laurels. It was time to cleanse the ranks of traitors. Wei Li, the betrayer, must be ousted entirely. This individual was utterly faithless. Besides him, His accomplices were also complicit. During this period, they had clandestinely conspired with Li Ka-shing for personal gain, and moreover, these two had quietly begun to siphon off Hutchison Whampoa's business. Previously, due to not having absolute control, their influence over Hutchison Whampoa was limited, and their infiltration was insufficiently deep. However, the situation had fundamentally changed. Over the past 6 months, Kong Yang had scarcely engaged in any actions, merely orchestrating the gradual succession of a group of young talents to middle management positions at Hutchison Whampoa, while meticulously assessing who was trustworthy and who must be purged. After this period of reflection, Kong Yang had formed a clear judgment in his mind. Chapter 66, Liquidation. As for the future selection of Hutchison Whampoa's general manager, Hu Jianing, recommended by Kong Tiancheng, is the unequivocal choice. This individual was originally promoted by Li Ka-shing as the general manager, and now that he falls under Kong Yang's purview, he will naturally be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Hutchison Whampoa is convening a meeting of all senior executives. Mr. Wei Li, I would like to request a reasonable explanation from you. Kong Yang placed an accounting document gently before Wei Li, his tone calm, yet imposing. Why do the actual performance figures of Hutchison Whampoa starkly contrast with the previous reports? Can you elucidate this matter? Wei Li raised his head, coldly responding, Mr. Kong Yang, I am unclear as to the basis of your statement. What do you mean by performance discrepancies? Are you questioning my professional integrity? Mr. Wei Li, Kong Yang began slowly. I hope you can directly address my question rather than sidestepping it. Now I ask you, why has our company's retail segment been transferred to an entity known as the Oscar Group? Wei Li hesitated slightly, and Kong Yang continued with steady composure. Records of over 50 business transactions indicate that substantial company resources have been quietly redirected to this Oscar Group. What is your explanation for this? As he spoke, Kong Yang casually added, the Oscar Group is a company newly registered last year, established around October. Since then, portions of Hutchison Whampoa's assets have begun to secretly flow to that company. Would you not agree this is a fact? This is slander. Wei Li erupted, standing in anger. Kong Yang retorted with a cold smile, slander? Stating the facts in black and white constitutes slander? The conference room fell into a profound silence. Wei Li took a deep breath, feigning calmness. Mr. Kong Yang, if you truly possess irrefutable evidence, you are welcome to take me to court. You seek evidence? Kong Yang chuckled lightly, then turned to the side where Tang Ning stood. Tang Ning promptly handed over a stack of documents. Upon opening it, Wei Li discovered it was an internal business transfer document personally signed by him, detailed and clear, causing his complexion to change dramatically. In that instant, Wei Li realized someone close to him had betrayed him. His mind was in turmoil, entirely unaware of who had leaked the confidential information. Yet panic began to set in, for these materials were sufficient to constitute criminal charges and could even lead to his imprisonment. These documents bear your signature, Kong Yang stated in a grave tone. Furthermore, I have officially submitted a request for a thorough investigation into the Oscar Group to ascertain whether any illegal transfer of benefits exists between you and them. Wei Li appeared dazed. At this moment, Charlie Li could no longer contain himself, saying, Mr. Kong Yang, if you wish for us to leave the company, you could directly take action instead of resorting to such framing techniques. The evidence is indisputable. Do you still dare to claim it's a setup? Kong Yang coldly retorted. How would you have me phrase it? Is this not an accusation? Charlie Li countered, isn't it? Normal cooperation between enterprises exists, and as management, we have the right to decide operational directions. Oscar possesses the qualifications for cooperation. There is nothing amiss in our dealings. Kong Yang replied coolly. Save that for the courtroom to explain to the judge. What? Wei Li and Charlie Li's faces drained of color, both astonished. They understood that Kong Yang was intent on a complete reckoning, leaving no room for mercy. Ridiculous. For such betrayers, should we not eradicate them to the root? Kong Yang stated coldly. I have already reported this to the authorities. You now have the opportunity to clarify your predicament. Please understand, I never act without certainty. If I did not possess solid evidence, I would never take action lightly. With that, he waved his hand gently. Allow the police to enter. Kong Yang, you scoundrel. Wei Li immediately erupted with curses. Hutchison Whampoa's current situation is entirely due to my efforts. Without me, the company would have collapsed long ago. Without my push for restructuring, where would we be today? You are now seizing everything, brazenly appropriating my achievements. You shameless scoundrel. Kong Yang merely cast a disdainful glance at him. His tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Appropriating your achievements? So this is your justification for embezzling company assets and covertly transferring funds? All of this was rightfully mine. Wei Li bellowed. Kong Yang let out a cold laugh, waved his hand dismissively, and said lightly, you may take your leave now. At that moment, the police had arrived at the headquarters of He Huang, entering the high-level meeting room, and in front of all the executives. Took away Li Charlie and Wei Li on the spot. Instantly, An eerie silence enveloped the entire conference room. Kong Yang smiled slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. A man swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Mr. Kong, I wish to resign. Resign? Kong Yang scrutinized him and asked with a smile. You are Du Yijuan, correct? Why do you wish to leave? Du Yijuan hesitated for quite some time before cautiously replying. I feel I am not well suited to the group's work pace. So I have decided to withdraw. In truth, nearly all of these executives were loyalists handpicked by Wei Li, having formed a solid interest circle around him to obtain resources and conveniences, all of which were entangled, to varying degrees, in improper benefits. Now that they were exposed by Kong Yang, they naturally felt a sense of dread, fearing that this storm would engulf them as well. Kong Yang coldly chuckled and slowly spoke. Now you wish to flee? Do you think that if I can take care of Li Charlie and Wei Li, I cannot deal with you? Du Yijuan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Kong, I do not quite understand your meaning. Leaving is not impossible. Kong Yang spoke in a flat tone, but first, he must ensure that the matters he was responsible for were properly handed over. After a pause, he added, I can spare you this time, allowing you to leave, but the affairs of He Huang must be clearly accounted for. Otherwise, if I can send Wei Li and Li Charlie to prison, I can just as easily send you there. At this, everyone felt a wave of panic. Kong Yang then smiled and announced, I am here to declare the new president of He Huang. After a brief pause, he clearly stated, Hua Jianing. Hua Jianing's heart immediately raced. Just months prior, he had been appointed by Kong Tiancheng as the general manager of Guangming Group. And now he was directly promoted by Kong Yang to helm He Huang, ascending several ranks, as if from the heavens. He even felt a bit dizzy. Many executives cast curious glances at him, and even the old associates beside Kong Yang displayed expressions of surprise. In their view, such an important position should have gone to their own. How could it suddenly fall to an unfamiliar newcomer? Mr. Kong, isn't this decision a bit hasty? A man standing beside Kong Yang could not help but interject, shouldn't we reconsider? No need, this is my decision. Kong Yang glanced at the man, his gaze flickering slightly, then smiled and countered, are you questioning my judgment? No. The man quickly waved his hands. I merely feel he is too young, and may find it challenging to fulfill this role. Precisely because he is young, I have chosen to place my trust in him. Kong Yang replied with a calm smile. Companies require fresh blood, they need progress. This matter is settled. Hua Jianing, do not let me down, nor betray the company's expectations. Hua Jianing took a deep breath and resolutely responded, understood. The subordinate who had been suppressed previously could only reluctantly remain silent, his eyes still betraying a hint of resentment. He considered himself a long-time loyal follower of Kong Yang, initially believing that position was rightfully his, yet it ultimately fell to Hua Jianing. This outcome left him with a profound sense of imbalance. Although the high-level forces of the Huang faction had been successfully eradicated, the conflict between Kong Yang's old guard and the new batch of young talent promoted by Kong Tiancheng over the past year was still inevitable and intensifying. Nevertheless, the Huang faction's upper management had been completely purged. The next focus was to facilitate the operational integration of He Huang with Li Ka-shing real estate. Wei Li and Li Charlie were both ultimately brought to trial. The entire judicial process was remarkably uneventful. After all, the evidence was irrefutable. On the surface, Kong Yang allowed them to run amok, providing minimal oversight, yet he had secretly bribed their confidants. Obtaining evidence of their embezzlement and illegal activities was, thus, a trivial task. Kong Yang even deliberately adopted a stance of utmost compliance, fearing the situation was not severe enough, allowing Wei Li and Li Charlie to develop the illusion that without them, He Huang could not function normally. This was a vivid enactment of Zhang Bo's misfortune in Yen. Whether for Wei Li or Li Charlie, a heavy blow was necessary. For them, this imprisonment not only tarnished their reputations, but would also directly impact their future careers. Wei Li, once known as the corporate doctor, would now likely be dubbed the corporate thief. Who would hire someone labeled a thief? This upheaval was undoubtedly catastrophic for Wei Li. Standing in the courtroom, he had intended to offer a defense, but confronted with overwhelming evidence, he ultimately found himself at a loss for words, his mind swirling as if in a fog. Even as the judge rendered the verdict, he remained in a daze. The judgment was clear and unambiguous. Wei Li was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Li Charlie received a lighter sentence of 3 years. Once incarcerated, their futures were essentially doomed. Even if they found work upon release, they would never again cross the threshold of senior management. Following the verdict, Kong Yang swiftly seized the opportunity to launch a media offensive. Headlines blared, is Wei Li a corporate doctor or a corporate thief? In an instant, society was thrown into an uproar. To be fair, Wei Li's capabilities were indeed remarkable. He had once led the restructuring of Hutchison Whampoa, successfully steering it out of debt. But what of it? When a person secretly undermines their own organization, the Kong family would show no mercy. Simultaneously, a comprehensive internal purge of He Huang was underway. The former executives were entirely replaced, succeeded by the youthful backbone personally promoted by Kong Tiancheng. The greatest advantage of this group of young talents lay in their vigor, idealism, and willingness to innovate. Furthermore, Kong Tiancheng established a bottom-up supervision mechanism. Any middle or senior management personnel involved in misconduct could be directly reported by grassroots employees. Once verified, the whistleblower would receive a substantial reward. All reports would be processed by the Department of Integrity. This department was primarily staffed with elites that Kong Tiancheng had recruited from the ICAC, possessing professional investigative skills capable of thoroughly examining the financial statuses of those implicated, even reaching Kong Tiancheng himself at the highest level. Provided the evidence was irrefutable, the whistleblower would be handsomely rewarded. At the same time, false accusations were strictly prohibited, with severe warnings for 3 instances and immediate dismissal for 5 or more. At the Guangming Group headquarters, Kong Tiancheng reviewed the report in his hands, smiling as he remarked, "Aiming, well done, you've quickly streamlined He Huang." Hua Jianing respectfully looked at him. "I owe it all to you, Xiao Cheng. Without this opportunity, I might have never had a platform to showcase my talents. The prerequisite is that you truly possess such capabilities." Kong Tiancheng chuckled. "I sought you out today to discuss collaboration. Do not view me as your boss. We are equal business partners." Hua Jianing politely smiled. "Please, go ahead, boss." Although Kong Tiancheng spoke courteously, Hua Jianing dared not truly regard him as an ordinary collaborator. This was primarily regarding the cinema project. "My intention is to gradually establish several cinemas within the commercial center of Heungwang, in the shops, and at Heungwang Plaza." While speaking, Kong Tiancheng gestured towards Zhou Jun and Zhang Wei, the head of the Golden Princess cinema chain, and smiled as he said, "As for the specific details of our collaboration, you two should coordinate directly. Although we are all part of the same family, business remains business. Heungwang seeks profit, and both Bright Film and the Golden Princess cinema chain must also generate revenue. The rental fees and the duration of the contracts are matters that you will need to discuss thoroughly." Hua Jianing nodded in response. "Then I will draft a letter of intent first, and we can delve deeper into negotiations later." Currently, most cinema chains operate independently, but in the long run, housing cinemas within shopping malls is undoubtedly the trend. With the economic development of Hong Kong, it will become a prevalent consumer model for people to watch movies while shopping, and then continue to stroll or dine after the film. Kong Yang also illustrated his vision for the future commercial center to Hua Jianing. At present, Hua Jianing is also preparing for Heungwang Plaza, embarking on the creation of his own large-scale commercial complex. After a brief exchange, Zhou Jun and Zhang Wei took their leave from Kong Tiancheng's office. Kong Tiancheng then continued his conversation with Hua Jianing. "Has Heungwang encountered any troubles recently?" "Indeed, there are some issues," Hua Jianing replied slowly. "Mainly from a few of Mr. Kong's old associates, who wish to intervene in Heungwang's business and have requested that I relinquish a portion of the profits in order to collaborate with them. Many are dissatisfied with my current approach. Their opinions are inconsequential." Kong Tiancheng shrugged calmly. "They are merely old veterans who followed my father, always seeking to meddle in this and that. At their age, they should be enjoying their twilight years rather than involving themselves in Heungwang's affairs." "Mr. Kong has spoken to me about this before," Hua Jianing stated. He indeed considered appointing a seasoned and reliable individual to step in. "That avenue cannot be pursued." Kong Tiancheng replied nonchalantly. "Our group must maintain a youthful and professional demeanor." Chapter 68. Talent is forged through practical experience. If they wish to intervene, I will not permit it. If necessary, I will personally communicate with my father. Upon hearing this, Hua Jianing finally felt a sense of relief. "With your assurance, I am at ease. What is the progress regarding the merger between Heungwang and Li Ka-shing properties?" Kong Tiancheng inquired. "It will require a bit more time." Hua Jianing responded steadily. "Some of the assets held by Li Ka-shing are burdensome, and other investment projects need time for thorough assessment. However, within 2 months at most, we should be able to resolve most of the issues. By then, we should be preparing for a relisting." Kong Tiancheng nodded. "All right, I understand." After concluding his discussion with Hua Jianing, Kong Tiancheng rarely returned home. "Dad," he stated directly upon entering, "I have heard that you plan to place a few elders into Heungwang. You are aware of this?" Kong Yang was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "I have indeed considered it. Hua Jianing is still young, and I worry he may tread the same path as Wei Li or Li Charlie. Having someone to oversee matters would certainly be more prudent." Kong Tiancheng picked up his teacup and spoke deliberately. "If you proceed with such a decision, several serious issues will arise. First, during significant decisions at Heungwang in the future, whose counsel will be heeded? Hua Jianing's, or that of the elders you appoint? If Hua Jianing's advice is followed, what role do these elders play? Conversely, if the elders are consulted, what significance does Hua Jianing hold as president? Secondly," Kong Tiancheng raised 2 fingers and continued, "there are internal personnel arrangement issues. You mentioned appointing someone to supervise. Yet would that not render the integrity department I established a mere facade? If conflicts arise between Hui Jianing and the veterans of Sunshine Group, Hyun Wang will inevitably split into factions. Should they avoid conflict, it is highly likely they will collude to conceal the truth, leaving you oblivious to the actual situation. Kong Yang frowned slightly. Is there really such a possibility? Dad, any enterprise seeking to grow must establish comprehensive regulations, Kong Tiancheng stated. This is precisely the intention behind my establishment of the Integrity Department. We aim to create a systematic management framework rather than relying on so-called personal connections. Once personal relationships become the foundation, the company will never achieve true growth. Kong Tiancheng spoke with a steady tone. In summary, I firmly oppose your continued placement of former associates into Hyun Wang, since it has been entrusted to Hui Jianing. We must have faith in him and also trust our integrity mechanisms. Kong Yang fell silent for a moment before responding. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Kong Tiancheng continued. Dad, I will speak frankly. Among the veterans of Sunshine Group, there are those who inevitably believe in their own significance, feeling that their past contributions to you are monumental. In my view, during times of necessary reform, we cannot overly regard past relationships. Kong Yang was taken aback, but quickly replied, You need not concern yourself with these matters. Kong Tiancheng refrained from further comments, smiling as he shifted the subject. By the way, Hui Jianing mentioned to me that the merger of Li Ka-shing properties with Hyun Wang will occur soon. I believe that once the merger is complete, the company's market value will undoubtedly rise significantly, allowing us to seize the opportunity to divest a portion of our shares for cash. Kong Yang contemplated for a moment before nodding. You may allow Hui Jianing to handle these affairs entirely. Kong Tiancheng smiled in response, a very prudent decision. Kong Yang gazed at the ceiling, his mind repeatedly reflecting on the earlier statement. Some individuals, when the time for cleaning comes, cannot be overly mindful of past friendships. Have these individuals truly reached a point where action is imperative? Currently, the divergence between Kong Tiancheng and his father is gradually becoming evident. On one side stands Kong Tiancheng, steadfast in implementing modern management systems, while on the other are the old guard who once followed his father into battle. He knows that he cannot allow this group of elders to continue to expand their influence. Kong Tiancheng has never believed that personal loyalty can ensure the development of a company. He places greater emphasis on institutional construction. He hopes that even in his absence, the company can steadily advance based on established frameworks. However, those who followed his father do indeed exhibit a tendency towards nepotism in hiring practices. Of course, despite the existing conflicts, Kong Tiancheng understands that it is not feasible to completely replace all of his father's associates in the short term. For now, he must wait for the core team he is nurturing to mature further. He firmly believes in one principle. Talent is forged through practical experience. The next day, Kong Tiancheng dialed Hui Jianing's number. All right, I understand. Hui Jianing quickly responded. Thank you for your concern, boss. Though they are father and son, Hui Jianing has always regarded Kong Tiancheng as his true superior. Kong Yang nodded and said, During this period, you need not worry about anything else. Focus solely on successfully facilitating the merger and relisting of the two companies. Understood, please rest assured, boss. Hui Jianing immediately replied. Meanwhile, investors in Hong Kong and even some overseas capital are closely monitoring the impending relisting of Hutchison Whampoa. This asset restructuring signifies the formal and comprehensive integration of Hutchison Whampoa with Li Ka-shing properties. It involves the re-evaluation of hotels, property management, bar operations, and various property rights, encompassing a range of sectors including port and ancillary services, real estate development, hotel operations, retail commerce, and infrastructure. Overall, the business landscape of Hyun Wang is exceedingly vast, extending beyond Hong Kong to encompass the entirety of Southeast Asia and even penetrating deep into the domestic market of the Eagle Country. Years ago, Chi Dezun accurately predicted a global economic upturn and thus embarked on a massive acquisition spree, unhesitatingly incurring substantial debts. However, the reality is that although the economy generally trends upward, it is fraught with perils. The first oil crisis of 1973 directly led to the comprehensive collapse of the Hutchison Group. Yet, after years of adjustment and repair, Hyun Wang has gradually emerged from the shadows of its historical challenges. This merger plan, as any individual with a modicum of strategic foresight can discern, presents an immeasurable growth potential for Hutchison Whampoa in the future. In addition to preparing for a relisting, Kong Tiancheng has shown no signs of complacency, swiftly engaging with the 4 major stock exchanges regarding the pertinent matters of listing. Presently, Hong Kong remains delineated into the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the Far East Exchange, the Gold and Silver Securities Exchange, and the Kowloon Securities Exchange. Kong Tiancheng envisions a scenario where Hutchison Whampoa's shares can be simultaneously listed and traded across these for major platforms. The stock market crash of 1973 has also made the Hong Kong government acutely aware of the various drawbacks stemming from the coexistence of these four exchanges. For many years, the authorities have actively promoted the merger process. Kong Tiancheng's visit today, in fact, serves as a tentative exploration of the feasibility of this integration. In the blink of an eye, the date has arrived, March 21st. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, Kong Yang, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, formally steps into the trading hall of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Chapter 69. The Ascendance of Hutchison Whampoa's Stock Price. The current landscape of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange increasingly reveals a trend toward consolidation, and this day marks a pivotal moment for Hutchison Whampoa's relisting. Regardless of the circumstances, as the steward of this enterprise, Kong Yang naturally aspires to witness Hutchison Whampoa's steady growth and flourishing in the capital market. A considerable number of guests have gathered for the occasion. Li Ka-shing has arrived as promised, and the shipping magnate has also made an appearance. Among the attendees are prominent members of Hong Kong's four great families, including Li Ka-shing, Guodeshing, and Zheng Yutong. Additionally, representatives from Jardine Matheson and the Swire Group are present, while no representatives from the Wheelock Group are in attendance. Notable figures from the Chinese business community have congregated, alongside numerous representatives from British financial consortiums, as well as a host of capitalists from Southeast Asia. Finally, the Hong Kong government has dispatched several officials to attend, as the initiative to merge the four major exchanges and facilitate Hutchison Whampoa's simultaneous listing across the four regions is fundamentally a government-led decision. The government, after all, hopes that Hutchison Whampoa will deliver an impressive performance in the stock market. The more outstanding Hutchison Whampoa's performance, the smoother the process of advancing the integration of the four exchanges will become. During this period, Kong Yang has invested significant effort in in-depth discussions with the Hong Kong government, with even Governor Mac Lehos personally participating in the talks, engaging in extensive discussions. At this juncture, Mac Lehos is nearing retirement, yet before his departure, he still yearns to make a significant contribution to Hong Kong's economy. Should he succeed in finalizing the merger of the four exchanges during his tenure, it would undoubtedly stand as a monumental achievement in his political legacy. The relisting of Hutchison Whampoa presents an excellent opportunity for this. Achieving simultaneous listings across the four exchanges will be a crucial step in propelling the integration forward. Time flows slowly. Whispers of discussion ripple through the crowd. The governor has arrived. Suddenly, a gasp reverberates, and moments later, Mac Lehos enters the Hong Kong Stock Exchange Hall amidst a throng of admirers, instantly commanding a solemn atmosphere. Countless journalists raise their cameras. The sound of shutters clicking fills the air. Kong Yang truly possesses remarkable influence to have the governor in attendance. Wu Guangjing, the son-in-law of the shipping magnate, cannot help but exclaim softly. The Hong Kong government has been advocating for the merger of the four exchanges. In any case, contemporary Hong Kong has nearly become the core hub of finance in the Far East. Taking a deep breath, the shipping magnate states with poise, if this matter is ultimately facilitated by Mac Lehos, it will undoubtedly be recorded in history as an immense achievement. Wu Guangjing, slightly taken aback, hesitantly inquires, the merger of the four exchanges? Is that truly feasible? The obstacles are certainly considerable. The shipping magnate smiles calmly. Since 1973, I have been addressing this issue. However, prior to that, I needed to rectify a number of syndicate influences and corrupt bureaucrats, a task that has always been secondary. Now, the timing has finally matured. Wu Guangjing cannot help but ask, so, this relisting of Hutchison Whampoa is, in essence, riding the wave of fortune? No matter the outcome, the government will fully support its market capitalization surge? The shipping magnate nods affirmatively. Indeed, this fellow has truly stumbled upon great luck, Wu Guangjing exclaims. He has evidently seized this opportunity. Fortune, after all, has always favored those who are prepared. The shipping magnate glances at Wu Guangjing, his brow furrowing slightly. The Kong family has succeeded because they possess an acute ability to seize opportunities. Initially, no one paid attention to Kowloon Warehouse, yet they were the only ones who did. Their audacity not only allowed them to take action, but also to collaborate with me. Opportunity, vision, and timing must all be deftly balanced. The shipping magnate speaks in a low yet resolute tone. Look at Li Ka-shing over there. He too sensed that Kowloon Warehouse was undervalued. But what of it? Missed opportunities cannot be reclaimed, and failure is still failure. After a brief silence, Wu Guangjing responds, you are absolutely correct. However, I am also curious about how the Kong family amassed such substantial capital. The shipping magnate steadies his thoughts before continuing. Some whispers from Shunbai's side suggest that they have profited immensely from oil futures, but I am not privy to the specific details. At this point, the shipping magnate pauses briefly before continuing. While I do not know the exact figures, the fact that they can acquire Li Ka-shing and merge with Hutchison Whampoa indicates that the returns are indeed significant. I foresee them making considerable profits from this relisting of Hutchison Whampoa. Wu Guangjing asks, so, should we deepen our collaboration moving forward? Of course. The shipping magnate smiles slightly. What is most commendable about the Kong family, aside from Kong Yang himself, is that his son Kong Tiancheng is also exceptionally talented. Just observe the film industry he has crafted and the remarkable achievements of the Guangming group he manages. Both are outstanding accomplishments. This family is poised to thrive for at least 2 generations. Gradually joining forces, trust me, will yield only benefits, never detriments. Wu Guangjing nods, I understand. The shipping magnate gazes deeply at Wu Guangjing, silently lamenting. This son-in-law, though commendable, pales in comparison to the daring and ambitious Kong Tiancheng. The governor's presence instantly elevates the atmosphere in the hall, with the majority now awaiting the market's opening. A multitude of investors is poised and ready to engage in trading. As the clock strikes 9:30, Kong Yang takes a deep breath. Although the Kong family has ascended to the pinnacle of high society, strictly speaking, Kong Yang has never before led a company to go public. He had previously intended to facilitate the listing of Sunshine Group. However, before he could formally initiate the process, Kong Tiancheng completely disrupted the rhythm with his acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse, leading to a complete upheaval of the entire strategy. At this moment, he slowly raises the gavel in his hand, surveying the expectant crowd around him, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Go, Hong Kong. As his words resonate, Kong Yang strikes the gong decisively. Immediately, the trading screen displays the code 0013, OTCBB, HOI. The exchange promptly relays the transaction information. Trading officially commences. In an instant, the entire Hong Kong Stock Exchange erupts with excitement. Hutchison Whampoa has been relisted. This issuance comprises 1 billion shares, each with a par value of $1. This implies that Hutchison Whampoa's current market capitalization stands at 100 billion. However, in the eyes of the vast majority of investors, this value is worth far more than 100 billion, with even greater potential for appreciation. After all, Hutchison Whampoa's previous valuation was merely around 60 billion. Now, with the integration of Li Ka-shing's properties, its overall assets have significantly expanded, and its actual value has naturally risen correspondingly. As trading opens, a flood of investors rushes into the market. The stock price of Hutchison Whampoa begins to soar precipitously. At this time, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange has yet to adopt a computerized system. Personal computers, as conceived by Jobs, have only just begun to take shape, and computer technology has not yet become widespread. True widespread application is likely not to occur until the late 1980s and early 1990s. All transactions are primarily completed through phone orders. Although the transactions are conducted via electronic screens, data still requires manual input for updates. Chapter 70. A mere handful of population and market. From Kong Tiancheng's perspective, the financial system of Hong Kong during this era is remarkably antiquated. Yet even at that time, the situation in the United States was not vastly different. The true comprehensive informatization and scaling would have to await the widespread adoption of computer technology. Nevertheless, for the citizens of Hong Kong at that time, enthusiasm for stock trading was fervent. In addition to local residents, wealthy individuals from across Southeast Asia were eager to invest their capital in the Hong Kong stock market. The reason is simple. Hong Kong's financial system is the most sound and sophisticated. A deeper reason lies in the fact that it serves as a vital window for the mainland's external exchanges. It's rising. At this moment, in a private VIP room, Kong Yang was conversing with Governor Macleos. Suddenly, a secretary burst in, breathlessly reporting, Your Excellency, the stock price has risen to 5 Hong Kong dollars. A price of 5 Hong Kong dollars signifies that the market value of Hutchison Whampoa has surpassed 15 billion. Kong Yang glanced at the time. It was precisely 11 o'clock. Given the current trend, it should be no problem for the market value to gradually ascend beyond 30 billion. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily graced Kong Yang's face, and he turned his gaze towards Macleos, saying with a smile, Your Excellency, it seems that the people of Hong Kong still harbor tremendous confidence in the future economic prospects of our locale. Macleos responded with a smile, This is also thanks to your initiative, Mr. Kong, in pioneering Hutchison's return to the stock market and achieving simultaneous listings on the 4 major exchanges. I believe the Hong Kong stock market is poised to usher in a new glorious chapter. Macleos was acutely aware that his term was nearing its end. If he could facilitate the integration of the 4 major exchanges before his tenure concluded, it would undoubtedly become a significant historical achievement. Having said this, he rose to leave the stock exchange. However, at that moment, a swarm of reporters surged forward, surrounding him. Governor Macleos, how do you view Hutchison's relisting? It is reported that the special approval for its simultaneous listing on the 4 major exchanges signifies a major policy shift? One reporter inquired loudly. Macleos gently waved his hand and replied with composure. I believe Hutchison's simultaneous listing on the 4 platforms is a groundbreaking initiative and a brand new starting point. This reflects the steadfast belief of the citizens of Hong Kong in the economic development of our region. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the stock market crash of 1973 to 1974 fully exposed the various drawbacks brought about by the existence of 4 separate exchanges. For many years, I have been dedicated to promoting the merger of these 4 exchanges. What I envision is a more standardized and transparent financial system. Another reporter pressed on, so, does this mean that in the future, Hong Kong will only retain one securities exchange? Indeed, Mac Lehos confirmed with a nod, to achieve this merger. The primary task is to break down the information barriers. Hutchison's actions have precisely taken the critical first step. I firmly believe that as more enterprises choose to list across exchanges, the eventual integration will be an inevitable trend. Furthermore, the Hong Kong government will continue to promote the development of the futures market, aiming to establish it as a core derivatives trading hub in the Asia-Pacific region. The futures exchange will provide an efficient and diversified trading platform, allowing investors to engage in futures and options contracts through over 130 participating institutions. A reporter immediately asked, does this mean that Hong Kong is about to open up future speculation trading? Indeed, this year, Mac Lehos replied with a smile. We will steadily advance the relevant measures. We are confident that in the near future, the Hong Kong government will become the financial heart of the entire Far East, stepping towards a more brilliant tomorrow. Having said this, Mac Lehos politely declined further interviews and made his way back to Government House. Our illustrious governor certainly possesses remarkable eloquence. After Mac Lehos departed, Kong Tiancheng directly entered his father's VIP room. Next year, we'll be able to trade futures. Does that mean we can also venture into the oil business in Hong Kong? Kong Yang suddenly inquired. Regardless, I'm still heading to America. The US dollar is the truly worthy hard currency to pursue. Kong Yang laughed heartily and continued. However, in my view, the stock market is about to embark on another prosperous cycle, likely extending until 1984. 1984? Why that year? Kong Yang asked, slightly puzzled. Do you think the mainland will continue to tolerate Hong Kong being in British hands indefinitely? When it's time to negotiate, negotiation will inevitably occur. Kong Yang replied with a subtle smile, adding, by the way, Dad, has there been any communication from there? Occasionally, there are some exchanges. I maintain a reasonably good relationship. Kong Tiancheng replied with a smile. Kong Yang retorted, what's that about? Good relationships need to be diligently maintained. Kong Tiancheng nodded, stating, my judgment is this, do not place your focus on Taiwan. It's a rather small place with a minuscule population. Even though the mainland is not affluent at the moment, trust me, it will inevitably rise. As for any minor losses on the Taiwan side, there's no need to be overly concerned. Kong Yang pondered for a moment, then remarked, perhaps we can balance both sides and reap benefits from both? Son, Kong Tiancheng smiled slightly and continued, some matters are most detrimental when they are indecisive. You must make a singular choice, which is to completely align with one side, rather than attempting to appease both. Once you have determined your direction, we have but one task, to steadfastly implement it to the end. Kong Yang nodded gently. You make a valid point. Kong Tiancheng's stance was unequivocal, firmly grasped the mainland's stronghold, without harboring any fantasies about Taiwan. With such a limited population and market, what can be achieved? The mainland is currently in dire need of capital, technology, and sales channels. If you do not seize the opportunity to rush in early, what are you hesitating for? Time quietly passed, and before long, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. The overall data for Hutchison was also completed in a new round of statistics. The 4 major exchanges jointly announced detailed information, letting the concrete data speak for itself. Opening at 1,000, a peak of 5,400 with a trading volume of 17.72 million shares. Previous close at 3,000, a low of 5,000 with a turnover of 674 billion. Turnover rate at 219, price to earnings ratio at 18.26. Total market value at 50 billion. This string of figures, once announced, instantly sent shockwaves throughout Hong Kong. No one expected Hutchison to reach a market value of 50 billion. When the Ship King saw this figure, he too fell into silence. The actual valuation of his global group, although not listed, was merely around 10 billion. Yet now, Hutchison had surged 5-fold in one breath. Clearly, this represented a significant bubble. It's worth noting that the combined market value of Li Ka-shing's properties and Hutchison itself barely reached 15 billion at best. However, the key point is that this time, the governor himself endorsed it and granted special approval for Hutchison to be listed simultaneously on the 4 major exchanges, effectively promoting the merger of the 4. This political backing, in turn, endowed Hutchison with additional value. Chapter 71, 50 billion. In addition to a flood of retail investors, substantial capital also rushed in, continuously pushing the stock price higher. artificially inflating Hutchison's market value to unprecedented heights. 50 billion. Once this figure emerged, it stunned all. Countless shareholders went into a frenzy as Hutchison soared, leaving traditional giants like Jardine Matheson, Wharf Holdings, and Chung Kong far behind. In terms of real scale, even a collaboration between Li Ka-shing's properties and Hutchison would still pale in comparison to Jardine Matheson. Yet, precisely because the governor personally stood in support and seized the historical opportunity of the merger of the four major exchanges, Hutchison's market value after relisting soared to a level that was not rightfully its own. At Jardine Matheson headquarters, Newbigin stared at the numbers on the screen, speechless for a long time. After a lengthy pause, he whispered, "The Kong family truly excels at seizing opportunities." Previously, the governor of Hong Kong, Sir Mark Atchison Young, had approached Jardine Matheson for a potential collaboration, only to be politely declined. The risks associated with such endeavors are exceedingly high. Had Young remained in office for a decade, perhaps Jardine would have considered acquiescing. However, once he departs, it becomes a case of new ruler, new subjects. Who can foresee whether the next governor will support the consolidation of the exchange? The risks are too great, thus Jardine chose a path of cautious retreat. Yet now, gazing at the staggering valuation of 500 billion, Newbeck could not suppress the rolling sensation in his throat, his eyes reflecting palpable envy. This time, the Kong family has indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. Of course, for Newbeck at present, the more pressing concern remains the fierce competition for Kowloon Warehouse. The king of chartering ships is approaching with formidable intent, determined to seize Kowloon Warehouse, which has cast an unprecedented shadow of threat over Jardine. Losing Kowloon Warehouse would be akin to having an arm severed. Despite their envy, Jardine is reluctant to act impulsively. All maneuvers must await resolution of the chartering king's challenge. 500 billion in market value. Were it not for the impending market close, this figure would likely continue its ascent. Kong Tiancheng turned to Hua Jianing, inquired in a hushed tone, "How much have we liquidated today?" "To date, we have liquidated 30 billion. Hua Jianing steadied his emotions, swiftly responded, "I anticipate that over the next couple of days, we will manage to recover at least 150 billion in cash." As he spoke, he briskly produced a document, respectfully placing it before Kong Tiancheng. "Boss, this is the latest summary data. If all goes smoothly, our cash on hand will surpass 150 billion. At this juncture, Hua Jianing was indeed somewhat exhilarated. Rubbing his palms together, he added, "I plan to undertake some infrastructure projects in Hong Kong. And I also wish to participate in the overall planning of a large shopping center. These funds." Kong Tiancheng pondered briefly, then suddenly proposed, "Do you think it's possible for us to secure the construction rights for the Hong Kong metro system?" "What?" Hua Jianing was taken aback. "The metro project in Hong Kong?" "Us." Kong Tiancheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the construction project for the Hong Kong metro. Moreover, we would aim to grasp the overarching control of the entire metro network layout. Consequently, we would dictate the locations of the stations. And we could preemptively acquire substantial tracts of land around those stations, subsequently developing them into properties akin to Huang Plaza." Hua Jianing hesitated. His mouth agape, "That seems rather unrealistic, doesn't he it?" "Why not?" Kong Tiancheng suddenly chuckled. "Have you heard of a tunnel boring machine?" "A tunnel boring machine?" Hua Jianing was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook his head. "No, I don't know much about it." Kong Tiancheng smiled. "It is a heavy-duty apparatus specifically designed for tunnel excavation. The most advanced models globally are owned by the Hans family. We must endeavor to engage in thorough discussions with the governor, ideally obtaining the project from the government, and then procure the tunnel boring machines from the Hans family." Hua Jianing frowned. "Such machinery must be extraordinarily expensive, correct? One unit would likely cost several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars." Kong Tiancheng responded with a casual smile. "Indeed." Hua Jianing, hesitantly, queried, "And after it's used? We can't just keep it as a decorative piece, can we?" "Naturally. We would sell it." Kong Tiancheng chuckled lightly. "Such equipment will not be left idle. I believe many would be eager to acquire it, particularly those from the mainland." Hua Jianing was taken aback, then whispered, "But if Taiwan becomes aware, they might impose a commercial blockade on us." "There's no need for concern," Kong Tiancheng replied calmly. "By the time we have truly utilized it, it would be at least 7 or 8 years down the line. By then, we can easily flip it to the mainland. As for Taiwan, we can simply sever ties." Hua Jianing gazed at him, then inquired, "Boss, do you truly believe the mainland will experience significant development in the future?" "Absolutely." Kong Tiancheng smiled in response. "Moreover, the pace of development will undoubtedly exceed your imagination." After a brief pause, he slightly shook his head, then earnestly added, "But before discussing that, there is something I must remind you of." "What is it?" Hua Jianing asked with curiosity. Kong Tiancheng smiled gently. "Once the stock price falls to a suitable level, we must commence stock buybacks." "What?" Hua Jianing's eyes widened. Kong Tiancheng nodded. "Buy back shares. This year, the company will still undertake significant actions, and barring unforeseen circumstances, we will push forward with a merger plan next year. Hua Jianing immediately caught on, exclaiming, "You mean Jardine Matheson?" Kong Tiancheng nodded with a smile. "Precisely, Jardine Matheson. I suspect they will likely exert all their efforts to confront the chartering king head-on. Making this the opportune moment for us to seize control, we must not let it pass us by." Hua Jianing felt a surge of excitement. "I understand." As he spoke, he could hardly contain the impulse to flex his arms and was eager to act. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Once the stock price dips sufficiently, I will initiate the buyback operation immediately." Kong Tiancheng nodded in approval. At present, both the Kong family and the Hutchison Whampoa Group hold substantial influence in Hong Kong. Simultaneously, an increasing number of enterprises are considering listing concurrently on the 4 major exchanges. After all, the current case is evident. Hutchison's market value had once skyrocketed to 540 billion Hong Kong dollars. According to Governor Young, the 4 major exchanges are set to promote consolidation. Should this come to fruition, it would undoubtedly represent a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must be grasped firmly. For Young himself, he is also pleased with this outcome. If he can ultimately facilitate this historic merger, he would consider his political achievements to have reached their pinnacle, a feat unmatched by any preceding or succeeding governor. At Repulse Bay, in the Kong Yang Villa, the father and son were leisurely conversing in the courtyard. Old Chen officially retired this year. Kong Yang smiled, quickly stating, "I have arranged for the Dalkeith Fund to hire him at a generous salary of 3 million Hong Kong dollars per year, with a contract term of 5 years. 3 million Hong Kong dollars is indeed no small sum. Over 5 years, that amounts to 15 million, a considerable income." Chapter 72, The Metro Project. Kong Tiancheng smiled as he remarked, "Although Old Chun's position is not particularly high, it is precisely fitting, perfectly showcasing our willingness to invest heavily to attract talent. As long as others see that assisting the Kong family yields substantial returns, they will naturally flock to us. Furthermore, we may consider extending his contract, provided he can bring in more resources for us." Kong Yang nodded, committing Kong Tiancheng's words to memory. He privately marveled at Kong Tiancheng's forward-thinking mindset. How did he conceive such a revolving door model between politics and business? Returning to the topic of the Metro project, Kong Tiancheng continued discussing the direction he had deliberated with Hua Jianing. "Constructing a metro?" Kong Yang inhaled deeply. "Do you genuinely believe we have the capacity to manage such a grand undertaking? We aren't relying on metro operations for profit. At worst, we could hire skilled workers from Hans for a high salary. What we are truly interested in is the appreciation potential of the land along the metro line. Just think about the value of the malls, residences, and property management surrounding the metro stations. What would their worth be?" Kong Tiancheng chuckled and continued, "If these appreciation effects are reflected in the stock market, how much can we cash out opportunistically? Rest assured, even if Hans quotes a high price, we will ultimately come out ahead." Kong Yang pondered briefly, then nodded. "I can reach out. It would be best if we could secure it." "Act swiftly." Kong Tiancheng reminded solemnly. "While our relationship with Young is still decent, we must finalize this as soon as possible. We need to maintain complete control over the entire development plan, and Hans must also send someone to negotiate. We absolutely must secure this." Kong Yang nodded earnestly, "Understood." At this point, Kong Yang suddenly smiled and remarked, "By the way, Sir Mark Young just called me, saying he intends to nominate me as a Justice of the Peace." "A Justice of the Peace?" Kong Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and remarked, "That indeed seems quite reasonable. Our Kong family has now ascended to the ranks of the most illustrious clans in Hong Kong. It would be rather unbecoming if we were to lack even a Justice of the Peace. In my view, this title has come rather late. Is it truly that simple?" Kong Yang chuckled softly. "One must adhere to the proper procedures and protocols. The title of Justice of the Peace is conferred by the government upon a civilian, with responsibilities that include maintaining community order, ensuring the fair enforcement of laws, and handling certain minor legal matters. How significant is this title? It appears quite essential, as it allows for inspections of prisons, detention centers, and other institutions to ensure compliance with regulations and to prevent injustices or violations of rights. The authority it bestows cannot be dismissed lightly. Yet, if one argues that it lacks importance, by the late 1970s and early 1980s, it had gradually transformed into a symbol of honor, its actual power having considerably diminished. Nevertheless, one thing remains unchanged: for the elite class, it serves as a requisite badge of identity. Without it, there is an inherent sense of incompleteness, a lack of legitimacy. The Kong family has long been deficient in this regard, but at last, it has been rectified. The power to appoint justices of the peace resides with the governor. However, for noble titles, one must consider the disposition of the British royal family, as only the Queen possesses the authority to bestow such honors. Within the British honors system, recipients of the Grand Cross can append GB to their names. Male Knights Commander are designated KB, while female counterparts are DB. The commander honor is labeled CBE. The officer honor is OBE, and the member honor is MBE. For instance, Li Ka-shing received the KBE title, but that did not occur until 2000. Without sufficient strength or status, one is fundamentally unlikely to be awarded a noble title by the Queen. However, the governor can grant the title of Justice of the Peace. Although it may not carry the same weight as a noble title, during the 1970s and 1980s, such titles were more a matter of prestige. Very well. Let us secure this Justice of the Peace title first, and in the future, we shall strive for a KB. Kong Tiancheng said with a smile. It seems the governor truly regards us with favor. Kong Yang also smiled. Indeed, it is a positive development. Typically, justices of the peace are routinely appointed by government officials. Yet, this time is different. Governor MacLehose personally invited Kong Yang to the government headquarters and, in the presence of numerous journalists, personally awarded him the appointment certificate. The significance of this honor is self-evident. The prominence of the Kong family has only just begun to unfold. Once the title of Justice of the Peace is acquired, it effectively solidifies the Kong family's standing within the social hierarchy. However, Kong Yang was not in a rush to discuss the subway project with MacLehose. After all, if the other party began inquiring about core details and he found himself at a loss, it would certainly be a source of embarrassment. Currently, the most advanced subway technology in the world is held by the Hans family and an island nation. The industrial might of the Hans family is far from mere reputation. Their technological proficiency is exceptionally advanced. Meanwhile, the island nation has also acquired some high-end manufacturing technology from the Americans, particularly in regard to Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, whose technological capabilities should not be underestimated. Kong Tiancheng's vision was to acquire the rights to subway construction at a relatively low cost, subsequently generating profit through the development of adjacent land. He aimed to introduce relevant technology and tunneling equipment from the Hans family, while also exploring whether the mainland's resources could enhance the overall engineering quality. This is a project of an experimental nature. Should it succeed, the accumulated experience and technology could also benefit the mainland market in the future. These matters were largely entrusted to his father, and it was now time for the old gentleman to engage more in high-level interactions and negotiations. At the headquarters of Bright Group in Seongkwano, Su Rongrong lightly tapped on the door and entered Kong Tiancheng's office. Boss, what is it? Kong Tiancheng looked up and smiled at her. The mainland has approved our plan to establish a factory. Su Rongrong began, however. The specific terms still require face-to-face negotiations to finalize. As she spoke, she gently placed a document on the desk in front of Kong Tiancheng. He glanced down to review it, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is it from Shenzhen? Su Rongrong nodded. Indeed. This year, prior to Huang's relisting, Shenzhen has already undergone a name change. Concurrently, the domestic authorities have specially approved the establishment of economic zones in Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Shantou, and Xiamen. Among them, Shenzhen has undoubtedly experienced the most rapid development. The primary reason being, Shenzhen has acted with remarkable boldness, implementing many reforms that were then deemed unconventional. Now, upon slight contact, they have proactively sought collaboration, displaying a positive attitude. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Tiancheng replied, then let us schedule a time. I will personally visit Shenzhen to take a look. Su Rongrong agreed. All right. What arrangements do we have for tonight? Where are Chun Yulian and Mi Shui? Kong Tiancheng casually inquired. I fear they will be unavailable today, Su Rongrong replied. Mi Shui is currently shooting an advertisement for LV, while Chun Yulian is on the set for Chanel and has a public event to attend tonight, so she cannot accompany you.